Royal Guard Publishing presents Tao of Healing Book 1, Three River City, written by Adventuresse, performed by Phelan Cabral. Book 1, Three River City. Chapter 1. I stood in front of the tall mirror, running my hands across the unfamiliar face that looked back at me. Sword-like brows, a pointed jaw, and an imperious gaze turned sinister by the heavy-set bags under my eyes. A name came to my mind. Zhao Dan. It wasn't my name, but it might as well be now. Scratching my chin, I frowned at the smooth sensation. Letting out a deep sigh, I sat back down on the wooden chair, shifting position so the pointed backrest wasn't digging into my spine. A few hours earlier, I had woken up in this unfamiliar room, greeted by the metallic tang of dried blood and a foul, lingering odor left by this body's previous owner. Even though I had scrubbed the stone tiles until my hands were raw, I hadn't been able to remove all the stubborn traces of blood and vomit. But that was the least of my problems. I lifted a spherical red pill, rolling it between my fingers and wondering what I would have done in Zhao Dan's situation. I believed I had a strong will, having experienced unimaginable trauma in the worst war zones on Earth. Torn limbs, drone strikes, children watching their parents die, and even parents holding their dead kids. That was my daily routine for the last decade, working as a doctor on the front lines. Originally, I'd studied medicine to please my strict parents, but I'd come to love the rigorous science behind it. And eventually, I also found great joy in healing others, though the brutality of war tainted that somewhat. Even with those awful experiences under my belt, some of the memories from this young cultivator's life made those horrors seem tame. One stood out to me, a memory so evil I wished I could erase it from my mind. When Zhao Dan was just 3 years old, his father forced him to execute a mortal servant for the simple crime of forgetting to wash one of his robes. From a young age, Zhao Dan had been steeped in brutal violence and forced to crush any compassion in his heart. I couldn't imagine what being raised by such a tyrant would do to my own psyche. My parents were heavy-handed, but the worst punishment I could expect was a spanking for a poor grade at school. In my case, their forceful drive had led me to become one of Earth's most decorated surgeons. It instilled ambition and a sense of purpose greater than my own existence. In Zhao Dan's case, it had forced him to become a cultivator, to gather heaven's energy and chase immortality. He hadn't been very successful at it. If he had been, I wouldn't be here right now. Our lives were vastly different, but I could understand the overwhelming feeling of injustice and unfairness that weighed on him. In the end, he couldn't bear it and took his own life, giving a way for my soul to take over his body. At least, that was my hypothesis. I wasn't sure what had happened to the original Zhao Dan, but I had inherited his body. I couldn't continue using my old name and habits, or I would risk becoming an outcast. Then again, I had already been kicked out of the Cloudy Falls sect, something I learnt reading the final page of Zhao Dan's diary, so in many ways I already was one. At least it hadn't been due to a crime. He had simply been kicked out due to coming last in the annual Outer Disciple Tournament, having been stuck at 5-star body tempering realm for 3 years now. Accepting this reality was a bitter pill to swallow. My parents died years before me. I did have an on and off relationship with one of my colleagues, Esme. I wondered if she would miss me, miss the nights we spent together, sharing our troubles and joys. Sighing, I got up from the uncomfortable chair and picked up the small bag that contained all of Zhao Dan's possessions. It didn't amount to much, the jade carving of a scholar, half a spirit stone, and a few gold coins, plus his diary and cultivation notes. But leaving it behind felt like an insult to the man whose life I had stolen. In this world, people believed in the cycle of reincarnation, that when you died, your soul would enter the 6 paths and be reborn anew. I whispered a silent prayer for the former Zhao Dan, hoping his next life was filled with joy, instead of the chain of suffering and torment that had led him to commit suicide in this one. Wrapping my head around the idea was difficult. I hadn't been religious on Earth, but then again, it was hard to believe in a higher power when there'd been little evidence one existed. It was far easier to believe in one here. In this place, the Celestial Jade Empire, there were cultivators who could shatter mountains with a punch and walk in the sky. When faced with the evidence, clear as day, something as trivial as reincarnation became easier to accept. I had transmigrated, my soul leaving Earth and arriving in this place. It would take much longer than 4 hours to come to terms with that, but I would have to do so elsewhere. Despite my confusing situation, I hadn't been able to stay in my room for long. An outer disciple had soon come to remind me that I had to meet one of the elders by the front gate at sunrise, to be escorted to the nearby Three Rivers City after handing in my sect token and robes, along with any arts I had taken from the library. Knowing that the sun was already out there, I had walked out of the little wooden house after collecting whatever little belongings Zhao Dan had. As I walked, I watched the sun at its zenith, blazing down on the towering mountain peak that housed the sect. Even in this world, the sun was the same, maybe a little bigger. However, there were twin moons. Thinking of it made a bubble of unease pop into me. I sighed, realizing it was becoming a habit. To distract myself, I tried to look through the torrent of memories to understand the culture of the Celestial Jade Empire. But it was all tinted with the depressing lens of Zhao Dan's outlook on life. A few steps into my journey, I felt a hand clapping me on the shoulder. Often that meant one of the nastier disciples was about to torment Zhao Dan. But when I turned around to face the new arrival, all the tension deflated from my shoulders. Standing at almost 2 meters tall, a muscular fellow stood in front of me. He wore bright red robes, unlike the white ones I wore, implying that his status was that of an inner disciple. His name was Wang Ren, one of the few people who treated Zhao Dan right, and a friend who had started in the sect at the same time as him. Wang Ren's robe stood out in a sea of white on the outer sect peak. There were many memories involving this guy in Zhao Dan's mind. Relegated to servanthood due to his poor cultivation talent, Zhao Dan often missed meals because of incomplete chores and barely slept 5 hours a night. Wang Ren would often sneak him extra food from his own portions and help him finish tasks when no one was looking. "Senior brother Wang Ren, what are you doing here?" I asked, offering the big man a shallow bow.
"Well, knowing how lazy and incompetent you are, I knew you would miss the elder at sunrise. So I came to make sure you at least got on the road before the sun sets."
He chuckled, slapping me over and over on the shoulders. My body quivered under the big man's strength. Not only was he taller and more muscular than Zhao Dan, but he had cultivated to the first star of Qi-gathering realm, making him a cultivator in truth. Despite controlling his strength, the sheer difference in physique still meant each strike left a bruise. I coughed, and he relented, striding off down the mountain with purpose in his steps. Hurrying to catch up, I looked around at the other disciples going about their day. Some sneered at me, a final opportunity to mock the useless disciple who had been kicked out. Most remained indifferent, giving the pair of us a wide berth. We walked for a few minutes, with me listening and nodding as Wang Ren regaled me with tales of his adventures in the inner sect. He'd only joined a few months back, but it seemed like the level of treatment was worlds apart. Everything in this world stemmed from one's cultivation. Without strength, you couldn't achieve anything. Perhaps that was why so many went to such vicious lengths to obtain resources and opportunities, killing friends and foes alike in their quest for immortality. Wang Ren looked a little hesitant, glancing my way every now and then. Eventually, he seemed to make a decision and asked,
"Junior brother, what do you plan to do after being kicked out? You're still a cultivator after all."
I hadn't spared much thought for my goals. I'd only been in this world for half a day. Most of that time was spent acclimating to the sudden change and my new identity. The best way to describe it would be culture shock. In one moment, I had been taken from what I was used to and thrust into a completely alien world with new customs. Even the fundamental laws of the world were different. Pondering the question, I knew at the very least I didn't want to become one of those savages, indifferent to the harsh suffering inflicted on those around them, while only caring about the next step of cultivation. A memory from college surfaced, making me smile. If there was one thing I wanted to bring into this new life from my life on Earth, it would be my compassion for other humans. Perhaps I could try to become a doctor once more? However, cultivators relied on pills and qi healing, and doctors weren't a common sight. Then again, I always was an ambitious guy. Founding a new school of cultivation might be the kind of goal I needed to keep myself grounded while I adjusted to my new life. "There was a story in my hometown," I replied, smiling, "about a wandering healer who held himself to a strict code of conduct, an oath of sorts, to never do harm and heal the sick. He would appear on the worst battlefields and treat everyone without prejudice. People called him a coward due to his peaceful nature, but with a dagger in their chest, they wished he would appear and save them. My eyes shone as I wove the invented tale of this healer. I was pulling inspiration from my own career on Earth and adding some lies into the mix for drama. Unlike most kids who dream of becoming ruthless cultivators, I truly admired that healer. I finished telling a speechless Wang Ren. After a period of silent contemplation, he eventually collected his thoughts.
It takes strong willpower to stick to such an oath. Perhaps you share that healer's peaceful nature, junior brother. You were always more interested in pill refinement during our classes. Though you are far from talented,
he added with a teasing smile.
Could you tell me that oath? I am curious.
Recalling the college lecture where we were taught the doctor's oath, I answered him. I will use my power to help the sick to the best of my ability and judgment. I will abstain from harming or wronging any man by it, I declared. As soon as I said so, a loud rumble erupted. My face turned red as I looked towards Wang Ren, whose wide eyes quickly returned to normal as he burst into laughter.
Junior brother Zhao, I apologize. I forget what it's like to be a low body tempering disciple and still need to eat every day. We should grab some breakfast on the way,
he said, scratching his temple. Looking at Wang Ren with a sheepish expression, I nodded. Some breakfast would be wonderful.
But, junior brother, you should be careful saying such things out loud. For a moment, I almost thought that rumble was the heavens sealing a chi oath, he warned.
A chi oath? What's that?
They're fairly common, but most of the time they're just used to seal agreements and make sure allies don't betray each other. That kind of thing,
he explained, waving a hand in dismissal. That seemed simple enough, but with how shocked he seemed initially, I knew there was more to it. After a few seconds, he continued.
Then again, I've heard stories of absurdly powerful oaths some cultivators have taken, swearing revenge after 9 generations of their clan was slaughtered, committing to overthrow a lord, that kind of thing,
he said with a serious expression. He bit his lip, seemingly conflicted.
I've also heard that some of the old monsters took chi-oaths that granted them better cultivation talents or mysterious physiques, but that has to be nothing more than rumors.
I hadn't expected something like that. It reminded me a little of a certain anime I'd watched. Then again, the way he spoke of those oaths told me they weren't everyday occurrences. It seemed that most people just used them as a kind of contract with the heavens as a guarantor.
Anyway, we've gone off track. I want to know what your goals are.
He repeated his question with a smile. I wasn't sure. At my core, I was a doctor. I didn't think I could give that up just because I died and started a second life in a new world, even if that world was vastly different from Earth. This bulky senior brother of mine was quite the philosopher. But he was right. Achieving your goals is impossible without first knowing what they are. I wasn't sure how I could be a doctor in a world where anyone with enough control over their chi could heal brutal wounds in moments, where alchemists could brew pills that restored all ailments in a few days. But figuring that out would be half the fun. I was in a strange world, possessing an unfamiliar body, and without the support of a sect. And yet I was filled with confidence. Hearing about chi oaths had me thinking. This new body of mine wasn't talented in cultivation, and most of my old knowledge of healing and medicine wouldn't apply here. Of course, I could fill the gaps by reading as much as possible. This was perhaps one thing I wished I had more time to do in the sect, given the size of the library here. But that wouldn't be enough to let me compete with cultivators. Perhaps I could take an oath of my own. Not a paltry one like the Hippocratic Oath. Even that was something of a joke back on Earth. Doctors weren't required to take it, but we learnt about it regardless. Besides, to do no harm was a tall order. I wasn't a cruel man, but having lived at war for almost a decade, I knew there were times when violence was necessary, even if the guilt and disgust became phantoms that haunted my dreams. Following Wang Ren, we moved down a slope, reaching one of the lower peaks. The whole sect had different buildings at different places, with the sect leader's abode at the very top. We changed directions, moving off the path that led to the sect gates. A brief detour to the culinary pavilion brought bad memories of Zhao Dan's floating to the surface. It was a prime spot for bullies to pick on the weak when they were at their most vulnerable. However, with Wang Ren there, most of my former tormentors only glared mockingly at the sect reject and didn't dare make a move. After grabbing 2 bowls filled to the brim with spirit rice and steamed vegetables, we resumed our journey. I thought you didn't need to eat, Senior Brother Wang, I asked as the youth lifted a towering spoonful of rice and vegetables to his lips.
I don't,
he replied with a smile, eyes never leaving the golden grains of rice.
Well, for the most part. I eat about once a month to keep my body going, but when I reach middle stage chi gathering, that will be a thing of the past. No, this is just a bit of nostalgia.
He shoved the spoonful into his mouth and closed his eyes in appreciation as he chewed. I joined him and dug into the simple breakfast. Zhao Dan had tasted the same bowl of rice and vegetables hundreds of times. Despite those memories now being mine, there was something to be said for experiencing the warmth and nourishment of that first spoonful with my own senses. It was wonderful. As we walked, I saw that we were moving through the training grounds. Most of them were empty, but I couldn't stop my eyes from lingering on the various types of weapons on wooden racks. Due to my attention being split, I didn't realize Wang Ren had stopped. I ran right into his outstretched arm. Rubbing my forehead, I looked at him with a questioning gaze. He nodded toward the path ahead, where two girls were facing off against each other on the platforms, swords drawn. "Can't we pass them by?" I asked. Wang Ren shook his head and sighed.
No, we should stay. We were already late, and it's been a long time since I saw a fight between outer disciples. It looks like they have a feud. Let's wait and see what happens.
A crowd of disciples had gathered around them, laughing and pointing. I even saw a few spirit stones changing hands. On the left was a short girl with hair as white as snow and a derisive expression on her face. She glared at her opponent and yelled, "Song Fen, you dared to flirt with senior brother Shen Ming and steal his carefully saved spirit stones. Koto before me 10 times and return the stones with 20% interest, or I'll make sure to scar your face so bad no man will ever look your way again." I almost laughed, but I knew Wang Ren might grow suspicious of my behavior and restrained myself. This was so cliché it hurt. Still, with the memories from Zhao Dan, I knew such struggles were commonplace, and the result was far from a joke. The other girl's face twisted in fury, and she lunged forward, swinging her sword in a graceful arc. Song Fen moved so fast that the first girl couldn't react. Perhaps she expected a reply to her taunt. As the sword fell towards her face, her eyes widened and she leapt sideways. She was too slow. A scarlet mist sprayed into the air as Song Fen's blade cut through her arm, biting deep into her shoulder. The white-haired girl screamed and fell to the ground, clutching her shoulder and staring in wide-eyed horror at the exposed bone. Song Fen flicked her sword, spraying the excess blood onto the path. Sheathing her blade, she gazed at the sobbing girl on the ground with indifference. "Next time, you should focus on your cultivation instead of your looks, Wei Hui," she sneered. My hands had begun to shake at some point during the exchange, and I clasped them together to steady myself. How could such one-sided savagery be considered a fight? Looking at the girl on the floor, my heart ached for her. Remembering the times Zhao Dan had witnessed similar scenes was one thing, but being immersed in such cruelty with my own senses left a bitter aftertaste. Before I could move, Wang Ren had already rushed off, his scarlet robes billowing in the wind. The crowd parted ways, seeing his status. With one hand he made a seal, while the other raised the limp arm with delicate ease. Placing the severed muscle fibers together, he pushed down on the cut with 2 fingers and closed his eyes. I saw a strange blue light emerge from his core, traveling down his arm and through his fingers into Wei Hui's shoulder. He held his fingers against the wound for 10 seconds or so before removing them and opening his eyes. He whispered something to her, and she nodded weakly before wiggling her fingers. My jaw fell open, not quite believing what had happened. Healing such a wound back on Earth would take a surgeon hours, not to mention the weeks of recovery the patient would need after. Yet Wang Ren had completed the most complex part, the surgery, in moments. The pull on me weakened, the icy grip receding into the depths of my dantine, but I still felt a soft tug towards the girl. I surmised that this was the effects of my oath, demanding I heal the woman who'd been savagely wounded before my eyes. Wang Ren returned to my side and waved for us to keep walking. It took me a few seconds to gather my courage, unsure if my question would offend him. "Senior Brother Wang, what was it you just did? How did you heal her arm with such ease?" I asked, measuring my words.
"Oh, nothing too complex. Any cultivator at Chi gathering or above can do the same. Chi is vitality itself, so injecting it into the wound helps to stem the bleeding and regenerate the body. It won't cure all her problems, but a pill or two can handle the rest," he replied,
waving an arm as if such a feat were truly nothing to him. On the other hand, I was still quivering. Goosebumps ran up and down my arms. I wasn't sure whether to be terrified or excited at this discovery. At least it made a little more sense now why these people were so reckless with their own lives and indifferent to the lives of others. If you knew most of your injuries could be fixed with some qi and pills, then why fear your opponent's blade? Wang Ren's answer had only created more questions for me. To start, that blue light I had seen, it had to have been his qi. However, cultivators couldn't sense qi until they reached the qi-gathering realm, which was a long way off for me. I wondered why I was able to see qi while only in the body-tempering realm, but after going through a dozen possible answers in my head, I couldn't find one that felt right. Perhaps the answer would reveal itself in time. Standing under the towering gates, I was struck with a wave of nostalgia. A younger Zhao Dan had stood on the other side of these gates, filled with hope and eager to begin life in the Cloudy Falls sect. I turned to Wang Ren. He'd done far more than he needed to for Zhao Dan, a truly compassionate senior brother. I bowed down to my waist and gave him a heartfelt smile. Suddenly, I felt a pressure I hadn't known was there lift from my heart. Was that the lingering will of Zhao Dan? I was glad I could at least do this much for the pitiful boy.
Farewell, Zhao Dan. If the heavens will it, perhaps we will meet again. Good luck,
Wang Ren said, a glint in his eye, the only slip in his otherwise impassive gaze. Thank you for your care these few years, Senior Brother Wang, I replied. We'd said all that needed to be said. Further pleasantries would only spoil the moment. He took my empty rice bowl to return to the culinary pavilion, both bowls licked clean of the scrumptious spirit rice. An elder of the sect stood by the gate, hands outstretched. I took out the jade slip that marked me as an outer disciple of a Cloudy Falls sect and handed it to her. She took a small booklet from her pocket and handed it to me in exchange. Opening it to the first page, I realized that it was a map of the Celestial Jade Empire. I thanked the elder. She replied with a curt nod, stowing my token and standing to the side. With a final nod to Wang Ren, I stepped through the gates of the sect and began my journey into the world below. At the base of the mountain that housed the sect, there was a sprawling forest. If Zhao Dan had woken up on time, one of the sect's elders would have flown him to Three River City, but instead, I had to walk. It was better this way, experiencing the world with my own eyes, feeling the bark of the trees with my own hands. That was far better than relying on Zhao Dan's jumbled memories. The trees closest to the sect were huge, towering dozens of meters into the sky, with enormous verdant canopies. The forest floor was littered with flowers and fungi of all kinds, and I even spotted a few curious animals watching from the branches as I walked down the path. For half an hour I wandered, admiring the natural beauty of the Celestial Jade Empire. More than once I stopped and gasped, entranced by magnificent flowers, odd fungi, or unfamiliar beasts. In those 30 minutes, I saw more species of plants, mushrooms, and moss than I believed could exist. I brushed my fingers against the petals of a gorgeous lilac flower, sighing in contentment, when a blood-curdling scream tore through the forest. Without a second thought, I rushed towards the sound, leaving the path and going deeper into the trees. The scream had been high-pitched, likely belonging to a woman or a child. My breath caught when I burst into a clearing and caught sight of a young girl, 13 or 14, lying on the ground and clutching a wounded leg. A huge wolf, almost my height, with midnight black fur and razor-sharp fangs that dripped saliva onto the mossy ground, loomed over her. Its eyes flickered in my direction for a moment, and my arrival seemed to force its hand. With fangs bared, it snarled at the pair of us, a deep guttural sound that raised the hairs on the back of my neck. Then it crouched low, readying itself to pounce. Chapter 2. I recognized the creature from Zhao Dan's memories, a midnight direwolf. This was a low-level spirit beast that was commonly found in the nearby forests. Zhao Dan was poor, so he had no weapons, but he at least had his meager cultivation of 5-star body tempering. I moved without thinking, rushing at the beast as it jumped on the girl. All the muscles in my right arm tensed in one instant. I crossed the distance of a few meters with 2 striding steps, arriving between the girl and the wolf,
Smashing down my fist, I caught the beast on its jaw. Caught in the momentum of its charge, it couldn't dodge my punch. Despite the beast being almost as big as me, it went flying. A crack rang through the clearing as it slammed into a tree and crumpled. Spirit beasts were stronger than cultivators at the same star, but midnight dire wolves were most commonly in the 2nd to 3rd star of body tempering. It had no chance. Freezing, I stared at my bloody fist. I wasn't a stranger to violence, but being the perpetrator was a new feeling. My body had moved on instinct. A low growl came from the direction of the beast. Turning to it, I saw the wolf was still clinging to life by a thread. This was fate. Something deep within me urged me onward, clamoring for blood. I believed I had rid myself of Zhao Dan's lingering will, but it seemed I was mistaken. Perhaps it would help me acclimate to this world if I experienced the act of killing. Better a spirit beast than another person. Striding toward the helpless wolf, I raised my fist to deliver the finishing blow. But as I moved to end its life, I stopped at the last moment before my fist struck its head. I wasn't a killer. Zhao Dan's old instincts, the desire of a cultivator to crush everything in their path to advance, had taken the wheel mid-fight. I'd almost done something I would regret. This wolf was only following its own instincts, hunting to survive. I wasn't sorry for defending the girl and wounding it, but whether it survived now was up to fate. I stood up and unclenched my fist, walking over to the girl. Bending down, I reached out to place a hand on the girl's head to comfort her. She whimpered, still clutching her leg. "Can I have a look?" I asked, moving towards her leg. While I wasn't well versed in any healing techniques, I wasn't sure they even existed, browsing Zhao Dan's memories. I knew how to treat mortal wounds. The girl nodded, but her hands were still clinging to her bleeding calf. The fear of the wolf lingered in her mind, and she was trembling even after I'd beaten it down. "Hey, don't worry. It can barely move. It won't hurt you anymore," I comforted as I gently lifted her hand from the wound. "What's your name?" I winced internally, but my face remained calm and still as I inspected the savage cut. It seemed the wolf had torn out chunks of her flesh as it chased her to the clearing.
Xiao,
she mumbled, covering her mouth.
Xiao Kui.
"It's nice to meet you, little Kui. I'm going to treat your leg, okay? Take some deep breaths and relax. You'll be fine," I reassured her. First, I needed to stem the bleeding. I should have cleaned the wound, but that was difficult in the middle of a forest. Tearing off a strip of my robe, I used it to dab away the dirt. Uncaring for my clothes, I ripped off another piece and wrapped it around the cut. She winced as I pulled the bandage tight, but I needed to be sure she would make it to the nearest town so I could treat her properly. Luckily, the wolf had missed her veins and arteries, and while she would need time to recover, there was nothing permanently damaged. Or was there? As I tied off the bandage, I observed to make sure it didn't leak. Thankfully, I was wearing a black robe Zhao Dan owned rather than the white robes of the sect. It would have been a shame to ruin them. Even through the dark material, I saw red specks appear. Wait, how could there be red stains on black cloth? Confused, I peered closer, and my eyes widened in surprise. Flickering sparks of red energy popped up every few seconds inside Xiao Kui's leg, pooling into a swirl of red. As I watched, I felt something inside me resonate with the sparks, and my chest started to tingle. I recognized this phenomenon. It was the same when Wang Ren had healed that girl's arm back in the Cloudy Falls sect, except that his chi had been blue, and this energy was red. Xiao Kui was a mortal who hadn't cultivated a day in her life. Even I didn't possess a speck of chi, so how could she? This had to be something else. Oh! The Elder had taken my copy of the sect's 3 Peaks 6 Falls art, the basic cultivation method given to all disciples. But I remembered enough to figure out what this was. In the body tempering realm, cultivators used their blood essence to refine their bodies and prepare them to accept spiritual energy. Blood essence was something all mortals possessed, even if they had no talent for cultivation. Before, I believed that perhaps transmigrating had given me the ability to sense chi early. Now, I was starting to suspect that was only the surface. If I could also see blood essence, perhaps I would be able to sense other types of energy too. I had read in a few novels that transmigrators were often able to sense things like chi and blood better than natives of their new world because their senses were experiencing these energies for the first time.
Was that what was going on here? While that thought was exciting, it wasn't helpful. However, being able to see Zhao Kui's blood essence healing her leg was extremely useful to me. The tingling in my chest had intensified, becoming a hot itch. Turning my gaze inward, I saw an erratic cloud of red sparks whizzing about my body. Unlike Zhao Kui's well-behaved blood essence, mine seemed like an angry mob. With a grunt, I tried to suppress the raging sparks. They resisted, refusing to obey my will. Was this the effect of taking over Zhao Dan's body, or simply a lack of talent? Eventually, I managed to quell the fiery itch, but my blood essence refused to settle. Curious, I moved my hand towards Zhao Kui's wounded leg. As soon as I did that, a searing flame shot down my arm, a torrid stream of energy clamoring for escape. I yanked my hand back and coughed as the unruly essence raged inside me. Wang Ren had told me that Qi was vitality itself, a force of healing when applied to wounds. Would blood essence work in a similar manner? I didn't think cultivators in this world could sense blood essence the way they sensed Qi. None of the memories I had suggested otherwise. I smirked a little, happy that I had at least one unique talent. While I was grateful to Zhao Dan for his body, it was far from an optimal specimen. Just enough spirit roots to cultivate, low talent, and not a whiff of a unique physique. Nevertheless, I had always been determined and hardworking. I wanted to figure this out, but I didn't want to risk hurting Zhao Kui if my theory was wrong. Luckily, I had the perfect test subject lying half dead on the edge of the clearing. I stopped the bleeding for now. Just give me a moment, I assured her as I walked over to the wolf. She seemed nervous after I left her side, but there wasn't much more I could say or do to comfort her. The ragged breaths of the wolf greeted me as I approached. Blood pooled on the mossy ground, leaking from its mouth. I didn't think I'd punched it that hard, but I guess a 2-star difference in cultivation was hard to overcome. I crouched down, staying on the balls of my feet in case it decided to lash out. It had a hateful glare in its eyes and feebly swiped at me with its claws. Swatting the pathetic attempt away, I clamped one hand over its jaw, sealing it shut, while placing the other against its chest. As soon as my hand touched the black fur, I felt my blood essence vibrating faster than ever. The itch was unbearable, so instead of holding it back, I simply let go. However, nothing happened. My blood essence simply continued rampaging around my fist, despite my finger contacting the injured wolf. I guess it was silly to expect to be able to copy Wang Ren's feat of Qi healing after a single observation. And I didn't even possess a drop of Qi yet. But that didn't dissuade me. What if there were a way to adapt the technique for my use? All these cultivators were battle maniacs, leaving fields of corpses in their wake as they advanced. I hated the idea of following in their footsteps, betraying allies and slaughtering the innocents just to take a single step forward. What if there was another way? Thinking back to that morning, I remembered my conversation with Wang Ren, where I learnt about Qi oaths. He said there were rumors that certain powerful cultivators had traded some of their freedom for power. What if I could make a trade with the heavens? A trade that gave up some of my martial talents in exchange for healing techniques. Arts, a physique, knowledge? I would be satisfied with anything that might let me heal the wolf, and then Zhao Kui. My shoddy attempt at fixing her leg might let us return to her village, but it wouldn't last long. If nothing was done, it might get infected, or simply heal badly and leave her with a permanent injury. Clenching my fists, I knew what had to be done. I wasn't even sure it would work, if the heavens would listen to my plea. But I had to try. Standing up from the dying spirit wolf, I took a step back and raised my gaze to the sky. I was sure the heavens would hear my words whether or not I stared upwards, but it felt like the right thing to do. I still had a hard time accepting the heavens as an actual entity, something with quasi-sentience. On Earth, they were just a pretty backdrop to life, scienced down from something mystical to a few thin layers of gas and the universe beyond. Even so, I closed my eyes and tried to find the right words to make my request. I wasn't sure what exactly I was giving up or what I might receive in return, only vague ideas. For a while, I stood there in silence, considering my future in this world and what I hoped to achieve. I knew that despite my aversion to casual cruelty and wanton violence, I wouldn't be able to avoid it entirely. Sometimes it was necessary to raise one's fists to defend the innocent,
Healing the wounds of this world required an iron will and a sturdy heart. The Hippocratic Oath was lacking, but I took some inspiration from it, knowing the words I spoke weren't perfect, but good enough. Heavens, I'm not sure if there's a proper way to make an oath, and I don't care to put on airs. I'm just here to make a request. I don't need to cut down thousands of foes or clamber over the battered bodies of my fellow humans to advance my own power. All I need is the strength to heal those who need it, the power to defend the innocent from cruelty and evil, and the means to become the greatest doctor this world has ever seen, I declared, every word pouring from my mouth filled with my determination. Silence fell over the clearing. I felt like an idiot, and my cheeks flushed red. Standing there, shouting at the sky, I was sure that Xiao Kui thought me crazy. My oath had failed. The wolf would die from its wounds, and little Kui would live life as a cripple. Perhaps I would become a doctor in the future, but by then, it would be too late. I'd already lived one life full of mistakes. I didn't want to do the same thing now that I'd been granted a second chance. All of a sudden, I heard a deep rumbling, like the banging of 1,000 war drums. The world flashed white. Then I heard a deafening clap of thunder. 1,000,000 spears of ice dug into my skin and tore through my body. That was the last thing I felt before I passed out.
Hello? Are you alive? Wake up, damn it. Oh, your eye moved. What in the heaven's name was that?
Cried Xiao Kui, shaking my body and sending waves of burning agony through every muscle. It felt as though I'd been kneaded by a veteran baker and then baked for a year. Opening my eyes, a spike of pain dug into my head as the light blinded me. When I'd finally recovered enough to sit up, I looked down at my body and gasped. It was in perfect condition. No, more than that, it was better than perfect. My skin was smooth, and even my tattered robes had been mended. They were now white like jade, with emerald green details running along the trim. For a moment, I had forgotten who, what, and where I was. Everything came rushing back as I looked into Xiao Kui's eyes. The oath! There was only one explanation for what had happened to me. But other than fresh robes and smooth skin, nothing felt different from before. Oh, fuck. The moment I turned my gaze inwards, focusing on my body, I realized what had happened. My spirit roots, as few as they were, had shattered. Damn heavens, this wasn't what I asked for. I didn't want to be a bloodthirsty battle maniac, but making me a cripple? Too far. However, that wasn't quite right either. Despite my broken spirit roots, I realized my cultivation remained unchanged. I was still at the 5th star of the body tempering realm. Flexing and unflexing my biceps, then clenching and unclenching my fist, I tried to find any difference in my body since making the oath. I couldn't find one. But that didn't mean nothing had changed. There was one thing I had to try. The heavens had taken something valuable from me. Surely they would have given me something in return. Don't worry about me, little Kui. I'm absolutely fine, I told her, waving away her hands as she fussed over me. Give me a moment. Turning to the wolf, I saw it was on death's door. It had a minute at most before it took its final breath. There was still time. As I bent over the wolf's body, it whined weakly and tried to raise a paw, but it didn't have the strength. I felt my blood essence stir as I drew closer. It wasn't as aggressive as before, but I could still feel its excitement. My fist surged with power as I extended 2 fingers, touching them to the wolf's chest. Blood essence flowed into the wolf's body like a raging river. At first I was happy, relieved of the painful itch. Then I was on the ground, and lights danced in my eyes. For a moment the world was fuzzy, and I could hear a ringing in my ears. The burning pain returned, 2 sharp points in my forearm. I jumped to my feet, ripping my arm out of the wolf's mouth. What on earth? Seconds earlier it had been knocking on death's door, but now it had the strength to bounce around and snarl at me like a murderous chihuahua. 2 thin streams of blood trickled from the holes in my arm where it had bitten me. Ungrateful mutt? That's no way to thank me for saving your life, I cursed. No good deed goes unpunished, as they say. But despite the throbbing bite, I couldn't stop myself from smiling. The oath had worked. I had paid a heavy price, but it seemed like I'd been granted something equally valuable. I wasn't yet in the chi-gathering realm,
but I'd still managed to replicate the healing technique. And that wasn't all. I felt my blood essence stirring within me. It had multiplied, and my cultivation had somehow advanced, even though my spirit roots were shattered. According to everything Zhao Dan knew about cultivation, it should have been impossible. And yet, I couldn't deny the reality of my situation. I had a dozen variations I wanted to test. I needed to experiment, to figure out what else I could do after taking this chi oath. But my questions could wait. Right now, I needed to beat some sense into this damn dog. For the second time. Glaring at the spirit beast, I took a step forward. My leg moved like lightning, striking at the wolf's torso. I felt a crunch as my foot snapped a rib. What a waste of my blood essence. Well, not quite. I knew the healing technique worked now, so I could try it on Xiao Kui. Why was the beast so insistent on throwing its life away? Couldn't it tell that I was far stronger than it? Then again, finding a meal was difficult in the wild. Perhaps Xiao Kui and I were the first prey it had found in days. Even though it was an annoying bastard, I still had little desire to end its life. Look, I don't know if you can understand me, but if you keep this up, I will be forced to do something I really don't want to, I warned him. I blinked. The wolf pounced at me. My fist moved instinctively, a killing blow aimed at its neck. And missed. I felt a sting as the wolf's claws sliced through my biceps. Xiao Kui screamed, and I saw the wolf turn and ignore me in favor of the easy prey. For a brief moment, I was frozen in shock, barely registering the pain. Nothing had gone wrong, so why did my attack miss the mark? Focusing on my body, the problem was immediately clear. My laughter rang through the clearing as I wiped tears from my eyes. For 2 years, Zhao Dan had been stuck at the bottom of 5-star body tempering. This body was so used to moving with that level of strength that any minor change meant a loss of balance. Healing the wolf had skyrocketed my cultivation close to the peak of the 5th star. With the extra speed and strength I'd gained, I couldn't move in quite the same way. I also suspected that my lightheadedness played a part. In my eagerness to test my newfound ability, I had let loose and used up all my blood essence. My speed was even greater than before, and I kicked off the ground, standing between Xiao Kui and the wolf. I glared menacingly towards it, daring it to take another step. This time, it seemed to take the hint, and it backed up while growling and baring its fangs at me. Once it reached the edge of the clearing, it vanished, sprinting through the forest. Strangely, I was grateful to that wolf. Even though it had torn up my new robes and bloodied my fists, I had learned something important and had the chance to test a new technique, one that I could now use to heal Xiao Kui. I turned to the shaking girl and bent down. "Hey, didn't I tell you it would be fine? Why'd you go and scare the little puppy away with your screaming?" I teased her. Xiao Kui giggled, then winced when she shifted onto her injured leg. Grabbing her shoulders, I lifted her and placed her against one of the trees. The gnarled bark wasn't much comfort, but it was far better than lying on the ground. When she saw me untying the bandage, her eyes widened, and she grabbed my hands to stop me.
"What are you doing?"
she demanded, voice quivering. "Relax, little Kui. I figured out a technique back there, so I want to try and heal your wound properly. That way I won't need to carry you back home," I answered with a smile. That seemed to ease the tension. I wasn't used to this world of immortals, spirit beasts, and violence, but I knew how to keep my patients smiling, even as I cut them open or snapped their bones. This time, I only needed to pump some of my essence inside her. How hard could it be to stop myself from letting it all explode out in one burst? As it turned out, it was really hard. The moment my arm came close to her leg, I felt the hot rush of my blood essence surging towards her. The wolf healed enough to attack me, but there was no guarantee I hadn't left behind internal wounds with my hasty actions. When it came to my first human patient, I wanted to take extra care and get my technique right. I needed to observe my own cultivation at the same time to see what exactly was making it surge upwards. Eventually, I tamed the raging essence so that only a few sparks reached the tip of my finger. I pressed my fingertip against the wound, and the spark raced toward Xiao Kui's swirling blood essence. A spike of pain dug into my head. It felt like I was splitting my brain in two by restraining my essence while focusing on the wound. The sparks joined the swirling mass inside her leg. Her blood essence had been gathering in the wound for a while. Every now and then, a few sparks would break off from the swirl and float towards her skin. When that happened, I noticed that the bleeding slowed, and the wound shrank by a tiny margin. This was the natural healing process of a human in this world. Fascinated, I almost missed what happened when my own blood essence joined Xiaoqi's. I saw a flash of red as the first spark touched the swirling mass. When her own essence joined the swirl, it simply grew a little larger, but mine had a completely different effect. The swirl condensed, shrinking in size but starting to spin faster. The effect was greater as more of my blood essence entered the wound. She cried out in pain, breaking my concentration. Realizing I had been pushing too much of my blood essence into her, I forced the agitated sparks to remain inside my arm. Just as too much medicine was poison, it seemed there was a limit to the beneficial impact of using my blood essence like this. Sorry, I got a little excited, I apologized. The healing should be over soon, little Kui. She nodded with a grimace, clenching her jaw. Unlike cultivators who could shrug off such a minor wound, mortals were quite fragile. The swirl reached a limit. It was tiny now, about the size of my fingertip. However, it was spinning so fast that following it made me dizzy. And that wasn't the only change. Before, the swirl released the healing sparks every 10 seconds or so. Now, they were being blasted at the wound multiple times each second, like some kind of healing machine gun. The 3 claw wounds on her leg were now closing at a visible rate. This was fascinating to me, who had never witnessed such miraculous healing techniques. Soon, the blood was gone, and her leg was smooth and shiny like nothing had ever happened. But it wasn't finished yet. Spinning faster and faster, the condensed swirl reached a breaking point and exploded into countless red sparks. Xiaoqi didn't react, so I had to assume she didn't feel this. After that, the seemingly endless sparks of blood essence rushed toward the point where my finger was touching her leg. I gasped as the torrent of energy surged into me. It rushed up my arm and into my chest before diffusing across my entire body. If I wasn't mistaken, the quantity of blood essence that entered my body was around 50% greater than the quantity I injected into her wound. Satisfied with my discovery and the success of the healing technique, I prepared to lift Xiaoqi to her feet. At that moment, a wave of heat burst from my core, and I cried out in pain as my muscles, tendons, and skin were torn apart. Chapter 3. Nothing could have prepared me for the agonizing pain that I felt. What the hell was going on? Was this the backlash for spending too much blood essence? Or a side effect of brute forcing a technique meant for those at the chi-gathering realm? The pain of my body ripping itself apart was just the beginning. When patients are healing from severe wounds, they often report extreme agony from the affected area even after they've been treated. The healing process can be more painful than the original injury. What followed my body being torn to pieces was a full reconstruction. From my toes to my scalp, iron-like bones reforged from dust, tendons like bowstrings snapped into place, and densely packed muscle twisted together. As this happened, I was barely able to maintain consciousness. My mind went blank, and I couldn't form a single thought. Slowly, I felt the pain receding. Focusing inwards, I saw that as the transformation ended, the red sparks of my blood essence exploded out from my core and raced around my body. Wherever they went was rejuvenated, and I felt a sensation of extreme relief. My ordeal was over. Now that I was more coherent, I was able to figure out what had happened. I had broken through to 6-star body tempering. Letting out a chuckle, I turned my gaze toward the heavens. This world was truly unfair. Zhao Dan had struggled for 3 years without making a single iota of progress in his cultivation. Yet I managed to break through a single day after my transmigration. However, something was strange about this breakthrough. Looking through my memories, none of his previous breakthroughs had been so severe. They had been similar, as the body tempering realm involved the destruction and reformation of one's body, but nowhere near as intense. There were 2 possible answers. The first was that my strange blood essence had played a part in the agonizing breakthrough. Zhao Dan had never been able to sense his own blood essence with such precision, and it had never behaved in the way mine did. It wasn't a bad thing that my breakthrough was more intense than before. The greater level of agony had paved the way for a sturdier foundation. I knew I would be tougher than other cultivators at the same star as me. But there was also the possibility that none of that was true. This led to the second possibility, my use of my blood essence to heal Xiaoqi and the wolf. After each use of the technique, the quantity of my blood essence skyrocketed. There were no free meals in this world. Any powerful technique should have an equally potent drawback. Perhaps my rapid advancement came with a price. Every breakthrough made using this method would be many times more brutal than the last. The only way to discover which answer was right was to test each theory. Whatever the oath had granted me, I knew I was only scratching the surface. Giving up my spirit roots was a phenomenal sacrifice. Even as stingy as the heavens seemed to be, given how few cultivators there were compared to mortals, it couldn't have given me a single measly technique in exchange. Coincidentally, I had already decided to become a doctor once more. At first, I had wondered how I could acquire healing arts or techniques in this battle-obsessed world. The idea of creating my own from the ground up based on my knowledge and experience crossed my mind a couple of times. However, that would be a monumental task. From what I had managed to find out, creating a new technique from scratch was typically something only core-forging ancestors could accomplish. Reaching such a level was more of a dream than a real ambition for the previous Zhao Dan. I doubted I would reach such heights. My temperament didn't suit this brutal world. However, now that I'd discovered my own unique method of advancing, there was a sliver of a chance that I might make it there one day. For now, I needed to take some time to stabilize my new cultivation and plan my next steps. The journey back to Xiaoqui's home was a perfect opportunity to do so. Even though I wasn't exactly sure what my future might hold, I knew I would face it with my head held high. I made my oath, and I would do my best to stick to it while figuring out the powers it had granted me. Turning towards the young girl, I saw that her face was pale, and she stared at me with horror. At first, I was confused and looked around the clearing, thinking she'd seen another spirit beast. However, we were alone in this part of the forest. Then it hit me. She'd just been witness to my body tearing apart from the inside and then rebuilding itself. For cultivators, such sights were still gory, but they were part of their daily lives. To a mortal, such a scene must have left a sickening impact. Don't worry, little Kui. While that may have looked vicious, it was a good thing for me. I've reached a new level in my cultivation, I assured her. Unfortunately, my words had little effect. Knowing there was no instant fix for the minor trauma, I simply lifted her onto my back and started to run through the forest. Where do you live? I asked. She yelped as I swept her off her feet and struggled for a moment, but then her eyes seemed to glaze over and she went still. I wasn't happy that a girl I'd saved viewed me with such fear, but perhaps I would need to get used to it. Mortals and cultivators existed in different worlds. What seemed as natural as breathing to us was a world-shaking experience to them. Eventually, she seemed to register my question.
I live with my parents in Nine Patty Valley. It's near Three River City,
she mumbled.
I can show you the way when we get close to the city.
I nodded and increased my speed, kicking at the ground until the passing trees became a blur. I'd wanted to explore the forest a little more on my way to Three River City, but getting Xiaoqui home safe was my priority. While we walked through the forest, I noted Xiaoqui muttering to herself every now and then, but she didn't muster up the courage to speak loud enough that I could understand it. That suited me just fine. I had a lot to think about. I knew that I wanted to continue being a doctor, or whatever equivalent this world had, but this was the first time I'd healed someone without relying on years of study and modern technology. The sheer thrill of fixing an injury with nothing but the power contained within my body was unmatched. Even completing a 12-hour surgery had never felt so vivid. Perhaps it was because the achievement was accompanied by the surge in my cultivation, the addictive growth that all cultivators in this world chased endlessly. Suddenly, the trees seemed to vanish as glittering evening sunbeams danced through the empty air. I gazed out across the endless, lush plains and rolling hills that lay around the Cloudy Falls sect. The breathtaking view cleared away all worries and let me walk in unbothered peace for a little while. Frowning, I looked at the beautiful sunset. The map given to me by the elder at the gate severely understated the distance between the Cloudy Falls sect and Three River City. Even with my increased speed after the breakthrough, we'd only covered half the distance to the city since leaving the forest behind. Traveling at night was too dangerous. Spirit beasts grew more restless in the dark. I would have preferred to set up camp and wait until morning to continue our journey, but Zhao Dan hadn't owned a tent. Xiaoqui was lying on the side of the road, half asleep. Shaking her awake gently, I asked, "Do you know if there are any inns along the road to your village? We can't travel in the dark." It took her a second to fully wake up. Her eyes went wide when she saw me, and she jumped back a little. I sighed. This mental trauma of hers was going to be a problem. "I really won't hurt you. Do you think I would have bothered healing your leg if I had bad intentions? I asked, shaking my head. Xiaokui locked onto my eyes for a few seconds, then seemed to come to a realization. Getting onto her knees, she bowed until her head touched the dirt path.
Thank you for saving my life, honored cultivator, she declared. Your body, it was so scary.
This was good progress. There was no need for such an over-the-top thanks, but I knew the customs of this world were ingrained in her mind. It was no problem, I replied with a wave of my hand. And truly, I am fine. This process is normal for us cultivators. She didn't need to know my little lie. While some pain was necessary for a breakthrough in the body-tempering realm, what I had experienced was far from normal. So, about the inn, I said, looking at her with expectation.
Yes, there is one, but I'm not sure we will make it there before nightfall.
She sighed, looking back at the forest with fear. We don't have another option, I replied, holding my hand out for her. Taking it, I lifted her to her feet and then onto my back once more. Xiaokui told me the inn was only a little further, but she'd fallen asleep since then. Even with my cultivation, I was beginning to grow tired. Running at full speed for a whole day had taken its toll. At that moment, I reached the top of the small hill we were climbing. Looking across the valley, I smiled. The inn was a little further along from the base of the hill. Darkness had taken hold of the world, but there was a half moon tonight and the sky was clear. Pale light illuminated the valley. I stood still, admiring the natural beauty of this place. However, I didn't dawdle for too long. There was still the danger of running into more dangerous spirit beasts now that night had fallen. We soon reached the inn. I half expected to be ambushed by spirit beasts along the way, but an eerie silence was all that followed us on our journey. With a final glance, I turned from the path. The inn was 2 floors tall and made of sturdy wood. 2 lanterns hung from the front wall, lighting up the surrounding area in an orange glow. I could see a stable nearby and a few horses sleeping soundly. Everything seemed in order, so I was happy to spend the night. Even if it was a little dodgy, we wouldn't have another choice. I didn't bother to wake Xiaokui, simply stepping into the reception area and greeting the owner with a nod. "Evening, owner. How much for a night's stay and a hot meal?" The wrinkled old man held up 3 fingers without looking from his book.
3 coppers each for the night, including dinner. My granddaughter will bring it to your rooms,
he said without hesitation.
4 each if you want breakfast.
He turned the page. Some guests might have taken offense at his casual manner, but I liked people who got straight to business. Reaching into my coin purse, I realized I had a problem. Stepping up to the counter, I placed a gold coin on the desk and coughed once to get the old man's attention. "Would you have change for a gold coin by any chance?" I asked. For the first time since I entered the inn, the man lifted his head from his book. He slammed it shut and jumped to his feet. When he saw the glint of gold, his eyes widened in shock. He reached out a hand to grab the coin before pulling it back. He offered me a shallow bow.
"Surely you jest, honored customer," he said with a cough. "This is the first time I've seen a gold coin in my life. How could I possibly have that much money on me?"
This was the problem with cultivators. They were so wrapped up in the bubble of chasing the heavens that they forgot little things like this. Couldn't Zhao Dan have had at least a few silver coins lying around? Silver coins were worth 10 coppers, while gold coins were worth 100 silvers. If I had a silver coin, the old man would have had change for me. I wasn't attached to money, but I wasn't sure how far my small fortune would take me now that I no longer had the support of a sect. There was a cry from behind, and something slammed into the back of my head, but it was far from hard enough to hurt me. Xiaokui slipped from my back, and I turned to catch her arm just in time. A red mark on her forehead was swelling rapidly. I stifled a laugh, realizing she'd headbutted me as she awoke. "Careful. At this rate, you'll be needing healing once a day," I chuckled. Her face went bright red, and she mumbled an apology. Turning back to the owner, I tried to figure out a solution. Taking back my gold coin, I saw a flash of greed in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. Anyone who openly carried gold was either a cultivator or a mortal lord. An elderly man had no hopes of stealing their money without losing his life. To my surprise, Xiaokui stepped up to the desk and took out a silver coin, handing it to the owner without blinking. When he took out 2 coppers to hand back to her, she waved a hand and said,
"Keep it. Just make sure my bed is extra comfy and my dinner is extra tasty.
I wasn't sure of the value of mortal money in this world. I could make a guess based on the prices of the inn, but that didn't give me an idea about the average income. Nor did it tell me whether it was normal for a village girl to casually toss silver coins around. Frankly, I didn't care. Looking at it this way, I had saved Xiaoqui's life and was escorting her back to her village. In the first place, a little girl wandering this far from home was asking for trouble. If this was her way of repaying that life debt, then I wouldn't do something insensitive like try to pay her back. That could be seen as an insult to her kindness. A young girl around Xiaoqui's age came from the back when the old man rang a bell. She was plain but pretty, with brown hair and brown eyes. With a smile, she showed us to her rooms on the top floor. The old man must have said something to his granddaughter because the beds were far bigger than even Zhao Dan's back in the sect. After showing us to the rooms, she told us she would be back soon with our dinner. Xiaoqui leapt onto her bed and giggled as she sank into the soft bedding. After rolling a few times and hugging the pillow a few times, she gave me an embarrassed look. I continued to stand in the doorway. After an awkward few seconds of silence, she coughed.
Savior,
she muttered. Then her eyes went wide.
I never asked for your name.
Covering her face with her hands, she buried herself under the blankets. I couldn't help but laugh at her antics. I remembered being that young. Every little misstep felt like the end of the world. Embarrassment was worse than death for a teenager. My name is Zhao Dan, I replied. She hadn't asked outright, but I assumed she wished to know.
Zhao Dan,
she repeated, chewing on the syllables.
Thank you again for saving my life, Cultivator Zhao. I don't mean to be rude, but if you could give me some privacy?
She glanced toward the bathtub. I swallowed as I realized I'd just been standing there staring at her for a few minutes. With a cough, I shut the door and retreated to my own room. Looking in the mirror, I sighed. Gone was the muscular, tan, scarred body that used to greet me. It wasn't all bad. Zhao Dan, for all his flaws, had been handsome even by the standard of cultivators. I was a little paler than I liked, but there was a certain charm to it. Had being in this youthful body influenced me? Because my mind hadn't changed much, I hadn't really processed that I was now 2 decades younger. Then again, something like age was less of a pressure in this world. Every time one's cultivation increased, so did their lifespan. The supreme ancestor of the Cloudy Falls sect was rumored to have lived for over 1,000 years. Even as a 6-star body tempering practitioner, I would live almost 150 years. And that wasn't all. Cultivators age slower than mortals, so I could expect to retain my youth and strength for the better part of my lifespan. I wanted to become a doctor again, but much of my knowledge, how to treat diseases, gunshot wounds, and heavy burns, was useless here. Then again, there was no reason I only had to heal cultivators. Mortals were everywhere. If I were going to walk a path that few others had tread before me, starting from the bottom seemed like a good idea. A knock at my door interrupted my thoughts. Opening it, I was greeted by the smiling girl from earlier, carrying a steaming bowl of meat, rice, and vegetables. She seemed flustered as she delivered the food, blushing as she passed it over and then running away in a hurry. Perhaps being a handsome youth wouldn't be so bad after all. After taking a bite of the meat, I moaned in appreciation. This was the first meal I'd had since leaving the sect, and I sorely needed it. Tender and juicy, the spiced meat melted in my mouth. Crunchy stir-fried vegetables and rice complemented it perfectly. The food vanished in less than a minute. Placing the dirty bowl and chopsticks on the table, I considered asking for seconds, but decided against it. After bathing in the simple wooden tub, I changed out of my dirty clothes. Using the leftover water, I scrubbed them clean and hung them out to dry. Lying down on the bed, I realized why Xiaoqui had been so excited. It was luxuriously soft. The moment my head touched the pillow, I grew drowsy, and soon I fell fast asleep. Sipping tea, I watched Xiaoqui enthusiastically sample the various fruits and pastries prepared for breakfast. I wasn't hungry, so I just had a single apple before letting her go wild. A loud crash broke the tranquility of my tea drinking. Frowning, I turned to the source of the disturbance. A group of 4 muscular brutes sat across the room. They were shouting and jeering as they ate, throwing food everywhere and spilling their drinks, which were alcoholic, at breakfast. Given the swords and spears they carried, I guess they were mercenaries, or bandits. Ignoring the fuss, I returned to sipping my tea and considering my future. I wasn't sure I was ready to go straight to Three River City. Perhaps after dropping Shaoqui home, I would wander the nearby wilderness and see what I found. Testing my new techniques on spirit beasts seemed like an effective way to quickly figure out its limits. And there was the added benefit of improving my cultivation, though I would need to work out if the rapid progress resulted in instability before rushing into things. A wooden cup flew across the room and hit my teacup, shattering it. Hot tea spilt across my lap, and the shards of porcelain ruined little Qui's breakfast. I stared at the broken handle between my fingers with a deep frown. With a sigh, I stood up from my chair and brushed the shards from my robe. The tea hadn't burnt me, my skin was too tough, but I couldn't forgive them for ruining Shaoqui's breakfast. She'd paid for it with her silver coin, after all. I walked over to the table of brutes after picking up the cup they'd thrown. I placed it down on the table, not slamming it, but hard enough that they suddenly stopped their jeering and stared at me. "I believe this belongs to you, fellow customers," I coldly announced. "Now, I understand that accidents can happen to anyone. The polite thing to do when you make a mistake is apologize, and in this case, I think you should buy my companion a fresh breakfast." I kept my expression neutral. The owner's granddaughter hurried over and bowed.
"Honored guest, don't worry. I will bring her more pastries free of charge,"
she said, rushing to grab a brush and clean up the mess. I wasn't happy about letting them off, but getting into a fight right now would be a mistake. For one, we'd end up trashing the inn. I'd feel bad for the old grandpa and his kind granddaughter. Second, I sensed that the leader of this group was a 6-star body-tempering cultivator like me. With his underlings backing him up, I might not emerge victorious if we went all out. I sat down at my table and picked up the fresh cup of tea. Taking a sip, I almost shattered the cup myself when the man let out a booming laugh and yelled. "Ha! Making demands is the right of the strong. How can you be so arrogant while so weak?" I really wanted to punch him. However, I believed I had a decent level of self-control. Words were just that, words. The man could say what he liked. It didn't bother me. Annoying bastards like this were everywhere, all bark and no bite. Shaoqui grinned as a fresh platter of pastries and fruit was placed in front of her, and she dug in with gusto. I heard a few more shouts from the other table, but chose to ignore them. Then I saw the 4 men get up to leave. Thankfully, we would get to enjoy the rest of our meal in peace. However, as they walked past our table, I felt a hand clasping my shoulder as the leader walked behind Shaoqui. He grabbed her chin and lifted it to face him. "Such a pretty girl doesn't belong with such a coward. From today onward, you'll be my companion. Let me show you how a real man does things," he declared with a booming laugh. While he did that, I clenched my fist. This had gone far enough. I'd been content to let them leave even when they'd insulted me. But the moment they threatened little Qui, they'd sealed their fate. I was about to stand up when I felt a cold blade pressed against my throat. Chapter 4. There was one thing these guys were mistaken about. They called me a coward because I didn't immediately threaten them for ruining our breakfast. But I wasn't a coward. I didn't avoid fights because I was scared I would lose. I avoided them because I knew what it took to win. Apart from their leader, none of them could match me in strength. However, even a 4-star cultivator could kill me with a knife against my throat. This was a tricky situation, and I needed to step carefully. If it were just my life at risk, I would have turned to violence in a heartbeat. Thugs who threatened little girls deserved none of my compassion. However, the lead bandit had Shaoqui's life in his hands right now. Luckily, his despicable lust worked in my favor. He wouldn't harm her just yet. I inhaled, letting the air fill my lungs. As soon as they were full, I exhaled sharply. In the same moment, I grabbed at the bandit's wrist. He was caught off guard, not expecting such a decisive strike. With a jerk of my arm, I snapped his wrist and the dagger fell from his hand. Catching it with my free hand, I whirled on the spot and stabbed towards where I thought his neck would be. Unfortunately, he had dropped to his knees while clutching his broken wrist. My strike went over his head. His eyes snapped open when he realized the danger he was in, and he kicked out, catching me in the shin. I felt a little burst of pain, but my body was far tougher than his. Now that he was disarmed, the threat he posed was minimal. Grabbing his head with one hand, I smacked my knee into his face. Blood splattered across the room as his nose exploded, and I stabbed the dagger into his heart. He dropped to the ground, dead. I stared at the blood rapidly leaking from his body. His eyes had glazed over. My stomach churned. I forced down the bile that leaked into my throat. He deserved to die,
but that didn't make killing him any easier. The pain wasn't harsh enough to completely stop my momentum. The other thugs stared at their dead comrade with shock in their eyes. Their leader froze and let go of Xiaokui momentarily. However, I didn't have time to wallow in my feelings. The bandits were shocked now, but they were already recovering, reaching for weapons. In that instant, I struck. I felt the stone tiles break beneath me as I kicked off the ground and shot past the table. Grabbing Xiaokui under the shoulders, I lifted her from the chair and then rushed toward the bar. Then I dumped her behind the counter as softly as I could manage. "Stay here and cover your ears. This won't take long," I said, turning back to face my opponents. There were now 3 remaining, but only the 6-star leader was a real threat. The shock had twisted into fury on their ugly faces, and the 2 weaklings charged towards me. One held a dagger like his dead friend, while the other wielded a chipped Jan. I had no weapons of my own, but against this trash, my body was more than enough. My face was a mask of cold indifference as I surged forward. My body felt a little stiff. Zhao Dan hadn't been very motivated to cultivate or exercise in the year leading up to his suicide, so the constant exertions were taking a toll. Even so, I felt amazing. The dagger wielder was the first to reach me. He was barely a 3-star body temperer, and his movements were clumsy, like a child using a blade for the first time. I sidestepped his thrust with ease and then grabbed hold of his wrist. With my other hand, I smashed against his elbow. There was a satisfying crunch as his arm bent backwards and broke. Following that, I ripped the dagger from his hands and grabbed him by the neck. His friend arrived at that moment. The bandit roared at me and raised his Jan high above his head before swinging it at me. For a 4-star, his movements were surprisingly fast, and I didn't have time to dodge. Tossing away the dagger, I raised the limp bandit in my hands to block. The other man had no time to halt his attack, and instead of striking me, he sliced off his friend's head. The bandit screamed in anguish. His eyes were burning with rage and hatred towards me, but I didn't care. These men would get no sympathy from me. Blood dripped from his blade onto the tiles. I spotted a blur of movement in the corner of my eye and ducked just as a meaty fist whirled through the air. The boss had joined the fight. This was where things got difficult. Zhao Dan only had a few basic martial techniques in his memory. A lowly outer disciple who'd been reduced to little more than a servant wasn't given the privilege of seeing the more powerful techniques of the Cloudy Falls sect. However, that wouldn't be a problem. I'd always been a doctor, but being in war zones for most of my life had forced me to practice more than one martial art. Combining my own knowledge with the body of a cultivator might bring both forms to a new level. The boss wasn't one to waste time. Instead of waiting around yelling like his incompetent subordinates, he was already throwing another punch at my face. And he was wearing vicious spiked gauntlets made of leather and iron. There were dark red spots on the metal spikes, dried blood from old foes. I stepped backwards and shifted my head to the side to escape his punch, but he quickly fired off another. I raised my left knee and smacked his forearm to parry the blow, but the moment he saw me on one leg, he grinned. He opened a fist and slapped it down onto my left shoulder. With my foot raised, I stumbled hard and almost fell to the floor. Luckily, I was able to catch my balance, but that gave him a chance to strike. A spiked fist smashed into my temple, and my vision went black. I felt something hard slam into my spine, and realized I'd been flung through a table. Struggling to my feet, I saw stars dancing in my eyes. Before I had a moment to recover, the underling was in front of me, swinging his Jan. Even with my balance thrown off, his clumsy slash wasn't difficult to avoid. Ducking low, I went under his blade and then exploded upwards, punching him right in the chin. The combined force of jumping and punching flung his body into the ceiling. His head crunched into a wooden beam, and his neck snapped sideways at an awkward angle. When his body smashed into the tiles, it stayed there. I felt a stinging pain from my shoulder and realized he'd sliced into my flesh as I'd struck. As I was rolling my shoulder, checking the damage, the boss stood up. He recovered fast and threw himself at me. His arms blurred as he threw out dozens of forceful punches. I did my best to block, parry, and dodge them, but I was slowly losing ground. I'd only recently broken through to the 6th star, while this man's cultivation was higher. He had a stable foundation, and it showed in the ease of his movements. Not only that, but the sharp spikes on his gloves punctured my skin with every blow I didn't parry or couldn't avoid. My clothes were dripping with blood, and I knew if this continued, I would surely lose. For Xiaokui's sake, I couldn't let that happen. But how was I supposed to take down a man whose life revolved around violence, who was armed with a brutal weapon and had the positioning advantage over me? I racked my brain for a solution as I continued to block his strikes. With every punch, more holes appeared in my arms. It wasn't completely one-sided. I was also damaging the bandit with each counterpunch I threw, but it wasn't enough. Suddenly, I stumbled and lost my footing. It wasn't my fault, but I'd lost so much blood that my muscles were beginning to fail. The bandit leader grinned and spat out a bloody tooth. Then he rocked his arm back and sent a devastating punch right at my face. As the metal spikes raced towards my eyes, I hurried to think of a solution. I was such an idiot. How hadn't I thought of it sooner? Too much medicine is poison. This basic mantra was as true on Earth as it was in this new world. My physical strength didn't match up to this guy, but I had a much more potent weapon at my fingertips. My hand shot out and I grabbed hold of his wrist, stopping his punch right before it hit my face. He frowned, but then let out a nasty chuckle.
There's no use resisting. I can see that you've lost your strength. Look, your arm is shaking,
he jeered, pushing against me. Even as he began to break through my hold, my hand worked to slip underneath his sleeve. It was difficult as he was wearing many layers of leather armor, but eventually, I felt something soft on the tip of my finger. Finally! A defiant grin creased my face, and the bandit paused briefly when he saw my expression. At that moment, I pulled on the blood essence in my body. The red sparks raced up my arm and blasted into the bandit's wrist. His cheeks flushed red, and the cuts and bruises on his body began to heal. His face crumpled, and I saw him struggle to figure out what was happening. Using that moment, I shot to my feet and blasted as much blood essence into his body as possible before jumping backwards. He suddenly yelled and pulled back his sleeve. Looking at his wrist, I saw that it was starting to swell. Misshapen lumps formed under his skin. The growth stopped after a few seconds, but from his clenched jaw, I knew it was painful.
What the hell did you do to me, you bastard?
He roared before charging again. It seemed the only language this man knew was violence. That was fine. I wasn't fluent, but I could hold a conversation. The situation was grim before, but with this new discovery, I had a powerful weapon to use against him. There was still plenty of blood essence gathered in my body. I'd barely had time to inject it into the bandit before he broke the connection. He threw a wild punch at my gut. Instead of blocking or dodging, I allowed him to land the blow. I tensed my abs and stepped back slightly to weaken the impact, and the moment it landed, I grabbed hold of his arm with both hands. The blood essence had been gathering in my chest, and it was going wild without an outlet. As soon as I willed it to enter the bandit's body, it exploded outward and shot through my arm. My arm burnt as so much of my energy passed through it, but I could handle a little pain if it meant securing my victory. As the essence raced into the bandit, I watched the mesmerizing red sparks. When I'd healed Xiaokui, her own blood essence had begun the process, and the addition of mine only served to accelerate it. This time, I was adding my essence to a perfectly healthy body. There was one affliction more deadly than any other back on Earth, a severe disease that had claimed millions of lives and was almost impossible to cure without severe backlash. Cancer. Put simply, cancer was the result of healthy cells mutating and multiplying to form tumors that could damage people's organs and eventually kill them. Based on that, I suspected that if I used my healing technique on someone who was already healthy, it would result in a similar outcome. My blood essence clumped together in his arm. Instead of a whirling spiral like in Xiaokui's leg, it formed a kind of spiral helix up his arm. Some sparks even shot into his chest and neck. The spiral started to spin. Slowly at first, but quickly gaining momentum. Once it was whizzing, I saw clumps of energy being fired outward. At first I could only see because of my ability to see the blood essence, but then his arm swelled. His robes and leather armor burst as his face twisted in pain, and he started to scream.
What the hell? You're a monster! What did you do to me? Ah!
I wasn't sure if my technique would be enough to kill him, even as his whole arm and shoulder became a disgusting, misshapen lump. I rushed forward and grabbed his neck in a chokehold. He struggled, clawing at my hands, but couldn't move his disfigured arms much. About 10 seconds later, his head slumped. I felt a hot surge as my blood essence returned to me, the quantity greater than before. Even using it like this caused it to multiply? In the hands of an evil man, this kind of ability would be terrifying. The world was lucky that someone like me had been gifted it. Then again, it hadn't been easy to obtain. I doubted any other cultivator would be willing to pay the same price. Letting the bandit's body drop to the ground, I took a few seconds to stabilize my energy and slightly increased cultivation. Then I walked back to the bar to check on little Kui. She was crouched down with her hands pressed firmly against her ears. She didn't notice me at first, but when my shadow passed over her, she yelled and fell on her backside. I chuckled while lifting her to her feet. "It's done," I said with a smile. "They can't hurt you anymore. Or anyone else, for that matter." Xiaokui was a little young to be immersed in death, but this world was different from Earth. I needed to get used to that. Her expression remained neutral, but I saw her kick the bandit leader's corpse a couple times. As long as she was okay, I didn't mind. I searched through the bandits' pockets, looking for any valuables or coins. I felt a little gross robbing the dead, but I was broke and they deserved it. However, it seemed these bandits had also fallen on hard times, as all I got was a few silver and copper coins. I gave them to the owner so he could pay for repairs, as the few coins weren't enough to change the state of my finances. I'd discovered another use for my new technique. A terrifying one. It wasn't something I would use often, at least I hope not. But it was comforting to know I had something deadly to use as a trump card in these kinds of situations. Already, the ramifications of being able to cause cancer made me consider other possible ways to use my technique. But that was a scary line of thought. My purpose was healing, not harm. As we left, I threw a final glance at the 4 bandits. They were the first people I'd killed in this world. That damn soldier lied to me when he said it would get easier each time. Instead of wallowing in self-loathing, I decided to just enjoy the crisp morning air and the beautiful sunshine. I stared down the dirt path at the village. Xiaokui had told me a little about her home on the way, but it was even more run down than I expected. Houses, made from rotting wood and cracked stone bricks, with disheveled straw roofs, were all over the place. Only a few seemed to have been repaired recently. Those were the larger houses, so I guessed that the wealthiest farmers in the village had occupied them. As we walked through the village, the reactions were mixed. Many people who were going about their daily business stopped to smile and wave at Xiaokui, with a couple of nosy aunties even starting to gossip about the latest goings-on in the village. I learnt that Feng Mai, the farmer's wife, had slept with the village blacksmith the other day, and Feng Bao had caught them in his bed. The 2 men had fought ferociously until the village head broke it up, and now everyone was gossiping about the affair. Xiaokui smiled and nodded along, but after we left the nosy aunties behind, she frowned.
"This place is exactly the same as I left it,"
she sighed. I could see she was having trouble being back. Looking at the events surrounding our meeting, I guessed she had probably run away from home. Many rebellious kids did the same, although most ran home again once they realized how cruel and unforgiving the world was. In this harsh land of cultivation, danger lurked around every corner. Spirit beasts, bandits, and even young masters were a few of the major threats. You could make an innocent mistake and end up paying with your life if you offended the wrong person. In Xiaokui's case, she'd adventured into the forest and almost died because of a spirit beast. We soon arrived at a house with a well-kept roof, but faded bricks and splintered wood beams. Her parents clearly put a lot of effort into maintaining it, but lacked the wealth of those other families with beautiful houses. Xiaokui knocked on the door and we waited with bated breath. A few seconds later the door swung open, and a plump woman wearing an apron smiled at us. That warm smile grew even larger and she rushed forward when she saw Xiaokui. Her mother lifted her into a tight hug. The young girl protested at first, but soon returned her mother's embrace. I smiled at the scene.
"Thank the heavens you came back in one piece,"
cried her mother, patting her body all over and kissing her forehead.
"Your father and I were worried sick, Quer. Don't you dare run away like that again."
She pulled the girl inside and moved to close the door. Suddenly, she spotted me standing to the side awkwardly. Her smile turned into a frown, and she narrowed her eyes at me.
"Who are you? Why are you loitering outside our house?"
she asked, jabbing me with the wooden spoon in her hand. Xiaokui tugged at her mother's arm.
"Mother, don't embarrass me. He saved my life from a spirit beast." "What?"
The woman's eyes widened as she turned to her daughter.
What the hell were you doing to get caught up in such a situation?
Turning to me, she bowed.
Sir, thank you for saving my daughter and bringing her home. I apologize for accusing you earlier.
I waved my hand and lifted her up. There's no need for formalities. Saving your daughter was the right thing to do. I'm sure anyone in my situation would have done the same. The woman seemed conflicted at my response, but quickly smiled again.
Come inside. I won't let my daughter's savior go without a hot meal,
she said, pulling Shankui into the house and waving for me to follow. With nothing else to do, I decided to enter. At the very least, I wanted to make sure little Kui was settled before I left. The sun was setting in the distance, and a purple hue settled over the village. I was wandering through the dirty streets and inspecting the situation. What I saw was far from ideal. Zhao Dan's room in the sect had been pretty cramped. Even that was like a palace compared to some of the houses here. Situations for mortals in the Celestial Jade Empire was awful. Searching through my memories, I realized that it was the same everywhere. All the villages and towns Zhao Dan had visited were similar. Cultivators would protect mortals from major threats like spirit beast surges or natural disasters, but beyond that, they were basically treated like livestock. I was pretty sure the only reason the cultivators even bothered with the little they did was so they could gather more talented disciples when they appeared. After all, cultivators seemed to give birth to far fewer children, so mortals were the best source of new talent. It was twisted, but this system had been in place for thousands of years, and it wouldn't change just because I didn't like it. The village was quite peaceful otherwise. I saw children with happy smiles playing in the streets. They were a little skinny, but not sickly. Men and women talked and laughed with each other, only starting to head inside now that the day was ending. I heard a cough and turned to see the door of a nearby house hanging open. Curious, I wandered inside the house. "Excuse me, is everything okay?" I asked as I entered. Walking into someone's home unannounced was bad manners. When I received no response, I frowned. Another round of coughing came from a bed in the back. Walking towards the bed, I saw a withered old woman lying under layers of blankets. She was so wrinkled and thin I could have mistaken her for a corpse. Her eyes were milky, and I don't think she even realized there was another person in the room. "Excuse me, Granny? Are you sick? Where's your family? Is no one taking care of you?" I asked, bending down and placing a hand on her forehead. Hot. She was suffering from a fever.
"Who's there?"
she cried.
"I'm just a penniless old woman with nothing valuable to steal."
Sighing, I realized her life must really be crap for this to be her first reaction. "Granny, I'm a doctor," I said. "If you'd like, I can take a look at your body and try to heal you."
"Shoo! I don't need no charlatans bothering me now. I'm already as good as dead. Even if you healed this fever, some other damn problem would kill me. I'm too old,"
she complained, weakly waving a hand to send me away. "I'm no charlatan. I'm a friend of little Kui, Xiao Kui. Do you know her? I helped her too. You can trust me," I reassured the granny, reaching out to grab her wrist. Her pulse was weak. She pulled her hand back and started coughing again. There was a jug of water in a cup on the bedside table, so I poured her a glass and tipped some into her mouth.
"Thank you, young man,"
she spluttered.
"So, you helped Xiao Kui? Good. I can tell you have a kind heart, but it's useless. I'm already at death's door. Don't waste your efforts on my old bones. Scram."
With a deep sigh, I stood up and walked out of the house, sparing one last glance at the sick old granny. She was sort of right. Even if I cured her fever, she might die soon after due to other issues. Old age was harsh. However, it still didn't sit right with me just leaving her like that. Ultimately, though, I had to respect her wishes. If I went around forcibly curing people, I would be no better than a bandit. Well, maybe a little better, but it was still poor conduct. Having the consent of your patient was a key step in any treatment process. Lost in thought as I continued my journey through the village, my silent contemplation was broken by hurried steps and Xiao Kui's shouts.
"Cultivator Zhao, please, you have to help me,"
she cried, tears flowing from her eyes. Chapter 5. I grabbed hold of her shoulders until she stopped gibbering and shaking. Once Xiaokui had calmed down, she managed to explain the problem.
It's my mother. I don't know what happened, but one moment we were eating dinner and the next she was coughing and coughing. You have to help her.
She pulled on me as she walked back the way she came. All right, calm down, little Kui. Of course I will help your mother, if I can. First, I need to have a look at her condition, I replied. What had happened in the short time between me dropping Xiaokui home and going for a walk around the village to make her mother fall ill so suddenly? I thought back to the sick granny. Was it the same illness or just a coincidence? To figure that out, I would first need to have a look at Xiaokui's mother. Once more, I found myself inside little Kui's home. This time, her father was there, having returned from work out in the rice paddies. Most of the village worked as farmers, since it was the most plentiful work available. He was sitting beside the bed where her mother lay. Her cheeks were bright red. Unlike the warmth they'd had upon greeting me earlier that day, this was the burning heat of fever. The moment we entered, little Kui's mother tried to sit up and greet me, but she was hit by a coughing fit that made her spray mucus across the sheets. Xiaokui's father immediately laid her down and grabbed a cup of water, giving her a drink. I was seriously confused. How had a woman gone from perfect health to immobile and racked with fever in a single afternoon? Were even the germs in this crazy world more powerful? I was broken from my thoughts by Xiaokui tugging on my arm.
Hey, Brother Zhao, can you help her like you helped me?
She asked with wide, hopeful eyes. I didn't want to give her false hope. I can check her condition, but I can't make any guarantees of healing her, I said while shaking my head. She let go of my sleeve, moving to the corner to sit in a ball. There wasn't much I could do in this situation except what I knew best. Moving to the bedside, I greeted her father and reached out to grab her mother's wrist. Her pulse was weak, barely enough to keep her alive. Looking at her face, I saw that her lips were cracked and dry, and her eyes were milky. The symptoms were almost identical to the old granny I'd met earlier. However, I wouldn't jump to any conclusions yet. Once was chance, twice was coincidence. Only when something happened 3 times could it be said to be a pattern. I also wasn't sure about carelessly using my technique on her. Thus far, I'd only tested it on physical injuries like cuts and bruises. When I used it on someone who was healthy, it caused tumors and cancerous growths that disfigured his body. There was a chance my blood essence would have no effect on the germs and just hurt Xiaokui's mother. That was a chance I couldn't take. Removing my hand, I sighed and shook my head. It seems to be an intense fever. I can't cure her with my technique, little Kui. I'm sorry. I apologized. However, don't be disheartened. Usually this type of fever passes on its own. Just give her plenty of water and keep a cool cloth on her forehead. Xiaokui jumped up and pouted before rushing out of the house. I frowned and started to follow her, but her father stopped me.
Brother Zhao, can I call you that?
He asked. I nodded.
Brother Zhao, just leave her be for now. Thank you for trying to help my wife. It'll be fine. She's just very close with her mother and can't bear to see her like this. I will make sure to follow your advice and let you know if her condition changes.
I nodded and gently slapped his arm before walking out of the house. Right before I left, he shouted after me,
"And thank you for bringing her home."
For the first few nights, I slept in a stable. Xiaokui's family had offered me their home, but I felt awkward being there while the mother was suffering from a fever I couldn't cure. However, I now knew that this illness was more than just a few cases of fever as the world headed into winter. Almost half the village had fallen ill in just a few days. All displayed the same symptoms, going from perfectly healthy and energetic to bedridden and overheating in a matter of hours. I was seriously confused, as I'd never seen any illness like this before. This morning, I visited the old granny once again, but her condition had worsened, and she didn't even realize I was there. She didn't react when I took her pulse, wiped the sweat from her forehead, or gave her some water to drink. I estimated she would die within the next few days if nothing was done. While she seemed to have made peace with that, I couldn't accept it. I had to figure out if my healing technique would work on this disease before it was too late. A soft meow sounded in my ear, and I startled, turning towards the roof of a nearby house. A black cat was stretching. It lay down on the roof and turned to me, its tail swaying from side to side. This was the first domesticated animal I'd seen since waking up as Zhao Dan. "Here, kitty kitty, pss, 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 pss," I called out.
uncaring if anyone saw me. The cat looked at me with disdain while preening its claws. Unfazed, I decided to use my hidden ace. Bending my legs, I leapt the entire height of the house and landed gently on the roof right in front of the cat. It jumped to all fours and hissed at me. Reaching down, I tried to grab the cat, but it nimbly evaded my clumsy attempt, dashing through my legs instead. Grunting in annoyance, I turned to chase after it. We raced along the rooftops, darted between houses, and even ran through a neat garden at one point. However, I was steadily gaining ground. The cat grew slower with every moment, and then suddenly it fell on its side. Within a few steps, I caught up and bent down to inspect it. When I realized what had happened, I was shocked. This cat had caught the same illness as the rest of the village. Already its breathing was ragged, and placing a hand against its head, I felt the heat spreading to my palm. I took off my outer robe and wrapped it around the cat while lifting it into my arms. I didn't want the chilly autumn air to make its condition worse. Rather than burden Xiaoqui's parents with another unfortunate soul, I decided to bring the cat to the old granny's place. I'd taken to visiting her every day, and there was always a fire going. It was the perfect place to leave this poor creature. I entered, noticing an eerie quiet in the air. I hurriedly placed the cat beside the fire. Not too close and not too far. I wanted it to keep warm but not overheat. That was a common way of dying when people had fever. Then I rushed over to the old woman, fearing the worst. Her chest was still, and her eyes shut. Grabbing her wrist, I felt no pulse. Damn it! You can't die on me, Granny! I was about to risk it all and try my healing technique when she suddenly coughed, and her eyes shot open. Turning to me, she saw I had her wrist in my hands and frowned.
Stupid boy. I told you not to go messing with my wrinkled bones,
she scolded, pulling her hand back. I could only laugh at the absurdity of the situation. Standing up, I smiled and replied, You're much too old to be my type, Granny. I was just making sure you hadn't died without writing me into your will. She cackled, but started coughing halfway through. I helped her drink some water before turning back to the cat.
What are you doing over there, damn thief?
She called out. I'm choosing which of your possessions to take after you croak, I quipped. We often engaged in light-hearted bantering in place of heavier topics during my visits. Lifting the cat into my lap, I made up my mind. If I stood by and did nothing, most of the villagers who had fallen sick would die. I wasn't the type of man who could stand by and watch that happen, knowing I had the power to potentially cure them. The life of a cat was still valuable, and I would do my best not to hurt it, but I needed to figure out if my healing technique worked against the virus. It purred weakly as I lifted its head, but it had no strength to slip from my embrace. I reached into my body and pulled on the blood essence gathered there. A cat's body was tiny compared to a human's, so I made sure to restrain the unruly energy as much as possible while separating a tiny portion. My secondary goal was also to improve my control over my blood essence so I wouldn't accidentally hurt my patients. Sweat rolled down my forehead as I focused, but I was succeeding. A few red sparks traveled towards my finger, and I brought it closer to the cat's chest. I guessed that the lungs would be the best place to target, since that's where fevers usually hit hardest. However, this was a totally new illness, and I was taking shots in the dark here. The moment my fingers touched the black fur, I lost control of my blood essence. The few sparks already at my fingertips raced into the cat's body, and I could feel the rest of it rushing down my arm. I hurriedly pulled my arm away, hoping that the little essence I'd managed to inject into the cat would work its magic. At first, the sparks seemed aimless, just traveling further into the cat without purpose. Seeing the stark difference between this and the almost immediate effect when I treated Xiaoqui, I couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps this experiment was doomed to fail. It was upsetting since I'd had fun chasing this cat through the village. I almost felt bad for it. Perhaps our game had caused the fever to accelerate. There were a total of 4 little sparks inside the cat's body. It wasn't difficult to keep track of all of them. For now, they just floated about, and I continued to watch just in case something unexpected happened. Even without the technique, I still had my medical knowledge and could relieve the animal's suffering that way. One of the sparks suddenly fizzled out and disappeared when it entered the cat's leg. For a few seconds, I kept a keen focus on the spot where it had vanished, but nothing happened. Letting out a disappointed sigh, I realized that my technique might not be effective on something like a virus. However, I hadn't lost all hope. 3 energetic sparks of my blood essence were still floating around inside the cat. One was lingering around its chest, darting between 2 fixed points and slowly accelerating. Another was winding around its stomach with no fixed pattern. The third entered its head, but then moments later fizzled out in a similar fashion to the first. Worse, no essence had surged back into me when those 2 sparks vanished, making me worry that this was a permanent loss. While I wouldn't regret trying to save the cat even if that was the case, I had to pay attention to my body. If I ended up regressing my cultivation, it would cause major instability in my body, perhaps even permanent damage in severe cases. Then the red spark in the cat's stomach started to fizz and shake. After a moment of madness, it disappeared like the first 2. My frown deepened as I stared at the cat, which was no longer shivering thanks to the heat of the fire. Was this poor creature doomed to an early death, claimed by this mysterious illness? I wanted to find a cure not just for the cat and the old granny, but for Xiaokui's mother and everyone else in the village who was bound to fall sick. I'd made a vow, after all. What use was I as a doctor if I couldn't cure one measly fever? All my hopes were pinned on the final spark lingering in the animal's lungs and passing between them. It started to fizzle, and I felt my heart catch in my throat, fearing the worst. I almost choked on the thick tension lingering in the air. The spark burnt faster, disappointment and guilt building in my chest. Suddenly, the spark flashed brightly, and I leaned in, hoping against the odds that my efforts might bear fruit. Unfortunately, the spark burst like the others, dissipating into... My eyes widened, and I leaned so close to the cat's chest that I was almost kissing the silky fur. How had I missed this? Even straining my sight to the limit, I struggled to make out the tiny motes of blood essence diffused throughout the cat's body, specifically its lungs, brain, and stomach. Those were 3 of the places the larger parts of my blood essence had vanished, or so I believed. There were 2 foundations to my healing technique: my strange blood essence and my mysterious ability to see the flow of qi and blood in other people. After seeing Wang Ren perform the qi healing art, I just copied what I saw without thinking much about what I was really doing, inflating my ego after a few successes. I'd not taken the time to stop and observe the process, to figure out what was going on at the molecular level. Perhaps it was the influence of this new world, this new body and old memories. I'd already forgotten the scientific process. At the core, most doctors were scientists. We observed illness and plague, the human condition, and then we did our best to treat our fellow humans. However, I wasn't wholly to blame. Even straining my sight as I was now, the minuscule particles of blood essence were ridiculously difficult to see. My eyes started to burn, and a tear rolled down my cheek, forcing me to blink and sit up once more. Once I'd managed to wipe some of the pain away, I smiled at what I saw. Tiny clumps of the cat's own blood essence were beginning to form in its body, swirling in a familiar pattern. My technique had kick-started the process of fighting off the strange fever, but now the cat's body was joining the battle. Soon, I hoped it would be healthy enough to run across the rooftops once more. However, just when I thought the situation had been resolved, the cat screeched and started convulsing. Had I made a mistake? Pushed too far with the technique and inadvertently worsened the creature's condition? A similar thing had happened with Xiaokui when I was still getting used to my new technique. My control hadn't improved much, but I believed I hadn't overdone it here. Perhaps I was wrong. Panicking, I reached out towards the cat, thinking I might be able to pull some of the chaotic sparks out and ease the pain. But when I drew near and had another look inside, I realized I had once again let my emotions get the better of me. There is something that all doctors know well and would constantly fight with their patients about on Earth. Many illnesses, especially fevers such as this, seem to get worse during treatment. Patients would run to us and complain that the medicine wasn't working, or that we had lied to them, or other such nonsense. However, the body was not invincible. Fighting off sickness took a lot of energy, and it often left one weak. However, this was not always a sign that the illness was getting worse. Instead, it could prove the treatment was effective. A storm always came before a rainbow. Despite the cat's convulsions and the pain I knew it felt, I saw my blood essence raging, fueling the growing swirls within the cat's body. A minute later, the swirls started to fire off bolts of blood, consuming the microscopic sparks with every strike. From my point of view, the technique was like a raging storm that vanquished all sickness. I placed the back of my hand against the cat's forehead, feeling the searing heat that still consumed the poor beast. However, it soon began to fade. The whirlpools of blood essence were raging torrents now, having burnt almost all the essence I provided. The technique was reaching its climax. Then, all four exploded in a shower of vital sparks, sending a river of life raging through the cat. The old granny's breathing was shallow. Without focusing, one could mistake the shriveled woman for a corpse. I sat beside her, lifting a jug of water to her cracked lips and wiping away the splashes that leaked from her mouth. She was a cantankerous old bat who greeted me with an insult more often than a smile. However, I liked her upfront style. I'd take an honest bastard over a silver-tongued schemer any day. The cat was curled up under the blankets, purring softly in the warm bed I'd built for it. The mischievous feline was still weak, but my technique had purged whatever pathogen had caused the sudden fever. Once again, my cultivation had grown after my success. I couldn't distinguish the exact progress, but I felt that I was around 2/3 of the way towards 7-star body tempering. Zhao Dan would have been jealous at the rate I was progressing. Then again, I was using his identity, so this could be considered a continuation of his legacy. I hoped that would bring his soul some measure of satisfaction, wherever it had ended up. I no longer felt like a complete stranger in my own skin. Every time my blood essence flowed through me, I became more accustomed to its strange power. My success with the cat had motivated me. I wasn't sure my control had progressed by much, but at the very least, I knew the haphazard technique I'd created was effective against the strange illness. Knowing I wasn't just firing shots in the dark built my confidence. I watched over the granny as she spent her final hours alone, withering away in a village that seemed indifferent to her suffering. She'd made me promise not to treat her. But how could I stay by and watch someone die, knowing that I had the ability to save their life? I was sure her defiance was a product of her loneliness, as it seemed she'd been left to her own devices by the rest of the village. In my last life, I had died alone, powerless to change my own fate or even make the tiniest difference on a global scale. Here, I had real power crackling at my fingertips and begging to be used. For now, I was weak. Only a 6-star body tempering disciple, former disciple, not even considered a true cultivator in the eyes of those lofty masters who could wield chi like an extension of their own body. No, I would not let myself tread the same path. I had been given a second chance, and I would be damned if I let anyone tell me how to use it. Placing the jug back on the table, I leaned forward until my hands were hovering over the old granny's stomach. Someone has to look after this mischievous little girl when I'm gone, I joked, stroking the cat gently. Even if you hate me for the rest of your life, I'll happily bear that grudge. She mumbled something, then snorted through her nose. I almost leapt out of the chair in surprise, but she soon returned to her near-comatose state. Ha! Even at death's door, you're still not going to make things easy? With the cat, I'd done my utmost to hold back my essence, fearing that even a drop too much would hurt it. The sickness had progressed too far in the old woman's case. She'd been the first case that I knew of, and I guess the fever had claimed most of her body. Aggressive illnesses required aggressive treatment. I wasn't going to go wild and flood her with raging sparks the way I'd done with the bandit. I didn't want to kill her after all. However, I would not be gentle. So, placing 2 palms against her skin, I turned my focus inwards and drew on the raging essence. It was still energetic, bursting out of every cell after my recent growth, so the moment I gave it an outlet, the sparks raced to escape. 1, 2, 4, 10. The number of sparks that flooded into her body rapidly grew. In the end, I drained almost half of my reserves before putting an end to the flow. Usually, this would be the point where I would remove my hands, leaving the treatment to the instinctive expertise of my essence. However, my goal was to improve my control and take a more scientific approach to my treatment. So, keeping in contact with her skin, I narrowed my focus and attempted to direct the erratic sparks to the most affected parts of her body, the areas where fevers festered, mostly the lungs and stomach. At first, nothing happened. I wasn't dissuaded, expecting such a result on my first try. After a few seconds, I was able to make a single spark change its path, though it still missed the mark. Unrelenting, I continued to clamp down, forcing my will on the sparks. This was my blood essence, and I would not be ignored. The moment I did that, all hell broke loose. Chapter 6. The very act of trying to impose order on the inherently chaotic blood essence seemed to cause a devastating domino effect. Not only had my own essence, my self-created technique, refused to follow my commands, but it had also begun to do the opposite of what I wanted in an infuriating act of defiance. I knew blood essence was not sentient. Thousands of years of rich cultivation history proved that. But right now, I couldn't help but think the frustrating little sparks were doing this to spite me. When I tried to direct them towards the most affected areas, they instead exploded away from my very touch. While I was annoyed, I refused to let a single failure stop me. I'd decided to treat the old granny and improve my control, so I would do it no matter how long it took. Even though the sparks weren't obeying my commands, they were still doing their job. A few had already exploded into a mist of tiny red droplets. Since the slight improvement of my cultivation, I could see the microscopic motes without straining too much. To be honest, I wasn't worried that my treatment would fail. It worked perfectly on the cat. It was only my lack of understanding that had caused me to worry when the sparks behaved differently from before. In fact, the only thing that could possibly go wrong was the old woman's body being unable to keep up with the fierce treatment and giving out before it could heal. However, with me on hand, that wasn't going to happen. Along with my new magic cultivation powers, I was armed with decades worth of mortal medical knowledge. I knew almost everything that could go wrong during this kind of treatment, and how to counter it. The technique worked much faster this time. There were many reasons why that could be. The fever had more time to multiply, giving the essence more targets. I'd used more essence this time around. Pure chance. I didn't discount the last one, knowing how strong a grip the workings of fate and destiny had in a world like this. I'd only felt the touch of the heavens once, when they chained me with this oath, but that brief moment was enough to know they were alive. Perhaps not in a way I understood, but I knew the world itself functioned like a living entity with a purpose beyond my understanding. It was governed by rigid laws, but ones I had yet to discover. That thought was what set the flames of passion alight. A life steeped in death and destruction hadn't been enough to steal a romantic obsession with research and the unadulterated thrill of making new discoveries from me. All these thoughts raced through my mind as I continued to observe the chaotic clouds of essence raging in the old woman's body. If the other treatments I'd performed were like focused blasts, this one was like a tsunami. The essence had clumped up, the smaller sparks joining together into larger ones, and then forming a wider cloud with the others, creating a lattice of chaos through the granny's entire body. Only a few had burst into a shower of mist, emulating the process that had occurred inside the cat. I wanted to know why, so I strained to keep watch. Just a few sparks were left unconnected to the grand tapestry, but they were soon dragged in. The instant the final spark joined the web, dozens of them exploded. That began a chain reaction that caused all the accumulated blood essence to burst in a torrential rain of vitality. And then, I felt her heart stop. I chugged the remainder of the water from the jug, not bothering to wipe away the sweat that rolled down my temple. My whole body was soaked anyway. I wasn't worried about the fever contaminating the jug, since my cultivation would prevent most mortal illnesses from taking hold. When the old bat's heart had given out, I was consumed by guilt, thinking I'd inadvertently hastened her death through my unwanted treatment. But a cloud of essence had rushed to fill the withered heart, and after what looked like a medicinal cluster bombing, it began to beat anew, with even more vigor. After that, the treatment had proceeded in a similar fashion to how the cat had recovered. I could see the pain having her body be the site of a fierce battle between the insidious fever and violent medicine caused the old woman. But it was a necessary sacrifice. When the final whirling torrent of essence, formed from my own and the scraps that remained in the granny's withered body, faded, her breathing was steadier, and her face, which had twisted and grimaced during the event, was the picture of serenity. After watching over the cat and Granny for another hour to make sure there were no complications, I left the rundown hut.
I didn't want to stick around to see how furious she would be when she woke up, still alive. My cultivation has skyrocketed once again. In fact, the overwhelming torrent of blood essence that had flown into me after the fever had been vanquished almost knocked me out. It hadn't been quite enough to push me over the edge of the 7th star, but I felt like the tiniest push would do the trick. While that would be cause for celebration for most cultivators, it worried me. There wasn't a single recollection of a cultivator advancing this fast in Zhao Dan's memories, and the disciple who came closest, called Guo Chun, was discovered to be using a forbidden demonic technique that caused her flesh to rot and eventually drove her insane. That story had ended with an elder of the Cloudy Falls sect putting her down like a rabid dog. Of course, fast progression didn't spell certain doom, but I was acutely aware of the importance of laying a sturdy foundation. Cultivation was a marathon, not a sprint. The necessity of taking time to acclimate each time one advanced to a new star was emphasized many times in the sect's beginner cultivation method I'd memorized. Even without spirit roots, I was still able to progress my cultivation, so keeping those lessons in mind was important. Ultimately, there wasn't much use in worrying about it. I wasn't going to stop healing those who needed my help, even if it caused a few imperfections in my cultivation. At its core, cultivation was a rebellion against the will of the heavens. If I had been afraid of taking risks to expand my horizons, I never would have left the safety of my country to become a doctor on the front lines. My walk through the village brought me back to Xiao Kui's house. Her mother lay sick within, and now that I knew my method was effective, it was time to treat the next patient. As I entered, I saw Xiao Kui at the stove, tossing herbs into a boiling pot. I recognized a few, but some eluded my knowledge. "Brewing medicine?" I asked with a smile, making her drop the knife and rush over to me.
Savior Zhou, you're back,
she cried, hugging my legs and beginning to sob.
I just want to make the pain go away. Mother keeps coughing and growing weaker by the hour. She used to make this tea for me when I was sick, so I wanted to do the same.
Tousling her hair, I pried the girl from my legs and strode towards the bedroom. "Don't worry, little Kui. Now that I'm here, everything will be okay," I assured her with a thumbs up.
Really? Are you going to cure her?
She said, sniffling and wiping away a mix of tears and snot. Despite how gross I found her mucus-covered face, I couldn't fault her. I would have felt the same if I had to watch one of my parents slowly dying. "Of course. Did you ever doubt me?" I quipped, making her huff. However, when I entered the bedroom and greeted her father, she rushed after me. Sitting beside the stoic man, I saw the pain hidden behind his stern expression. I held a hand in the air over his wife and looked at him expectantly. He nodded. It was time to go to work. Over the course of the week, I went around the village, treating everyone who had caught the mysterious fever. I slowly gained a reputation as a miracle healer, and every villager who met me in the streets rushed to strike up a conversation and shower me in thanks. The gratitude warmed my heart, but I felt awkward. I'd never been a social fellow, and having to constantly engage in gossip about which man's wife was having an affair or which baker cut their loaves with sawdust was exhausting. You'd think a village suffering from an epidemic wouldn't have time for such idle nonsense, but if anything, the rivalries grew more heated during that time. And that wasn't the only thing that intensified. My cultivation had finally shattered the bottleneck, carrying me to 7-star body tempering. It had happened between treatments, and the village head had almost bitten my head off in anger when I suddenly left his sick daughter lying on the bed to find a secluded spot to break through. He'd forgiven me and apologized profusely when I returned and nursed her to health, an act that shored up my newly advanced cultivation. With the fever seemingly defeated, I was left with little to do but explore the surroundings, chat with Xiao Kui whenever she ambushed me, and occasionally play with the cat now that it had returned to its mischievous, agile self. I had yet to visit the old granny since treating her, though the fact that the cat wasn't starving led me to believe she had recovered. I wasn't scared of her, but I was feeling a little guilty about ignoring her request. I wasn't as worried about the short-term impact of my cultivation advancing so quickly. I just feared that this momentum wouldn't last, that I would end up paying a heavy price down the line. I wouldn't find the answers by overthinking. I barely knew the questions to ask. Instead, I ran through Zhao Dan's memories, trying to find any clues about my strange blood essence and mysterious ability to see chi and blood. Discovering why my abilities worked the way they did would surely give me more insight into using them to their fullest. Of my twin goals, improving my control and learning more about my healing technique, I'd made more progress with the latter. My control was still poor, though I had refined it a little as I treated the countless villagers who fell sick. Now I was somewhat able to direct the erratic sparks even after they left my body. However, I noticed that when I tried to control the process, it often ended up being less effective than when my blood essence was left to its own devices. I would change that, but only through relentless practice. When it came to learning about my technique, I'd made great strides. Discovering that it not only worked on physical injuries, but also infections was vital knowledge. It was my hope that it might also work on more insidious afflictions, like poison, and perhaps even more ephemeral ones like mental trauma. That last one was just a fleeting idea, but it would be groundbreaking if I could figure it out. I was rather hesitant to start messing with people's minds, however. That was the realm of mad scientists and far more talented surgeons. I'd never had the skill to even consider the path of a brain surgeon, but perhaps now I might have the opportunity. With how often cultivators seemed to come to blows, I was sure plenty of them suffered concussions, and perhaps even permanent brain damage. It wouldn't surprise me, given how ridiculously short their fuses were and how often they ended up in large-scale wars over the most minor disagreements. That last thought brought a smile to my face. I had been exploring a nearby forest, observing the behavior of the local wildlife as winter took hold. The first layer of snow had already fallen, and many had begun to hibernate. I worried for the villagers. They were already weakened after the strange illness, and now they would need to survive the harsh cold. However, I knew they'd done it for hundreds of years before I arrived, and would continue to do so long after my death. Humans were tough bastards. As I walked through the outskirts of the village, I noticed there was almost no one outside. Usually, the farmers would be washing over the paddies, but I couldn't see a single soul. I rushed to Xiaokui's house but found it empty. However, I soon realized everyone was gathered in the village center, listening to a rather well-dressed man reading from a bamboo slip. Curious, I slipped into the crowd and made my way towards the front to listen to what he was saying. I wasn't sure who he was, but the way everyone watched with strained faces made me nervous.
And so, according to the decree of the Three River City Lord Teng Shi, the tax rate this year will be increased by 5%. The ferocity of the beasts grows every year, and maintaining the defenses of the surrounding lands is an expensive endeavor. Any village that fails to meet this increase will be left to fend for itself, he declared, closing the slip with a thunderous clap. After the arrival of the city lord's messenger, the village was in an uproar. However, none of them dared to make a move on a man with such backing. To defy Teng Shi was to defy the heavens, at least for the mortals who lived under the protection of Three River City. While they couldn't complain, I was under no such obligation. Even as an expelled disciple, I was still a cultivator. The city lord was far above me, but at the very least, my status would warrant a better explanation than the ones given to the villagers. I pulled the messenger aside as the crowd dispersed, grumbling and moaning about how they would survive the winter. At first, he'd been offended by my familiar manner, but once I told him who I was, he warmed up a little. However, even after I was able to loosen his lips, the man couldn't tell me much more than he'd told the villagers. He explained the real reason for the increased tax was that the city lord needed to pay a tithe to the Cloudy Falls sect, a fact he was surprised I didn't already know. I did know, once I found a vague memory of Zhao Dan overhearing two elders gossiping, but it hadn't been something I'd cared to remember while traveling through the countless memories I'd inherited from my predecessor. It seemed this world was much the same as Earth. There was always a bigger dog. The villagers paid the city lord to protect them from the wild beasts and bandits that roamed the wilderness, and the city lord paid the sect to guard him from greater threats. Or perhaps just for the mere act of existing in their shadow. Cultivators were an arrogant lot, and thought of mortals like ants beneath their feet. I wouldn't be surprised if they only demanded the tax so that mortals didn't forget who their masters were. In any case, there was nothing I could do. I thanked the man for his help and resumed my idle pacing around the village. One thing was clear. I was outgrowing this place. The sudden onset of the illness had given me a goal and a way to progress my technique. Now that I had defeated my elusive foe, there were few reasons to stay in a backwater village like this. Xiaokui was one of those reasons. But despite my fondness for the girl I'd saved, I wasn't going to stay just to gossip with her every few days. I still had a burning desire to explore this majestic world and discover the limits of my technique.
to stretch the boundaries of medicine in a world that seemed to shun it. I decided to remain in Nine Paddy Village until the end of the winter, and then make my way onward. My original destination had been Three River City, but I was content to just start walking and see where my journey took me. Fierce winds whipped shards of ice at me, and even with my cultivator's constitution, I could feel the bite of winter. According to the villagers, this year's winter was the harshest in a decade. Food stores were dwindling, and some of the elderly and weak had perished from the cold. Thanks to my presence, illness wasn't as much of a threat this year, but there was only so much I could do. I didn't want them to grow reliant on me when I was planning to leave the village behind. I did accompany the village chief and a few of the stronger men on a hunt. With my help and their local knowledge, we were able to secure quite a few fresh beasts to feed the hungry villagers. With proper rationing, it would be enough to last the rest of the winter. My days were spent mostly with the old granny. She still hadn't forgiven me for healing her, but she treated me like a lost son all the same. I preferred to avoid the main streets of the village. The way the villagers treated me now was reverent, almost like a deity. It made me uncomfortable, and almost pushed me to cut my stay even shorter than planned. However, I wanted to make sure Xiaokui was settled, and not liable to make another stupid decision like running away from home before I left. While I couldn't change her personality, I could see that the tension between her and her parents was mostly gone. While walking near the forest, a sprawling mass of empty trunks with the occasional hardy evergreen dotted about, I found a solitary rose. The blood-red petals that stood in defiance of the harsh cold touched my heart. I was inspired by their strength. I bent down to admire it, and considered plucking it and bringing it back for the granny. At least I could leave her with a gift she didn't hate. The thought made me smile. The shadows flickered, 3 sharp spikes breaking through the icy winter sun. Without hesitation, I threw my body to the right side as a paw bearing razor-sharp claws tore through the air. Turning, I came face to face with the silent assassin. A hulking bear with shaggy brown fur, bloody and matted in places with a green hue, towered over me. One look was all I needed to tell this monstrosity far outclassed me. It was at least an 8-star spirit beast. Chapter 7. Spirit beasts tended to be more powerful than cultivators at the same star. When one encountered a spirit beast an entire star ahead, a little more in this case, the consensus was to run with one's tail between one's legs. It was all I could do to duck and weave under the agile claws tearing through the icy air like a blizzard. Each of its bestial roars sent the nearby snow billowing into the air, giving the spirit beast cover to launch a fresh assault while I shook myself out of a daze. Perhaps if I'd been more aware of my surroundings instead of caught up in admiring the beauty of a lone flower, I could have escaped. No, escape had never been an option, I realized. Running away would mean leaving the defenseless villagers to the mercy of the rabid bear. And rabid it was. The sharp battle instinct it displayed could be mistaken for intelligence, but it was just a byproduct of the bear's power far outclassing my own. However, the bear's eyes were cloudy and bloodshot, and its mouth spewed drool across the snow. This monster had been driven to madness, and I was just unfortunate enough to cross its path. The thick coat of snow made me miss my footing, and the bear's claws raked across my forearm. 3 deep valleys were carved into my flesh, burning and freezing simultaneously. The snowstorm was a blessing in this instance, slowing the flow of my blood so the vicious wound was far less deadly. However, that didn't make it painless. Wincing from the blow, I stumbled back. I was no stranger to pain, but being savaged by a wild beast was new to me. The sudden tearing burn knocked me off balance, and the bear pounced with mad fury. Even with the surge in my cultivation bringing me around halfway through the 7th star, I was nearly powerless. If the spirit beast hadn't been in this mindless rage, I might have had a chance to drive it away. But, as things stood, I was stuck fighting for my life. A gaping jaw burst through a wall of powdered snow, the bear intent on snapping my head off in a single bite. I gritted my teeth, searching for a way out. Right now, it wasn't focusing, convinced it was about to snag an easy snack. I kicked off the snowy grass as hard as I could, narrowly avoiding the bear's teeth snapping shut right where my head had been. As I dodged the near-fatal attack, I spotted a festering wound on the bear's underbelly. I'd seen the greenish hue of its fur before and thought little of it, but the evidence was plain as day.
Tainted blood laced with poisonous sludge dripped from the wound, burning the snow where it touched. In fact, I should have guessed from the moment I realized a bear was attacking me that something odd was at play. It was the heart of winter. Even spirit beasts hibernated through the cold season. However, there was no time to wonder why the bear was attacking me. It had already recovered from the miss and was tearing towards me once more. If I could survive this encounter, then and only then would I think about what had caused it. Each time I dodged a swipe of its claws, I lashed out with precise counterattacks. However, my blows seemed ineffective. I wasn't making progress like this. If I continued to fight, my eventual death was all that would happen. Another glimpse of the festering wound confirmed my suspicions. The bear had almost certainly been struck with a potent venom, the likely cause of its current madness. Knowing what I knew about the behavior of bears, which admittedly was based on their cousins from another world, I suspected that treating the wound might clear the beast's head and force it back into hibernation. Then again, it might just slaughter me as thanks and then take a few of the villagers as crunchy treats for its winter sleep. But I wouldn't know until I tried. My healing technique was undoubtedly the most potent weapon at my disposal. I'd proven how lethal it could be when I killed the bandit leader back at the inn. But now I was going to do something utterly insane. I planned to heal my enemy in the middle of our battle. Many would call me crazy, but I knew my limits, and this fight would only end in my death if I continued to struggle. This was the only option available to me. If all else failed, I still had the option to run away, though that route seemed doomed to failure. Even with the superhuman speed of a 7-star body-tempering cultivator, I wouldn't be able to outrun the spirit bear. Having decided how I would win this battle, or at least give myself the slimmest hope of victory, I faced another problem. My technique required prolonged physical contact with the patient. I felt as though every new encounter was forcing me to rethink my application of the technique. The scientist in me was rejoicing at the constant need for experimentation, but the doctor cringed at the instability it brought. Neither was as important as my monkey survival brain, which was telling me to cling to anything that would let me survive this battle with the bear. So, even though I couldn't see a way to make contact with the bear, I started drawing on my blood essence. It was rather peaceful when resting in my body, bar the occasional spark glancing down one of my limbs as I dodged or parried the monster's strikes. As soon as they felt my call, the sparks vibrated with glee, eager to escape the prison of my vessel and work their magic. I directed almost half of my blood essence into my left hand. I would have preferred to use my right, but since the bear's wound was on my left, I would have to make do with my weaker arm. My skin took on a shade of red from the sheer quantity of essence stored within, and I felt a burning itch. Every second I held back, the sparks vibrated faster, until my hand was home to a raging storm of blood. The entire time this was happening, I just about managed to avoid the bear's razor-sharp claws. In its anger, it had decided to try and bite my foot off. Prey that couldn't move was an easy meal. Once again, the change in tactics gave me a window of opportunity. As the bear shot forward, I leapt to the side, narrowly avoiding its slobbering jaws. Putting all my faith in this working out, I dove at the festering wound that gaped on the bear's underbelly. I winced as a line of fire was carved into my calf by an errant claw, but I couldn't withdraw my focus from my target. Forming a hasty seal with 2 fingers, not exactly a necessity, but it helped me focus, I jammed it into the wound and let my essence loose. My fingers sank into the soft and sticky cocktail of flesh and corrupted blood. It was far from the worst injury I'd seen, but the smell nearly made me gag. I was used to wearing a mask while working, which tended to save my delicate nostrils from the worst of the awful aromas that came as part of the job. It had barely been a second since I struck, but already I could see my blood essence exploding like fireworks on the 4th of July. Perhaps the severity of the wound and the size of the beast were accelerating the process? Unfortunately, my target had no idea that my intentions were good. The moment I struck the wound, it roared in agony and fury, turning its bloodshot eyes on me and lifting its front leg to strike away the nuisance. I couldn't let it hit me this close. Even an accidental cut from those claws had nearly crippled my calf. All of them striking in concert would carve me into ribbons. Luckily, my essence made the decision for me. Right when I was thinking about how best to disengage, an overwhelming torrent of energy blasted up my arm. The sheer force of it almost made me pull away, but that would cost me everything I'd risked my life to earn. I saw a silver flash as the bear's claws caught the winter sun at the peak of its stretch, before they swung down with the force of a speeding truck. The surge of blood essence had slowed, and with only a little left, I was committed to a narrow escape. While waiting, I lifted myself so both feet were firmly planted against the bear's stomach. The moment I felt the stream of energy stop, I leapt with every ounce of strength I could muster. A sense of foreboding dread crept over me, and an icy sting lanced down my forearm as I sailed through the air. I smiled as the bear's claws passed harmlessly underneath it, and my glee only grew when I noticed the wound already looking less like a moldy swamp. My backside planted itself into the soft, powdery snow. The bear was already snarling at me, taking slow steps in my direction. I did notice it threw a few puzzled glances at its belly and even shake itself a little. I wasn't close enough to tell, but I would have bet my life that the glassy glaze in its eyes had faded. However, my help had only infuriated it further, and the spirit bear now seemed determined to devour me. One added benefit of my risky gambit was that my cultivation had skyrocketed, the multiplication of my blood essence bringing me right to the cusp of breaking through to the 8th star. While still far from a match for the muscular beast, I would at least be able to hold my own as I attempted to finish what I'd started. The wound was not fully treated yet. Just then, another burning spear of energy cut through my arm, reaching all the way to my shoulder. I looked down at my hand, eyes widening as I saw the sickly green color it had taken on. Immediately I realized what had happened. For the first time since I'd begun using the technique, I'd discovered a drawback, one that could prove fatal. Along with the massively increased quantity of blood essence I'd received after treating the bear's wound, the foul toxin that had been eating away at the spirit beast had infected my essence and passed into my body. I let out a booming laugh, which made the bear halt for a moment. Seeing as I was still a rather unthreatening, albeit frustrating meal, it continued to stalk forward. By healing the bear, I had brought its affliction upon myself, and was now infected with the same potent venom that had driven the spirit beast to madness. I felt the sickly tendrils of energy worming their way up my arm. Ironically, the decision to use my left hand might end up killing me faster, since the venom would have an easier route to my heart. I raced through memories, trying to recall what I knew about treating venomous wounds. However, everything I'd been taught regarding the corrupting creatures of Earth fell short when addressing this rather more mystical venom. I'd never learnt how to treat an energy toxin, and neither had Zhao Dan. I clutched at my burning arm and fell to one knee as the pain consumed me, not realizing my enemy was just meters away, close enough to strike. The bear let out a roar, its anger the only warning I had before two sets of claws descended from above, caging me in its razor-sharp assault. Its roar had given me just enough time to roll out of the way, but three claws still raked down my back, carving valleys of severed flesh and flowing blood onto my skin. I lay on the ground, unmoving, as rivers of my blood painted the surrounding snow a beautiful crimson. Looking towards the bear, I saw that instead of jumping to finish me off, it was pawing at its half-healed wound. An explosion of fire consumed my shoulder, and, focusing my gaze inwards, I saw that my blood essence was furiously battling the invading toxins, each side endlessly consuming the other. All I could do was watch and cheer myself on, hoping that my raging essence would outlast the vile venom. I couldn't help but tear my gaze away to snatch a look at the bear. To my relief, it was still prodding at the wound, throwing puzzled glances my way. Despite that, I didn't believe the beast, knowing that I was basically crippled, would give up on eating me. Devouring a cultivator at the zenith of 7-star body tempering would propel the bear's own cultivation. Spirit beasts advanced by devouring other beasts and absorbing their cores, or through consuming cultivators like me. I was glad that humans couldn't advance their cultivation in the same way, because I was 100% sure some psychopath would have resorted to cannibalism to achieve a breakthrough or two. To my great relief, my raging blood essence had started to win the war. The venom was cut off from its source and unable to multiply, while my own essence had the home field advantage. The corrupting energy was being pushed back down my arm, though a few patches of festering skin remained. I would need to heal myself the traditional way even after I was clear of this ordeal. Healing my own injuries to progress my cultivation would have been an incredible cheat, but even when I screamed at my blood essence to heal the damage as it forced the venom back, it refused. About halfway down my forearm, the battle reached a tipping point. The venom had been putting up a grand resistance until then, but it suddenly collapsed, and my blood essence surged forth, the hungry sparks racing to devour what remained. Once the final drop of venom had vanished, my body shivered, and I noticed that my own blood essence had adopted an extremely faint green hue. I chuckled. The red and green combo looked rather festive for the winter season. What did this mean for my technique? Would I no longer be able to heal others without also infecting them with venom? Or would I have an easier time curing toxic wounds? There was no time to figure it out because the bear had decided that it still wanted to eat me. I clambered to my feet just in time to step out of the way of a wild slash before lashing out with a kick of my own. My toes trembled as they smashed into a wall of solid muscle, but I actually managed to knock the bear's arm backwards. The increase in my cultivation was showing already, and I knew my chances of survival had become much greater. There was only one path left for me, finishing what I'd started. Gathering my newly upgraded essence in my fingers as I traded countless blows with the beast, I kept my eyes peeled for an opportunity. I needed to find one soon. Blood loss was making me lightheaded. There'd been a few times I mistimed a dodge or block and the bear had torn even more chunks of flesh from my arms. In fact, I nearly missed the perfect chance to strike. The bear struck across my chest, but I deftly stumbled backwards to avoid the blow, leaving its underbelly ripe for healing. I fell forward, slapping my hand against the half-healed flesh, and felt my eager essence racing into the wound. Apparently, the bear was just as shocked as I that I'd managed to pull this insanity off twice in a single battle, because for a moment it just stared at its paw, wondering why it had struck empty air. I saw my essence begin to swirl and merge with the bear's own. In fact, the festering corruption seemed to be getting erased even faster than before, proving that devouring the toxins had, in fact, improved my technique. However, I needed more time to completely heal the wound. Time I wasn't going to get, because the bear had opted for a new strategy. It roared and reared up on its hind legs, tearing me from the ground as I clung to the hole in its stomach for dear life. It reached the peak of its stretch, standing almost 10 feet tall as it roared its fury at the icy sun. I felt the blizzard tearing at my skin as I was exposed to the elements, before my stomach dropped as the bear threw itself back down. Chapter 8. Air whipped my skin, and tiny flakes of ice burnt into me as the bear fell towards the snow, taking me along for the ride. I couldn't just throw myself off, or I would lose all the blood essence I'd poured into the beast's belly, which was most of it. I might even fall back to the 6th star if I did that. I wasn't sure what the ramifications of a failed healing might be, as I'd not needed to cancel the technique midway until now. So I hurried to think of a solution, seconds from being turned into a squashed snack for the bear. In the end, there was no genius answer. I just clung to the bear, shifting my body away from its underbelly so all that remained was my hand clutching its healing flesh. Sensation in my fingers vanished as the hulking beast slammed into the snow, sending a giant powdery cloud into the sky. My vision went white, and I feared I might never recover my left hand. I hoped it was still inside the bear, because then my sacrifice would have been slightly worth it. As the snow settled, I felt myself being pulled upwards as the bear jumped to its feet. Having lost all feeling in my arm and hand, I didn't feel anything except a gentle strain on my shoulder. However, looking at the wound, I saw a dozen swirls spinning faster than I could track, blasting away at the venom as the flesh knitted at a visible rate. I was tossed and turned as the bear shook itself free of snow. My bones rattled as I struck the ground over and over. Each time, I felt the gaping wounds on my back peel further open to drench the snow in my blood. I was barely conscious, but I forced my eyes to remain open. Everything hinged on the result of my healing the bear. I hoped that, once cured of the foul corruption, it might realize that it should be hibernating and return to the forest. But with a free meal in its paws, it might decide to drag me along for the ride, probably after snapping my neck. All I could see through the slits of my eyes was the raging blizzard and the matted fur of the bear. My head was blasted with a wave of hot air as the spirit beast roared at me. When I saw the descending claws, I resigned myself to my fate. Suddenly, I felt a burning explosion in my left hand, the same hand that had been crushed under the bear and now hung uselessly, stuck to the creature only by sheer tenacity. A monstrous wave of blood essence roared down my arm, signaling the completion of my technique. I tried to laugh, only to spray blood at the descending paw. Not only did I fail to escape, but I healed the bear and gave it a meal. I chuckled at the irony.
As the essence surged into my chest, the venomous green hue a little denser than before, I felt as though my body was going to burst. It swelled and swelled as more essence poured into me, until finally, it could take no more. An aura of pure power exploded from me, and the bear stumbled backwards, abandoning its strike. The claws still raked across my gut, carving another brutal wound into my flesh. However, that was the least of my worries. I knew exactly what that explosion heralded. I was breaking through to 8-star body tempering, in the middle of a battle no less. Zhao Dan had heard tales of such breakthroughs, but only by geniuses and prodigies. I suppose that with a technique like mine, which caused unrestrained growth of essence, it was bound to happen sooner or later. Though this was not the first time I cursed my rapid growth. It was one thing to worry about shaky foundations, and another to be completely immobilized as my body destroyed itself from within while facing a hungry spirit beast. If I somehow survived, my slim chance of escape might actually become more tangible. Matching the bear's cultivation might mean I could put up enough of a fight to scare it back into the forest, now that it was no longer consumed with venomous madness. I wasn't able to focus on my surroundings, though, as I only barely kept myself awake as my organs, then muscles, then bones were torn asunder. The process was more bearable now than it had been the last few times. Whether it was because I'd grown used to the agonizing sensation of my own body ripping itself apart, or because I only had about half the required quantity of blood flowing through me, I didn't know. I tried to keep a closer eye on the process this time. I needed to know more about my body. I knew something was different about it, and if I figured out what exactly, it could help me control my techniques, and my unruly blood essence. I noticed that it was my essence that led the reforging of my body, the process unfolding similarly to how my technique worked to heal wounds. Additionally, my bones and muscles had adopted a similar green hue to my blood essence, which I hoped wasn't going to be a problem in the future. A doctor with a poison-based physique and technique seemed like a rather poor combination. However, just as too much medicine was poisonous, the reverse could also be true. Many treatments involved poisons or other types of damage to drive out infection. My eyes snapped open as my skin, the only part of my body that hadn't adopted a green tinge, was renewed. For that I was grateful, since I didn't want to be wandering around looking sick when I was supposed to be a healer. I was greeted by the sight of a confused spirit bear pawing at a patch of bare skin on its underbelly. Its eyes were no longer cloudy and bloodshot, and its movements seemed sluggish. Standing up and brushing the snow from my blood-stained robe, I realized that most of the wounds on my body had healed after the breakthrough. Not all of them. The 3 vicious gashes on my back still throbbed faintly, but enough that I no longer felt as though I would pass out from a single movement. The bear reassessed me. No longer a weak 7-star snack, but an 8-star body tempering practitioner who posed something of a threat. Now that it was no longer intoxicated with madness, I hoped it would make the smart decision and return to the forest. Now that I had a clear head, I decided to try something. Spirit beasts were supposed to be intelligent, even approaching human levels as they grew close to the chi-gathering realm. So, while the bear was still dazed and debating whether to continue attacking me, I shouted over the raging blizzard, "I don't want to fight you! Return to the forest!" I pointed at the forest and took a step backwards, hoping my gestures might drive the message home. At first, the bear wasn't having any of it. It plodded towards me while still seeming rather confused by the whole situation. I couldn't know the extent to which the venomous infection had warped its mind, but I imagined I'd also be pretty baffled if I woke up from a murderous rage in the middle of a blizzard with a guy yelling at me. "Listen!" I cried, throwing my hands up in surrender and taking another step back. "I do not want to fight!" I punctuated every word with another wave of my hands toward the forest. Truth be told, beating the bear black and blue might have helped relieve my frustration at being clawed and beaten, but ultimately, I couldn't blame the creature for acting according to its nature. I could, however, blame the bastard who'd wounded it. The heavens hadn't favored me much in this new world, but by a stroke of luck, and a little bit of quick thinking, the bear snorted before turning and retreating into the forest. I watched it plod through the powdery snow, sighing and falling on my ass when it finally disappeared from view. And these cultivators actually get a kick out of fighting nonstop? Absolute insanity. Funnily enough, I was barely wounded despite the hell I'd been through. My breakthrough had healed most of the damage to my body, only leaving 3 nasty scars running down my back. A reminder of my struggles wasn't a bad thing, and every badass had a collection of awe-inspiring scars. Though I wasn't sure how awe-inspiring my battle had been, given that I hadn't defeated the spirit beast. Instead, I'd healed its wounds before begging it to leave. I was just glad I'd made it out alive, and perhaps saved Nine Patty Village from a tragic fate. I stared into the forest, wondering what would have been able to wound such a powerful beast. Surely I couldn't just leave the village with such deadly threats lurking nearby. I turned back to the village, prepared to let the beast go. I wasn't suicidal. I took 2 steps, then sighed. I couldn't leave such a powerful beast unchecked. Resolving myself, I turned around once more and followed after the bear. The bear roared, spittle flying across the snow as I hastily retreated into the trees, leaving it to plod back towards wherever it made its home for the winter. I wouldn't forgive myself if I didn't at least try to find out what was going on. Perhaps breaking through in my cultivation had given me confidence. The spirit bear was still undoubtedly stronger than me, but I wouldn't be a powerless ragdoll if we fought again. Even so, I retreated to a safer distance so that the bear wouldn't be able to sense me tracking it. Usually, it would be near impossible to follow a spirit beast, but after our battle, and given it was the middle of winter, the bear wasn't that aware of its surroundings. Though it was aware enough to utterly savage a few wolves who tried to pick it off on the way. I grimaced as I stepped over their brutalized corpses. I wasn't sure what I hoped to find at the end of this journey, but my curiosity wouldn't be sated until I at least found something. I noticed the further we went, the hotter and thicker the air grew, which was strange, given it was the dead of winter. The snow beneath my feet was sludgier, almost liquid. As I traveled, I noticed insects hovering in the air. One tried to bite me, but I caught it with a slap that squished it against my skin. No magic Shinshia malaria for me. The bear's steps were slower, and it was far more aware of its surroundings, head on a swivel as it went deeper and deeper. The environment was more like a jungle than a forest, but I noticed that the trees seemed twisted. As for our destination, I no longer believed the bear was leading me to a hibernation cave. No, I knew what this was. After healing from any devastating wound, an intelligent beast would only have one target in mind, the foe who'd injured it in the first place. Revenge was a dish best served cold, and while the current environment was a little steamy, the bear had just escaped a raging blizzard. Unfortunately, following the bear on its quest meant I was caught in a seemingly endless battle with the determined insects. One slap after another rang out as I deftly parried their attacks. This continued for half an hour, and the battle became so intense I struggled to keep half an eye on the bear. "Fuck!" I cried as one of the bastard biters slipped through my defenses and pierced the back of my neck. It was quickly crushed under my palm, but that distraction let 2 more slip through. I slapped one into the 9 hells, but the other managed to make off with a spark of my damn blood essence. It seemed like the magic mosquitoes weren't content with regular refreshments like their mortal cousins. However, I had the last laugh. The now bulging insect managed to fly just a meter before it suddenly stopped and fell from the air. Inspecting its corpse, I saw it was festering with rot just seconds after its death. That didn't bode well for my healing technique. I winced, wondering how this new aspect of my blood essence would interact with the patient. Then again, it had been a stolen essence, so perhaps that was why it had crippled the insect? Until now, the raging behavior of my blood essence had made it seem semi-sentient, so perhaps acting in self-defense wasn't outside of the realm of possibility. I could only find out through more testing. Just then, a bestial roar that shook the forest, scaring a few birds from the trees and blasting the insects away. I'd have to thank my new best friend for that. I cringed at my joke. I really was no better than my dad. Looking ahead, I saw that the bear had entered a clearing in the forest, jungle, that contained a pool of greenish sludge that bubbled ominously. Its roar made the surface tremble, sending small waves rolling to the other side, where they splashed against tree roots and dissolved the greenish wood. Letting out an involuntary shiver, I ducked behind the nearest tree trunk and watched as the bear stood still at the edge of the bubbling swamp. Not a moment later, the surface of the swamp broke, and a scaled head burst through. A thick neck followed, winding its way out of the corrosive green waters.
When it continued to unwind, I realized it wasn't a neck, but the body of a snake. Slitted yellow eyes blinked as they gazed down on the bear imperiously, the snake towering over it by a good 2 feet. This damn viper was almost certainly the culprit behind the bear's previous wound. However, I was a little baffled. The spirit snake was only at the peak of the 7th star, below the bear and even me after my recent breakthrough. Yet somehow, when I looked at that beast, primal dread crawled down my spine. Even the ferocious bear that had tossed me about like a rag doll seemed to shrink under the serpentine gaze. Moments later, I knew exactly why. The snake hissed and spat a gob of green venom at the bear, which deftly dodged to the side. The ground where it splattered immediately dissolved, leaving a small crater. Another shiver ran down my spine. Nope! I decided to get the hell out of there, turning to run back to the village. I felt sorry for the bear. Even without the influence of the snake's mind-altering corrosive venom, it seemed to lack brains. Otherwise, why would it have gone back the moment it was healed, to challenge a creature that had soundly defeated it and driven it to madness? I wasn't so foolish. I took 2 steps across the sludgy snow, picking up as I committed to my escape. I heard a vicious hiss from behind, then yelped in shock as a glob of green blasted the snow ahead of me. Chapter 9. Raising my arms to guard my face, the acidic spit splashed against them and burnt. The pain was searing, but after my agonizing breakthroughs, I wasn't fazed. In fact, when I lowered my arms, I saw there was barely any damage where the spit had sprayed against them. Another side effect of absorbing the venomous essence? The viper had noticed me despite my cunning and stealth. That was a barefaced lie. I hadn't even been able to escape my furry friend's detection. I turned to see the snake's slit eyes staring right into my own. Hateful venom laced its gaze. This snake really needed a massage, or perhaps a mate. Seeing as my cover had been blown, I had little choice but to join the battle. The snake had proven it could strike me at a distance, so running wasn't an option. But how could I fight back? The snake refused to leave its bubbling swamp, leaving the bear helpless to attack, no matter how furiously it tried. All the snake needed to do was sit back and spit venom at us until we succumbed either to its toxins or fatigue. Despite that, I still moved to close the distance. I was useless this far away, and at least up close I'd have a better chance of spotting a weakness. The bear didn't seem to notice my approach. I figured it was more enraged with the viper right now and wouldn't bother me anyway. As I ran, the viper spat more globules of its vile venom at me, aiming for my face. Most were easy to dodge. They flew fast, but each time it spat, its neck bulged, telegraphing the strike before it happened. The worst part of the spit, though, was that even when I dodged it, it splashed against my legs and arms, burning through my robe and skin. Finally, I reached the edge of the swamp, jumping backwards to avoid the huge spray of toxic sludge the snake flicked my way. I hadn't expected the sudden shift in tactics. I could only curse my tendency towards tunnel vision as the sludge soaked my left arm. My poor hand was taking a beating today. First crushed under the weight of an 8-star spirit bear, then after being healed, it was about to get dissolved. The bear growled in my direction, but I only saw pity and rage in its eyes. It held no malice towards me, only the viper that had turned it rabid. In that moment we came to a silent understanding, a shared bond of hatred and disdain for venom that I hoped would let us work together to slay the snake. Unfortunately for both of us, working together still didn't solve the problem of the snake's terrain advantage. It hissed at me as I gritted my teeth through the pain of my skin rotting, unable to strike back. The pain faded fast, and looking down, I saw only a little of my flesh had been consumed by the potent venom. Again? My blood essence was still dormant. I wondered why my body was so tough, even while the aggressive sparks remained unaffected. They'd rushed to devour the venomous energy before, so what had changed? Was it my body itself, rather than the blood essence that filled it, which made me tough against toxins? I had these questions and more racing through my mind, but I had to focus on the battle at hand. I saw the bear's rage reaching a boiling point and its legs tensed. Did this dumb beast seriously think jumping into the swamp would end well? So much for the fabled intelligence of spirit beasts. Given the two I'd met, I was starting to think the tales were either massively exaggerated or just straight-up lies. On second thought, however, perhaps it wouldn't be so suicidal for the bear to take the fight to the viper's swamp. It wasn't fighting alone, after all. And if there was one thing I was confident about, it was my ability to heal wounds.
I'd already proven I could cleanse the venomous corruption, and my blood essence had even evolved since then, taking in the vile energy and making it my own. Then again, the spirit bear leaving me alive once didn't make us friends. It had proven its intelligence wasn't the greatest. It roared in defiance, and the snake turned its attention towards the furry beast. I had a narrow window of opportunity. Could make a run for it. I knew the venom wasn't deadly to me, at least in small doses. I took a single step back, then another. No, I wasn't a coward. I scolded myself, halting my retreat. A faint murmur of icy dread faded from my core. It seemed my oath wouldn't have allowed me to run away, at least not without suffering a backlash. Even though the bear got itself into this mess, it was still suffering and in need of my help. I clenched my fists. The bear narrowly dodged a ball of corrosive spit. It roared, and I saw it bend down on its hind legs. It was now or never. I raced forward, leaping into the air at the same moment as the bear. We collided mid-flight, though I managed to grab hold of its fur and awkwardly straddle its back as we flew towards the viper. The snake seemed shocked that we would dare challenge it in its foul domain. The bear had sustained more corrupting wounds, and I immediately poured my blood essence into them. It glanced back at me, a puzzled expression on its face, but didn't have time to question my actions. We slammed into the snake. A roar and a whirlwind of claws erupted. The snake spewed its venom as fast as it could while snapping with its jaws, its vicious fangs dripping with corrosive bile. The fight in the air lasted a few seconds at most, but the snake sported deep cuts down its neck. Perhaps we could win after all. That thought was crushed mercilessly when we landed in the swamp. The bear screeched in pain as the potent toxins began eating away at its paws. I intensified my efforts, forcing as much of my blood essence into its wounds as I could. I wondered if using my technique continuously like this would have any unexpected side effects, though I soon had no time to think at all. The bear was able to stand up in the swamp, barely. The sludge coated it up to its midsection, and the more vicious bubbles sprayed me in acidic slime, burning my skin. And that wasn't all. Now that we were well and truly stuck, the snake let out a series of hissing sounds. I could have sworn it was laughing. It reared up before diving under the water, vanishing in a spray of sludge. Shit! If we couldn't see our opponent, how were we supposed to fight it? The bear seemed to share my thoughts, but it was far from intelligent. It roared and seemed prepared to dive into the deep end of the swamp to chase after its prey. I took the liberty of grabbing the scruff of its neck and pulling it back, making it growl at me and bare its fangs. Listen, bear. I think you can understand me a little. If you jump in there, we're both dead. We need to let the snake think it has the upper hand, then drag it out of the swamp. You got it? I asked, gesticulating wildly with my hands in the hope the visual cues might drive the point home. For all my efforts, the bear just tilted its head and let out a softer growl. Despite its legs being the battleground between the burning swamp and my rejuvenating blood essence, it still wanted to dive in. However, my wild shouts seemed to have gotten through its thick skull. It remained in place with me perched atop its back. Suddenly, I saw the swamp bubbling more than usual right beside us. "Right there, get ready!" I cried, pointing at the swamp to grab the bear's focus. Two fangs broke the surface, followed immediately by the biggest ball of spit I'd ever seen. The bear reared up on its hind legs with a roar, and I grabbed onto its fur tightly. My legs flung outward, but I held on, and then the beasts clashed in a spray of blood and venom. A surge of power raced up my arms, nearly causing me to let go of the bear. Sparks of blood essence returned, stronger and more numerous than before. Which was odd, because I hadn't ceased the technique since leaping onto the bear and making it my mount. In fact, that wasn't the only change in my technique. Not only could I see the chaotic battle between my blood essence and the viper's venomous energy, but I could feel every clash, every explosion of blood and venom. Faintly, but still. This was a miraculous change. I drooled thinking of the future possibilities. Would my healing technique reach a point where I could use my blood essence to sense where a patient needed healing? To pinpoint the source of their pain in an instant? Such an ability was unheard of on Earth, but doctors would have killed for it. Well, perhaps only wounded. Death was bad for business after all. I nearly fell once again as the viper struck, biting deep into the bear's neck. My companion roared in agony, but it was not going to be outdone. It swung its paws, rending the viper's flesh with its razor-sharp claws. Purplish-red blood seeped from the wounds, and the spirit snake hissed in fury. But my companion wasn't finished.
The bear unleashed a furious barrage of strikes, slashing at every scale it could see. A few were torn off, and others were carved in two. We were finally turning the tide. However, just then I felt the swamp tremble. I cried, "Bear, dodge!" But it was too late. The snake's tail smashed into the bear's torso and sent us both flying. The bear roared, catching the tail with an errant swipe of its claws. At least we'd done some damage back. However, the snake wasn't satisfied with a single strike. It pounced from the swamp, darting straight at the bear. The spirit bear raised its claws to guard its exposed neck as the snake closed in. But at the last moment, the snake switched directions and sailed right past the bear's head. I realized too late that I was its target. A final burst of essence exploded up my arm right as two venomous spears pierced my shoulder. I cried out as the snake bit down, and my body jerked to the side. The bear roared, but it was powerless to save me. The viper ripped me from my perch and dragged me into the bubbling swamp below. Not willing to die like this, I writhed and fought against the iron clamp of the snake's jaw. It had locked it shut like a vice around my shoulder, refusing to release its prey now that it had been caught. My punches and kicks made it tremble, and its slit eyes burnt through me with a venomous glare. However, its fangs didn't budge. All the while, 100 spears of cold corruption bled into my chest through the viper's fangs. The same energy I'd once devoured, but 10 times more potent. My blood essence stirred, eager for another battle, but I was weak. I hadn't had time to finish my healing technique on the bear. How could I? I'd been constantly renewing it, once again doing something unheard of with the technique. Most of the applications felt that way. I'd never received proper guidance on the chi healing technique since Zhao Dan had never reached that level before his unfortunate suicide. I could only go off my brief observation of Wang Ren's use of the technique, my instincts and past knowledge, and the desires of my blood essence. It was far from enough. Missing a large quantity of my blood essence, I was barely able to fight the venom to a standstill. And worse, the snake's jaws buried deep inside me were able to pump a constant stream of corrupting energy into my chest. It was a repeat of when I devoured the toxic energy, but the roles were reversed. This time, I was on the losing side. The air was knocked from my lungs as the snake smashed me against the surface of the swamp. I coughed and sputtered, but all that did was make me inhale foul sludge. My chest burnt as the combined attack of the venomous snake and the corrosive swamp water ate away at my insides. After all my struggles and triumphs, was this going to be the end of my second life? I'd accomplished more than Zhao Dan could have dreamt. And yet, to me, this was only the beginning. I had unfamiliar memories of his childhood, but they were foreign to me. I was only taking my first stumbling steps and had already been doomed to fall. I refused to go down without a fight. Anything would do. I clawed and kicked, screamed and scratched, punched and pulled at the snake. I wanted, no, I needed, to tear its fangs out, to rip its head from its neck and feed it to the bear. For all my valiant efforts and vengeful fury, I accomplished little. The snake hissed in anger, one eye swollen and half shut, bleeding from a dozen wounds. I grinned, seeing that my dying desperation hadn't been entirely futile. However, the corrosive cold was spreading through my chest. My blood essence was losing the battle, slowly but surely. The snake dragged me under the surface, and my entire body began to burn and blister as the corrosive swamp went to work. It was agonizing, even with my body's resistance to toxins. In fact, that strange ability of mine made this worse. Instead of a quick death, the torture dragged on as the snake refused to release its prey. My movements grew sluggish as the venom took hold, petrifying my muscles. Even wiggling a finger became hard, though that didn't stop me from clawing desperately at the viper's jaws. Eventually, I couldn't even close my eyes. Every muscle in my body was locked in place. My blood essence still fought on, trying its utmost to devour the venom and restore me to health. However, it was futile. The spirit snake's venom continued to surge into my chest, constantly renewing whatever I was able to absorb. Finally, I could resist no more. Instead of devouring me then and there, the snake released me at last, letting my body fall towards the swamp's depths. But it was too late. Even without more venom surging in my veins, the swamp water was working from the outside, burning through my skin. The outer layer was almost flayed off entirely, and I was almost glad my eyes were frozen, as it stopped me from having to watch the gruesome process unfold.
All I could do as my mind slowly shut down was cheer on the final valiant dregs of my blood essence as they raged against the odds. They'd taken on a deeper green hue now, stuffed full of venomous energy. I noticed how effectively they were dissolving the viper's venom, but there was simply too much of it. My thoughts went out to the bear. It still had plenty of my blood essence. Perhaps it had healed enough to take down the snake. At least then my soul could rest easy, knowing I hadn't died in vain. Though I wasn't too confident in my rather dumb ally. So cold. I moaned, but I couldn't even shiver. Turning my gaze inwards, I watched as the venom and swamp sludge ate through my body. The morbid curiosity of a doctor let me appreciate the process with an almost sterile detachment. My mind was so foggy. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad to fall asleep. I needed a good rest after all the crap I'd been through. A faint part of me protested, but I was powerless to resist. Chapter 10. I snapped awake. My eyes remained shut, but my consciousness rallied against the overwhelming drowsiness that threatened to consume it. This venom is vicious, I thought, as I struggled to stay awake. Efficient, though. Making sure your food couldn't escape was rather useful, I had to admit. The problem with being conscious once more was that I could feel the burning venom as it dissolved my body from within. The sludgy swamp was eating through the last layer of my skin, a million biting fangs of acid burrowing into me every instant. This, maybe dying wouldn't be so bad. I refused to give in. I wasn't a coward. There had to be a way out. I was a doctor, for fuck's sake. I argued in circles with myself and wondered if the venom had driven me to madness like it had done to the bear. Despite my protests, there wasn't much I could do. I couldn't even move my body. What was left of it, anyway. My blood essence had been beaten back. Only a few brave sparks remained. I wondered what would happen if I lost it all. Would my cultivation regress back to the 7th star? Perhaps it would be permanently broken. I hoped I wouldn't find out, but even that slim hope was fading fast. A moment later, I experienced it. The venom destroyed the last spark of my blood essence, and instead of the devastating loss I expected, there was only a feeling of emptiness. Like I was a beautiful vase, devoid of flowers. My cultivation was still there. I could faintly feel it. However, without blood essence, I couldn't grasp it. I couldn't exert my power. I was an empty vessel. Not for long, though, as I was rapidly being filled with venom and acid. Just then, the swamp water burnt through my ribcage, and the first drops splashed against my exposed lungs. If I could move my mouth, I would scream. The acid burnt like the flames of hell as it dissolved the first of my vital organs. This was worse than death. That fucking snake would pay if I somehow made it through this ordeal. Another drop splashed against my lungs, but this time it felt cold? That was odd. A rib broke as the water ate through it, and a surge of corrosive sludge raced to fill my chest. I grimaced, expecting an inferno of agony. Until now, I'd tried to hold my breath, but I could no longer resist. Coughing, I let my lungs deflate, and the swampy sludge raced to fill the gaps. Instead of the burning pain, I shivered. It was like my lungs had been submerged in an ice bath. That helped ease my suffering, but it was far from comfortable. No longer able to hold myself back, I inhaled. Corrosive acid and vile venom rushed to fill my lungs, and I gritted my teeth, expecting the wave of agony. It never came. A deep, slumbering hunger rose within me. I realized that most of the sludge and venom I'd inhaled was gone. My lungs weren't burning, breaking down under the corrosive onslaught. Instead, they seemed to be glowing with vitality. I focused inwards, struggling against the fog clouding my mind. The torrent of sludge splashed against my lungs, and instead of dissolving the vulnerable flesh, it was absorbed. Yet my blood essence was gone. I wondered how I was still absorbing the corruption. Suddenly, my head exploded with information, struck like lightning. At that moment, I understood. Fivefold Medicine Forge Physique. This was the name whispered in my ears, the secret behind my strange body and mysterious sight. It could have been dormant since Zhao Dan's birth, but I suspected that wasn't the case. This had to be the oath.
I knew a single technique wasn't all I'd been granted in exchange for my crippled spirit roots. While all its mysteries had not been revealed to me, I'd been granted enough to know this was my one chance to make it through this ordeal alive. Like the name suggested, this physique involved 5 layers that I would need to progressively cultivate. To begin with, I would need to refine my internal organs by absorbing various medicines, or poisons. This would not only increase my body's resistance to such things, but also grant me greater regeneration, and wholly twist my blood essence, and eventually chi, to have healing properties. If Zhao Dan had possessed this physique all along, it made complete sense why he'd struggled to advance using the Cloudy Falls sect cultivation method. Those who possessed the 5-fold Healing Forge physique had powerful healing techniques, but the drawback was that they were unable to cultivate in the usual manner. All along, my explosive growth had been driven by my use of my hastily created healing technique. I hadn't realized it, but I'd accidentally stumbled onto the right path. Most cultivators in this world were cruel and violent, stomping their rivals and leaving a trail of blood and death as they climbed towards the peak. However, I could only progress by doing the opposite. Cultivation through healing. It suited me well, but to be honest, knowing this didn't change much. It was just a confirmation that I had made the right choice. At the time, I was frustrated with the heavens for being so stingy, but it had inadvertently led me to this discovery. I exhaled, bubbles escaping my mouth and racing to the surface of the swamp. I inhaled, greedily, sucking in the sludge and the viper's venom. My lungs had begun the process of refinement. The first layer of my physique was going to cultivate the internal organs. I continued to breathe, each time hungrily devouring more of the corruption that tainted my body. The venom seemed to tremble, realizing it was no longer the apex predator in this environment. This was my body, and I refused to give up. Every breath restored more movement and cleared away the fog that clouded my mind. My finger twitched. Looking down, I winced at the state of my body. Most of my skin had been dissolved, exposing muscle and bone. However, as I continued to breathe and absorb the foul venom, I noticed that with every exhale, wisps of green energy were released into the swamp. On my next breath, instead of letting it escape, I trapped it. I sucked it back in, and it didn't resist much. The green energy splashed against my throat, and I gasped, watching as the flesh was restored through its power. Converting poison to medicine. This was the most basic technique of the 5-fold medicine forge physique, beside my crude healing art. After that realization, I refused to let any more of the precious energy escape. Every wisp my lungs released was trapped and guided through my body, slowly healing me. I exhaled, directing the final green wisp to heal the hairline fracture in my rib. Restoring my whole body had taken too long. Was the bear still fighting, struggling against the vile viper? It had to be, or the snake would have returned to devour its prey. The swamp sludge was thick and dark, blocking my vision. That wasn't going to be a problem much longer. I wasn't content with just healing myself. Now that I knew the strength of my physique, I would put it to full use. My body felt weak, still lacking blood essence. I was unable to use my cultivation, but that would soon change. Letting out the final remnants of sludge in my lungs, I inhaled, and continued to inhale, even when it felt like my lungs would burst, even when I felt a mounting pressure building in my chest. The top of my head was blasted with a wave of hot air. I wanted to smile, but that would have been too much to handle. Truly, my whole body felt swollen. My lungs were doing their utmost to refine the disgusting sludge, and with every portion they cleansed, they shone a little more. Soon the level of the swamp had dropped enough that I could see my surroundings. My brow furrowed and I squinted, wondering if the lingering venom was making me hallucinate. We'd been in the middle of the forest, so where were the trees? I stood, my muscles stiff from underuse. Even with my lungs refining and cleansing the corruption in my body, I wouldn't be free from such things until I broke through to the chi-gathering realm and shed the chains of a mortal body. Taking a better look around, I realized that all the trees near the swamp had been smashed apart, their trunks lying scattered. There was no sign of the bear or the snake, but it was clear their battle had been fierce. Not wasting time, I began searching for their tracks. I couldn't leave the bear to die after all that effort. And my reasoning wasn't purely altruistic. My damn blood essence was inside the spirit bear. If I couldn't find it on time, there was a chance I'd have to start cultivating again from scratch, crawling from 1-star body tempering back to my peak. Soon, I found splattered venom and trails of blood, all leading in a single direction. That was a good sign. That the fight had been steered away from the camp meant the bear had managed to draw the snake away from its lair, where it had reigned supreme. The quantity of blood and clumps of fur I spotted was worrying. Enemies that fought with venom and poisons were tricky, since they only needed to strike once and wait for their foul creations to weaken you. The bear had been healing through my technique, but I didn't expect it to last forever. Suddenly, a tree exploded on my left, and I threw myself backwards as a blur of brown sailed past, crashing through 2 more trees and then stopping. I heard a pained growl and winced at the sorry state of the bear. Fur was missing, ripped from the skin all over the spirit beast's body. Cuts tinged with venom, rotting and festering, covered its body, and I could see the telltale signs of madness creeping in. "Damn bear! I already cured you once! The only person allowed to kill you is me!" I yelled, snapping it out of its stupor. I ducked under a swipe of its claws, but it seemed to recognize me and let out a weak grunt. Finally, I'd returned to the fight. Placing a hand against the bear, I gasped at the colossal wave of essence that slammed into me. It was like trying to force a raging river into a drainpipe. My body was strained, but I was starved of essence and needed this like a man stranded in the desert needed water. I felt the weakness leave my body as more blood essence surged in. 1 star, 2 star, 3 star. The amount of strength I was able to wield rapidly grew until I had reached my peak once more. But it didn't stop there. The essence continued to flow, carrying me through 8-star body tempering. It only stopped when I was about 2/3 of the way through the 9th star. Clenching and unclenching my fist, I relished the feeling of my cultivation returning. With my 5-fold medicine forge physique and my raw strength, I would finish this once and for all. Something splashed against my back. I felt a soft sting as the snake's venom started to corrode my skin, but no sooner had it begun than a single breath sucked in, refining the venom into medicinal energy that restored my skin. That wasn't all I had at my disposal. My blood essence, after healing so many of the bear's toxic wounds, had grown more potent. A deep green hue shimmered around each red spark. Unlike the soft, gentle green of the energy my lungs released, it was a dark, venomous green. Despite their similarities, my blood essence and lungs didn't react or work together. They were separate sources of strength. Now that I knew the snake wasn't much of a threat, I had nothing left to lose. Pumping half of my renewed blood essence back into the bear to heal its wounds, I motioned for it to stay down when it roared and tried to join me. "Just lie there, you dumb furry beast," I chuckled. "Let me have some fun." The snake hissed and spat more venom at me. I rushed forward, not caring if the corrosive spit splashed me or not. It wasn't painless. The venom burnt my skin where it landed, but I figured the quicker I finished the job, the better. The snake panicked when I drew close, but it was too late. I reached out and grabbed hold of its body, wrapping my arms around it and digging my fingers under its scales. Blood trickled out and it hissed in pain. The snake opened its jaws, revealing those venomous fangs that had caused me so much pain. I would never let myself be tortured like that again. Never again be powerless to control my own fate. The sludge from the swamp had gone a long way to letting me refine my lungs, but the first layer of my physique was far from complete. I needed more. Luckily, a gigantic source of venom was within my grasp. The snake hissed and struck, biting down on the same shoulder as before. I barely flinched. Instead, I smiled right into its slitted yellow eyes as it pumped my chest full of venom. My chest rose and fell in a single breath. The snake seemed confused as to how I was still standing and pumped more venom from its fangs. That was a mistake. Looking at the state of the surrounding forest and the wounded bear, I had no doubt that leaving this spirit snake alive would only spell disaster for everything that lived here. That included the people of Nine Patty Village. I refused to leave such an infection to fester so close to Xiao Kui's home. Finally, my fingers broke through the snake's tough skin. The moment they made contact, I started to devour the beast's poisonous energy. Instead of fighting back, the snake was too focused on trying to inject its venom into my chest. Foolish. Once it realized what was happening, it immediately reared its head, ripping its fangs from my shoulder in a spray of blood. However, it was far too late to stop me. I drained 1/3 of the energy in its body. My lungs were working overtime to purify it, constantly healing my own wounds.
There was so much that a lot of it was wasted, expelled into the surroundings. By then, the snake had lost the strength to fight back and could only hiss and rage. It struggled, smashing its tail against me as I continued to drain its venomous energy. Once it was too weak to do even that, I put it out of its misery, snapping its neck. It hadn't been so kind to me, but I was no torturer. I continued absorbing energy until the snake was just a shriveled sack of scaly skin, and then I let the corpse fall to the forest floor. I wondered if I could bring it back to the village and make use of the spirit beast parts, but the moment I tried to gather the corpse, I heard a growl. The bear was snarling at me, baring its fangs despite the battle we just fought together. Was this my reward for healing it? Betrayal? However, the spirit bear didn't move to attack. It just continued to growl. I looked down at the snake corpse in my hands, then back at the bear. "You want this?" I asked, puzzled. To be honest, I wasn't even sure if the villagers could use the materials, so there was no harm in letting the bear take them. I threw the body towards the creature, and it stopped snarling. The moment it caught the body, it tore it apart, ripping through the papery scales with ease. I frowned at the excessive waste, but the bear soon stopped, pulling a red marble from inside the snake and crushing it between its teeth. I saw a stream of blood essence flowing through its neck. It seemed that the bear only wanted the snake beast's core. That was how spirit beasts advanced their cultivation. After devouring the core, the bear seemed sluggish. I placed a hand against its fur and let my blood essence flow back to me. My temporary ally was healed, and its enmity had been resolved. There was still a month of winter left, so it would likely head into hibernation once more. Gazing into its eyes, I felt the bear's gratitude. I returned the feeling. I'd nearly died in this forest, but that torturous tribulation had been worth it to discover the secrets of my physique. I was pleased with my gains. All this because of my curiosity. Now, though, it was time to return to Nine Patty Village. Sniffing myself, I recoiled in disgust. I was covered in blood and dirt, and still cursed to suffer from body odor. I needed a bath. In the end, I headed straight for the old granny's house. She raised an eyebrow at seeing my condition, but didn't say much. There was a wooden bathtub in one of the spare rooms, which I filled with water heated over the fire. It was quite an ordeal collecting it, but well worth the trouble. Letting myself sink into the steamy water, I felt the tension lift from my sore muscles. Moments like this made life worth living. I looked back at the events since being expelled from the Cloudy Falls sect. I'd come a long way in just a few months. Certainly, the speed my cultivation had grown was the most outstanding part of the journey by far. Only the most talented geniuses of the sect might be able to boast a similar rate of improvement. However, I knew it wouldn't last forever. During the battle, I noticed that the more I healed the bear's wounds, the less my blood essence seemed to multiply. Either healing the same patient repeatedly became increasingly less effective, or I would need to seek out patients with higher realms of cultivation. I suspected it was the latter, because the actual potency of my healing hadn't dropped one bit. I would need to do more tests to make sure. All my adventures and encounters led me to consider my purpose here. I hadn't chosen this new life, but I was determined to make the most of it. The day I'd left the sect, I'd boasted to Wang Ren about becoming the world's first medicine immortal. At the time, it was easy to say. Without knowing much of this world, its culture, or how absurdly difficult it was to cultivate to that realm, I'd simply believed in a continuation of my career as a doctor. Now that I had more experience, my perspective had shifted. But my goals hadn't changed. I still wanted to reach the pinnacle of medicine in the Celestial Jade Empire. And then, perhaps, the entire world. To accomplish my goals, I would need to come up with a better way of practicing my techniques than stumbling onto lucky encounters with the wounded. To that end, I decided to mix a little knowledge from Earth with the customs of this world. As the population of Earth grew, treating the ailments of countless humans became trickier, so we dedicated whole buildings to it. Hospitals. I hadn't seen anything similar here, save for the odd room reserved for recovery after ingesting a pill. The problem was, I didn't think I could just set up shop in Three River City without arousing suspicion from the locals. So, instead of calling it a hospital, I borrowed some inspiration from my new world. I was going to found the Celestial Jade Empire's very first medicine sect. Chapter 11. The next morning, I made sure to check on the old granny and the cat before heading out into the snow,
The sun was shining today, and the raging blizzard had passed. Nine Patty Village was rather picturesque on days like this, and I would have loved to spend my time idly walking, admiring its idyllic beauty. However, I had a goal to accomplish. I was itching to leave, but I'd promised Xiao Kui I would at least stay until winter's end. Walking to her house didn't take long. I knew the route like the back of my hand now, and with my speed it only took a few minutes, even though the old granny lived on the outskirts of the village. When I knocked, Xiao Kui's mother greeted me. She was much healthier now, with a rosy glow on her cheeks.
"Cultivator Zhao!"
she exclaimed upon seeing me.
Come in, you're just in time for breakfast."
As it turned out, Xiao Kui wasn't home. At first, I declined her mother's offers to feed me. I barely needed to eat anymore. But Xiao Ai was a persistent woman. The stew did smell good, so I relented and joined the married couple as they ate breakfast. I needed to wait for Xiao Kui to return anyway, so I might as well do so with a full belly. The girl finally returned home 2 hours later, cheeks red from the cold. She lit up when she spotted me.
"Big Brother Zhao, where have you been?"
she cried, rushing towards me with eager eyes. "Oh, just for a stroll in the forest," I replied with a smile.
"Boring,"
she sighed, deflating visibly.
"Why did you visit?"
"I came to tell you that I'll be leaving as soon as the frost thaws. I have had a wonderful stay in your village, but I need to move on."
"What? You can't leave? You're—"
Xiao Kui went red in the face. Suddenly her eyes lit up and she exclaimed,
"I'm coming with you."
Now it was my turn to be confused. What did this little girl think she was going to accomplish by following me? Don't get me wrong, I'd enjoyed our short time together. I saw her as the little sister I'd never had in some ways. However, I was on the path of cultivation, and she was just a mortal. Our fates did not align. Look, Xiao Kui, that's not possible. I am a cultivator. You're a wonderful girl, but it would not be safe for you to accompany me. It was better to be honest, even if that meant hurting people's feelings sometimes. I saw her cheeks get redder and her brow crease. Then she stormed back out of the house. I sighed, watching her leave. There was still a month until I had to depart. I was sure she would come around eventually. After thanking Xiao Ai for the meal, I left their house and went for a walk to clear my head. I needed to figure out how I was going to set up my hospital, sect, and where. A cacophony of shouts and cries of rage woke me from my nap. I'd only been asleep for a few hours. My body didn't seem to need as much rest these days, but already something else demanded my attention. I didn't have to go, of course, but I was a curious bastard. The type of person who would curse themselves for a month if they didn't check out every little mystery they passed by. It was part of why I loved medical research so much, often more than the actual doctoring. The relentless pursuit of discovery was addictive. Although I suspected whatever was happening in Nine Patty Village today would be far from thrilling, I decided to check it out anyway. There was little else to do after all, and since I only had a week left here, I wanted to make the most of my time. I found the whole village gathered in the central area. The village head was standing alone in front of the crowd, talking to a familiar man dressed in expensive robes and a chest plate. I wondered why the tax collector had felt the need to return with a cohort of soldiers, given that Nine Patty Village was a tiny collection of maybe 40 or 50 houses. From what I knew, even if they were annoyed about it, the people here would never refuse to pay the tax. They couldn't risk it. Losing the protection of Three River City's lord would spell doom for them. Bandits and spirit beasts ran rampant in the lawless areas, and the moment the army withdrew, the village became a juicy target ripe for the picking. So, as I drew closer, I strained my ears to try and catch what the pair was saying.
"This is ridiculous. We gathered the amount you asked for before winter, yet you claim we are short by 10%? I know that feeding an army is expensive, but how are we supposed to live? This is daylight robbery, and you know it, Administrator Gao," the village head exclaimed. I admired his guts. Taking a stand against the city lord's advisor when he'd brought soldiers as backup was no easy thing. Administrator Gao's face twisted in fury, and the soldiers behind him took a step forward at the man's outburst.
Head Wei, are you refusing a direct order from the city lord?
He sneered, tapping a rolled-up scroll hanging from a sash around his waist.
You know what that means, don't you?
The village head took a step back, face paling.
"Of course not, Administrator Gao. How could this lowly one dare? I only mean to say that we need to survive to produce food for the army. This amount, it's just...
A slap rang through the crisp morning air. I watched the village head stumble backwards, clutching his face. Blood trickled from his nose, and his face was already swelling where the city administrator had struck him.
"Are you refusing to obey the city lord's order?"
Gal roared.
"Just a lowly mortal and yet so bold. There are hundreds of villages around Three River City. The Lord won't miss one."
With a wave of Gao's hand, the soldiers stepped forward in unison, reaching for their halberds. I was preparing to intervene when something completely unexpected happened. The old granny walked out from the crowd, looking healthier than a woman 10 years her junior. She stood in front of the village head and grabbed him by the chin.
"Little Wei, are you a man? Stop crying about a little slap."
She scolded him before giving him a gentle slap on his swollen face. Head Wei let out a gentle cry when her wrinkled hand made contact, but didn't resist. I stayed where I was, blending in with the crowd, to watch what this crazy old granny was about to do. She called the village head Little Wei, so I could only assume she was his senior. Given that he didn't talk back when she had scolded him, she clearly held a lot of sway in the village. Had she tricked me with her weak old woman act? Or was my healing just that potent?
"Administrator Gao, forgive my foolish son,"
she said, fixing the man with a sharp gaze.
"We've had a difficult winter, and he is only thinking of his people. Gathering the extra 10% won't be a problem. We just need a few days."
The man harumphed.
"You think I'll forget an insult to the city lord with a few flowery words from you, woman? A few days is too long. You have until sunset. I will return. Make sure the full amount is gathered."
With that, he waved his arm, and the soldiers stopped their advance. Swishing his robe, he turned with his chin raised high and mounted his horse before departing. Of everything that had happened, what surprised me the most was discovering that the old granny was the village head's mother. Why did she live alone at the edge of the village? I'd find out soon enough, but for now, I wanted to see what I could do to help. I didn't want to lead the village only for it to be razed to the ground. Darkness fell over the valley as the sun bid the day farewell. I'd been out in the fields for 8 hours, helping the farmers harvest whatever was ready. The extra 10% was a knife to the gut for the already strained village. They should be able to survive the spring, given that they could hunt in addition to using what little food they had stored, but it would be tough. I'd seen firsthand just how hardy these mortals could be when it came down to it, so I wasn't worried about them. Everyone gathered in the center of the village once more in preparation for Administrator Gao's arrival. If anything went wrong, I could intervene, but that would only make the problem worse. I couldn't just keep beating up whoever the city lord sent, and besides, the man himself was rumored to be a late-stage chi-gathering cultivator. If I kicked up enough of a fuss, he might just decide to snuff out the problem himself. No. It was best for the village and its people if they solved this problem themselves. I'd helped as much as I could, and now I would have to watch things play out. Of course, I would step in if I had to. I wasn't the type of coward who would watch while innocent people were hurt, but I knew my limits. The village head approached me, wringing his hands. His forehead had been creased all day, and his face was still red and swollen from the administrator's vicious slap. "Head Wei, what can I do for you?" I asked, with a smile that seemed to put the man at ease.
"Cultivator Zhou, I wanted to ask if there is any way you could help us out? If your esteemed self were to speak up against the administrator."
I raised a hand to cut him off before he could start rambling. "Head Wei, do I look like your father? I've spent the winter here, cured a deadly fever, and even helped in the fields today. I can't solve everything for you," I answered with a shake of my head. "Besides, even if I wanted to help, what can I do? I'm just a vagabond," I chuckled. He sighed, dropping his head and returning to the crowd of villagers. I noticed the old granny was absent, having not shown her face since stepping up to defend the village. Perhaps the little stroll had taken more effort than she let on. Given how bad her health had been, I wouldn't have been surprised if that were the case. Finally, the administrator returned. If I wasn't mistaken, he'd brought along a few more soldiers than before, and the villagers all looked terrified.
"Head Wei,"
he called out, as if greeting an old friend. There was a smile on his face, but it was sickening.
"I sure hope you aren't going to go back on your word."
"Of course not, Administrator. How could this lowly one dare to defy the magnanimous city lord? Village Headway replied, lathering on the praise like butter.
We'll see. Show me,
he demanded with a wave of his hand. A few of the villagers dragged 2 carts laden with bags of rice to the administrator. He barely glanced at the amount before frowning, his face twisting into a scowl.
You dare defy this administrator,
he cried.
I said 10%. What is this paltry offering? Are you hiding food that could be feeding our loyal soldiers?
This lowly one wouldn't dare. I assure you the full amount is here. We even spent the entire day harvesting extra rice to meet the city lord's quota,
Headway cried.
Enough! Men, search the village and find out where these greedy villagers are hiding the city lord's tax,
Administrator Gao ordered, glaring at the village head. I'd counted those sacks myself. The villagers had definitely harvested enough. Something strange was going on. The soldiers stepped forward in unison, and one who wore a much shinier chestplate than the rest started barking orders and pointing around the village. They broke into smaller groups of 2 and made their way towards the houses. The villagers started yelling and crying. Earlier, I had been content to stand by, but this was blatant trickery. This Administrator Gao had seemed like a reasonable fellow when we last spoke, but he was clearly a wolf in sheep's clothing. The fastest of the soldiers kicked open the door to the nearest house. A woman rushed towards him and grabbed his arm. He shoved her to the ground, making her husband shout in rage. Stepping forward, I prepared to speak up for the villagers. A ferocious roar cut through the noise, and everyone froze for a moment. But that roar was only the beginning. 3 silver lines sliced through the air, followed by a titanic mass of brown fur. A severed head flew through the sky and landed at the village head's feet. Headway stared down at the blood-stained grass in horror before turning to face his savage savior. I recognized the new arrival, too. It was a 9-star spirit bear. Letting out a hearty chuckle, I stayed where I was to watch the chaos unfold. It seemed my friend had grown over the winter. And most importantly, the bear hadn't forgotten what I'd asked of it. Just when the village needed a protector, it arrived. Though I had to wonder about its safety. The city lord might send even more soldiers to put down a spirit beast that had gone wild. But ultimately, I would have to leave it to the bear. I had goals of my own to achieve. It didn't take the bear long to slaughter all the soldiers. While a few were in the body tempering realm, the strongest was only a 3-star. Against the bear, it was like leading cattle to the slaughter. The villagers were panicking too, screaming and running for their lives. However, the bear didn't make a move against them even once. I had to give Headway credit. He was able to remain standing despite a 3-ton spirit bear rampaging beside him. Though I believed it might have been out of terror rather than bravery. His eyes were still locked on Administrator Gao's severed head. In the end, the bear left after going on its rampage through the soldiers. It didn't damage a single plank of the villagers' houses, or touch a hair on their heads. Only the administrator and his unfortunate soldiers had met their demise at my furry friend's claws. They brought it upon themselves, letting their greed blind them. I hadn't even arrived at 3 River City, and I already thought the city lord was a scumbag. Even if this hadn't been done directly on his orders, his subordinates' behavior was telling enough. Now that I knew Nine Patty Village was in safe paws, I figured there was no better time to make my way to the city. First, though, I needed to say goodbye to a few people.
You're finally leaving me in peace then, brat?
Wheezed the old granny. The cat was curled up in her lap, the pair of them wrapped under a blanket by the fire. I'd come here first, knowing it would be the easiest farewell. Well, don't get too comfortable without me here to bother you. I might just get bored in the city and decide to stay here permanently, I quipped.
Bah, you wouldn't dare,
she said, bursting into a fit of harsh coughs. The cat meowed in complaint when she stopped stroking it. I wondered if it would grow bored without someone to chase it around the village. Maybe it could wander into the forest and make friends with the bear, if the bear didn't eat it first. There wasn't much left to say, so I stood up to leave. As I was closing the door behind me, I heard her shout after me.
Thank you, Zhao Dan, for everything you've done for this village.
It seemed the old hag had a heart after all. With a smile on my face, I made my way to Xiao Kui's house. Once again, Xiao Kui was nowhere to be found. I waited a while, her mother insisting on feeding me as usual. However, after a few hours, the girl hadn't returned home. I was disappointed not to be able to say goodbye, but I wasn't going to bow to the whims of a teenage girl. If I did, I'd end up spending my whole life telling her stories. I made a short stop at the village head's place to thank him for his general kindness and to make sure he was recovering from the earlier incident. He seemed rather shaken, but after realizing a spirit bear protector meant no more taxes, he cheered up. Money made the world go round. Even the honorable disciples and masters of the sects would kill for another spirit stone to further their cultivation. The rest of the journey to Three River City was rather simple. The road went all the way there, and it was maintained by the city lord's men. Whether they would continue to do so after the day's events was questionable. But it wasn't my problem. With a spring in my step, I thought about the best way to advertise a hospital as I walked. The sun continued to climb to its zenith, the gentle warmth of spring rejuvenating my body. It had been a tough winter, but I emerged stronger for it. Along with setting up my hospital, I needed to experiment with my fivefold medicine forge physique. So far, I'd only absorbed toxins to refine the first layer. My lungs were not fully refined either, so discovering suitable materials to continue that process was a priority. My thoughts were consumed by these questions for the rest of the day, and I covered a vast distance thanks to my speed. I stopped to take a short break as dusk fell, sitting on the boulder by the side of the road and sipping some water from a gourd. I wonder if there's an inn nearby. Or will I end up sleeping rough? I asked aloud. The grass rustled in the wind. I chuckled. My old habit of talking to myself was making a comeback. I used to do this when I had a difficult research problem to crack.
There's an inn about 3 li down the road,
Mumbled a familiar voice. Oh, thank you. That's very kind, I replied without thinking. Then I leapt to my feet, spilling water as I whipped my head around to face the newcomer. How hadn't I heard them approach? When I saw who it was, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 12. How? I exclaimed, staring at the terrified Xiaokui standing behind the boulder. Never mind. What are you doing here?
I left earlier in the day,
She said, eyes glued to the floor.
I knew you'd have to travel this way to reach Three River City. You wouldn't have let me come otherwise.
And your incredible solution was to run away from home again, leaving your parents panicking as to your whereabouts? What will you do if I refuse?
Refuse? Why would you do that? I'm here now. You have to bring me along,
She replied, frowning in genuine confusion. I burst into laughter, not stopping until I almost stumbled into the rock. You're serious, aren't you? You didn't even consider the possibility I could say no. What a foolish girl you are, little Kui. Xiaokui had the decency to look severely embarrassed, her gaze firmly stuck to her feet. I sighed, looking at the rebellious girl. I could take her back to her parents, but given her personality, it was almost inevitable that she'd either run away again or get herself into some other kind of trouble. At least if I took her with me, I could look out for her safety. Which, in a world where a random cultivator might pass by and slap a city out of existence, wasn't much comfort. However, it was better than no protection at all. I could make her help with menial tasks and such to keep her busy. If I ended up starting a hospital, I certainly wouldn't say no to some extra help. Stop looking like a kicked puppy. I turned to resume my journey towards Three River City. What are you waiting for? I asked when she didn't move. There's still a day or two of travel ahead of us. That night, we found an inn that looked remarkably similar to the previous one we'd stayed in. I only hoped we wouldn't encounter similar patrons. Luckily, my second stay in a roadside inn with Xiaokui was much less eventful than the first. A soft bed, 2 warm meals, and a glaring lack of lusty bandits rejuvenated me for the final leg of the journey. Nothing eventful happened on the road, for which I was grateful after the chaotic events that had followed me since leaving the sect. Instead, I was able to take in the breathtaking beauty of the Celestial Jade Empire's countryside. Rolling green fields met towering mountains in the distance. The most magnificent was the myriad of animals that were all completely different, yet startlingly similar to those from Earth. As we drew nearer to Three River City, the roads grew wider, and, at a certain point, the packed dirt paths gave way to thick slabs of stone. Merchant caravans, farmers, and all kinds of travelers joined us in our pilgrimage.
I occasionally stopped for brief conversations with those we passed, but other than tidbits of gossip I had no context for, or the odd bit of advice for someone new to the city, these conversations were of little importance. Yet I still savored each glimpse into the ordinary lives of mortals in this new world. Having already seen the majesty of the Cloudy Falls sect, Three River City fell short. However, that didn't mean it wasn't impressive in its own right. Even compared to some cities on Earth, it was a sprawling metropolis. Towering walls almost 50 feet high ran the full circumference, and beyond them was a wide moat fed by a colossal river. On the river's surface, countless barges and rafts traveled in both directions. This river was the reason for Three River City's prosperity and status as a major trading hub in the Celestial Jade Empire. 3 slightly smaller rivers flowed into the city from the opposite side. We couldn't see the tributaries from here, but I had no doubt I would visit them during my stay. In some ways, the place reminded me of London, a vast trade center with a colossal river splitting it down the middle. Except in this case, it was 3 rivers. There was a winding queue to enter the city, with every single person requiring a check and approval from the city guards. For most, it was a formality. If they'd visited the city before, the guards simply glanced at their papers and gave their goods a cursory examination before waving them through. After they paid the entrance fee, of course. Luckily, my meager funds covered the 2 silver required to pay for Zhao Dan and me to enter. I was entranced by the unique architecture of the city. Unlike the sect, where almost everything, even the hovel of an outer disciple, was built in harmony with nature, the city was sheer chaos. Buildings were stacked against each other and, in many cases, packed so close it was as though they were trying to devour their neighbors. I was shoved constantly, the endless crowds surging and swelling as they rushed from one task to the next. It was a hive of productivity. With that came the deafening clamor of the crowds, the overpowering stench of mortals, which was made worse by my improved senses, and the endless array of vibrant colors the city was painted in. Suddenly, I felt something brush against my waist. With a smile, I whipped my arm out and grabbed the little thief by his wrist. The boy's eyes widened in shock, but he was tenacious. He kicked out at my knee and pulled his arm simultaneously, but instead of the cunning escape he expected, his foot met steel. He cried in pain as his ankle twisted unnaturally and his wrist popped from its socket. My coin purse fell into my palm, and I tucked it safely inside my robes. Instead of shock, he stared at me in resolute terror, crying from the pain of his injuries. Though he had done this to himself by trying to rob a body-tempering cultivator, I wasn't heartless. A quick pulse of my healing technique was enough to cure his wounds, though the minuscule rush of essence I received in return was a trickle compared to the torrents I'd grown used to. Perhaps my rapid gains so far had spoiled me. Even this trickle was more than Zhao Dan had managed to accumulate in over a year of desperate struggle. I now knew it wasn't a lack of talent, but rather a mismatched technique that had held him back. After healing the boy, I released him. He vanished into the crowd without a whisper, eager to escape my clutches. I watched him go with a chuckle, before realizing my other hand was held in a closing vice. Zhao Dan looked terrified, sporting a pale face while grasping my hand tightly enough to make her knuckles white. "Relax, little Kui. No one can hurt you while I'm here, and you're going to hurt yourself if you hold my hand any harder," I assured her. Her face gained a little color and her grip loosened, but I saw she was still uncomfortable. That didn't surprise me. Most of her life had been spent in a tiny village where she knew the names and faces of every single person. Nine Patty Village could fit inside a single street, and there were more people in every restaurant and pavilion dotting the pavement than the whole population of her home. I'd allowed her to stay with me on the condition that she became my assistant and worked for her keep. As things stood, there wasn't much for her to assist me with. My first order of business was to look around Three River City and figure out what the locals did for healing or medicine. If I wanted to stand out from the competition, I needed to find the right angle. Mortals were wary enough of cultivators to begin with, and I doubted they would easily accept the idea that one was willing to exert their strength to heal mere mortals. Before that, however, I needed to get out of the crowd. After what seemed like an endless series of petty arguments and attempted thievery, we made our way out of the throng, surging into Three River City, and found a more secluded district. The streets there were paved with darker stone, and the buildings no longer melded into one another. I figured it was one of the classier areas of the city, whereas the spot right by the gates housed the less fortunate, alongside enterprising businesses trying to capitalize on the extra foot traffic. Though how anyone could read a sign or hear someone hawking their wares over the infernal racket was a mystery.
Xiao Kui was tired and hungry, and I wanted information, so we stopped at the first tea house we saw. The patrons threw her a few disgruntled looks, but upon noticing my robes, tattered as they were, most turned away and pretended they hadn't seen anything. A cute waitress soon arrived at our table, her beaming smile and shining eyes lighting up the room. The conversations picked up once more, and she led us to a booth. It wasn't so secluded that we were hidden from the other customers, but it afforded us a little privacy. I think Xiao Kui appreciated the break from people.
Is every city like this? I think I should have stayed in the village.
She sighed in exasperation, taking slow sips of water. You made your choice, little Kui. I'm going to work you to death, and you can't change your mind, I replied with a malicious smirk. Perhaps you should have thought about what it meant to follow me before you decided to run away from home. Again? I was only half serious, of course, but she didn't know that. The sooner she understood what her decision entailed, the better it would be for both of us. When I told her she'd be my assistant, it wasn't just an empty title. I truly couldn't do this alone, and having someone to do the small tasks I couldn't focus on while building my hospital would make a world of difference. I hadn't told her the extent of my plans yet, but just my cold gaze seemed to do the trick. She swallowed the mouthful of water and shrank in her seat.
Sorry,
she mumbled.
I just don't want to stay in that tiny village for the rest of my life. I know there's more to life than farming and barely surviving through the winter each year.
Of course there is. Far more. But not everything life has to offer is good for you. And not everyone you meet has your best interests at heart.
I know that,
she sniffed, balling her fists.
I'm not an idiot, but isn't it better to be hurt while experiencing everything the world has to offer, instead of hiding in one tiny idyllic corner of it?
My gaze softened, and I let a hint of a smile creep onto my face. I didn't expect to hear such profound wisdom from Xiao Kui. It seemed she was more mature than I gave her credit for. Though, with the various tantrums she threw, she hadn't exactly cultivated a stellar image. With her reply, I was confident she had the mindset necessary to follow me. Even putting aside the fact I was a cultivator through and through, approaching the chi-gathering realm, and no doubt bound to seek out bloody conflict in my journey to expand the art of healing. Mortal medicines could be a gruesome affair. Surgery, sickness, violence. All these and more were just another part of my daily routine. Perhaps even more so since arriving in this world. The waitress returned with impeccable timing, and we ended up ordering braised pork buns and soup along with a pot of Three River tea, a local specialty. It arrived quickly, the buns steaming and the soup scalding my mouth. However, I didn't care. The pork was soft and melted in my mouth, the spices in the soup elevating it to a new dimension. The tea was a perfect complement, floral and delicate. A single sip was enough to cleanse my palate after the fatty meal. I balked at the price. 3 silver and 4 copper coins for a single meal. City life wasn't for the faint of heart, or the slim of wallet. My plan to acquire startup capital for my medical sect was even more of a priority. I wasn't even sure I had enough money left to afford a stay at an inn that evening. I'd been exaggerating. In the end, I found a reasonably priced inn not too far from the tea house. It came highly recommended by our waitress, though the smirk she wore as she waved us goodbye told me she and the owner of the inn had likely cut a deal on the side. I wasn't fussed if she received a cut because the food was good and the bed soft. They even had a self-heating bath, which was a luxury I could get used to. The next morning, I woke before sunrise, hoping to get out and start researching my competition. And I still needed a way to make money. My best bet was to lean on my healing technique, but commoners were too poor to afford a luxury like that. So, either I had to undervalue my services or seek wealthier clients. The latter was probably a better option, but I didn't want to get the attention of anyone remotely close to the city lord until the recent incident at Nine Patty Village wasn't fresh in his mind. I doubted he knew the full details yet, given that there were no survivors, but it was better to be safe than sorry. I figured I'd keep my head down and get to work. After leaving a note for Xiao Kui, instructing her to look for anywhere that sold medicinal or toxic herbs, pills, and the like so I could continue refining the first layer of my physique, I made my way into the heart of Three River City. Wandering aimlessly, I soon found my way into a market buzzing with activity. Merchants competed to see who could shout the loudest, most exaggerated slogan, while thousands of people weaved their way through the stalls in search of culinary or artistic delight. For a while, I only observed, but soon I found myself drawn into one of the stands. The middle-aged man was selling spiked red fruits that looked dangerous to eat, but the queue spoke for itself. After waiting for a while, I found myself at the front and purchased one.
When he saw my struggle, he laughed and showed me how to peel it so the spikes didn't cut my mouth as I bit into the soft, white flesh. It was deliciously sweet, reminding me of a plum. Plus, it only cost 2 coppers. Expensive for a single fruit, but a bargain compared to yesterday's meal. After my distraction, I stood in the center of the market and came to a realization. The purpose of setting up a hospital was to have my patients come to me. Until I could afford a permanent place to set up shop, why not sell my services in the market? As it turns out, setting up a market stall wasn't as easy as choosing a spot and putting up a sign. There were dozens of bureaucratic hoops to jump through. After asking the fruit seller for a little help, which he was more than happy to provide, after I bought 2 more fruits, I knew where to go and which officials to speak to. Unfortunately for my dwindling fortunes, getting a stall as quickly as possible would require greasing a few palms. 5 meetings with viciously corrupt officials who knew how to tear me apart with a single sentence later, I was 2 gold poorer and exhausted. But I was now the proud owner of a market pitch. I could only hope that I could drum up enough business to earn back the money. Frankly, I wasn't too hopeful, but the first few days of a new business were always the toughest. Once people knew I offered the real deal, they would flock to get a taste of my essence. I had no doubt the alchemists and healers of this city, if there were any, wouldn't take too kindly to me undercutting their services. I had just 5 copper coins left. The small fortune with which I'd left the sect had rapidly dwindled, and I'd only been living in the city for a single day. I ended up spending 3 of those coppers on a few planks of wood to construct my sign, and the final 2 went on a brush and some ink. Now I was well and truly broke. I'd staked everything on this little venture of mine. I had great faith it would succeed. Even if it didn't, I wasn't too bothered. The life of a vagabond wasn't the worst. Though, I also had Zhao Dan to think of. Speaking of little Kui, she'd been hard at work while I was struggling through excruciating meetings.
How could you?
She exclaimed upon seeing me walk through the door of the inn. What are you talking about? What have I done now? I sighed.
You heartless bastard! I woke up and you were gone, and I panicked and almost broke down until I saw your note.
She spluttered, tripping over her tongue.
I'm not a servant.
Well, I chuckled. I'm sorry for not waking you up, but I wanted to get a lead on making money. I took the empty coin purse out and shook it.
So, we're flat broke. Did you at least spend it on something important?
I think it's probably going to buy some lazy bastards a trip to an inn. I coughed, catching myself. I didn't want to be the one to poison her mind. She raised an eyebrow but didn't comment.
Whatever. Let's eat. I need to tell you what I discovered.
We sat down and I waved to the innkeeper, who nodded and ducked into the kitchen. There wasn't a menu here, just whatever they had that day. But it was quality food, so I didn't mind the lack of choice. So, what did you discover? Are there a lot of healers here? What about alchemists? I asked eagerly. The outcome of my venture could hinge on what she'd discovered.
Healers? A few, but they mostly serve the wealthiest merchants and the city lord's cronies. There's nothing for the commoners except hope and shoddy family recipes.
And the alchemists? I interrupted, already excited.
Again, a few. Similar story, though there were 1 or 2 shops selling cheaper herbal remedies and foraged ingredients. Not sure how reliable they are, but the old ladies running them seem nice enough.
This was the best-case scenario. Other than praying to the heavens or spending their meager savings on a homebrew remedy, commoners had no choice when it came to healing. Which meant a cheap alternative that guaranteed results might be exactly what was needed to take the city by storm. Once word got out, I might be able to lure in some wealthier clients. And then, the sky was the limit.
You look creepy.
Zhao Dan giggled. Realizing I had been smiling to myself, I schooled my expression. Don't be rude to your master, I scolded her.
Master? Since when?
Since you decided to sell yourself into my services. Now, listen closely. Here's what we're going to do. I've secured a market pitch to sell my healing. Your job will be to drum up business. Our strategy set, Zhao Dan and I made our way to the market nice and early. I painted a simple sign, Cultivator Joe's Miracle Medicine. It was cheesy, really cheesy, but it would get the job done. All I needed was 1 patient. Once people saw that my technique truly was as miraculous as advertised, they would flock to me like sheep. While I sat cross-legged on the ground, trying my best to look as scholarly as possible,
Xiaokui rushed around the market spreading rumors about the new miracle healer. Rather than drawing customers directly, it was best to let the buzz spread organically and wait to see who took the bait. Plenty of market-goers wandered past, and almost all of them raised a brow or widened their eyes at the sign, but none took my offer. The morning went by without a single customer. I hadn't even spoken to another human since leaving the inn. Fuck. Realizing the problem, I cursed my stupidity. Markets were amazing for a new business, with high foot traffic and lots of visibility. However, my target audience was the wounded or sick. What wounded or sick person was wandering around a market in the middle of the day? Then again, many mortals didn't have the luxury of skipping a day's work just because they'd caught a little fever. So, despite my horrible realization, I was still hopeful that my venture would work out. And eventually it did. But not in the way I expected. Chapter 13. An old geezer with a walking stick and a nasty cough stopped in front of me. He stood still for a few minutes, reading my sign with squinted eyes.
"You're a damn fraud,"
he eventually wheezed, waving his cane at me. And so it began. "Oh? What makes you say that, Uncle?" I replied.
"Well, it's obvious,"
he spat, legs shaking as he had to put the stick down to keep his balance.
"You don't look like a cultivator, and there's no way you'd be here with us dirty commoners if you really were some kind of miracle worker."
"How do you know what a cultivator looks like?" I retorted.
"They certainly wouldn't be wearing such shitty robes. Man, you're not very handsome. Also, you don't have any tools. Even the worst frauds put on a better show than you,"
he yelled, bombarding me with insult after insult. I let him rage on. His words didn't bother me. I had thick skin. Besides, the more complaints he tossed out, the better my plan would work. Looking down at my tattered robes, I frowned. That had stung a little. Perhaps I should have saved some of my coins to get new clothes. Eventually, he stopped raging, only to burst into a fit of wheezing coughs. "It seems like you're suffering from some kind of infection, Uncle. Why don't you let me have a look? There's no harm in giving it a try," I answered with a smile, gritting my teeth. I wanted to tease him a little, but messing with a potential customer wouldn't leave a good impression on the quickly gathering crowd. My only task here was to show people that my healing worked as advertised.
"Bah, what infection? I'm just old,"
he cried, shaking his stick so close it almost smacked my nose. Plenty of passerby had stopped to watch the unfolding argument, though many just scoffed at the old man's behavior. This clearly wasn't the first time he'd heckled a new stall owner. This geezer was a tough nut to crack, but luckily, I wasn't alone. It was time to unveil my secret weapon. Before he could say another word, a young girl appeared from the crowd and grabbed him by the arm.
"Grandpa, don't waste this opportunity to regain your youth,"
she cried. He was so shocked he almost dropped his cane. Turning to the new arrival, he seemed ready to bombard her with a stream of insults, but his steely gaze softened upon seeing Xiaokui's innocent look.
"There's no harm in giving it a go,"
she continued, gently pushing him towards me.
"If he is a fraud like you say, then all you've done is save someone else from getting tricked out of their hard-earned money. But what if he's telling the truth?"
She grabbed his walking stick and thrust him into my hands before he could utter a word of complaint.
"Imagine being able to stroll through the market the same way you did as a young man, without needing this old stick."
She snapped the cane in two over her leg. The final blow had been struck. To be honest, breaking his walking stick was a little over the top. I felt bad for the geezer when the crack of wood rang out through the market. A few onlookers gasped, but none of them turned away. This was far too entertaining. But that was just fine by me. The bigger my audience, the quicker word would spread once I healed this geezer's cough. I grabbed his wrist. Not hard enough to hurt him, but powerful enough that he couldn't slip from my grasp. "Grandpa, what the girl says is right. Why not let me try?"
"You bastard. I bet that girl... never mind."
He muttered random phrases before sighing.
Why not? When you fail, I'll be able to sleep easy knowing I dealt with another trickster. And you, girl,"
he shouted at Xiaokui, pointing at her with a shaking finger.
"you'll be paying for my walking stick."
She only smiled and waved at him, not acknowledging the complaint. Now that I had his consent, I could begin. I let a little of my blood essence flow into his arm, watching as it raced through his body. Small streams broke off everywhere, but most of it settled around his lungs and right leg. This geezer was getting a bargain. Not only was I healing his cough, but also most of the minor injuries he'd picked up during his long life, including whatever made him need the walking stick in the first place. For a moment, everything was going well. But then he grew red in the face and shouted,
"What the hell are you doing to me, you bastard?"
He began to cough and sputter partway through his complaints. Nothing had gone wrong. A little discomfort was simply the side effect of my healing technique, but he didn't know that, and neither did the spectators. However, once I was committed, there was nothing to do but finish the job. Don't worry, a little discomfort is normal. You've all had medicine before. Remember how bitter it tastes? A few seemed placated by my statement, but not all. They would change their minds after seeing the results. I felt a burst of energy racing up my arms and smiled. Letting go of the old man's wrist, I took a step back, letting him stand on his own 2 feet.
"Wait, well, I'm crippled, you can't..."
He began to shout as soon as I released his arm. His brow furrowed, and then his eyes widened in shock as he realized he was standing just fine on his own. Many of the spectators gasped, but his healed leg was just the beginning. Color filled his cheeks, and his eyes sparked with vitality. "Well, how does it feel to be healthy again, geezer? Now you can wander the market for another decade heckling us traders," I joked. That earned a few laughs from the onlookers. The old man looked a little sheepish, but soon composed himself.
"Well, I have to admit that in this case I was mistaken. I don't know how you did it, but you truly healed this blasted leg of mine,"
he said solemnly.
"And I can breathe again. The air is so refreshing. I apologize, young man."
"Don't worry about it, Uncle," I said with a wave of my hand. "The past is the past. All is forgiven. I hope you can forgive little Kui for breaking your cane, but I doubt you need it anymore."
"I knew it!"
he exclaimed, turning to Xiao Kui with a fierce glare.
"I'll let it go this time, but you shouldn't go around breaking strangers' property, young miss."
Many apologies, Uncle. I only wanted you to grab this opportunity with both hands. My heart ached, thinking of all those years you'd suffered,"
she said, putting her puppy eyes to full use. It seemed we'd discovered little Kui's natural calling. She was a born saleswoman. Eventually, the geezer left, continuing his walk through the market with a spring in his step. I could see the crowd was excited, whispering and shouting amongst themselves. A few people left, but even those would talk about what they'd seen and spread the word.
"Big Brother Zhou, you forgot to take payment from that geezer,"
Xiao Kui said, tapping me on the shoulder. "Crap." "It's fine," I replied. "A few coins won't make the difference in the long run, and he more than paid for his treatment by being my guinea pig. Call it a trade for his broken cane." She coughed and turned away.
"That makes sense."
I turned back to face the crowd. "You all saw me heal that uncle. I assure you it was no fluke. My prices are low enough that any of you can afford my services, but it will depend on what ails you. Don't be shy, step up and be cured." As the first person took a step from the crowd, I smiled at her. "Come, Auntie, tell me what's bothering you," I called out, ushering her closer. "My back is sore from standing at the counter all day, but I can't afford 2 silver coins for the medicine to treat it. Can you fix it?" she asked. "Of course, Auntie, come closer. I just need to take your hand to perform the treatment. All it will cost is 5 coppers, and you don't even need to pay until you've been cured." My compelling pitch worked, and she began walking towards me. However, when she was just halfway, I heard a familiar voice ring out across the market.
"What is a talentless reject doing here in the city?"
A man wearing the robes of the Cloudy Falls sect sneered at me. It took a moment to place the man's face. I had never met him before, but Zhao Dan had been on the receiving end of his bullying more than once. He was one of the older outer sect disciples, close to advancing to the inner sect. His status was high, given that he had been taken in by one of the inner sect elders. But now that I had been expelled from the sect, there was no need to respect that difference in status. Now I was just a wandering cultivator, and he was a disciple of the Cloudy Falls sect. Whatever trouble he was trying to cause, I would do my best to avoid it, but I wasn't above teaching him a lesson if he interfered with my business. "Fellow cultivator, there's no need to waste your time with me. I'm just a healer offering my services to those in need," I replied gracefully, plastering a warm smile on my face. Somewhere deep inside, I felt a need to punch the bastard, but I knew that was some lingering will from Zhao Dan. Perhaps just the influence of his memories. I'd never liked bullies. The man continued to advance towards me, and the crowd retreated to give him a wide berth. Everyone in Three Rivers City recognized the robes of their overlords, the sect that stood above City Lord Tang.
Now, junior brother, no, former junior brother Zhou, that's no way to speak to a senior,
he said, kissing his teeth.
Then again, now that you're no longer part of the sect, I think you might need to call me something like honored senior cultivator. Yes, I like the sound of that.
He stopped just 5 paces away from me. My eyes narrowed as I stared at the arrogant bastard. His long black hair was tied in a ponytail and hung to the small of his back. He had sharp brown eyes and a hooked nose like an eagle. I think you'll find there isn't much difference between us now, Cultivator Mu. It was nice to see an old friend in the city, but I really must continue with my business, I said, waving a hand at the sign. A final warning. I didn't miss the way his mouth curled into a sneer as he snorted. I'd really tried to handle this amicably, but it seemed that cultivators couldn't resist flexing their strength. There was just one problem. I couldn't exactly go around beating up anyone who caused me problems while trying to market myself as a generous healer, though I had no doubt the people of the city wouldn't blame me for defending myself. All I needed to do was let Mushan strike the first blow. From what I remembered, he was in 9-star body tempering, far above the old Zhao Dan, but just a step above me. The difference between 8 and 9-star body tempering was big, but I suspected he wasn't at the very peak of the stage. I would be able to keep up. I tensed my body, preparing for his strike. I would allow him to hit me, but only once. After that, I would give him what he deserved. But the blow I expected never came. All of a sudden, Mushan rushed forward, and I readied myself to block, but he went right past me. I heard a high-pitched yelp, and turned to see Xiao Kui held firmly in his grasp. He held her arm in a tight grip, the other hand clasping the back of her neck. I sighed deeply. If he'd attacked me, I would have been fine to let him off with a light beating and a warning to never mess with me again. But the idiot had to go and threaten little Kui. The last men to do that were buried in unmarked graves. Unfortunately, I doubted I would be able to get away with murder in the middle of Three River City, especially not the murder of a Cloudy Falls sect disciple.
Now, koto 3 times and apologize to your senior, and I'll consider letting this brat go,
Mushan sneered. I saw the nearby citizens take a few steps back. Fights between cultivators never ended well for any mortals in the vicinity. Gritting my teeth, I wondered if I should just swallow my pride and apologize. I didn't want more trouble than necessary. No, that wasn't an option. I told myself no cowardice, and bowing to the whims of these kinds of bullies would only show weakness and let them know you were an easy target. There was no guarantee he would actually release Xiao Kui, even if I obeyed him and kotoed. But I couldn't attack recklessly while he had her in his clutches. I knew what I needed to do. Walking forward, I smiled and raised my hands in surrender. I saw Mushan's shoulders relax, thinking he'd won. I continued to step towards him, but when I was around 3 paces away, he frowned.
Stop there! Koto, or this girl will pay the price.
I wasn't close enough to strike, not without risking harm coming to little Kui. But that was fine. I could drop his guard further. All it would take was swallowing my pride and losing a little face. Kneeling, I placed my hands on the stone tiles in front of me and lowered my head. I heard Mushan snort as I did so. I saw him release Xiao Kui's neck, but he still held her arm firmly. I lowered my head until it touched the ground, holding it there for a second.
Good, good. I am glad that you still know your place, Zhao Dan, even after getting kicked out of the sect. Never forget that you're a talentless reject. No matter how far you run, you will never escape your fate.
Mushan taunted, but the words fell flat. How many times had I heard the same lines from men and women who thought themselves better than everyone else? Even in a new world, the same shit happened. I pledged to become a healer once more. Sometimes healing the world meant cutting out tumors before they could spread. Mushan was just another tumor, corrupting everything around him. My essence grew agitated, and I gathered it in my fist. As I raised my head from the ground, I saw him laugh and look away from Xiao Kui for just a moment. That moment was all I needed. I pushed off the ground and darted forward. Before Mushan could even blink, I'd ripped his hand off little Kui's arm and thrown her away. Silently apologizing to her for the rough treatment, I stepped backwards as the man's wild punch sailed towards me.
You dare?
Zhao Dan, you insolent worm! If I don't teach you the meaning of respect today, then I, Mushan, shall write my name backwards for the rest of time!" He roared. His fist struck empty air, and his eyes widened in shock. Stepping past his arm, I jabbed 2 fingers into his armpit, and he buckled. But that wasn't just a simple strike. The moment I made contact with him, my blood essence flowed into Mushan's shoulder and began to go wild. Perhaps it was a little cruel to use the same vicious technique on him as I'd done with the bandits, but men who threaten little girls deserve no mercy. Striking hard and fast was necessary. He was a star above me, and I needed to make sure this fight was won before he could leverage his advantage. Mushan staggered back from my strike, clutching his shoulder. But the worst was yet to come. He glared daggers at me and opened his mouth to say something, but then he gasped and doubled over as my blood essence began to twist and mutate his flesh. It had begun. I lamented the fact that I'd been doing more fighting than healing with my technique as of late, but I hoped that wouldn't be the case for much longer. After all, I doubted anyone else from the sect would try and mess with me. Unlike those pathetic bandits, Mushan wasn't helpless. He made a seal with his hands and then jabbed 3 points on his bicep, shoulder, and chest. Suddenly, his flesh stopped swelling, the cancerous mutation limited to the point I'd struck.
Damn bastard! What the hell is that demonic technique? Don't tell me you've sunk that low so soon after being expelled! Or perhaps that is why the elders decided to kick you out in the first place!" he cried.
"Mushan, don't spout such nonsense," I calmly replied. "Do you really think the elders would have let me leave if I had been using demonic techniques? I'm not the weak disciple you used to bully. If you leave now, I can forget this ever happened." While I wanted nothing more than to beat him senseless, seeing that he could mitigate the effects of my technique was worrying. I was no longer sure of an easy victory. If the man decided to drop it here, we could both go our separate ways, and I wouldn't need to cause a scene in the market. I planned to live in Three River City for a while, and publicly fighting in my first week wasn't a good look.
Bastard Zhao! If you think I'll let you go after making me lose this much face, you're even more delusional than I thought. I won't be satisfied until you're broken at my feet,
he hissed, sending spittle flying. At that point, he was just throwing a tantrum. He'd been the one to start the fight, and yet he refused to let it end even after realizing we were evenly matched. "Mushan, perhaps if I teach you a lesson today, I might save those poor disciples back at the sect from your wrath. Don't forget, I gave you a chance to leave with some of your dignity intact," I declared, making sure the gathered spectators heard me. He snorted, rushing towards me. I recognized the moves of the Cloudy Falls sect techniques. Zhao Dan had learned the same movements, but hadn't reached the same level of mastery as Mushan. For lethal effectiveness, the best martial art was Krav Maga. I'd practiced it for 6 years before my death. Combining it with Zhao Dan's knowledge, I let my instincts take over. We traded blow after blow. His fists were heavy, his cultivation suppressing mine as the battle dragged on. However, I seemed to have the upper hand when it came to technique, and every single strike of mine was intended to maim. And when I spotted an opening, I wasn't shy about unleashing my blood essence to disfigure his flesh. Each time I did so, Mushan needed to quickly jab the surrounding acupoints to slow the spread. That gave me the opportunity to press the attack, and the tide soon turned in my favor. He lashed out and caught my chin with a lightning-fast kick. I tasted blood. But even as I was knocked back by the blow, I returned a devastating kick of my own, feeling the crunch of breaking bones as my foot connected with his knee. He dropped to the ground, blood dripping from his nose. I had just raised a fist to deliver the finishing blow when I heard a sharp whistle and caught a flash of silver from the corner of my eye. I jumped backwards, right as a spear blasted between us, burying itself in the cobbles. Chapter 14. The shaft of the spear vibrated, twanging as I looked towards the direction from which it had been thrown. A tall man wearing a white robe with 3 rivers embroidered on his breast stood on top of a nearby building. He jumped down and, within a few steps, appeared beside us. Another man and a woman wearing similar robes appeared a few moments later, panting, but keeping their visages stern.
"Who dares cause chaos in Three River City?"
the tall fellow said, his voice booming. The farmers outside the walls probably heard him. I wasn't sure who these new arrivals were, but I could tell with a single glance that the man in front was far stronger than I. He was in the chi-gathering realm. Mushan coughed, blood splattering the ground. He looked up at the 3 arrivals and his eyes widened.
Captain Kang, perfect timing. This bastard dared to attack a disciple of the Cloudy Falls sect in the open. He clearly doesn't respect the City Lord's authority.
Mushan blatantly lied, getting to his feet. My eyes narrowed as I stared at him, but I waited to see what Captain Kang's reply would be before I spoke. I didn't know the connection between the two men, but based on how Mushan had brought up the City Lord, I suspected the three newcomers were members of the City Guard, or perhaps the City Lord's personal army. Captain Kang stared at the wounded Mushan, then at me. His gaze lingered on me a little longer, and I couldn't figure out what was going on behind those intense emerald eyes. He stepped forward, placing himself between us. Then, with a grunt, he ripped his spear from the stone and flicked the dirt from its tip. Stepping back, he held the spear against his shoulder.
I agree that causing such a disruption to the citizens' day is equivalent to not giving Lord Tang face,
he announced, turning to Mushan.
However, just because you are a disciple of the Cloudy Falls sect doesn't mean you can lie to a member of the City Guard, Disciple Mushan.
He shrank under the withering glare of the captain. The other two guards remained still as statues behind their leader, their presence seemingly only to provide extra intimidation. Not that it was needed. Captain Kang was terrifying all by himself. He had to be at least 6 feet and 3 inches tall, and even his damn muscles had muscles. Just then, Xiaokui stepped in front of me and held out her hands.
Honorable Captain, don't listen to this bastard's lies,
she pleaded.
He attacked first, taking me hostage and forcing Big Brother Zhao to bow to him. He was only fighting to defend me.
Captain Kang frowned, staring down at little Kui. She wasn't deterred and began to step forward and continue her passionate speech. However, he held up a hand to silence her.
Girl, don't try to lecture me. I've been a guard in Three River City my entire life. I've seen it all. I don't need some brat to tell me how to do my job.
Xiaokui stepped back towards me, and I placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. I appreciated her attempt to defend me, but the best thing to do was wait and see how the guard captain planned to handle the situation.
This offense cannot go unpunished. Regardless of the reasons, fighting in public is forbidden, and putting the citizens at risk is a great transgression.
He looked first at Mushan and then at me.
I'm sure that Disciple Mushan had a good reason for his actions, and he will have a chance to explain himself. But you...
He emphasized the last word, gazing directly into my very soul.
...are another matter.
There it was. Even though it seemed like he was punishing both of us, there was a hidden meaning to his words. Mushan would be let off due to his connection with the Cloudy Falls sect. On the other hand, I, as the unknown, would face the brunt of the punishment.
Indeed, Captain Kang. This disciple is deeply sorry for any disrespect he may have inadvertently shown the City Lord and the citizens of Three River City,
Mushan said, bowing and wearing a solemn expression. What a sniveling bootlicker! This was like a scripted play, something they probably went through every time some vicious bastard like Mushan decided to pick on a weaker cultivator. I wouldn't let them continue this charade. Even though I would likely face some kind of reprimand, it would be on my terms. Captain Kang, are you saying that there is ever a good reason to take an innocent girl hostage? Everyone saw exactly what happened. I admit that my use of violence was perhaps excessive, and for that I am sorry. But I believe anyone in my position would have done their best to protect their daughter, niece, or friend, I said, looking around the market. A few of the onlookers started muttering, and one even shouted,
"He's right! That cultivator grabbed her by the neck!"
At that point, the female guard leaned forward and whispered something in the captain's ear. He nodded and then banged the butt of his spear against the ground. Everyone fell silent.
This situation is becoming far too complex. I shall simplify it. Both of you are to pay a fine of 5 gold to the city treasury to make up for your crimes. You can pay on the spot, or you can visit the guard pavilion within the week. If you fail to pay this fine, you will be imprisoned and face the justice of the courts,
Captain Kang declared. I winced. 5 gold was a lot of money. If I hadn't spent all my savings, I might have been able to afford the fine. But as things stood, I had no chance of doing so in just 1 week. Mushan's mouth fell open, and he looked as though he wanted to complain, but he held back. He took a pouch from his belt and had started to rummage through it when a sharp voice cut through the silence.
Disciple Mu, put that damn coin purse away.
The man snapped, suddenly appearing in front of Mushan and slapping his face. The sound echoed throughout the square, and a few of the citizens gasped in surprise.
Mushan looked annoyed, but didn't utter a word of complaint. After putting the pouch away, he actually smiled and looked at me with a smug expression. What kind of masochistic freak was happy after being slapped in public? However, what happened next made me realize why he was so ecstatic.
Captain Kang, I believe I can handle the discipline of my own disciple. Thank you for keeping the peace,
said the man wearing the dark blue and gold robes of a Cloudy Falls sect inner elder. The captain froze for a moment and gave the elder a long stare. His eye twitched once, but he didn't utter a word of complaint.
As you say, Elder Fei, I shall leave the disciple in your care and hope to never see him causing trouble in Three River City again,
Captain Kang said with a shallow bow. He went to grab my arm and drag me away from the pair, but the elder waved him off. His eye twitched again, but he said nothing and walked towards the city center, his two subordinates following after. I glanced at Xiao Kui. She had a worried look on her face and drew a little nearer to me. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. Mushan sneered at me.
Even the city lord's men cannot touch a disciple of the Cloudy Falls sect. Now that Master Fei is here, your only choices are to submit or die.
Another crisp slap rang out across the market. Mushan doubled over, clutching his face. When he stood up, he looked towards his master with shock in his eyes. He seemed betrayed.
Master, but why? This scum dares to insult a disciple of the sect even after getting expelled. Why punish me for delivering justice?
Elder Fei frowned at the sniveling youth.
Disciple Mu, does the Cloudy Falls sect gain anything by beating up a body-tempering brat? Who are you, as an outer disciple, to say what affects the sect's reputation? Instead of doing as I asked and buying the list of herbs, you're wasting time fighting random cultivators? Fool. You'll spend 6 months in isolated cultivation when we return to Black Cloud Peak.
He scolded his disciple fiercely and sent him packing with another slap. Mushan went off, pulling a jade slip from his robes and looking it up and down. Presumably the list of herbs he needed to purchase. I let out a sigh of relief. I guess there were still some in the Cloudy Falls sect with honor left, though it was odd that this upright Elder Fei had taken in a disciple like Mushan. Then again, the talented were rare, and it was only right for the elders to snap up any disciple who showed the potential to reach great heights, even if their personality was a little messed up. Elder Fei turned to me and took a step forward. His gaze was stern, and he looked Xiao Kui up and down. Then he turned to me, eyes narrowing. I shivered as a cold sensation washed over me. Had the elder done something? He stroked his beard a few times.
It's you, damn brat!
He exclaimed, slapping a fist against his palm and almost making me jump.
I had to wait at the sect gates for 4 hours because the sect master told me I needed to escort an expelled disciple to the city, but you never showed up. The disciple's behavior gets worse and worse with every cohort.
I coughed, feeling a lump in my throat. What the hell was that for? I thought the damn geezer was about to kill me for attacking his disciple.
Even after deciding to kick you out of the sect master showed you preferential treatment. And yet you still dared to make this elder wait around like a servant. You sure have some guts, Zhao Dan.
I wasn't quite sure how to react, so I took the easy way out. Despite his complaints, Elder Fei seemed a lot more reasonable than his arrogant disciple. Honored Elder, this former disciple apologizes for making you wait. I have no excuse. I bowed towards him. When I glanced up, I saw him stroking his beard once more.
At least you have manners, he said, waving his hand. And I see you have managed to improve your cultivation since leaving. Why hide your talent all this time? You might not have been expelled, fool.
I stood up and frowned. How could I explain that I wasn't the old Zhao Dan, the talentless youth who had struggled in the 4th star for over a year? Honored Elder, I managed to stumble upon a fortunate encounter on my way to Three River City. Perhaps it was fate that I missed you that morning. I lied, using the first excuse I could think of. Wasn't that how those novel protagonists always explained away their heaven-defying cheats? I'd paid a lot for my gains by sacrificing my spirit roots, but he didn't need to know that. Elder Fei grew a little red in the face, and he seemed ready to say something, but he simply sighed and waved a hand in the air.
Indeed, the heavens have a plan for us all. At least you are not dishonoring the sect. Despite being kicked out, you were one of us once. Remember that, Zhao Dan,
he said, before walking after Mushan.
The moment he turned the corner and was no longer visible, I relaxed, letting out a breath as my shoulders dropped. That was terrifying, I mumbled.
What was that about?
Zhao Kui asked.
Do you know that, Grandpa?
I choked, clamping a hand over her mouth and looking in the direction the elder had vanished. Who knew if he was still listening? Those old geezers were scary. From what I remembered, all the inner elders of the Cloudy Falls sect were middle-stage foundation building realm at the very least. 2 large realms above me. Elder Fei could squash me like a bug if he so wished, and no one would do anything about it. I was a little frustrated I hadn't been able to handle Mushan myself, but I couldn't deny it was satisfying watching his master's crisp slaps to his face. I just hoped I never had to see him again. I suppose it's time I told you about my past, little Kui, I replied, motioning for her to sit next to me. However, as soon as the commotion was over, plenty of the spectators who'd been too wary to approach earlier drew near. They hadn't forgotten my earlier display, and it seemed many were eager to try my services. Though that will have to wait for later. It seems our little marketing ploy worked wonders. Get ready to collect their coins, I told her. I fell back into the soft bed at the inn, exhausted and bursting with energy at the same time. I'd spent the rest of the day healing people of random afflictions after my run-in with Mushan and the city guard. The constant complaining of the citizens about their problems was tiring, but I didn't begrudge them for it. I was glad to be able to help, and to earn some of my money back. How did we do? I asked Zhao Kui, who'd sat on the floor to count our earnings. I heard the clink of coins.
51 silver and 7 copper coins,
she replied with barely contained glee. Not bad for a day's work. Far from the gold I'd spent to secure our market stall and get supplies, but if we kept earning at that rate, we'd easily earn it back in a week or two. And the gains in my cultivation weren't bad either. While far from the explosive growth I had experienced during my battles with the bear and the viper, I was approaching the peak of 8-star body tempering. Now that I had a somewhat steady source of income to rely on, I could finally start making progress on my plans. From what I'd seen of Three River City, it might be a good place to open my first hospital. There were plenty of people in need of healing, and despite being a little heavy-handed, the guards here seemed like upstanding cultivators. Captain Kang would have given me only a fine as punishment if Elder Fei hadn't turned up. Which was still a little unfair, given that Mushan had started the fight, but not that bad when I consider the brutal punishments often handed out in this world. Zhao Dan's father had ordered plenty of clans to have their 9 generations exterminated, and other such horrors. And they were only a minor clan out on the edges of the Cloudy Falls sect's territory. I shuddered to think what the true powers of this world got up to with no one to hold them in check. I held out my hand, and Zhao Kui tossed the coin pouch to me. I took out a few of the silver coins and let them fall back in with the jingle. Smiling, I withdrew 3 and tossed them to her. These are yours.
What? No, you earned all of this with your healing arts, Big Brother Zhou. I wouldn't dare,
she exclaimed, fumbling to catch them. Don't be an idiot. How could I have earned a single silver without your help goading that old geezer into letting me heal him? Just take the money. She grumbled something under her breath, but I didn't catch it. Rolling over, I placed the coin purse on the bedside table and closed my eyes. I hoped I would make even more money the next day, but only time would tell. Chapter 15. The next morning, I made sure to arrive at the market early, just after sunrise. Even though I'd done my best to beat the crowds, I was shocked to discover there was already a line of people next to my sign. Clearly, the events of the previous day had done wonders to spread the word about the new healer in Three River City. I spent the entire day working, with only a short break to let Zhao Kui eat lunch. The rest of the week passed in a similar manner, and the number of patients wanting to receive my healing continued to grow. On the second day, we earned 71 silver. On day 3, we earned 94 silver, just shy of a gold coin. We were also close to earning back all the money I'd spent on bribes and supplies. I still had half of a spirit stone, but I wasn't counting it towards my personal funds. I had no idea whether it would be useful to me without spirit roots, but I was loath to spend it in this city. Besides, most mortals didn't even accept them as payment, given how rare and valuable they were. Only cultivators used them as currency. By the 4th day, I had reached a limit to the number of patients I could reasonably treat in a single day. It got to the point that I even had to turn away a few of those at the end of the line and promise to treat them first thing in the morning. After 1 week had passed, we'd earned a tidy sum, a little over 5 gold. That wasn't quite enough to purchase a building in a good location, but it was certainly enough that I could start looking. The morning of my 2nd week in Three River City, I told Xiaokui to head down to the market and let the gathered patients know that I would be starting a little late that morning. They might be upset, but once I had a proper building to work from, it would make things even more efficient. I could also feel that I was right on the cusp of breaking through to 9-star body tempering. It was an unbelievable feeling, knowing I was approaching the limits of what a mortal body could do. Though without spirit roots, I had no idea what would happen when the time came to attempt my breakthrough to the chi-gathering realm. Will I simply fail? Or perhaps it would cause catastrophic damage to my body. I had no way of knowing, but since that was still in the future, I wouldn't worry about it until the time came. For the time being, I was on the hunt for property. Because I'd spent most of my time in the city healing and sleeping, I hadn't really had a chance to explore. That day I decided I was going to change that, but first I needed some help. With nowhere else to turn, I had asked the innkeeper if he knew anyone who could find me a nice building to purchase. He didn't have any contacts, but he pointed me to the district I was currently meandering through. Apparently, it was renowned for having a lot of construction companies. Walking down the main street, I noticed how unnaturally perfect everything seemed. From the street tiles to the walls and gates of the huge manors, not a single stone was out of place. I saw a few signs as I walked. Wen Tao's Wonderful Works, Shan Huo's Perfect Pavilions. All the companies seemed to follow the same naming structure. None of them appealed to me, and given the luxury on display in their manors, I wasn't even sure I could afford their services. I reached the end of the main street feeling rather disgruntled. Turning to head back to the inn, I suddenly noticed a rotten sign swinging in the wind. The hinges were rusty, and their creaking had alerted me. Walking down the alleyway, I arrived outside an iron gate covered in rust. The walls around it were overgrown with ivy, and the bricks were cracked with age. As I read the sign, I couldn't help but smile. Grandpa Guan's property. It had taken me a few tries to piece that together, given that half the letters were worn away from weather damage and rotting wood. The simplicity drew me in, and I found myself knocking on the gate. It swung open after 2 hits. The hinges screamed, desperately in need of some oil. It was a little impolite to enter without asking, but I figured if it was open, then the owner wanted customers to feel welcomed. "Hello? Is anyone here?" "I'm looking to buy a building in the city center," I shouted out, hoping to attract the attention of this Grandpa Guan, or whoever was on duty. There was no answer. Looking around, I saw an overgrown garden that hadn't been tended in years. A pond covered in lily pads and algae lay hidden behind towering grass. I could just about make out the tiled path, though even that was almost buried under the layer of vegetation. Walking down the path towards the house, I saw it was in disrepair, like the rest of the courtyard. Honestly, it didn't fill me with confidence, given that it was supposed to be a business-selling property, but as long as the places they had to sell weren't as run down, it was fine. I didn't see anyone in the garden, and the door to the house swung open when I tried. Walking inside, I almost burst into laughter. Sitting on a chair behind a wooden desk was an old man so wrinkled he could be over 100 years old. He was fast asleep and snoring soundly. I didn't want to wake him, but I also didn't want to keep my patients waiting. "Ahem. Are you Grandpa Guan?" I asked with a cough, knocking on the desk. He spluttered, and I thought I'd woken him, but after he finished coughing, he went right back to snoring. I slapped my hand on the desk loud enough that the neighbors probably heard it. He leapt to his feet, waving his fists in the air.
"Damn bandits, you'll never take my money!"
he cried, throwing an erratic punch. I avoided his fist and placed a firm hand on his shoulder. "Excuse me, are you Grandpa Guan? I'm no bandit, just a customer looking for a property," I said warmly. The moment he heard the word customer, he snapped to attention, a sly glint in his eyes as he leaned over the desk and pushed his glasses up his nose.
"A customer? Why didn't you say so, boy?"
He chuckled, slapping me on the back hard enough to make me miss a breath.
"What kind of property are you looking for? I guarantee that I, Grandpa Guan, will not disappoint."
The sudden change in demeanor took me by surprise, but I was glad to hear he actually had some property for sale. It meant I hadn't been mistaken when I walked here. Provided he wasn't some kind of scammer with derelict, run-down buildings he was trying to offload, I might be able to get somewhere nice to build a hospital for a cheap price. I need somewhere to run a healing business. Relaxing surroundings, plenty of space for patients to relax, and not too difficult to find, I told him.
"Oh? Healing, you say? That's something I haven't heard in a while,"
he muttered to himself, bending down under the desk and looking for something.
"Aha!"
he suddenly cried.
Then I heard a loud bang.
Blasted desk! I thought I told that mischievous brat to do something about it.
He cursed.
Where did she go?
There was no one else in the place as far as I was aware. I was starting to suspect the geezer was a little crazy. He lifted a huge, dusty tome that looked hundreds of years old from under the desk and slammed it onto the wood. The bang hurt my ears, and the cloud of dust it sent up made me burst into a coughing fit. Given that I was almost a peak body tempering cultivator, that was quite a feat. Just how long had that book been sitting there to accumulate that much dust?
Let's have a look here,
he said, opening the book and flipping through the crinkled pages. After a few minutes of silent reading, he finally looked up.
I've got just the place for you, boy. What do you think?
He turned the huge book around so I could see a beautiful watercolor painting of a mountain, featuring a waterfall, verdant forest, and endless flowers in the middle of the page. Above it was written, Million Flowers Celestial Peak. It was a beautiful painting, but I was a little confused. I asked for a building in the city, and this geezer was offering me a mountain? Grandpa, what's this? I haven't seen any mountains near Three River City. Is this a joke? I asked.
What? Not a fan of the waterfall? Don't you know this place was once the home of a renowned master of the healing arts? The flowers are a giant formation that increases the spiritual energy of the air. Don't tell me you're not convinced.
The next few minutes were a back and forth of the old geezer showing me a bunch of random places that he had for sale, none of which seemed to be anywhere near Three River City.
Verdant Shade Valley. The core-forging princess once shed so many tears here that she carved this valley out of the mountain range.
No!
Serene Mist Peak. A battle between nascent soul elders caused a permanent cloud of mist to settle above the severed peak, offering insights into various Taos.
Bastard, Grandpa, I just want a building in the city. Stop messing around or I'll take my gold and go, I exclaimed, exhausted. The moment I threatened to leave, he instantly slammed the book shut, sending another cloud of dust into the air.
Why did the heavens send this unruly brat my way?
He muttered. Turning to me, he narrowed his eyes.
Fine, have it your way. I offered you all these majestic places, but you want to be boring. Take this. It's the deed to a place in the center of Three River City. If you don't like it, you can find somebody else to sell you a building, he said, tossing a scroll at me. I was a little confused, but frankly, I was ready to take anything as long as it was in working condition. Next came the hard part. How much? He looked confused for a moment. Oh, money.
He scratched his beard.
I don't need any. Just don't ruin my building,
he said, dismissing me with a wave of his arm. I was stunned. After all that, he was just going to give me the place for free? I was about to turn and walk out with the property deed, but I felt bad. So I took the 5 gold out of my coin purse and left them on the desk. Grandpa Guan had already fallen asleep when I turned back around. I scoffed and walked through the overgrown garden. As I made my way through the tall grass, I spotted a white cat with blue eyes strutting along the top of the wall. It perched above the gate and watched me as I made my way onto the street. Its gaze burning into my back felt uncomfortable, and I was glad to have left the rundown place behind. However, I'd managed to achieve exactly what I set out to do. I'd acquired a property in the center of Three River City to turn into a hospital, medicine sect, and for the exceptionally low price of 5 gold. While I'd been a little confused during the entire process, I was satisfied. Next, I just needed to take a look at the place. That's when I realized I'd forgotten to ask where it was. However, before rushing back and facing the scary cat again, I picked up the scroll and unrolled it. Luckily, it had a section detailing where in the city it could be found. Sighing in relief, I made my way towards the city center. That damn old man was all I could think to say when I saw my new building. Seeing the towering building constructed from varnished hardwood nestled between the equally opulent Myriad Treasures Emporium and Three Rivers Golden Casino, I was in shock. In fact, given how magnificent the place was, I was starting to believe that geezer actually owned all those mystical places he tried to sell me. It was 3 floors up and about 20 meters wide. The windows were made of pristine glass, polished to sparkle. I observed my reflection as I walked towards the door. I was a bit of a mess. I felt a little out of place, but with how much money we were earning, I could probably splash out on some new robes. The door swung open without a sound, and I entered a beautiful marbled reception area. The white marble didn't have a speck of dust, and neither did the wooden desk, which I checked by running a finger along it. Smiling, I couldn't help but let out a laugh. My fortunes had changed at last. I wasn't sure what had drawn me to that decrepit manor, but I was grateful. Perhaps the heavens had taken a greater interest in me since my oath? Then again, the interest of the heavens wasn't always a good thing. For now, I wasn't going to bite the hand that fed me. I checked out the other floors just to make sure everything was in order, but they were perfect. There wasn't much furniture, and I would need to adjust some things to suit a hospital layout, but it was far more than I'd hoped for when I set out that morning in search of a building. Zhao Kui was going to be ecstatic. Until then, she'd been a glorified chore girl, doing all the tasks I couldn't while I was healing people. With the new shiny building, she could perhaps get a promotion to receptionist. Or maybe it was time I tried to teach her some of what I knew. She would make a good nurse, or even a mortal doctor. I had to look after her, and if my intention was to found a medicine sect, then it would make sense to take a disciple. Even though it was only a cover to prevent suspicion, the idea of passing on my knowledge was one that drew my interest the more I considered it. While I wasn't sure anyone else could replicate the strange healing techniques I was learning and discovering, all my previous medical knowledge, along with the mortal healing arts I was picking up, could be passed down. Maybe I should have written a book? Satisfied that the building was in good condition, I made my way back downstairs and made sure the scroll was securely tucked inside my robes. If I lost it, I would have no way of proving I owned the place. Though I did wonder why Grandpa Guan was living in that run-down manor if he owned such a magnificent building right in the center of Three River City. There were a lot of strange things about that geezer. I'd have to ask him the next time I saw him. I pulled the door shut tightly, wondering who I could ask to install some locks on the door. That would be necessary before we opened for business. With my building sorted, I planned to head back to the market so I could begin healing patients for the day. Just because I'd obtained some property didn't mean I should stop making money. Especially after I'd gone and spent almost everything we'd earned over the last week. The sun was approaching its zenith, almost midday. My stomach rumbled, and I realized I hadn't eaten anything in almost 4 days. That was happening more often as I continued to improve my cultivation. Even though my body didn't require food or sleep as much, it made me feel human to eat and rest. While the miraculous powers and strength granted by cultivation felt incredible, it was still a little unsettling at times. I was sure I'd eventually get used to it, but for the time being, I'd stick to my rituals. I'd barely taken a few steps along the street when I heard dozens of footsteps behind me and turned to see a bunch of the city guard rushing in my direction. I wondered if something had happened nearby. However, as they drew nearer, I realized all the guards' eyes were fixed on me. A few pointed at me, shouting to each other. What was going on? I'd thought Elder Fei handled the situation with Captain Kang. Just then, a spear whistled past my shoulder and buried itself in the street. The guards caught up and surrounded me in a circle. The circle parted, and the man I least expected to see strode through, stopping right in front of me. Captain Kang towered over me, blocking out the sun.
Zhao Dan, you're under arrest for defying the city lord's authority. You will accompany me to the palace to face justice.
Chapter 16. Captain Kang had a firm grip on my arm, digging into my flesh just hard enough to cause a little pain. I thought it was over the top, given that he'd also clapped me in chains, but I figured he needed to put on a show for the city lord. The guards at the palace gate waved us through without any hassle. The place was ridiculous, bigger than any building I'd seen, save for the larger pavilions and halls back at the Cloudy Falls sect. I didn't get much time to admire the palace. Captain Kang dragged me through the hallways quickly, not letting us stop. It was rough treatment, and I wasn't sure what had happened in just a week to make the city lord want me arrested. As far as I knew, we hadn't done anything after the run-in with Mushan and Elder Fei. If there was something that the city lord might want me arrested for, it would be what happened in Nine Patty Village. But it was so soon after the events that unfolded, and there had been no survivors to report our appearances, so how could we possibly be connected to it? Unless, if an unseen member of the administrators group had watched everything that happened after the bear slaughtered the soldiers and reported back to Three River City, the city lord could know about me. To escape my detection, they would have had to be extremely skilled in stealth arts or at a higher level of cultivation, which was definitely possible. I wasn't exactly a master of stealth, and I had no idea what kinds of mysterious arts were out there. and after seeing Captain Kang, I was sure there were at least a few other she-gathering cultivators working for City Lord Tang. We stopped suddenly. Captain Kang barked some orders, and the two guards dispersed to push open a set of towering doors made of gold. While admiring the display of obscene wealth, I felt myself being dragged forward as soon as the doors opened enough to let us through. They didn't need to open them all the way. Even a sliver was plenty for a few grown adults to pass through the gap. As we walked, I realized it was the throne room. There were stands along each side with rows of benches. I assumed that was where the other civil servants and lords in the city would sit when Tang Shi held meetings. On that day, they were empty. The only people in the room other than the guards and me were a man sitting on a silver throne, who I assumed was City Lord Tang. A boy who looked similar to Tang Shi standing next to the throne, probably his son, and another man who looked familiar standing on his other side. The City Lord was sitting with straight, perfect posture as he glowered at me with barely restrained fury. I'd never met him before, so why did he seem to hate me already? It wasn't a good start to my life in Three River City, I had to say. Hopefully I could find out what was going on and resolve it so I could continue healing people, making money, and start setting up my hospital. Captain Kang dragged me down the length of the throne room. I refused to let him break my spirit, even with the rough treatment, and held my head high. The two men stared at me with hatred, but I noticed the City Lord's son seemed quite indifferent to everything going on. We reached the bottom of the stairs leading up to the dais the throne was resting on. Suddenly, Captain Kang kicked the back of my knees and pushed me to the ground. I couldn't resist him. He was far stronger than I. Even though the difference was just a few stars, there was an insurmountable gap between 9-star body tempering and an early chi-gathering realm cultivator. I was sure he wasn't in middle stage chi-gathering, beyond the 3rd star, because that would make him even stronger than the City Lord. In a world where power dictated everything, the strong serving the weak wouldn't make sense. However, I couldn't tell the exact level of his cultivation. It didn't matter, because I wasn't in any position to break free at that moment. I stared defiantly at the City Lord anyway, not letting the man know he had the upper hand.
"Insolent!"
cried the man on the City Lord's right.
"How dare you look at Lord Tang with such violent eyes? Captain, show our prisoner what it means to defy the Lord's authority."
Captain Kang didn't move a muscle, ignoring the man's outburst and looking to the City Lord for instructions. Tang Shi snorted. "It doesn't matter, Councillor Gao. I'm not so insecure that I need a prisoner to give me face. Especially a treasonous bastard like this." Captain Kang took a step towards me and slammed his palm into my back. I tried to resist, but couldn't. My brain rattled as my forehead slammed into the cold marble floor. "When you hold a position such as this, you can get face with the snap of your fingers," the City Lord taunted. "Now, Zhao Dan, I believe your name was. Did Captain Kang tell you why you are here?" Rage crept into his voice. I tried to look up, but felt Captain Kang's boot on my head, pressing my face into the floor. So much for the righteous captain. I cursed inwardly. I thought the captain was a decent guy. The City Lord chuckled as he watched Captain Kang restrain me. "Since you don't seem to want to talk, I'll tell you," he sneered. "You and some irrelevant ants decided to challenge my authority, to kill men collecting taxes under my orders." His roar was loud enough that I winced. Fuck, it really was about that. I had no idea how he found out so quickly, but there wasn't much I could do about it. The villagers would probably be safe with the spirit bear protecting them, unless the City Lord himself or Captain Kang went out to subjugate it. But I had no such luxury. I was stuck in a room with both of them. "And then," he said softly, catching me by surprise, "and then you dared to start flaunting your fraudulent services in my city?" I winced, not because I feared the man, but because he had spat on my head during his ranting. Why were all cultivators like this? In the first place, his greed had led to the situation at Nine Patty Village. If he just kept the taxes at a reasonable rate, the village head would have paid them, and everyone would be happy. Instead, he decided to try and squeeze them for everything they had, and his men ended up dying. And now, here I was facing a grown man throwing a tantrum like a brat. "So, because you dared to challenge my authority, I must make an example of you," he sighed. "But first, there's someone else who needs to understand their place." I heard footsteps behind me and then muffled shouting. A few moments later, someone was thrown onto the ground beside me. Even under Captain Kang's boot, I was able to turn my head just enough to see them. and when I saw who it was, I burnt with rage. They had chained up Xiao Kui, and she had bruises on her neck and arms. She met my gaze, and I could tell she was angry and confused. I tried to soften my eyes to let her know I would do my best to fix things, but it was difficult to communicate while restrained. A guard planted his foot in her back, and I gritted my teeth, promising vengeance on the bastard. I heard Counselor Gao snorting. Even the name was familiar. Where had I heard that before? "I'm bored with this already. There's no satisfaction to be had in taunting a stubborn fool like you," the city lord muttered. "Captain, throw them in the prison cells. They will be executed in front of the citizens in 3 days' time, as an example of what happens to those who dare defy me."
"As you wish, Lord Tang,"
replied the captain, before grabbing me by the neck and hauling me to my feet. I glared daggers at the city lord, but he just smiled. The guard handling Xiao Kui was rough, and I saw her wincing when he lifted her up. I made sure to remember his face clearly. Looking toward the throne, I saw the annoying guy, Counselor Gao, seemed even angrier than the city lord, as though I'd personally insulted him. At that moment, the city lord's son started coughing. City Lord Tang suddenly looked worried and reached out to grab his son's hand. "Are you okay, Shenga?" he asked. I was almost too far away to see them, but as I looked at the boy, I saw something that made my eyes widen in shock. A few purple strands of energy flickered in his body, looking almost like my blood essence. I couldn't see much more than that because Captain Kang dragged me through the huge golden doors. However, I couldn't help but grin. I knew how to get us out of this mess. First, I needed to figure out if I was correct in assuming that the boy was the city lord's son. "Captain?" Captain Kang slapped me.
"Silence. Prisoners don't talk."
"This mother—" I was dragged down 3 flights of stairs, and the air grew colder and staler. I knew we were underground by now. The city lord had his own private prison underneath the palace. I wondered if all criminals were held there, or only the ones sentenced to death like us. Then again, in such a violent world, I was sure most crimes were punishable by death, even the minor ones. A guard stood by a studded iron door, and he struggled to pull it open, perhaps because it was thicker than his head. Captain Kang nodded to the man as we walked in. The first thing to hit me was the stench. Rotten food, a lingering scent of blood, and excrement. Clearly, the concept of prisoners' rights hadn't made it to the Celestial Jade Empire yet. I could handle whatever they threw at me. I'd been a prisoner more than once in my life, and it was a shitty experience, but often quite boring. However, if they continued to hurt Xiao Kui, there would be hell to pay when we were free. And we would be freed, of that I was sure. The guard behind us stopped and unlocked one of the cells, tossing little Kui inside. She tried to call out to me, but he smacked her and she cried in pain. Gritting my teeth, I increased the severity of the revenge I was going to deal out in my mind. Captain Kang led me down another flight of stairs, going deeper into the prison. Keeping us separated was just another form of mental torture. He led me to the end of the corridor, and only then did he unlock a cell, throwing me inside. I noticed the door of it was thicker, and there was just a single horizontal slit through which they could watch me. It must have been a cell for holding cultivators. There wasn't much need to feed and water a cultivator kept in chains.
"You know, when I saw that you were offering healing to the citizens without extorting their money, I thought you were an upstanding fellow," Captain Kang said with a frown. "I was disappointed to discover you were a lesser man than I believed."
I stared back at his melancholy gaze. Inwardly, I sneered at his hypocrisy, but I didn't let him have the satisfaction of seeing that. "I feel the same way, Captain." He shook his head and turned to walk away. Before he left, I tried to ask the same question I'd attempted earlier before being slapped into silence. "Out of curiosity, who was the boy standing beside the city lord?"
"Why are you asking such a thing now?" he replied, narrowing his eyes. "Don't tell me you—" "Of course not," I exclaimed, realizing what he was thinking. "I'm not one of those disgusting perverts. I just happened to notice that the boy seemed quite ill. Perhaps I could have a look to see if I am able to treat him." "You... how could you possibly?"
he muttered, seemingly surprised.
"Maybe you are as talented as you seem to be. It is not my place to share such things. The only fate that awaits you is death. Repent, and pray the heavens are kinder to you in the next life."
With that, he slammed the door shut, and I heard the clinking of a key in the lock, followed by his retreating footsteps. I sighed. I'd given it my best shot. I supposed I would just have to spend the next 3 days trying to punch my way out of the cells, though I doubted I would have the strength if the cells were built to hold cultivators even more powerful than I. For the first time since arriving in this world, I felt my faith in the oath I'd made wavering. I had the power to heal the boy, at least I hoped so, unless his problem was one beyond my means to treat, which was possible given that I knew so little of the world. However, a small, vengeful part of me felt that even if I was given the chance to heal him, I shouldn't, just to spite the city lord. And yet, I would have to heal him if I could, since that was the only chance I had to free Xiaokui and myself. There was also the possibility that the boy wasn't as much of an arrogant asshole like his father, though they did have that saying, a tiger father will not beget a dog son. With nothing to do but wait, I decided it was a good time to try and study my body and my techniques. I wouldn't be able to practice much or refine my lungs without any resources, but I could at least attempt to figure out more of the mysteries behind them. I meditated in silence, my gaze focused inwards as I pondered the profundity of the five-fold medicine forge physique and my strange blood essence. I wasn't sure how long the trance lasted, but I hadn't managed to achieve much despite my intense focus. My physique was simply that mysterious. Other than the basic knowledge I had obtained upon awakening it for the first time, nothing else was revealing itself to me. Eventually, I was interrupted by the clicking of the lock and the scratching sound of the cell door swinging open. Chapter 17. I watched the door swing open with interest, wondering who had interrupted my meditation. When it opened all the way, I saw Captain Kang standing there, staring at me with his face pulled taut.
"The Lord wishes to see you, Prisoner Zhou. When I mentioned you guessed his son was ill, he seemed interested in speaking with you,"
he said, seemingly confused that his master had summoned me. It seemed my one shot had paid off. All I had to do afterwards was figure out what was actually wrong with the boy and see if I could cure it. Which was the most difficult part of the plan, but I was confident. So far, I hadn't encountered anything my healing technique couldn't heal, and while I doubted that would last forever, I was sure there was nothing in Three River City beyond my ability to cure. Before following the captain, I stretched my stiff muscles, making sure to take my time. Captain Kang's eye twitched when he saw my antics. Too easy. As I walked past him out of the cell, he grabbed my shoulder and spun me around to face him.
"I believe you are a somewhat talented healer, but if you dare to trick Lord Tang, I will ensure your death is as painful as possible," he warned.
How could I possibly trick the Lord while under your watchful gaze, Captain? I am no fraudster, I replied with a smile. He snorted.
"We shall see."
After that, he grabbed my arm and led me through the prison, back up the stairs and past the cell where Xiaokui had been dumped. I tried to look inside, but it was difficult given the speed he was dragging me. Given that it had only been a few hours, I had to assume she was still fine. But I made sure to throw a fierce glare at the guard standing at the end of the corridor, recognizing him as the bastard who dared to hurt her. The man kissed his teeth as we passed. It didn't take long to arrive in front of those massive golden doors once more, and after the guards present pushed them open, we walked into the throne room. I got a powerful feeling of déjà vu, walking in to see almost the exact same scene as before. The city lord sat on his throne with Councillor Gao and his son on either side. What had changed was the expressions each of them wore and the way they looked at me compared to last time. Well, except for the councillor. He still seemed as though he wanted to kill me himself without waiting for the public execution. However, the city lord appraised me with curious eyes, concealing a glimmer of hope. And his son did the same, but he also seemed tired, like the same scene had played out before him 1,000 times. I imagined Lord Tang had brought countless healers in front of the boy, all of them trying to find a cure to his sickness. I'd heard the same story countless times, and this was no different. Except for the fact that I was no ordinary healer. I grunted as Captain Kang kicked me to my knees. At least he didn't stomp my face into the floor this time. "Captain Kang tells me you know my son is sick. How?" Lord Tang demanded. "He's a trickster, Lord Tang. He must have looked into you before arriving in the city. Don't trust a word out of his mouth," the angry counselor exclaimed. The city lord glared at him, and the man shut his mouth instantly. When he turned back to me, I tried to think of an answer that wouldn't give away too much. I wasn't quite sure how rare something like my healing technique was when compared with the entire Celestial Jade Empire. Sometimes possessing a jade without the strength to guard it was a crime, and I didn't need even more enemies than I'd already made. As you may know, Lord Tang, I am a healer, speaking slowly and waiting for a reaction. A rather skilled one, too, if I might be so bold. So I have heard, he said dryly. That still doesn't explain how you were able to determine that my son was sick with just a brief glance from a distance. Well, I have a particularly unique healing art. I would say that I am more able than most healers to judge whether someone is suffering and subsequently treat them, I replied. Being intentionally vague was a good start to figure out how much the City Lord wanted to know from me. This seemed to be some kind of test rather than genuine curiosity. Ultimately, he probably doubted my ability to cure his son, but just the fact that I'd been summoned told me that he valued the boy highly. What is wrong with my son, then, uniquely talented healer? He chuckled. I don't know, I replied confidently. He slapped the armrest of his throne, face twisting into a scowl. Insolent bastard! Are you mocking me? I felt Captain Kang's foot pushing down on my back, but I resisted the pressure. I wasn't going to go down so easily this time. Besides, I'd told the truth. Did the City Lord really expect me to know what was wrong with his son without even giving him a checkup? All I knew was that he was sick, not the exact cause of his suffering. Of course not, Lord Tang. Only, how can I know the exact cause of your son's sickness without first checking him? I only had a single glance last time I was here, and from that, I managed to tell he was suffering, but not the cause, I said without pause. I doubt any other healer would accomplish such a thing. That... Captain Kang coughed, and I felt the pressure on my back lessen.
My lord, it seems it might be wise to let Zhao Dan inspect young Master Shang. At the very least, if he can determine the root of the young master's sickness, it will be a better outcome than in the past.
Despite the conversation between the Lord and the Captain, I was focused on neither of them. I wasn't even focused on the boy. Instead, I was smiling at Counselor Gao while the man tried to murder me with his eyes. He really was familiar, but why did he hate me so much? The City Lord coughed, and I turned back to him. Captain Kang is right. Despite your crimes, for which you will still be executed, I believe it is worth letting you attempt to diagnose Sheng-Er, he said, resting his chin on his fist. Then he stood up, clapping his hands. If, he announced, and only if, you can cure my son, we will consider a stay of execution. But first you must prove yourself worthy to exist. Come. He strode down the stairs from his dais, waving for his son to follow. The boy rushed after his father obediently, stumbling on the final step. His breathing was shallow, and he seemed pale. Given that City Lord Tang was in the Qi-gathering realm, I would have expected his son to have 2- or 3-star body tempering at least. And yet, the boy was immortal, a weak one at that. Whatever was wrong with him had to be severe. I started wanting to cure him not just to secure our freedom, but because I felt sorry for him. No matter how much of a bastard their parent was, no child deserved to suffer like that. Then again, I would need to find out what kind of man the young City Lord was shaping up to be. He might be just as arrogant a fool as his father. Captain Kang grabbed my arm and pulled me after the pair. Counselor Gao did not follow us, but I felt his gaze burning a hole in my back as we left the throne room. When we had left the throne room, the golden doors closed behind us, and I dug my feet into the marble, refusing to move. I will not diagnose your son without first seeing that Shaokui is safe. The City Lord stared at me for a few seconds, then sighed. Captain, have one of your men bring the girl to meet us, he ordered, before continuing to walk. Captain Kang waved at a nearby guard who sprinted off toward the prison. That was easier than I'd expected. I finally got to have a better look at the palace as we left the main building behind, winding our way through manicured gardens toward a smaller wooden gate. Walking through, I gasped at the sheer beauty of the garden that lay beyond. An azure pond lay in the center, ringed by perfectly spherical stones with a single lily pad floating on the surface. Flowers were arranged in swirling patterns throughout the garden, and there was one tree on either side. The left tree was a cherry blossom in full bloom, and the other was an ash tree with verdant green leaves. I felt a soothing sensation pass through me as I stepped into the garden and paused, taking a deep breath. Even the air felt cleaner. I took another step and had to stop myself from gasping so as not to alert the others. The progress towards fully refining my lungs had increased by a small amount. Not letting the glee I felt creep onto my face was extremely difficult. I was going to delay this diagnosis as much as possible so I could spend more time in this garden, and perhaps fully... No. I would not disrespect a patient like that. I cursed myself, realizing I was already falling into the trap that all other cultivators seemed to, even though I had taken an oath that crippled my spirit roots. Truly, the greatest danger on the path of cultivation seemed to be how addictive it was. The desire to throw all else aside simply to obtain another breakthrough was immense. But I was better than that. The city lord hadn't faltered, and neither had his son. Captain Kang had allowed me the moment of admiration this time, but seeing that the others were getting away from us, he shoved me gently. I resumed walking, breathing deeply, and looking at the magnificent twin trees. Lord Tang pushed open a set of wooden doors, leading to a simple, unfurnished room. Inside, there were only some bamboo mats on the ground and a shrine with 2 sticks of incense. He motioned for his son to sit, then for me to sit opposite. Captain Kang shut the door behind us and remained standing, seemingly unbothered by what was happening. The city lord took a seat near the two of us and rested his chin on his palm, elbow on his knee. So, get on with it. If it turns out you were lying, I don't mind bringing your execution forward by a few days, he ordered with a wave. Then his mouth curled into a sneer. Or perhaps I'll just kill that girl first and see your expression. I frowned. Threatening Xiao Kui isn't exactly going to motivate me to cure your son. And I said I wouldn't begin until I see that she is unharmed, I replied, unfazed by his taunts. His eye twitched. My guards are bringing the girl, don't worry about that. I can guarantee she won't be harmed, he sighed. At least until the day of your execution. Just begin, you will see her soon enough. Frowning, I rubbed my temple. He was annoying, but right. Diagnosing the boy and figuring out what was wrong with him shouldn't take too long, and I would still be able to refuse to treat him if it turned out something had happened to little Kui. Not that I was a fan of using the kid's health as a bargaining chip, but desperate times called for desperate measures. Turning to the boy, Tang Shen, I looked him up and down. Despite his weak body and frail health, he wasn't timid. He met my gaze, a proud confidence in his eyes. Good. Treating a patient who had given up was far more difficult than one who still had some fight in them. I stood and walked up behind him. Sit still. This will only take a moment, I told him. I said that, but to be honest, I wasn't sure if my physique or healing arts came with a diagnosis manual. I knew how to recognize mortal afflictions, ones from Earth anyway, but telling apart a chi toxin from an overflow of pill residue wasn't my forte. When I had some free time, and I wasn't a prisoner to the city lord, I planned to visit a library and brush up on the medicinal knowledge of the Celestial Jade Empire, though I wasn't sure how freely it would be shared outside the walls of the sects and clans. Regardless, I would do my best. Even if I only had a vague idea of what was wrong, my technique didn't require a diagnosis to work. It just seemed to brute force its way past any afflictions or wounds. As long as I could come up with an answer that satisfied the city lord enough that he would allow me to treat his son, that was fine. I placed my palm near his back, not quite touching it out of fear my blood essence might inadvertently kickstart the healing process too early. What I was actually doing while waving my hand around and pretending to inspect the boy was searching for signs of that purple energy I'd seen last time. It took a while, but suddenly I saw a stream of it appear in his chest, then vanish just as fast. However, when it appeared, the boy started coughing violently. "Shang-e!" cried the city lord. "Are you all right?" Then, turning to me with rage in his eyes, he demanded, "What the hell are you doing to him?" "Relax, Lord Tang. That was not my doing. It is simply young Master Sheng's illness acting up. I have an idea what might be causing this to happen," I replied, bullshitting with ease. I was about to continue when suddenly there was a knock at the door. Captain Kang opened it a crack and then slipped outside. A moment later he came back in, his face a little pale with a frown on his face.
Ahem,
he coughed.
It seems there was a slight problem with your friend. Everything should be fine, but it may be a while until you can see her.
I snapped my fist shut, closing my eyes for a second to restrain my fury. Standing up, much to the city lord's dismay, I snarled. "What the hell happened? You promised she would be unharmed." Chapter 18. Captain Kang stood there, not sure how to respond to my outburst. He looked to the city lord for support, but found little.
That's...
he muttered. "Out with it, Captain!" the city lord demanded.
She feigned illness, and when one of my men went in to check on her, she attacked him, biting and kicking. He was forced to defend himself and may have used a little too much force,
he explained, not meeting my gaze. I didn't respond immediately. If I did, my response might have been to try and kill the man instead of rage at him with my words. The captain looked to the city lord for assurance, but to his surprise, he found only cold fury. Despite the terrible circumstances, I was glad to see Tang Shi's reaction. That he was angry at what had happened to Shao Kui told me just how much he loved his son. It told me that he needed me, as long as I could hold up my end of the bargain and heal Tang Shang. Now that I knew the stakes and the cards I had to play, I interrupted. So, the city lord's word and the captain's command of his men is worth less than nothing. I do not believe I can go ahead with the treatment without receiving some assurances. Captain Kang grew enraged, reaching for his sword and taking a step towards me.
"You dare!"
he cried, but he flinched like a beaten dog when the city lord leapt to his feet and stared daggers at him. "Silence, Captain!" the lord snarled. "You know what Shang-Er means to me. To risk losing a chance at healing him." The city lord glanced at me. He was a smart man. He could have attempted to force my hand and make me heal his son by threatening Shao Kui's life, or worse. In fact, many other cultivators in this world would have done exactly that. Of that I was sure. Yet, he had no idea how my healing technique worked, or whether I would be willing to throw away little Kui's life. So, he was taking the cautious route. Though, that had almost already failed. Shao Kui being hospitalized with wounds from one of the guards made sure of it. I would not lift a finger to help his son until I knew she was fine and no longer at risk of being harmed. And I wanted to see the bastard who did it punished for his crimes. However, I wasn't sure if I would be able to get the latter part until I was either freed or more powerful than the city lord. Cultivating that far might even be impossible with my shattered spirit roots, or it might take a few years, or a decade. But I was a patient man, even if irrational at times. Despite cutting my diagnosis short early, I had a pretty good idea of what was wrong with the city lord's son. I would need to use my technique to confirm my hypothesis, but I was confident I could cure him. "It is a shame you were not able to keep your half of the bargain, Lord Tang," I sighed, making sure to look at his son when he turned to me. "What do you mean by that?" he asked, narrowing his eyes and taking a step forward. I felt a heavy pressure in the air, one that pushed me into the ground with enough force to almost drop to my knees. This was the power of a chi-gathering cultivator. Even though he had reprimanded Captain Kang, I knew he had not forgiven me for my crimes. His need to cure his son did not erase our previous bad blood, but it gave me leverage to use against him. "Well, before this unfortunate incident, I managed to complete my diagnosis of young Master Shang," I answered, watching the Lord's reaction. His eyes widened and the pressure vanished. I raised my shoulders, no longer feeling as though I was being pressed into the ground by an invisible hand above. "Truly? You managed to find the cause of my son's illness? I promise that no further harm will come to the girl, and you will both be freed if you are able to cure him. And she will receive the greatest pills from my treasury to aid in her recovery," he started to exclaim, rushing over his words in his desperation to get them out. I could almost laugh, if not worrying about little Kui. With that outburst, I knew I had the city lord wrapped around my finger. I spared a sideways glance at Captain Kang. Despite fucking up and not controlling his men properly, the man was still going to be a big thorn in my side. The city lord had put him in charge of his soldiers for a reason. He'd been treating me like crap since my arrest, and I wouldn't forget that. "Indeed, I know what happened to your son to make him like this, and not only can I cure his sickness, but it is possible that he may be able to cultivate afterwards," I said, letting my salesman persona creep out. If that last part didn't make the man jump to do what I wanted, then I was doomed. I made sure not to say he could definitely cultivate again. I'd managed to determine that something was blocking the boy's spirit roots, something artificial. When I cured that, he would have the opportunity to begin cultivating. But whether or not he made the first step was down to his own talent. So I didn't make a definite promise. The city lord might chase me down to punish me again if I promised something that was impossible. At that, Even the young Tang Sheng reacted for the first time. Until then, he'd been silent and seemed borderline depressed, barely reacting to anything going on around him. He turned to me with a faint glimmer of hope in his eyes. The city lord had been about to reply, but he saw his son's actions and held back.
Really?
The boy exclaimed, standing up and grabbing my hand.
I will be able to cultivate?
I gently removed his hand from mine and saw his smile falter. I make no promises. Just a hunch of mine based on what is wrong with your body. However, I refuse to treat you, I announced, making Captain Kang jump forward once more, and the city lord's face contort in rage. The city lord held the captain back with a clenched fist. He gritted his teeth and turned to me with a cold gaze. Choose your next words wisely, prisoner. Why do you refuse to treat my son? Not budging an inch, I met the city lord's gaze with my own unbothered stare. You broke your word. I will not treat the young master until I have seen Xiaokui with my own eyes. I no longer trust you. Only once I am confident she will be okay and remain unharmed will I begin the treatment, I told him. Lord Tang nodded once, lowering his fist and visibly relaxing. His gaze was still simmering with cold anger, but he understood the situation well. Take us to the girl, Captain, he ordered. I looked at the lifeless figure covered by a thin blanket, her breathing shallow, and the bruises on her neck and arms purple and raw. My knuckles went white from how hard I was clenching my fist. If the bastard who did this was in the room with us, not even the two chi-gathering masters could stop me from beating him to death. Luckily for everyone, he was elsewhere. I doubted it would go well for me if I killed one of the city lord's guards. Though if he wasn't punished for his actions whatsoever, I would remember that. Taking a step towards Xiaokui, I cursed myself. What would her parents think of me, knowing that it was my responsibility to care for their daughter, albeit without my permission at first, and yet letting such a thing happen in our first month in the city? She may have been a rebellious girl, running away from home and not always listening to my instructions, but she didn't deserve to suffer. I unclenched my fist, staring at my open palm where I'd drawn blood from my nails stabbing into it. Would you mind giving us some privacy? I wish to try and talk with her and check the extent of her injuries, I asked, turning to the city lord and the captain. Captain Kang frowned, but the city lord nodded and motioned for them to leave. You may. You offered pills earlier, I said, making the city lord halt. Could they be brought here? I wish to heal her myself, but your aid would be gratefully accepted. Lord Tang coughed and raised an eyebrow. Maybe it was greedy of me to ask for something from the man holding me prisoner, but I had an ulterior motive. I didn't actually need pills to heal Xiaokui. Her injuries were bad, but nothing I couldn't handle with my technique. I wanted the pills so I could start experimenting with my physique. Of course, I won't go back on my word, he replied, before coughing once more as he looked at the unconscious Xiaokui. Not on purpose, anyway. As they left, he grabbed Captain Kang's arm and whispered something in his ear. The city lord's footsteps receded in the distance, but the captain remained a little longer.
One of my men will remain outside to make sure nothing happens, but you will be given the privacy you demand. The Lord may be bowing to your requests on account of his son, but make no mistake, you are a criminal through and through, he snarled. I will never forget that, even if you obtain your freedom.
Sheesh, this guy was a hard ass. Even as he still put on this righteous front, he had corrupt guards working for him. Men who would beat a girl who was their prisoner. Of course, I replied with a smile, as long as he stays outside and doesn't interrupt the healing process. He nodded and left, a scowl upon his face. Once we had some privacy, I approached Xiaokui's bed and pulled the chair from the corner of the room until it was beside it. Up close, the bruises seemed even more vicious, purplish red and covering her arms and neck. There was no way the story the captain had fed me was the truth. Maybe little Kui had attacked a guard, but this wasn't the result of a man fighting back in self-defense. It was done with cruel intent. Xiaokui, can you hear me? I whispered. I had faster ways of waking a patient up, but they were often disorienting. I didn't want to use them just yet. She didn't respond. Her breathing was shallow, the rising and falling of her chest barely making the blankets move. Without her consent, I didn't want to check the extent of her injuries. And I was barely containing my anger now. I wasn't sure if I could keep it in check if I discovered it was worse than I already thought. Gently tapping her arm, I raised my voice a little and repeated myself. "Xiao Kui, wake up! It's your big brother Zhou." Finally she stirred, groaning and shifting in her semi-conscious state. I smiled as she grabbed the blanket and pulled it towards her head. Not a chance. I took hold of it and pulled it gently back down to where it had been before.
"Just 5 more minutes, Mom,"
she mumbled. "Little Kui, if you don't wake up, I will be forced to resort to drastic measures," I chuckled. Something changed, and she seemed to register who was talking. Her eyes snapped open, and she tried to sit up, immediately yelping in pain and lying back down. "Don't force yourself. Those bruises look nasty." She turned to me, and I saw tears forming in her eyes.
"Big Brother Zhou, that guy, he..."
Her voice trailed off as she spoke. My eyes narrowed. I knew that the captain was covering for his men. Bastard. You don't have to give me the details of what that bastard did to you. Just tell me this, I said, my voice trembling as I suppressed my rage. He didn't...
"He just beat the crap out of me,"
she said, close to sobbing.
"That's all."
That was all I needed to hear. Thankfully, it wasn't as bad as I'd thought, which was good for me and the cruel idiot who'd done it. He would get a quick and somewhat painless death when the time came. "Well, don't worry about it. I'll just heal you up again like in the woods. Only this time, I'm a lot more skilled with the technique," I said with a chuckle, filled with mirth. Back then, I'd only just invented the technique after making my oath with the heavens. It was a haphazard experiment that somehow worked out, but it had led to so much more. Xiao Kui nodded and held out her arm, knowing I needed to make contact for the technique to work. "All right, on the count of 3, I said, reaching out towards her wrist. 1, 2. I grabbed her arm and my blood essence flooded her body, though I kept a tight rein on the amount. Too much would cause unnecessary damage. She had a look of shocked betrayal on her face. I couldn't resist using the classic doctor's trick. Usually that one was reserved for injections. The prick of the needle hurt less when you weren't expecting it. It was a lot easier to heal physical injuries with the technique compared to the strange infection in Nine Patty Village. Seeing the bruises recede and vanish was proof of the technique working. My blood essence swirled and sparked inside her body, joined by her own as they regenerated cells and fixed the internal damage. She coughed a few times and winced once, but once it was done, she looked far healthier and happier than before.
"Thank you, Big Brother Zhou,"
she said, her head slumping back onto the pillow.
"What are we going to do? He knows what happened in the village, so we don't have a way out of this."
She sighed. "Don't worry, little Kui. As always, I have a plan," I lied blatantly. I often found myself falling headfirst into things without a plan, but I definitely had a long-term strategy for my goals. However, comforting her was more important than telling the truth. And the trick to confidence was to always pretend you knew what you were doing, even when you had no idea. Then again, I did have a plan. I just wasn't sure whether it would work out as I expected. Even if I was able to heal the City Lord's son and he recovered, there was always the chance that he went back on his word and refused to release us. I would be powerless to resist. The strong ruled over the weak in the Celestial Jade Empire, and City Lord Tang was the strongest man in Three River City. I would need some contingencies. All of a sudden, I felt the rush of my blood essence returning to me as the final bits of healing were completed. Smiling, I realized I was getting close to...
"Zhao Dan, what's wrong?"
Xiao Kui exclaimed, right as my body erupted into a wave of fiery agony. Chapter 19. The pain of the muscles in my arm bursting apart, followed by my skin splitting open, and then my bones shattering, was unmatched. It was even worse than any of my previous breakthroughs. I grunted and stood up from the chair, kicking it over in the process.
"Zhao Dan, are you all right?"
Xiao Kui asked once more, worry evident on her face. I grunted, managing to raise an arm to stop her getting out of bed. The arm burst in a bloody shower right after I did so, which gave her the opposite message I'd intended. Not that it was my fault. The breakthrough was happening whether I liked it or not. Don't get me wrong, I wasn't annoyed about advancing to 9-star body tempering, but it was awful timing. As my legs broke and the muscles turned to jelly, I collapsed into a heap on the ground. I hoped Xiao Kui knew what was happening, since she'd seen me break through once before. Unlike the previous breakthroughs in the body-tempering realm, this one didn't stop, even after my bones shattered. It felt as though my organs were being ground to a pulp. And then a fire erupted in my gut. Just above and behind my stomach, where my spirit roots were situated. They were broken, showing no signs of mending. Yet it was the feeling that was supposed to accompany the formation of a cultivator's danten. It said so in Zhao Dan's notes. I'd given them a brief read every now and then, hoping to glean some insights about how to best advance despite veering from the traditional path. Unfortunately, they held little of value. Nothing in the Cloudy Falls sect's method was applicable to my own cultivation. It wasn't unusual for such pain to occur when advancing to 9-star body tempering. The entire point of this realm was to prepare one's body to accept qi and begin cultivating in truth. I just wasn't sure why it was happening when I had no spirit roots. But I wouldn't let myself grow worried until something bad happened. All I needed to do was grit my teeth through the agony of my body reforging itself, better, stronger, and more perfect than before. Which was easier said than done. I didn't mind a little pain as long as I continued to advance. Having a greater cultivation meant my healing should be more effective. As always, it was better to advance in leaps and bounds than in small steps, provided you didn't leave shaky foundations in your wake. However, despite my rapid speed of cultivation thus far, I hadn't noticed anything wrong with my body. In fact, I almost found the opposite to be true. Comparing myself with other cultivators in a similar realm, I was sturdier, stronger, and able to regenerate more quickly. Perhaps I was a little slower, based on the sparring Zhao Dan had witnessed, but everyone had their own strengths and weaknesses. A dragon was not a phoenix, but one was not necessarily stronger than the other. All I could feel was burning agony and a distant sensation of grinding. Xiao Kui shouted in my direction, but I couldn't tell if she was talking to me, or make out what she said. My previous breakthroughs had been painful, but nothing compared to this. I was hovering between life and death. I knew that if I let my consciousness waver for even a single breath of time, I might die. It wasn't until that moment that I realized just how true it was when the elders said that cultivation was a rebellion against the heavens. Each consecutive breakthrough was far more difficult than the last. Achieving immortality, or even a greater mortal existence, was a struggle. Only geniuses and prodigies could ascend to the heavens in a single step. For me, who was still somewhat clueless about the world and how it worked, I was satisfied with my steady progress. I wasn't even that concerned with reaching the heavens, only advancing my knowledge of healing. But the longer I spent in this world, the further I advanced, and the more I saw. I realized that I would need to keep breaking through the realms of cultivation to reach the pinnacle of my path. I had been naive to think that I could simply ignore the existence of cultivators, ignore their bloodthirsty methods of advancement. I didn't have to be like them, but to protect the people I cared about and myself, chasing strength was a necessity. As if to spit in the face of my naivety, Xiao Kui and I were held prisoner by Lord Tang, despite the fact that we hadn't been involved in killing his men. Simply by virtue of association, and the fact that the city lord was stronger than both of us, he was able to imprison us without trial or due process. That was the truth of the Jianghu, the truth of the Celestial Jade Empire. I didn't need to stop being a doctor or shun the path of healing. The world needed it. However, I would need to be a little more decisive and ruthless when it came to dealing with my enemies and the corrupt cultivators in power. And I could only do that by becoming more powerful myself. At that moment, something resonated inside me, and I felt a wave of soothing cold pass through my body. Looking inward, I saw a hollow shell in my center, where my danten would eventually be, if I were able to break through to the chi-gathering realm. My spirit roots were still broken, but I believed that didn't matter with my unique method of cultivation. Only time would tell. My organs no longer felt as though they were being crushed, and a faintly metallic shimmer appeared on their surface. Bones reformed, hard as diamond but not nearly as brittle. Instead, they had the resilience of rubber. Tendons twanged into place, tough as a spirit beast's, and my muscle fibers multiplied and grew denser. I was far stronger than any bodybuilder back on Earth, but as slim as a marathon runner. My skin was perfect, unblemished and smooth as silk. It shimmered faintly like jade, which I confirmed by taking out the jade carving of a scholar Zhao Dan's sister had gifted him and holding it beside my arm. I noticed Xiao Kui looking at me strangely when I did that. I couldn't blame her, but I'd read a few Xinsha novels and wanted to confirm they weren't just speaking out of their ass when they rambled on about jade-like beauties.
Had I become the jade-like beauty? It wasn't the time for jokes. I needed a mirror. Exhaling, even my breath released a cloud of dirty air from my lungs. The final advancement in the body-tempering realm was over, and I was absolutely filthy.
Ew, what the hell is that brown gunk?
Xiaokui exclaimed, pinching her nose and waving her hand in front of her face. I'm not quite sure, I replied, looking down to see my body was covered in brown gunk that looked like... gross! I hadn't experienced the famous expelling of impurities yet, so I had naively assumed it wasn't one of those worlds. How wrong I had been. The powerful stench wasn't even the worst part. There was no way to hide my breakthrough from the City Lord and Captain Kang with the mess I'd made of the room. Unless...
The guard tried to come in while you were breaking through?
Little Kui said, her voice whiny as she was still pinching her nose.
I just shouted some nonsense about not coming in and giving us privacy, but I'm not sure how long that will last.
I nodded, standing up and grimacing at the filth I was covered in. This room was pretty big, so surely they had a bath or a basin for cleaning patients lying around somewhere. After trailing muck across the entire room, staining the wooden floorboards, I found a small basin with some water in it. It took 10 minutes and a lot of scrubbing, but eventually I cleaned myself off. Unfortunately, the same couldn't be said for the floor or my robes. I could explain away the stains on the ground as Xiaokui's healing. I could probably just use healing her as an excuse for my change of clothes, too. Luckily, there was one last set of clean robes in my belongings. Donning it, I realized that if we managed to obtain our freedom, the first thing I needed to do was go clothes shopping. That was something I never thought I would say. I was getting distracted. Soon enough, the room was clean enough that only an extremely detailed inspection would reveal that someone had broken through here. At a glance, it would just look like a rather messy healing process had occurred. Which was great, because at that moment there was a knock on the door.
"Prisoner Zhou, open up!"
shouted Captain Kang. The bastard! What if I'd still been in the midst of healing Xiaokui? I asked them for privacy, but I guess I shouldn't have expected respect from people like this. I inhaled and pushed the annoyance down. I was feeling good right now, and I wouldn't let him spoil it. After that last breakthrough, I felt like I had a much better idea of the path I was treading and the steps I needed to take to achieve what I wanted in my second life. Unfortunately, I was still not powerful enough to challenge even Captain Kang, let alone City Lord Tang. As long as the City Lord was true to his word and I was able to obtain freedom for little Kui and me by healing his son, I would have plenty of time to grow in secret while healing people and advancing my techniques. When the time came, I could have a little revenge. I wouldn't go as far as the wild, bloodthirsty cultivators of the world did. Exterminating 9 generations seemed a bit intense. Punishing those who deserved it, like the bastard that hurt Xiaokui, was good enough for me. I reached out for the door handle, intending to open it, when I suddenly realized something terrible. I'd forgotten to wash the impurities from my hair. I turned to rush for the basin, but Captain Kang banged on the door once more, even louder than before, so I did the only thing I could think of at that moment. There was a knife on a nearby table, presumably left there for surgical purposes, so I grabbed it and, in a single clean stroke, shaved off all my hair. Xiaokui gawked at me, hiding her shock behind a cough. Captain Kang threw open the door. I managed to brush the hair under the table with my foot just in time.
"Why didn't you answer me?"
he demanded, glowering at me. As I said before, Captain, I required privacy to treat Xiaokui. Do you not respect patience in the City Lord's manner? I replied coldly. He spluttered.
"Of course we do, but my man reported shouting and screaming, as well as strange noises coming from within, and some kind of foul smell. Can you explain all that?"
Do you believe that healing a wounded person is a simple process, Captain Kang? I said, raising an eyebrow. Of course there will be weird noises and smells. That is par for the course. You should know this, being a cultivator. He stared at me with fiery intensity. I didn't shrink under his gaze, but I felt the pressure from him wasn't as hard to deal with as it was before my breakthrough.
"Indeed, you are correct. I am just doing my duty as the City Lord's chief guard. I could never forgive myself if something awful happened in the palace."
He harumphed, flicking his sleeve and bringing out a small wooden box.
"I'm not sure why you requested these if you were able to heal the girl without them, but inside this medicine box are 3 mortal-grade healing pills," he said, handing me the box.
I coughed nervously. They aren't necessary for Xiaoqi's recovery. My healing technique is fairly advanced, but even so, it is not a perfect cure. These pills should help her return to full health in no time, I lied, opening the lid to peek inside. A powerful medicinal aroma struck me instantly, and I clamped the lid shut. I didn't want the pills to lose their potency. I did manage to glimpse their appearance briefly. They were white and spherical, with faint streaks of green running through the surface. What had the captain called them? Mortal grade. I assumed that was the lowest grade of pill, but I couldn't be sure. Neither the previous Zhao Dan nor I knew anything about alchemy. Though, given how my physique worked, and the fact that I was hoping to become a master of the healing arts, it would do me a lot of good to begin learning. I sort of wished I hadn't been kicked out of the sect. However, it was too late. I was sure they would just laugh in my face if I climbed back up the mountain and asked to join the Cloudy Falls sect once more. Not that I wanted to do that. It was simply the case that the sect seemed to have the greatest collections of knowledge. They hoarded it. Well, it was time to see how my physique worked when it was being overloaded by toxins. Opening the box once more, I pulled out one of the pills before closing the lid. Then, without any delay, I tossed the pill into my mouth and swallowed it. An almost minty taste blossomed on my tongue, right as Captain Kang leapt forward and grabbed my arm.
Zhao Dan, you dare? Those pills are for the girl, not you. Taking the city lord for a fool,
he exclaimed, raising a fist. I swallowed the pill, the chunky sphere almost getting stuck on the way down. Coughing, I managed to splutter. Relax, Captain. He seemed to get even angrier, eyes smoldering and his grip tightening as he gnashed his teeth. I can hardly give one of these pills to Little Kui without testing them first, can I? I finally said once I could breathe again. Would you feed the city lord a pill without knowing it wasn't poisoned first? He released my arm and his face scrunched up, before relaxing.
No, I suppose I wouldn't. But you're on thin ice. Behave yourself and remember that you are a prisoner. You have no idea how much worse your confinement could be, he warned. Of course, Captain. I shall be on my best behavior, like a prized chicken, I replied. You may tell Lord Tang that I am now prepared to cure his son, provided Xiaoqi is given a better place to rest and that guard who injured her is kept away. He nodded, turning to leave. Suddenly, he pivoted to face me once more and stared at me intensely. Why the hell are you bald?
I coughed, almost choking. He'd caught me by surprise. I almost thought he hadn't noticed. Just a side effect of the healing, I said, waving my arm as though it were nothing unusual. My technique is a little unique. He narrowed his eyes but didn't say anything. Through the open door, I spotted his second-in-command in the distance. The man's gaze quickly turned away when he saw me looking in his direction, and he rushed to meet the captain. Strange. Closing the door behind me, I lifted the chair from the ground and took a seat beside Xiaoqi once more. I reached up to run my fingers through my hair. I sighed when I realized I was bald. That would take a long time to get used to. I probably looked like an idiot. Or someone who could punch stuff really hard. One needed more muscles to pull off the bald look. Despite my many breakthroughs and superhuman strength, I was still quite slim. I was sure the look didn't work for me.
It doesn't look that bad,
said Xiaoqi, hand covering her mouth. You can't even say that with a straight face, lying witch, I replied, nudging her with my elbow.
I'm just so taken aback by how handsome you look with your shiny bald head.
Just stop there. You're making it worse, I groaned. She giggled. I sighed again, leaning against the backrest and rubbing my forehead. I was fairly confident that I would be able to heal Tang Sheng, but if something went wrong, it wasn't just my life on the line. I'd wanted some contingencies, but I knew too little about this place to come up with a good plan. It was looking like I would need to stake it all on one throw of the dice. Xiaoqi, keep a close eye on the guards while I'm gone. Try to find out some more information about the captain's second-in-command especially, or Counselor Gao. Something about them is suspicious, I told her.
Do you want me to try and ask them questions?
No, don't do anything that might put you in danger. We were in the heart of the tiger's den after all. Just keep an ear out for any gossip.
Sure,
she replied with a nod. Suddenly, there was an explosion of ice in my gut, and I doubled over in pain, clutching my stomach. Chapter 20.
Zhao Dan, what's wrong?
Little Kui exclaimed. I had a sense of déjà vu.
Hadn't this exact scene happened just a short while ago? Another wave of cold burst forth. Unlike the first, this was soothing. Oh, the healing pill. I'd completely forgotten I'd taken it after Captain Kang commented on my baldness. I guess with nothing to heal, it would have little effect. However, I wasn't sure the pill was supposed to be painful while it was taking effect. I didn't know, though. I certainly wouldn't let Xiao Kui have one of them until I was sure. Though I hadn't actually requested them for her in the first place, it was good for her to have a way of healing when I wasn't by her side. Just then, I felt a shiver in my chest, and my lungs absorbed all the medicinal energy and cold pain from my stomach. It didn't have much effect, but I could see noticeable gains toward refining them. Soon, I might complete the first stage of the first layer of my five-fold medicine forge physique, and that wasn't all. After my lungs had absorbed the energy, I felt a small burst of knowledge entering my mind. The composition of the mortal-grade healing pill. I knew what ingredients had been used to refine the pill, their age, and their quality. And there was something else. "Scheming snake-like bastards!" suddenly exclaimed, scaring Xiao Kui. Alongside the information about the pill, there was information about one other substance. Mortal-grade ice flower poison. Honestly, I'd not expected my white lie to the captain to actually contain a grain of truth. Someone had truly attempted to poison Xiao Kui via the healing pills. Was it Captain Kang acting on his own, outside of the City Lord's command? Was the City Lord not quite as amicable as he was pretending? Or perhaps it was neither of the two men, and someone else had managed to intercept the pills before they found their way to the captain. There were too many possibilities, and I had little to no information to work with. It was a good thing it was I who had consumed the poison pills. Other than that brief spike of pain, all the toxin did was allow me to further refine my lungs through my physique. I had also discovered that both medicinal and poisonous ingredients could be used. Obtaining the recipes for both the healing pill and the ice flower poison pill was a boon. I'd even learned what the ice flower poison did. It blocked one's meridians and interfered with the flow of blood essence. To a cultivator, that meant being crippled until they could purge the poison. To a mortal, it could mean death, depending on the dosage. They also made me wonder if there was even more to my physique than I'd first believed. Deconstructing recipes would be unnecessary if the ingredients were simply fuel for refining the 5 layers. I would need to delve into alchemy sooner than I'd thought, if only to find the answers I sought. For the time being, I would have to make sure to tread carefully until I figured out exactly who was after mine and Xiao Kui's lives. Other than the obvious suspects, of course. The City Lord wanted us dead, but was willing to offer freedom in exchange for his son's health. I doubted he would stoop so low. If he wanted to kill me, he would simply wait for the given execution date. He could betray me, but doing so before I healed his son's sickness would be pure foolishness on his part. I didn't believe it was Tang Shi's doing. Which left Captain Kang, that suspicious second-in-command of his, and the oddly antagonistic Counselor Gao as my prime suspects. Or some hidden fourth party I was yet to become aware of. The latter was the worst possible answer, but there was no way of knowing right away, so I discarded it as an option. Captain Kang was too loyal to the City Lord to go against his wishes. Despite the man's hatred for me, I didn't think he'd poisoned the pills either. Honestly, my money would have to be on Counselor Gao doing it. I wasn't sure why, as I'd never met the man before my arrest, but he seemed to have it out for me. I'd need to learn more about him, and why he looked so damn familiar. I felt like I was missing something obvious. Xiao Kui, make sure to take care of yourself while I'm treating the City Lord's son. Don't eat or drink anything if you can help it, I warned her with a stern expression. I shouldn't be gone too long.
I'm a little thirsty now, though,
she moaned. There was a jug on a table beside her bed. I poured some of the water into my mouth and swallowed, waiting a while. There was no reaction from my body, so I assumed it was safe to drink. Here, I said, passing the jug to her. She drank deeply, taking gulps as some spilt down her neck. Relax, you aren't going to die of dehydration in a couple of hours, I chuckled.
Easy for you to say, big shot cultivator,
she shot back with a cheeky grin.
We mortals lead difficult lives.
Bah, you literally just saw my body tearing itself apart and then rebuilding itself. And you think my life is easy? I exclaimed, gently shoving her.
Well, how much stronger are you now? How much longer are you going to live because of that one moment of agony? I would give anything to have enough spirit roots to cultivate, she said, a sadness appearing on her face as her tone grew heavy. Sorry. If it makes you feel better, I stopped, unsure if I should share one of my biggest secrets with her.
We'd been together for a while already, but I didn't know how unusual my situation was and what kind of reaction it would get. Then again, the heavens seemed to work in mysterious ways. They'd brought us together, and it seemed like I was stuck with Little Quee for the time being. I trusted her, so why shouldn't I share my secrets? I didn't have to tell her everything, but maybe there was hope for her after all. If I could cultivate without spirit roots, why couldn't someone with only a few do the same thing? Perhaps, after some more experimenting with my physique and my cultivation, I could find a way to allow her to follow in my footsteps. My spirit roots are shattered, I eventually said. She didn't register what I'd told her at first, a single teardrop glistening in her eye. And I am still a cultivator. Don't let anyone tell you what you can't do, not even the damn heavens, I said with more intensity. She froze for a breath's time, then wiped away the teardrop.
You don't have to lie to make me feel better,
she said. I'm not. I'm telling the truth, Little Quee. I've always been talentless, and recently even my few spirit roots shattered. And yet, not only am I still a cultivator, but I'm almost in the chi-gathering realm, I said, with more vigor once I had her attention. Her eyes widened in surprise. Perhaps she hadn't realized my exact strength until then. In all of Three River City, how many can claim the same? Only the City Lord and Captain Kang. Perhaps a few others hidden in the shadows. You can accomplish anything with enough effort. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. I was raring with passion. Perhaps I was jaded from my own experiences, but too many times in my life I've been told to give up, that I wasn't talented or skilled enough to achieve my goals. I wouldn't let her believe the same, even if her goals seemed impossible. Borrowing a saying from Zhao Dan's memory, I finished my speech. You and I, we're frogs in a well, Little Quee. We've only seen a tiny corner of this vast world. Who knows what wonders exist out there? Perhaps there is a way you too can cultivate, even with just a few spirit roots. At some point, Zhao Kui had started to cry once more. However, there was only happiness in her eyes. She leaned forward and hugged me tightly, her tears staining my clean robe. I didn't mind.
Big Brother Zhou, no, Savior Zhou, I have a selfish request,
she announced, pulling away from my embrace. Her eyes were blazing with confidence and passion. I nodded.
Take me as your disciple. I wish to follow you to the ends of the Celestial Jade Empire. You aren't like other cultivators. I've seen them. Teach me how to be like you,
she said, kneeling before me and clasping her hands together, eyes full of expectation and reverence. Sighing, I lifted her to her feet. I didn't need to be worshipped. That wasn't why I pursued my path. I'm not sure there's much I can teach you. My path of cultivation is unique. I doubt anyone else can tread the same path to reach the peak. I'm not very talented, Little Quee.
If you're not talented, then what does that make me? Or anyone else for that matter? I may not know much, but I know that the number of breakthroughs you've had since I met you is a ridiculous amount. If you won't take me as your disciple, then I'll...
She paused, looking around the room. She raced past me and grabbed the knife I dropped.
I'll take my own...
I grabbed her wrist before she could do something stupid. Don't tempt fate, I scolded her. And don't try to threaten me. The knife clattered to the ground. She looked defeated and upset.
Are you refusing to take me as a disciple because I'm not talented enough?
Don't be ridiculous, I replied, exasperated. Were you listening to me earlier? I would be happy to take you as a disciple, but... I held up a hand to stop her before she could explode with excitement. I won't do it for the wrong reasons. Understand that until now, everything we've been through is barely a drop of water in the ocean compared to how harsh the world can be. There are people beyond people and heavens beyond the heavens. This world is cruel and vicious, filled with many evildoers. Even those who believe themselves righteous often leave mountains of corpses in their wake as they climb to the peak of cultivation, the summit of this world. She was still young enough to turn away from her misguided ambitions. I wouldn't tell her she couldn't accomplish her dreams and become a cultivator, but neither would I sugarcoat the truth. Her expression was conflicted.
I don't care. I want to follow you wherever it takes me, Master Zhou.
There was nothing more to say. I knew there was a procedure to follow. In the Jianghu, one had to respect the deep bond between a master and disciple. It felt a little rigid to me, archaic and ancient. However, it also felt important, in the same way that my oath had resonated deep within my soul. Koto 3 times and accept me as your master. You shall be my first disciple, Shaokui, I said, standing tall in front of her. She hopped from one foot to the other, her face rapidly switching between serious and giddy. She went down to her knees once more, settling on the serious expression. Once, twice. She kotoed 3 times, then lifted her head to face me. Good, I said, holding out my hand. She took it, and I lifted her to her feet. Now, my first act as your master is to order you to do 10,000 push-ups as punishment for being a foolish brat.
What?
No complaints. Next time, don't do something as stupid as trying to take your own life in front of me. Dumb disciple, I scolded. And make sure to keep an ear out for information like I told you. Right on cue, there was a knock at the door. Captain Kang had returned. Counselor Gao seems to believe I am a fool for trusting you to treat my son, Tang Shi said, watching my reaction from his throne atop the dais. The man in question stared at me with hatred. It finally clicked. The administrator from the village. They were both called Gao. Brothers? No wonder he hated me so much. He thought it was my fault that his brother was dead. I doubted either of them would let me off the hook if I explained that the spirit bear had acted on its own. That realization was refreshing. I was finally certain that Counselor Gao was the one who'd attempted to poison Shaokui. It made perfect sense. We would obtain freedom if I were able to cure the City Lord's son, and Gao wouldn't be able to have his vengeance. No wonder the counselor was furious. I imagined he was trying to dissuade the City Lord just so my execution would go on. And what do you believe, Lord Tang? I asked, ignoring the raging counselor. I think you are not lying about your abilities. After consulting over 100 physicians, alchemists, and so-called healers, none were able to diagnose my son's ailment. All wasted days of my time and money from my coffers. You took a few minutes to figure it out. He stood up, staring directly into my eyes as he took steady steps down from the dais. He stopped just a few paces from me, standing a little taller. Unless, of course, you were lying, he added, observing my face. I wouldn't dare. Of course not. You aren't a fool. Impudent, perhaps, but not foolish. No. I trust you to treat Shang-Er. If you succeed, I will keep my word, and the pair of you shall go free. Come, he declared, clapping his hands twice and striding out of the throne room. The counselor did not follow us. I sat in the same wooden room as the last time. Tang Sheng sat opposite me. His father was pacing nervously behind us. Lord Tang, I appreciate your concern for your son, but this would be far easier if we could have some privacy. I will not harm any patient under my care, rest assured, I said, a little nervous about his reaction. He clenched his fist and stared at me for a long while. Eventually he exhaled, and his shoulders dropped. As you say, Prisoner Shou, I will be outside along with Captain Kang, he said, opening the door and leaving with a flick of his sleeve. Finally, I was alone with the young master. I chuckled to myself. Tang Sheng was the first real young master I'd encountered in this world. He didn't really live up to the stereotypes, though he was a cripple, in the eyes of cultivators at least. Perhaps if he'd been able to cultivate, he might be as arrogant as his father, or one of the spoiled young master types. I thought it was better that way. He might be able to cultivate after I healed him, but I hoped his years as a mortal might temper his arrogance. Anything could happen. He wouldn't be my problem. But that didn't mean I wouldn't do my utmost to cure him. Once I'd accepted a patient, they didn't leave my side unless they died or were healed. Preferably the latter. How are you feeling? I asked, sitting down opposite the boy. He fidgeted with the hem of his robe.
I'm not sure. I've been through this same scene too many times to hold much hope.
He sighed. Then his eyes widened as he looked at my raised eyebrow.
Not that I doubt your skills, of course,
he hastily added, holding his hands up. I chuckled. Relax. I don't blame you. I am confident, though, so it's okay to be a little hopeful. I can tell how much it would mean to you and your father if you were healthy once more. What I left unsaid was the expectation that he might be able to cultivate. That would be dangling too much in front of the sick boy. And I wasn't sure if it would be possible. He nodded.
Do you need me to lie down, or?
No, I replied. I didn't really think there were any limitations to my technique. Perhaps I needed to test how it worked in different positions. Not right away, though. Just come and sit in front of me, facing towards the door. He did so, then began to take off his robe. "What are you doing?" I exclaimed, a little panic creeping into my voice. The last thing I needed was the city lord to walk in on a scene like this.
Do you not need to make contact with my skin or insert acupuncture needles? That's what most of the other physicians did,
he said, cocking his head to one side. I sighed, relaxing immediately. That's what it was. Technically, I did need skin contact, but I could just place a finger on his neck. There was no need for the boy to get undressed. My technique is a little different. I need skin contact, but I can just use the back of your neck. Keep your clothes on, I told him. He almost frowned, but he did as I asked. I was sure he'd seen his fair share of strange healing methods, and one that let him keep his modesty was probably better for both of us. Once he'd relaxed, sitting cross-legged while facing the door, I raised an arm. I wasn't sure how much of my blood essence to use. I'd start with the trickle and inject more as needed. Gathering a few sparks in my arm, I placed my finger against his neck. He shivered at my touch, but only once. A normal reaction, instinctive. My essence was excited, bouncing around in my hand and racing to enter his body the moment my fingers made contact. Tang Sheng shivered once more as the first spark of my essence drove into his spine. It raced down towards his chest, followed by a few more. I stopped the flow after 10 or so sparks. I wished I had a better way of measuring the quality other than the visible motes of blood essence I could see. Since my breakthrough, each individual clump of my blood essence seemed denser and more potent, but that was just a gut feeling rather than anything I could prove. The sparks didn't race outward haphazardly. Instead, all 10 settled around his center, between his lungs and stomach. If I wasn't mistaken, that was where his spirit roots were. I'd been onto something with my hastily invented diagnosis earlier. I should trust my gut more often. Nothing unusual happened at first. The sparks behaved erratically, but that was how they'd always behaved once let loose inside a patient. I soon saw a few motes of the boy's own blood essence joining mine, forming swirls of red that began blasting away. A few strands of that same purple energy I'd seen before flashed briefly into view, but faded just as fast. My blood essence went rabid every time that happened, firing clumps and strands until they were destroyed. It was as I'd feared. Tang Sheng had been poisoned. He winced occasionally, mostly when the strands of purple energy appeared. I felt bad for him, but there was little I could do. The treatment may be uncomfortable, but it was undoubtedly worth enduring to become healthy and having a shot at cultivating. I realized the purple energy looked familiar. It was similar to the time I'd seen Wang Ren's chi as he healed that girl's arm. I wondered how he was doing back at the sect, then shook my head and refocused. Now was not the time for idle thoughts. As the process continued, my blood essence started to spread outwards, expanding into more of the boy's body. That was a good sign. Clearly it was working its way through the toxin. One of the swirls suddenly fizzled out, followed by another. I didn't panic, simply injecting more of my blood essence to replace it. However, I hadn't yet received any multiplied essence. I would need to complete the treatment for that to happen. That didn't always seem to be the case, making me wonder what the difference was from the times I'd received a small return partway through the healing process. The type of injury, perhaps? Everything was proceeding smoothly, and I finally relaxed. Until then, I hadn't been entirely sure the treatment would go well, it being the first time I'd attempted to cure another human of poison. My blood essence continued to spread through Tang Sheng's body, but I noticed the purple energy appearing more frequently. Then my essence roared in defiance, sending out dozens of blasts and quelling the toxin. I believed I'd pushed through the worst of it, as my blood essence reached the tips of his extremities. Suddenly, the young master cried out in pain and coughed up blood. Chapter 21. I prepared to inject more blood essence when suddenly a huge swirl of purple energy burst forth from his spirit roots, crushing every spark of essence in his body. The door was flung open, and the city lord rushed inside, a mix of anger and fear on his face. Captain Kang was hot on his heels, sword in hand. They seemed ready to slaughter me, a feeling which only intensified when they saw the blood on the ground and on the young master's chin. "What are you doing to my son?" Tang Shi cried. "You dare attempt murder in my palace, prisoner!" Captain Kang stepped past the city lord and leveled his sword at my throat. He didn't kill me yet. I had to assume they believed I was holding the boy hostage.
Please lower your sword, Captain. The young master is in no danger. I have just encountered something unexpected, I said through gritted teeth. That was an understatement, as I was currently battling against the raging poison inside his body, but I needed them to stay calm. I couldn't exactly focus with the sword against my neck.
You expect us to believe that while he is coughing blood?
The captain inquired, narrowing his eyes at me. Did you think curing poison would be painless? We are in the most vital step of the treatment. If you stop me now, then there is a chance he will die, I wheezed, feeling more and more of my blood essence leaving my body. This toxin was the most powerful I'd ever seen in either world, far more potent than the venom of that 9-star spirit snake, which could only mean one thing. It had to have been created by a chi-gathering cultivator. I glanced at the captain, then the city lord. No, I'd already written them off as suspects for good reason. Honestly, my money would be on Councillor Gao once again. He didn't seem to have any animosity with the city lord, but in the Jianghu, power was king. Men would do anything to obtain another scrap. Who knew what lengths a power-hungry councillor would go to overcome the limitations of his status? Poisoning his master's heir was a drop in the bucket when I thought of some of the atrocities I'd witnessed and that Zhao Dan could remember. However, those were just suspicions. Right now, it was more important to focus on treating the poison and ensuring that the boy lived, rather than figuring out who had poisoned him in the first place. Despite the seemingly endless torrent of essence that I was pouring into his body to fight against the virulent toxin, it seemed to have no effect. In fact, the purple energy was growing in intensity and volume, spreading outward from his spirit roots. My essence was draining fast, and I wasn't sure if I could keep it up. Using my healing technique alone, I believed there was a chance I would fail, and the boy would die. That would be an unacceptable outcome. Not only because it would place my life, and more importantly, my newly accepted disciple's life in danger, but because I refused to let a patient die on me. It had happened more times than I wanted to admit, but after my transmigration, I had the power to change things. I didn't need to rely on technology and hope. I had power crackling at my fingertips, bursting from every cell in my body. I only had to use it. This was a risk, but a calculated one. I was once again staking everything on the throw of the dice. My healing technique wasn't the only tool I had at my disposal. Plus, if everything worked out, I might end up gaining more than just a little blood essence from this. So, before I could change my mind, I placed another hand against the boy's body, this time right against his core. Rather than injecting more blood essence, I did the opposite. The purple energy seemed thrilled to have another target to consume. At least a third of the strands split off from the raging bundle in his core to enter my body. My skin turned purple, rotting immediately as the potent toxin entered my flesh. The pain was awful, but compared to my breakthrough, I could handle it with willpower alone. The poison continued to travel down my arm and towards the rest of my body. It exploded outwards, reaching towards my neck, stomach, and chest in a single move. I wouldn't give it the chance. Closing my eyes, I tried to direct all my blood essence into Tang Shen's body while simultaneously forcing the poison to enter mine. As it reached my shoulder and tried to corrupt the rest of my body, it met a wall. With every deep, slow breath I took, the poison was drawn into my lungs where it was forced to battle against the devouring might of the five-fold medicine forge physique. In a way, I was turning myself into a bellows, using the poison as fuel to power the forge that was my body. With every strand of poisonous energy that I drew out of the young master, his complexion grew less pale, and his breathing became more regular. My blood essence was no longer destroyed on contact, and a few sparks were clumping together, pushing back the toxin. I'd managed to contain the outbreak for the time being, but I remembered how overwhelming it had been back in that swamp. Facing an even deadlier poison, albeit in much smaller quantities, would be my greatest treatment yet, and my hardest challenge. At first, I was able to refine all the poison that was entering my body, but soon it became impossible. The excess split into my stomach, liver, and heart, sending icy spears of pain lancing through my body. I could only grit my teeth through the pain. If I could endure it, I would emerge stronger, one step closer to the heavens, closer to my ambitions. All of a sudden, footsteps from outside drew close, and Councillor Gao rushed into the room, eyes wide. He pointed at me and grabbed the city lord's shoulder.
My lord, this bastard has dared to deceive you, claiming he can heal your son,
he cried, gesticulating wildly.
I found evidence that he plans to kill your son. He was sent by—"
At that point, he leaned in close to Tang Shi's ear and whispered quietly enough that I couldn't hear.
"What?"
the city lord exclaimed, anger filling his eyes as his face twisted in fury.
"Insolent dog, slipping into our midst through such treacherous schemes! Captain, slaughter this lowly wretch, then make sure the girl follows him shortly after. For their misdeeds they will surely be reborn into the realm of ghosts and devils."
What the hell had that weaselly bastard Gao told the city lord to make him so furious? It was the worst possible timing. There was no hope for the boy to survive if the treatment stopped, but I couldn't even worry about my patient when my own life was on the line. What could I say to stop the captain from ending my life? I could only think of a single solution, but it might place my life in even more danger. Without another option, I took the risk. With a grunt, I injected almost all my blood essence into Tang Sheng's body and forced every single drop of poison out. With only one path of escape, the poison flooded into me, and I was unable to contain it.
"Lord Tang,"
I wheezed, a trickle of blood leaking from the corner of my mouth.
"if you stop the treatment now, your son will surely die. At least, let me live a few moments longer, and you will see the truth. A lion doesn't concern itself with the opinions of sheep."
I could say no more, the final strand of poison piercing my rotting arm. The skin and muscles were black, nearly eaten away entirely by the contagion. I struggled to keep contact with the young master's body, my finger pressed against his neck as I waited for confirmation that my technique had worked. It took a few more moments, but I suddenly felt a surge of strength rushing up my other arm. A little strength returned to me as my raging blood essence, a little more powerful from absorbing a portion of the toxin, clashed with the poison inside my body. However, it was only delaying the inevitable. I coughed blood, spraying the furniture and ground with purplish red liquid. My vision went dark, and I collapsed to the ground. I didn't want to lose consciousness, given how precarious the situation had been, but I had no other option. A fierce battle was raging inside my body between a deadly toxin and my blood essence. Every breath I took drew some of the toxin away and further refined my lungs, but it was slow progress. "Shang-e!" the city lord cried, rushing to his son's side as I passed out.
"It's exactly as I said, Lord Tang. This black-bellied bastard has killed your son!"
Councillor Gao exclaimed, waving his sleeve and pointing at me. The city lord ignored the frantic yelling of the man, only having eyes for his son. Tang Sheng coughed twice and slowly opened his eyes. "Shang-e, you're awake! How are you feeling?" Tang Shi asked, panic evident in his expression and shaky movements. The boy didn't reply straight away. He looked down at his hands, turning them over a few times. Then he rolled his shoulders and inhaled deeply. When he exhaled, he let out a loud, sharp laugh.
Unbelievable!
He exclaimed, eyes shining as a massive smile crossed his face.
He really did it!
Captain Kang watched the unfolding scene with a narrowed gaze. He was confused by the events. All that time, he'd been quite suspicious of Zhao Dan, believing the young man to be a decently skilled healer, but not at a level where he would be able to cure the young master. He had only been looking out for Lord Tang by trying to dissuade his master from going through with the procedure. In the end, he hadn't been able to stop him. When Councillor Gao had burst in, yelling about the prisoner being a traitor sent to kill young Master Shang, Captain Kang had believed him for a moment. That belief was reinforced when his second-in-command, Wang Bao, rushed in after the councillor. Despite what had happened to the girl, he trusted every single one of his men. He'd selected a lot of them himself and overseen all their training. He'd even directed the cultivation of the talented few who showed the potential to reach Chi-Gathering one day and possibly overtake him. And yet suddenly, it was as clear as day that the young master was fine. More than fine. He was over the moon, his sickness cured. Zhao Dan had been telling the truth about his abilities. Captain Kang ignored the wheezing prisoner on the floor. Surely the healer would be fine. He must just be tired after using such a strenuous technique. Stepping towards his master, he knelt beside the pair.
"Young Master Shang, this servant offers his congratulations on your recovery,"
he said with a slight bow. The moment he bowed, he felt a gust of wind behind him. The young master cried out in shock, and even the city lord mumbled something.
"Watch out, Captain, that bastard!"
He heard Wang Bao yell out. Instantly, Lord Tang vanished from where he was sitting. He reappeared between Wang Bao and Zhao Dan, clasping the blade of Wang Bao's Jian between two fingers. "What is the meaning of this?" he demanded, glaring at the guard.
Lord Tang, he had a weapon. He was going to...
"Fool! Does it look like the prisoner is in any state to attack someone? You dare kill my son's savior in front of this lord?" Things had taken a strange turn, and Captain Kang wasn't quite sure what to make of the events. He first looked towards Counselor Gao. He might have been imagining things, but he could have sworn he saw the man lift a finger right before Wang Bao charged. He wouldn't act on suspicions or possibilities, however. Lord Tang had intervened before anything could happen, so they would leave it there before it escalated to a point that no one could turn back from. Wang Bao dropped to his knees, releasing his grip on the Jian and kowtowing before the city lord.
"This lowly servant begs for your forgiveness, Lord Tang,"
he cried. "There was no harm done in the end, God Wang. Rise," the lord said, handing the man back his Jian. He took it and retreated, not towards the captain, but instead to the doorway. He sheathed his Jian and stood near the counselor. They glanced at each other briefly, but the captain had already turned his back. Suddenly, Zhao Dan coughed blood once more, the color dark purple and rotten. His body started to convulse, and the city lord and the young master's expressions darkened.
Is he going to be okay? Did something happen during the treatment?
Tang Sheng asked with a worried look. "I didn't see," his father replied. The others in the room also shook their heads. Counselor Gao's interruption had come at a bad time, distracting everyone during the final moments of the young master's treatment. "Take him to a private room to recover. Have one of the servants watch over him and inform us of any changes," the city lord ordered. Counselor Gao nodded. He threw a final, spiteful glance at the man convulsing on the floor before rushing off to find some servants. Wang Bao also departed, though in the opposite direction. He had his duties to attend to. All of Captain Kang's men were well disciplined. Moments later, two servants scurried in and lifted the unconscious and shivering Zhao Dan onto a stretcher before carrying him away. "I wish to speak with my son. You may leave us, Captain," the city lord said, glancing in his direction.
"As you wish, Lord Tang,"
the captain replied with a shallow bow, closing the doors behind him as he left.
Killing an unconscious prisoner should be as simple as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood.
Gao Deng Luo hissed, keeping his voice low to avoid anyone hearing him, but unable to keep the venom from his voice.
How did you fail to kill that insect, Zhou?
Wang Bao didn't flinch at the counselor's rebuke.
Do you think I'm invincible? He snarled. The city lord is a 4-star chi-gathering cultivator, while I am just a 9-star body-tempering practitioner. That is an insurmountable gap. I won't throw away my life for your petty vengeance. Do you know how much I paid you? How much we both stand to gain if our plan succeeds? Don't act like this is some petty grudge. He murdered my brother!
The counselor roared, spittle flying from his mouth as he spoke. As soon as the words left his mouth, his eyes darted around the garden. He relaxed when he spotted no wandering servants, hidden or otherwise. One could never be too careful in the city lord's palace. Even the walls had ears. The guard vice-captain harumphed.
It doesn't matter that we missed one opportunity. He is unconscious, guarded by a mortal servant. Killing Zhao Dan now is as easy as turning my hand, he said with a flick of his sleeve. Have some patience, counselor.
Lord Tang will be suspicious if he is discovered in bed with a knife in his chest, the counselor replied, composing himself as the pair walked through the manicured garden.
Do not worry about my methods. Let me handle your grudge while you sort the rest. Soon, Three River City will belong to us,
Wang Bao said with a devilish grin.
Indeed. Tang Shi has become too selfish, forgetting favors and violating justice. He would free a prisoner simply because he claims he can treat his treasured son. Not just any prisoner, but a heinous criminal who violated his command and slaughtered his soldiers. Slaughtered my brother!
Gao Deng Luo coughed, red in the face.
Enough is enough. I was happy to overlook his actions when he spent a little too much of the city's treasury on finding a physician to cure the boy's condition. But this is one step too far. I will lay the foundations on my side. Make sure you accomplish your task tonight, Vice Captain Wang.
After that, the two men parted ways, leaving the garden separately, as though nothing out of the ordinary had taken place.
I struggled against the raging torrent of poisonous chi inside my body. It was far worse than I'd anticipated. Whoever created the poison had to be at least a middle-stage chi-gathering cultivator, possibly even higher. Having successfully treated Tang Sheng, I was almost at the peak of the body-tempering realm thanks to my increased blood essence, but it was far from enough. My physique and my blood essence were putting up a valiant effort against the poison, but until then it had been a losing battle. I wasn't sure how I was going to survive this ordeal. Perhaps it had been foolish of me to save the City Lord's son instead of myself. No, that wasn't the right way to look at the situation. Everything had been going well until that bastard Gao arrived. His words were like adding oil to a fire, turning a calm situation into a volatile mess. If I'd decided to abandon the treatment and let Tang Sheng die, I would have survived, for a few seconds longer, until City Lord Tang cut me down in rage. Then Xiao Kui's life would have been in mortal danger. I had made the correct, the only possible, decision by absorbing the poison chi into my body. Unfortunately, it was simply a case of a mantis trying to stop a chariot. I lacked the strength to fight a poison of such caliber. And I really was being influenced by Zhao Dan's memories. Where were all these idioms coming from? I chuckled, regretting it immediately as another wave of agony sparked through my chest. The only positive outcome of the situation was that I was able to further refine my lungs with each breath I took. Wait, that was it! If I could completely refine my lungs before I succumbed to the poison, then I might have a chance of surviving the ordeal. It wasn't just a dying man clutching at straws. With my potent blood essence, resistant to toxins after all my ordeals, combined with my physique, there was some time left until my inevitable demise. Once I could see the light at the end of the tunnel, I was no longer so demoralized. Even while convulsing, drenched in cold sweat, I steadied myself and regulated my breathing. Long, deep inhale. Hold. Allow my lungs to absorb, refine, and purify the toxins. Exhale. A small stream of healing energy would spread through my body and allow me to fight a little longer. And I repeated that process, noting the rate at which I was refining my lungs had increased by almost 50%. If I could emerge from the ordeal, not only would I have the City Lord in my debt, but I would also be far stronger. A smile crossed my face at that thought, but then I coughed blood. The acrid taste of iron and rot was vile, but I didn't have the strength to move to clean myself. I continued my steady breathing, watching as my blood essence hungrily devoured the toxin, only to be consumed and rotted in return. My focus drifted from my surroundings, wholly engaged with what was occurring inside my body. The seconds seemed to meld together into one endless lump of time. I had no idea what was going on around me. All I cared about was focusing on the flow of poison through my lungs. I noticed that when I inhaled, only the nearby poisonous chi was drawn in. That wasn't enough. So I tried to take a more active approach. My blood essence was one aspect I could control. So far, it was waging a chaotic battle against the poison with no real goals other than devouring each other endlessly. That wasn't ideal. Instead, I forced my blood essence to push the poisonous chi towards my lungs. It was slow progress, but I soon saw the concentration of poison in my chest increasing. Once I'd done that, I noticed more poison was inhaled with each breath, the green shimmer over my lungs becoming more resplendent every time. And that wasn't all. With that improvement, the amount of medicinal energy expelled with every exhale had grown. My body was no longer slowly succumbing to the poison. Instead, it had reached an equilibrium. Even my blood essence was improving once again. As it devoured the potent chi-gathering toxin, it went from a slightly green-tinted red to a turgid green, dark and ominous. That also allowed it to devour the poison more effectively. Everything was going smoothly. I felt that if things continued that way, I would be able to cure myself of the poison within a few hours. However, right when I thought I'd taken control of the situation, I heard a splintering crack. Chapter 22. I gasped as my body started to convulse once more. It had stopped after I'd taken a more guiding hand in the healing process, but right after the loud cracking noise, it seemed to go wild. My worst fears had come true. Until then, I'd been slowly refining my lungs while devouring the poison, but that had woken the sleeping dragon. Toxic purple chi rampaged through my body as my lungs splintered, cracks running along their surface. I'd apparently been working them too hard, and suddenly they were destroyed. Had all my hard work refining them been lost? I hoped not, but then again, I would likely not survive much longer, so it didn't really make a difference. For the first time in a while, my focus left my own body. I'd heard a thud outside, closer than was comfortable. I attempted to open my eyes, grimacing as they peeled apart, dried blood and mucus cracking. My first thought was that it was a little cold, more so than it should have been, even for a man fighting a lethal poison. The reason for that was that one of the doors had been smashed apart. A servant lay slumped over beside it, a dagger through his heart and his robe soaked in blood. His head was caved in on one side. A floorboard creaked, and my gaze snapped upwards. A man was standing right beside my bed, staring down at me with surprise in his eyes. Those eyes were all I could see, as he was concealed by a hooded robe and a mask, but I felt like they were familiar. He was obviously there to kill me. If my lungs weren't shattered, I might have laughed. This would be the second time I died to an assassin. The first by a silent bullet, and the second a descending blade. Another dagger was held in his hand, poised to strike before I'd opened my eyes. However, his hesitation was only momentary. The next instant, he stabbed me in the chest. I barely had time to shift my body a fraction before the cold steel pierced my skin and slipped between my ribs. Another gasp left my body as rotten blood spurted from the wound. The moment he stabbed me, the masked assassin released the dagger and rushed out of the room. I saw him toss a paper talisman out as he vanished into the night. I must have been out for quite some time. I'd at least avoided instant death with my last-minute movement. His dagger had been aimed at my heart, but thanks to my effort, it had entered my chest just above it instead. I choked my final breaths. The combination of broken lungs and a knife in my chest was fatal. As my vision went dark, my final hope was that the city lord would at least keep his word and release Zhao Kui. The world turned to darkness as the last drops of vitality were stolen from me. In the darkness, a metallic sound of shattering glass rang out. 2 lungs inflated, having turned a dark green color that was shiny like polished steel. As they inflated, every last drop of poison chi was sucked inside, like a whale swallowing the oceans. Any remnant specks that remained were set upon by the man's blood essence like a pack of ravenous wolves. For a brief moment, nothing happened. The lungs continued to inflate, purple poison chi swirling inside them, but slowly being devoured as the shimmering surface of the organs became even more lustrous. For all intents and purposes, Zhao Dan was dead. But his body hadn't given up quite yet. A strange phenomenon caused by his 5-fold medicine forge physique. A forge didn't go out until the final coal went cold, after all. The lungs reached their limit, reaching a swollen size a little larger than they'd been before. Zhao Dan's heart was not beating. His blood was still, his brain silent. But at that moment, he exhaled. Green healing energy burst outward from his lungs, filling every inch of his body. The bones, muscles, and organs that had been corroded by the poison were being restored at a visible rate. First the bones, then the muscles, and finally his heart. A purplish-black mist of impurities rose from his mouth, and there was a thump as Zhao Dan's heart began to beat once more. My eyes snapped open, and I immediately knew 3 things, information flooding my mind as my brain cleared away the fog that had consumed it. But first, I was overwhelmed by the shocking realization that I was somehow still alive. Not only alive, but even stronger than before. I could sense it. To begin with, I had reached the peak of the body-tempering realm. My healing of young Master Tang, followed by the furious clash with the potent poison, had allowed my blood essence to flourish and, in turn, reinforce my body to the limits of mortality. The next step was to absorb a drop of chi from my surroundings and transform my spirit roots into a dantian. Except, I had no spirit roots. They had shattered and broken. The path ahead was unclear. For the time being, though, I was satisfied to have reached such a level. The previous Zhao Dan would never have even dreamt of achieving such heights in his lifetime after becoming stagnant. Reaching the peak of the realm was just the start. The last 2 pieces of information had come together at the instant I had reawakened. Earlier, the shattering noise had not been my lungs breaking or the refinement process failing, but instead, a sign of it reaching completion. The chi-gathering poison had been enough fuel to bring the first steps of the first layer of the fivefold medicine forge physique to completion. I had refined my lungs, and achieving that had granted me a potent ability. That ability was the same as before, converting medicinal and toxic materials into healing energy, but it was far more potent after refining my lungs. The proof of this was that it had quite literally brought me back from the brink of death. And that wasn't all I'd gained. The instant I completely refined the poisonous chi, I had learnt the name of the poison which had been used on young Master Tang. Blood Lotus Puppet Poison. It was even more potent than the ice flower poison someone had attempted to use on little Kui. I'd been calling it a chi-gathering poison, but that wasn't quite accurate. My physique gave me the knowledge. It was a martial-grade poison, a step above mortal grade. Certainly no one in Three River City should have the means to produce such a toxin. So how had it ended up in the young master's body? That was yet another mystery I needed to solve, but I had other concerns on my mind. Should I chase after my assassin? I could possibly catch him and take my revenge or gain the information I needed. However, he was likely long gone. Instead of chasing after him like a rabid dog, I decided to make sure Xiaohui was unharmed. If they'd targeted me, it was possible they'd gone after her as well. As I stood up from the bed, I realized that instead of feeling drained after my ordeal, I was brimming with vitality and energy. All the wounds in my body had been healed, even some I hadn't realized were there. I gained a new level of appreciation for my physique. Along with that, I was reminded of my oath to the heavens, which had allowed me to earn it in the first place. To heal those who needed it and to protect the innocent from cruelty. Already, there was one innocent boy who clearly needed a lot of protection from forces far beyond him. I'd already healed Tang Sheng, but the fact that he'd been poisoned with something so potent spoke to a sinister underlying plot, one that went beyond even the City Lord. But that was something way above my pay grade. I'd only barely survived the situation. I had no desire to court death once more. It didn't take me long to reach the place I'd left Xiaohui. Finding my way through the palace was actually quite simple after I'd roughly memorized the layout. The door was still closed and it was dark inside. A positive sign. Sliding open the wooden door as quietly as possible, I slipped inside and shut it behind me. Everything was peaceful. On one of the beds there was a lump in the blankets. It rose and fell gently. Approaching, I saw Xiaohui fast asleep and unharmed. Exactly as she'd been when I left to treat the City Lord's son. I let out a sigh of relief. My worst fear was that the assassins would have gone after both of us at the same time. While I could defend myself, or in that instance survive through sheer luck and the will of the heavens, little Kui was just a mortal girl. Not wanting to take any risks, I decided to spend the rest of the night watching over her. I wasn't tired. With my level of cultivation, I barely needed to sleep. Perhaps a few hours a week at most. While watching over her, I tried to figure out the mess that was my path of cultivation. Thus far, my broken spirit roots hadn't posed an issue to my advancement. Body tempering typically required one to possess spirit roots, but because I'd already begun cultivating, or perhaps because of my physique, I had been able to continue to grow. However, lacking spirit roots was a true blockade when it came to breaking through the next major realm. The difference between body tempering and chi gathering was incomparable to the difference between 8 and 9-star body tempering. How could I overcome that? I'd read Zhao Dan's notes on cultivation. The standard method of breaking through once a practitioner reached the peak of body tempering was to learn how to sense the spiritual energy of the world, then absorb it into their body through their spirit roots, converting it into chi of their own. The moment that first drop formed, it would trigger the formation of the danten from the spirit roots. A simple process. But I had no spirit roots. So how was I going to achieve the breakthrough? There were many hints, small bits of knowledge I could use to try and forge my own path ahead, as I'd already been doing. However, there was a massive difference between going through the body tempering realm and the chi gathering realm outside of the standard methods. Body tempering was a pretty varied thing. Even a regular mortal could achieve 1 star in the realm if they had a fortunate encounter, provided they had enough spirit roots. So it wasn't that unusual for a practitioner to reach the peak of body tempering, even when deviating from the accepted methods practiced by the larger sects. However, for all but the most ridiculous outliers, that wasn't possible once one entered the chi-gathering realm. Every cultivator had to first learn to sense spiritual energy. Then they had to figure out how to absorb it into their spirit roots, forming a danten. After that, it was just a matter of adhering to your sect or clan's chosen cultivation method. Sensing spiritual energy was simple. In fact, I could already sense qi. I'd done so when Wang Ren had displayed the qi healing technique to me back in the Cloudy Falls sect. So I had a head start on most cultivators. But that was where I came to a crashing halt. I had broken spirit roots and no way to absorb spiritual energy into them. There was that hollow shell in my core, which had appeared during my breakthrough to 9-star body tempering. However, I wasn't sure if it was my Danton or something else entirely. Ultimately, I couldn't find the answer even after a few hours of struggling. That was fine. Cultivation wasn't a sprint, it was a marathon. I'd already been making rapid progress, and I should have been satisfied. But I wasn't. The world was far too dangerous. The people I'd grown to care about were constantly being put in danger. I needed to become stronger to protect them, to heal the corruption in the Celestial Jade Empire. I felt as though the same scene was repeating itself far too often. I was standing at the base of a stone dais, looking up at the city lord as he lounged on his throne. Councillor Gao stood to one side and his son on the other. When I'd entered Shaokui in tow, after being summoned by Captain Kang that morning, the councillor had been shocked. He'd quickly hidden it, but it hadn't escaped my attention. He must have had something to do with the previous night's failed assassination attempt. Captain Kang had sent a few guards to scour the palace for me after finding my room empty and blood everywhere. I'd explained the situation and tried to calm him down, but learning that assassins had infiltrated the palace only made him more furious. He'd personally escorted the pair of us while ordering his men to scour every inch of the palace grounds and search for anything out of the ordinary. Even more strangely, when Wang Bao had seen me, his eyes had widened for a moment, just like the councillor's. Worse, the moment I locked eyes with him, I instantly recognized the gaze. Those same eyes had been staring down at me from behind a mask the night before. He was the assassin. Anger bubbled up within me, and I'd wanted to strike out there and then. However, I held back my fury. Truly, Three River City was a nest of vipers. The captain would never believe me if I accused his vice-captain of being the assassin, and doing so would only draw more suspicion back onto me. Reading the situation, I would bide my time. When I was able, I would return to have my vengeance on the bastards who'd hurt Shaokui and tried to take my life. Needless cruelty was not something I ever wished to indulge in, but sometimes a little violence was necessary. It was often best to fight poison with poison, as I'd recently learnt. Zhao Dan, you have my utmost gratitude, the city lord said, with genuine happiness visible on his face. I never believed my son's sickness could be cured, but you have achieved the impossible. I nodded, waiting for him to continue. You are not forgiven for your treasonous misdeeds, but I made a promise. You and the girl shall go free, he declared with a regal wave. But make no mistake. Step 1 foot out of line in my city and you will be back here and facing death once more. Captain Kang stared daggers at me along with Councillor Gao as their master said that. I suppressed my chuckle and kept a straight face. Bowing once more, I replied, Of course, Lord Tang. This humble healer will not cause any trouble in Three River City from this day onward. He scoffed and dismissed us. Captain Kang led Little Kui and me to the palace gates.
I will be keeping a close watch on you, Zhao Dan,
he said with a sour expression. As is your duty, Captain, I replied with a smirk. He looked as though he'd sucked a lemon. The moment he turned back to the palace, I grabbed Shaokui and began making our way back into the city as fast as possible. I had no desire to stay there any longer than necessary. The first thing I wanted to do was get our belongings from the inn. Then it was time to go shopping. To be honest, I did think the city lord seemed a little lenient for a man who'd been enraged at our treasonous actions. But perhaps Councillor Gao had been influencing him. Or he simply loved his son that much. I wasn't going to delve into it. I was just glad to finally be free. An ancient-looking figure's eyes slowly opened. Their bones creaked, and dust fell from their body as they stretched. With a wave of their hand, the huge stone rolled away from the cave entrance, and sunlight streamed into the darkness.
A strand of my will has been destroyed,
they murmured as they walked out of the cave. A tall man cloaked in shadows was waiting outside, and he fell to his knees as the ancient figure exited.
Disciple greets master, he said with reverence. How was your secluded cultivation this time, master?
I should not have awoken this early, but one of the gifts I left with the clan has been destroyed,
the figure replied, closing their eyes for a breath's time. They opened their eyes.
3 River City. Find out what happened.
The man cloaked in shadows stood and waved his arm. 5 more shadowy figures darted outwards, heading towards 3 River City. As you command, master. The Gao clan celebrates the return of Patriarch Gao, he declared before following the others.
Chapter 23. The fatty running the inn seemed sad to see us leave, but that was more likely because he was losing income than anything to do with us. But, as we had a place of our own, there was no need to stay in an inn. It would be safer to stay inside the building I'd obtained from Grandpa Guan. That way, I could keep a closer eye on Xiaokui while continuing my healing business. We had to first make a detour. I was in dire need of some new robes, and Xiaokui's clothes looked a little worse for wear. There wasn't much money left between us, but it would be enough. A few hours later, we walked out of a shop called Madame Fang's Fine Silks, no longer looking like we'd been chased through a forest by spirit beasts. I had a verdant green robe that was extraordinarily comfortable. Then Xiaokui picked up a white, form-fitting robe that suited her features well. After a walk through the city, which took longer than it needed to thanks to Little Kui dragging me to every shop or stall she found interesting, we arrived at the place where I was going to set up business. I believed she just wanted to show off her new clothes, but she insisted she wanted to explore the city since we'd not had the chance. I had to admit, I felt extremely relaxed afterwards, without a care in the world. I'd handled myself well in the city lord's palace, but being a prisoner involved non-stop stress and anxiety. It hadn't been good for my psyche, even if I'd made tremendous gains by fishing in the troubled waters of 3 River City's upper echelon. Something strange was going on between Counselor Gao, Wang Bao, and the city lord. But, to be honest, I didn't care at that point. When the time was right, I would return and deliver a little justice to certain individuals for daring to steal more of Little Kui's childlike sparkle. But until then, it was important to focus on my healing practice and developing my budding sect into something of value. Speaking of the sect, I had a disciple. I'd almost forgotten after the assassin nearly took my life, but Xiaokui had begged and I had relented, which meant I officially had to not just take care of her, but try and teach her stuff. What was I going to teach her? Perhaps medicine, but without the advantages I had, such as my physique and cultivation, I wasn't sure if she would be able to use my knowledge to the same effect. It wouldn't hurt to try.
It's so big!
Xiaokui exclaimed. I chuckled, watching as the village girl walked up and down the street while staring at our new home/place of business. After 3 laps of the immediate area, she rushed up to the door and attempted to push it open, but it was locked. She turned around and stared at me expectantly. I pretended to be confused for a few moments, at which point she began pouting. After my little self-indulgent teasing, I headed over and unlocked the door using the token Grandpa Guan had given me. I found it strange that they'd not bothered taking my possessions while I was imprisoned, but I suppose the city lord cared more for earning back face than looting some random body-tempering whelp. The inside was exactly as I'd left it, though much dustier. Xiaokui danced around the marble reception area, eyes wide as saucers, as she discovered every new resplendent feature. Seeing it for the second time, I had to admit that Grandpa Guan had given me a ridiculous bargain. I decided to visit the old geezer with a gift as thanks.
This is all ours?
She asked, walking up the stairs. Every last tile, I replied with a smile. Though most of it will be for the patients. I picked out a few rooms on the top floor for us to live in, but I will need to get some new furniture once we earn some money back. I sighed and glanced inside my coin purse, seeing just a lonely silver and a few copper coins. Once again, I was broke. Well, unless you counted the half a spirit stone. Which I did, but it was worth far too much to use for any daily transactions. And, until I knew whether I had any personal use for it, I was loath to spend it. After the gains I'd received from the poison chi and the healing pill, I still had 2 more of those. I was excited to see what other herbs or poisonous reagents I might be able to ingest to continue refining my body. There was also the added bonus of the knowledge about each ingredient I gained after refining it. Thus far, I'd learnt about ice flower poison, blood lotus puppet poison, and mortal grade healing pills.
That was a drop in the ocean when it came to alchemy. Once I had a bit of free time, I needed to look for a skilled alchemist in Three River City so I could try to learn from them. First, though, it was time to make some money. Zhao Kui, head down to the market and start spreading the word that we now have a permanent place to stay. I want to see customers by the afternoon, I shouted, hoping she would hear me upstairs. While little Kui was out in the market, redirecting all my patients, I needed to go shopping once more. With my meager wealth, I couldn't afford much, but I wanted to have a proper treatment room set up at the very least. We could just repurpose the sign from the market for the short term. It seemed to be working, so why change it? But after a few days of healing and earning money, I would need to consider how to set up the whole medicine sect business. It was just a front for the hospital, of course, using the familiar customs of the world to help the masses drop their guard, so I could slowly spread the brilliance of the healing arts. However, since becoming master to my first disciple, I felt an unfamiliar drive to create something lasting. What every hospital needed was an optimized system of triage, a way of prioritizing those who were most in need of treatment. That would be wholly unfamiliar to such a world, for the mortals at least. Cultivators had some level of brotherhood between them, and wouldn't just watch an ally die unless there was some ridiculous treasure to be snatched, whereas the mortals were left to suffer and die if they lacked wealth or power. In the end, I managed to find a comfortable wooden chair with a fur-lined seat and back, which I could use to rest on while performing my technique, as well as a comfortable bed for my patients. It would be enough to start. I just about managed to return in time. As I turned the corner onto the street, I saw Zhao Kui at the other end, leading a huge group of people towards the building. I raced inside, carrying the bed and chair with me. When I got to the small room that I decided would be the first treatment room, my office, so to speak, I didn't think much about the layout. I simply threw the bed against the wall and then placed my chair nearby. The moment I'd done that, I heard the door open and a loud chatter of people in the lobby. I allowed myself a smile. Challenges like healing the blood lotus puppet poison were enjoyable, but straining myself that much had taken its toll. I was looking forward to doing some more mundane healing. Part of the reason I'd become a doctor was that I enjoyed hearing people's stories and listening to idle chatter while I worked. People tended to let slip some rather absurd stories when they were in the doctor's chair. Maybe the nerves lowered their walls? I wasn't sure, but it had led to me meeting some interesting people in the past. That was something I looked forward to. Additionally, it would have the benefit of allowing me to learn more about this new world and the culture in the Celestial Jade Empire. By then, I'd become somewhat accustomed to them and could pass as a native for the most part, but there were some intricacies that you couldn't pick up in just a few months. With all that said, I'd reached the bottom of the stairs. Little Kui turned to me, grinning ear to ear.
I managed to find a few custom, patients,
she called out to me. Indeed. Well done, little disciple, I replied, patting her on the head. She squirmed out of it, but I saw her smile. Turning to the group of people, I swept my gaze over them, trying to see what I was dealing with. Anyone with severe and obvious injuries would get priority. The citizens seemed to shrink under my gaze, a little fear in their eyes. It was to be expected. Most cultivators treated mortals like dirt, so even after I'd proven my healing technique and somewhat benevolent nature, they weren't fully convinced. I noticed one young man clutching his arm at an awkward angle. On a closer inspection, I realized his shirt was stained with dried blood. It was dark, as though it hadn't been cleaned for a few days. You're first, I said, pointing at him and beckoning him closer. I heard a few grumbles, but Zhao Kui stepped up and silenced the crowd as the man walked through.
Relax. Heavenly Healer Zhou is simply treating the most wounded first. You will all get your turn,
she said in a soothing voice with a warm smile. It worked wonders.
Just make sure to have your payment ready,
she added with a slight smirk. Well, it was important for any business to have the generous, hard workers like me as well as the fiendish salespeople. I'd leave that to her. She seemed confident, and we'd been earning plenty of money before our untimely imprisonment. The guy hobbled out in front of the crowd, and I realized his injury was far worse than it seemed. I looked at the elbow of his shirt, which was ripped. His bone was poking out of his elbow. I grabbed him and whisked him upstairs, not waiting another moment. He exclaimed in shock, but was powerless to resist the strength of a 9-star body tempering cultivator. When I planted him on the bed, he gasped. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed.
What do you think, you damn fool? How long have you been walking around with your bone sticking out of your arm? You're lucky you haven't died from an infection, I muttered, grabbing his shirt and tearing the sleeve off.
My shirt! That cost me 3 coppers, you know,
he complained. Well, better 3 coppers than your life, I replied, grabbing hold of his arm and already reaching for my blood essence. Even when the guy's arm started to knit itself back together and I was able to snap the bone back into place, the constipated look never left his face. Stingy bastard. Hopefully the other patients weren't going to complain this much. In the end, only a few of my patients were difficult to deal with. The young man had been rather docile, considering one granny had beaten me with her walking stick. And that was after I'd cured her of a limp she'd had for 15 years. Old people these days were so ungrateful. But it was worth it. For the most part, my patients left with smiles on their faces and a spring in their step. And a few coins poorer. Then again, you can't put a price on good health. Well, I could. It was 63 silver and 4 copper. But life was better lived without the wear and tear of time and labor. I think most of the people who left the building that day would agree. I stretched, feeling a little tired. My body was fine, but the endless socializing with the patients had left me drained. Little disciple, I think it's about time I taught you your first lesson, I said, waving Xiaokui over. She seemed excited, a glint in her eye. To be honest, I wasn't sure why she'd left her home village to follow me. Sure, the thrill of adventure and the allure of a powerful cultivator were hard to resist, but I hadn't personally shown anything that might be of interest to her. Had she done it because she felt indebted to me after I saved her life? That didn't seem like her. So why? My only guess was that she found what I did interesting. She told me as much when she asked to be my disciple, that I was different from other cultivators. I knew that, but it was mostly because I was from another world. More to the point, I believed what she would find most interesting about me and wanted to learn was my healing arts. While anything to do with my physique or the techniques that required one to be a cultivator were off limits, there was still a lot I could teach her. I was armed with a myriad of knowledge from 2 worlds, and if all she wanted to do was learn how to heal mortals, then it wouldn't be too difficult to help her take the first steps on that path. To be honest, I don't know that much about your goals in this life, little Kui. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to, but I think I have a good idea anyway, I told her. Her eyes widened a little and she nodded. Would you like to learn how to be a healer? I asked, giving her a while to think about her answer. She took the time, scrunching up her face at first, then going through the 7 emotions and 6 desires in a record time. It was like an emotion speed run. Eventually, she nodded 3 times and replied,
Yes, master.
I smiled and nodded back, preparing to answer when she suddenly frowned.
But I'm not a cultivator, so how can I be a healer like you?
Don't worry, I replied, realizing she'd been struggling with that fear for a while. You can't be a healer exactly like me, but you can certainly still be a healer.
Really?
Of course. Now come, let me teach you some basics about the human body, I said, motioning for her to follow me up the stairs. She took a step, then screeched as a loud bang shook the lobby. I rushed back down and saw the front door wide open, a man standing in the entrance. He took a step towards little Kui, and she yelled, sprinting towards me. I rushed past her and raised my fist, ready to strike down the intruder. As I got a closer look at the bastard, I was so shocked that it was like I was struck by lightning. Chapter 24. I was one step away from the man who'd forced his way into our building when he suddenly groaned and collapsed to the ground. At that moment, I realized he was covered in bloody wounds and barely breathing. Rather than an intruder, it was more likely that the guy was a patient. It was the middle of the night, but I wouldn't turn away a fellow man in need. After shutting the door to stop the cold wind from blowing into the lobby, I called Xiaokui back over. It's all right. I don't think he's here to hurt us. See how injured he is? I said, waving at him. Then I knelt beside him and tried to inspect the damage. Little Kui went to grab him and lift him up, but I stopped her. It's dangerous to move someone when you aren't sure what's wrong with them. First, make sure to inspect their airways and visual responses. Those tell you if their life is in immediate danger, I explained while waving a hand in front of his eyes. When I realized his breathing was okay, just weak, and he didn't seem to have any brain damage, I concluded it was safe to roll him over. We did so with some effort. The moment his face was revealed,
Xiao Kui let out a gasp of shock, which I couldn't help but mirror.
Chief!
She cried, shaking the man. Calm down. You don't want to hurt him, I replied, despite being just as surprised as she was to see the head of Nine Patty Village in Three River City. He stirred, groaning once more. Apart from the cuts and bruises all over his body, he seemed to be okay. I placed a finger against his skin, and within 10 seconds or so, as my technique worked to heal him, he already looked much better. Soon after that, he seemed lucid and sat up.
Xiao Kui?
When he realized who it was, his face suddenly dropped.
Xiao Kui, Cultivator Zhou, I'm so glad you're alive,
he cried as tears began streaming down his face. Calm down, old man. What's wrong? I replied, helping him stand. Did something happen in the village? I barely reacted to the tiny bit of blood essence streaming back into my body. I wasn't even sure it helped improve my cultivation since I'd already reached the pinnacle of the body tempering realm, but I suppose that it couldn't be a bad thing.
He
choked, unable to continue. We gave him time to compose himself.
They came in the middle of the night. It was a slaughter. Even the children.
He sobbed, breaking down as he began to tell us how he'd come to the city. When he finished telling his tale, I had to stop myself from rushing out the door then and there. I knew the city lord had let us go free too easily.
What are you talking about, Chief?
Xiao Kui's face was pale, her eyes wide as she tried to come to terms with what had happened.
Then my parents are dead?
The chief tried to speak but suddenly coughed. I wasn't sure why. My technique should have healed all his wounds. Perhaps it was something deeper. Often, emotional and subconscious pain caused real damage. Back on Earth, there were cases of people who died of grief after losing a partner, for example. Knowing what had happened, I didn't blame him. My thoughts went to the old granny and that black cat. Had the city lord's men not even spared her, sleeping in her bed? My fist clenched, shaking as my knuckles went white. I gnashed my teeth. Burning rage filled me. But eventually I was forced to push it down. There was nothing I could do. Yet. I'd wanted to spend more time researching and getting acquainted with my physique before trying anything drastic, but I could no longer hold myself back. Getting revenge on those sick bastards was now my only priority. I placed a hand on Little Kui's shoulder, squeezing it gently. Disciple, I know how you must be feeling right now, but make sure not to do anything rash, I told her with a stern face. She turned to me with tears in her eyes and nodded. I pulled her into a hug, and she squeezed tighter than I expected. I let her stay like that for a few moments before continuing. Look after the chief and stay out of the busy parts of the city. I need to leave for a while, I said.
What? You're going to leave now? After everything we've just heard?
She said, wiping her eyes.
Heartless master.
I scoffed. This little girl had a sharp tongue, and it was getting deadlier by the day. This was proof that big cities were bad for your mind. I wasn't angry, though. She could have attacked me right then, and I would have let it happen. Losing one's parents was not something I'd experienced, but I imagined it would be awful. When my grandfather died, I had not left my house for a week, secluding myself from friends and society. At least Little Kui still had the chief. I shook my head, dispelling such thoughts. It was harsh, but I couldn't afford to dwell on the awful massacre the city lord had ordered. I needed to become strong enough to take him down, which meant doing something I really didn't want to do. I stared out at the treacherous path leading into the mountains. A narrow gorge was walled in on both sides by craggy cliffs covered in sharp rocks and precariously balanced boulders that could fall at any moment. This mountain range was about 50 li from Three River City, but with my speed it had only taken me 20 minutes to get there. The reason I was in such a dangerous area, which anyone below Chi Gathering would typically avoid, was because of a rumor I'd heard. That, and I had a cruel idea of how to improve my cultivation in the shortest time possible. For cultivators, that would be a foolhardy idea, rushing ahead and leaving unstable foundations in their wake. However, I'd not yet experienced any downsides to my rapid pace of advancement, and decided to take an informed risk. My cultivation improved by healing others, and until then, I'd only used my techniques offensively twice, once on those bandits and the other time on a spirit snake. I'd waited for injured people to appear in front of me and not taken much initiative to seek them out, reaping the harvest without sowing the seeds. Instead, I was going to take a more brutal approach, one that I didn't want to use on other humans, hence the location. The Jagged Sword Mountains were famous for the number of violent spirit beasts that resided there. I figured that if there was nothing powerful enough for me to heal to continue advancing, then I would just need to change that. Find some 9-star spirit beasts, beat the crap out of them, and then heal them up. A simple plan. When I encountered the first beast I'd seen since that 9-star spirit bear, I wasn't too anxious. It seemed weaker than that bear. A boar with large tusks growing from its snout, so large they seemed to weigh it down. It was almost as tall as me, but its size worked against it as I dodged its opening charge with a simple sidestep. Based on the strength it displayed, I estimated it to be around 6 or 7-star body tempering. Usually, when hunting spirit beasts, that would be the point where the more powerful cultivator would act decisively to slaughter their prey. Instead, I was going to keep my prey alive, which in many ways could be considered even more cruel than simply slaughtering it. But at the end of the day, it would walk away alive. So really, it was better to encounter me than another cultivator who would just tear it apart for resources like its beast core and body parts. At least, that was my thought as I began to methodically beat up and then heal the various beasts I encountered. For some reason, they all seemed terrified even after I brought them back to full health, often even stronger than they were before. People were often ungrateful to their doctors. Even back on Earth, you could have situations where a team of surgeons worked their asses off for almost a full 24 hours to save someone from death, and then the patient would wake up only to say some bull crap like, "Thank God I'm alive," or "God is great." Not that I thought religion was stupid. It was comforting to have a higher power to believe in, and provide a sense of community for some people. Just not for me. Even if you were a devout worshiper of one god or another, it would be a gratefully received gesture to offer thanks to the group of people who'd actually saved your lives. But none of that mattered anymore. The only god in this new world was the heavens, and the only measure of success was the strength of your fists. I was determined to change that, even if I died trying. At the same time as Zhao Dan steeled his resolve to step on the true path of cultivation, though with some deviation from the rest of his peers, a group of disciples from the Cloudy Falls sect was also making their way through the Jagged Sword Mountains. In the group was a youth that Zhao Dan would have recognized instantly, Wang Ren. Most of the disciples were in early-stage chi gathering, including Wang Ren. He had progressed from 1-star to 2-star in the time since he'd said goodbye to junior brother Zhao Dan. Advancing 1 star in a few months was considered a prodigious speed of cultivation for most, and it had earned him even more favor among the intersect disciples and elders. He had tried not to let this inflate his ego, but some things were unavoidable. It was human nature to strive for more success, after all. Perhaps if he knew that untalented junior brother of his had managed to leap through 5 minor steps since they'd parted, he might think differently. That whelp had soared from a measly 4-star body tempering brat to a peak 9-star practitioner, on the cusp of breaking through to the chi-gathering realm. If he learnt of it, Wang Ren would be so surprised he might cough up blood and faint on the spot. Unfortunately, there was not much chance that he would meet Zhao Dan again. Zhao Dan would live a little longer than most mortals and retain his health far longer, but even then, he would succumb to the clutches of old age. As for Wang Ren, breaking the limits of mortality and stepping into the chi-gathering realm had granted him a massive increase in vitality. Even a 1-star chi-gatherer lived for almost 400 years, double the lifespan of a peak body tempering practitioner. These thoughts had run through his mind a couple of times during the last few months. Most of the outer disciples were forgettable, easy to ignore until they proved themselves. But not Zhao Dan. That guy had always been annoying as hell, a thorn in his side, and someone that he often had to stop from getting bullied by his peers. As for why Wang Ren did so, he still wasn't sure. But the guy had seemed enthusiastic when he'd left the sect. He hoped he was enjoying life. Maybe he would settle down and marry some cute farmer's daughter, have a bunch of kids, and live out the rest of his days in peace. Suddenly, the leader of their group, a handsome guy with perfect features except for a nasty scar over one eye, stopped and raised a hand. "Spirit beast ahead, 8-star body tempering," he said calmly, killing intent filling his gaze. A second later, he disappeared from view, and when he reappeared, he held a small red marble in his hand,
a beast core. If you see any beasts that are easy to kill, feel free to claim them for yourself. Just don't get into any arguments. I don't want anything to slow us down while we're on the way to the place the Elder mentioned. The rest of the group nodded. A few extra beast cores would be nice, but they were mere drops in the ocean compared to the natural treasure they were on their way to claim. Besides, apart from one particularly talented outer disciple who'd been sent along with them, everyone in the group was at least 1 or 2 star chi gathering. Body-tempering beast cores weren't of much use to them anymore. Most of all, none of them dared to defy the command of their group's leader. Sun Dang was the prized disciple of First Elder Sun, a man second only to the sect leader. Sun Dang was a 5-star chi-gathering cultivator and one of the strongest inner disciples of the Cloudy Falls sect. Challenging him was foolish, since no one wanted to risk the wrath of the First Elder. With the order, the group picked up their pace as they made their way towards the center of the jagged sword mountains. In a few days, a natural treasure that only made its appearance every couple of 1,000 years was due to bloom. The recordings of the sect rumored that one petal of this flower, the 10 Ascensions Lily, would let a cultivator advance an entire star in the chi-gathering realm. Naturally, all of them were eager for a chance at such a potent treasure. Of course, they weren't the only ones vying for this chance. And among all the groups looking to claim this natural treasure, one man was completely unaware of the convergence of fate around him. Near the outer regions of the mountain range, a man with rather handsome features, dressed in green robes, was currently chasing down an 8-star spirit monkey. The monkey had a terrified expression on its face as it sprinted for dear life. Over the course of the past hour, it had been beaten until it saw the warm embrace of King Yama reach out, the 6 paths beckoning, only for it to be suddenly healed. And then the cycle would repeat. It had thought the chi-gathering beasts in the inner mountain range were scary, but this insane cultivator was far worse. I sighed as I watched the spirit monkey sprinting off into the distance, clambering up the razor-sharp cliffs with ease. I thought that this would be easier. However, since I was unable to climb those cliffs without carving my hands into ribbons, I was forced to fight the beasts down in the gorge. Until now, I'd only encountered one 9-star spirit beast, another monkey. That had been a decent fight, and when I'd healed it, I noticed my blood essence increasing noticeably for the first time in a while. Unfortunately, that did nothing to change the sensation that I'd hit an unbreakable wall. It was a disappointing realization. I somehow knew that no matter how much more blood essence I obtained, I would never reach the chi-gathering realm. After a certain point, the benefit of a larger quantity of blood essence became negligible. A large swarm of bugs could take on a weaker beast, but even the aura of a powerful awakened beast, one that had reached chi-gathering, could cause those same ants to drop dead. It was the same for cultivators. Perhaps I could fight to a standstill against a 1-star chi-gathering cultivator, but against even the weakest 2-star I would get beaten like a helpless dog. Then again, I had a secret weapon that I wasn't sure any cultivator in this world would expect. My ability to induce cancer-like growth in their cells. However, I didn't know if it would work on cultivators much stronger than me. I needed to test it. Which meant finding stronger beasts. My gaze turned towards the inner regions of the jagged sword mountains. I'd avoided getting closer until now, staying in the outer regions, but it seemed I would have to take drastic steps to achieve the strength I needed to claim revenge. Not just for my own wounded pride, but for Xiaokui's family and all of Nine Patty Village. Tang Shi would suffer, but right now I couldn't even damage a fingernail of his, let alone bring him to his knees. I let the monkey go and took the first step further into the jagged sword mountains. The sun was just beginning to rise over the horizon, lighting up the stone and sparse shrubbery in a golden glow. I wouldn't return until I'd broken through to chi-gathering, or at least figured out if it was even possible for a cultivator with shattered spirit roots to do so. The gorge started sloping upwards, taking me further into the mountains. At the end of the valley, I would approach one of the larger mountains, a tall, craggy summit that resembled the fang of a beast. I wasn't sure what awaited me on that mountain, but I was eager to take on the challenge. Lost in thought, I hadn't noticed a pair of yellow eyes gazing at me from within a crevice. As I took another step forward, I felt a sharp pain slice across my shoulder, and just about managed to dodge the second stone spike that had been aimed at my neck. I turned in the direction the spikes had come from and saw another monkey hanging from the cliff. This one had dark gray skin and fur, almost the color and texture of the stone around us,
As I watched, it raised its tail and pointed it towards me, the end looking sharp and jagged, just like the stones I'd just been hit with. That wasn't all. Trying to get a read on the spirit beast, I realized it was perhaps even stronger than I. Not quite in she-gathering, but perhaps almost there. A half step away from breaking through. Instead of feeling nervous or scared, a different emotion coursed through my veins. Excitement. Chapter 25. The monkey launched the spike at me faster than I expected, and I barely dodged it. I was forced to roll to the side, which gave it the opportunity to close the distance. Even though it had a potent long-range weapon, it didn't seem to mind getting close and brawling with its fists. The first punch made a few bones in my hand break as we collided. Not only was its skin the color of stone, but it also seemed to be made of it. It really made me regret not finding a weapon of some kind. Even a simple one would have made these fights easier. Then again, I was a healer, not a warrior. I knew some martial arts, but had never trained with weapons. In fact, the only blade I knew how to wield was a scalpel. Wait, maybe that could work? I'd need to find a talented blacksmith to forge a suitable one, but there was some merit to having a high-quality scalpel. Both for my healing arts and perhaps fighting. For now, though, I had to put those thoughts to one side as the monkey grew enraged and threw dozens of punches and kicks at me. I blocked most of them, but a few slipped through my guard, not quite breaking bones, but leaving nasty bruises and making me stumble. However, I wasn't so easily beaten. Since I'd fully refined my lungs, my body healed at a much faster rate, which meant these surface-level wounds didn't bother me too much, at least from a beast at a similar level to myself. I had to restrict myself from using my tumor touch since that would probably kill the monkey faster than I could heal it, if I could even heal it at all after using that technique. Also, I really needed a better name for that. Currently, it made me sound like some kind of psychopath. Almost like a cultivator. I couldn't help but chuckle to myself. The monkey punched me again, but this time, instead of blocking, I let it make contact. Tensing my shoulder muscles made the blow a little easier to withstand. I grabbed hold of its arm, and it sensed something was wrong, but it was too late. My open palm smashed into its elbow as I pulled its wrist back towards me. I felt a lot of resistance from its tough skin, its stony fur lacerating the skin on my palm, but my move was destructive. A sickening crunch sounded out as the monkey's elbow snapped and its arm bent the wrong way from my strike. Following that, I didn't let up and delivered a punch to its throat. The monkey gasped for breath and clutched at its neck with its one good arm, but that just gave me the space I needed to finish it off. I unleashed a rapid torrent of strikes that broke almost every bone in its body and left it bruised and bloody in a matter of moments. It feebly raised its tail, pointing the jagged spike towards me, but it flopped to the ground soon after. It had no strength left, walking the line between life and death. Only a few breaths kept it from the afterlife, but not for long. Blood essence sparked in my fingertips, and I thrust them against the monkey's neck. Almost immediately it took a sharp breath and started twitching. It took a lot longer to heal than the other beasts. Unlike the other beasts, which had seemed quite scared of me afterwards and tried to run away, the monkey stared at me with fury and screeched loud enough that I almost let go. Then, right as I felt the feeling of blood surging into me, it punched me in the face. Blood promptly spurted back out of my nose, and I staggered backwards. However, there was a grin on my face. This was more like it. A punching bag that didn't escape after just one round. Which was great, because I'd felt a noticeable difference in strength from the amount my blood essence had increased. Strange, given that I still felt like I was blocked from advancing further. For now, though, I wouldn't question it. I knew that the answer to whether I could break through lay in these mountains. I would just need to beat my way through the endless spirit beasts to find it. Li Feng sighed as he tried to focus his chi towards healing his wounds. His respite was short-lived, however, as that damnable bastard Huo Zhexiang soon approached him.
Junior Brother Li, get off your ass and go harvest more beast cores. I won't let Sun Dang's group beat us to the 10 Ascensions, Lily, he ordered, releasing his chi and making Li Feng shiver. Huo Zhexiang had been assigned to lead their group by Elder Jin, an act of blatant nepotism. However, the guy was the strongest there by far, and none of the others dared stand up to his tyranny. The entire day they'd been forced to fight every spirit beast they came across to harvest their cores, only for Huo Zhexiang to keep them all for himself. Stingy bastard, Li Feng cursed.
In total, 5 groups of inner disciples from the Cloudy Falls sect had been sent out to compete for the 10 Ascensions Lily. No doubt some groups from the Soaring Sword sect had also snuck into the mountain range to try and snatch the rare treasure for themselves. Of the 5 disciples chosen to lead the groups, Li Feng cursed his luck for ending up with Huo Zheqiang. Even Sun Dang, their leader's eternal rival, wasn't this despotic. Nevertheless, he didn't have the strength to complain. For now, he would simply bide his time and wait until the opportune moment came. The moment he could snatch the 10 Ascensions Lily from that bastard Huo Zheqiang and overtake him, reaching the heavens in a single leap. Well, maybe just the peak of the Chi-gathering realm, but to most inner disciples that was as close as it got to heaven. Only the elders and talented core disciples were able to reach the foundation building realm, and they were few in number. Suddenly, a small rock slide occurred and nearly buried him alive. He managed to jump back just in time to avoid the falling stones when a 9-star spirit monkey suddenly rushed at him. As a 1-star cultivator, he could fight evenly with such a beast in the right circumstances. But as he was now, the beast would claim the opening strike and claim the momentum. He raised his arms to guard his vitals, but the blow he was expecting never came. Opening his eyes and lowering his guard, he saw the monkey sprint past him, an expression of pure terror on its face. What in the heavens is going on? He wondered to himself as he observed the spirit beast's odd behavior. A second later, another stone fell to the ground beside him, and he tensed up, expecting another attack. Instead, a streak of green raced past him in pursuit of the spirit monkey. He just about made out the features of a handsome man with sword-like brows and a majestic... "Hold on, Li Feng, you don't swing that way," he caught himself. It wasn't his fault. The guy was just that handsome. Even stranger, he didn't recognize the robes the man was wearing at all. No one in the Cloudy Falls sect wore green robes, and he was fairly certain that none of the disciples from the Soaring Sword sect should be wearing robes of that color either. So just who was the strange cultivator? He decided to forget about it. The expression on the monkey's face, the terror of facing a deadly predator, told him everything he needed to know. A man who could make a 9-star body tempering beast scared enough to run for his life was a man he didn't want to mess with. So, Li Feng just continued to search for weaker beasts to hunt as his group made their way to the center of the Jagged Sword Mountains. When he rejoined the group, he didn't tell anyone what he'd seen. Hopefully they didn't encounter that scary cultivator again. And, if they did, he would just try to throw Huo Zheqiang in the way and run for his life, just like that monkey. I began to wonder if all spirit beasts were cowards, or if it was only those stuck in the body tempering realm. This spirit monkey had shown great promise when it defiantly struck me after I'd healed it. However, after the 3rd round of being beaten and healed, instead of getting back up to fight, it instead sprinted in the other direction. I wasn't going to let my source of free blood essence escape, so of course I chased after it. At one point, I thought I saw another person in the valley as I chased the monkey over a small cliff, causing a minor landslide, but it might have just been my imagination. Then again, just because the Jagged Sword Mountains were dangerous didn't mean everyone avoided them. It was a great place for cultivators to find spirit herbs and harvest beast cores. Plenty of inner disciples from the Cloudy Falls sect came here on expeditions. I put it out of my mind. Even if that guy was a disciple of my former sect, it wasn't like I needed to stop and make friends with him. I had a goal to accomplish, and the only way to do that was by hunting spirit beasts and then healing them. Or so I'd thought when I first started this mission of mine. Now, after repeating the same actions without much change, I was starting to feel like a hamster in a wheel. Stubborn determination hadn't failed me before, though, so at least for now, I would keep doing what I set out to do. After a while, I realized I was never going to catch up with the spirit monkey, especially not in this terrain. The monkeys, which were clearly the most plentiful spirit beast around, had adapted to live on the sharp, rocky cliffs and mountains. My speed was pretty ridiculous when I compared it to a mortal's, but I was used to moving on easier terrain. I couldn't keep up here, even at 9-star body tempering. So, I let another monkey escape my clutches. I didn't mind, though, because I knew there would be plenty more unsuspecting beasts ahead of me to battle, heal, and then repeat until I had grasped some semblance of an answer about my path. Another 6 monkeys later, 4 of which had fled, 1 I was currently healing, and 1 which I accidentally killed while battling it when I forgot to control my strength. Despite the effects being massively reduced at the peak of the 9th star, I had improved quite a lot with my practice, going beyond the limits. I wasn't sure how to describe my cultivation. Often, those who were at the peak of a certain realm, on the cusp of breaking through to the next but missing one key insight, were known as half-step cultivators of the next realm. However, I didn't think that describing myself as a half-step chi-gathering cultivator was accurate, because I wasn't just one insight away from breaking through. I was entirely barred from advancement because of my shattered spirit roots. Yet my strength continued to increase, and my knowledge of my healing technique and blood essence with it. I heard a crack as the final bone of the 9-star spirit monkey snapped back into place, and I was flooded with blood essence shortly after. I stumbled backwards and coughed blood, my body suddenly feeling like it was going to burst, the sheer quantity of energy within too much to handle. Had I broken through some kind of safe limit before advancing to chi gathering? I was not going to be outdone by my own body. Perhaps cultivators were not supposed to possess this much blood essence, or perhaps due to my lack of spirit roots, I was starting to experience instability in my cultivation. I didn't care. I clenched my teeth and focused inwards, forcing my will on my erratic blood essence until it calmed down. I still felt swollen, like a balloon about to burst, but it was manageable. Looking down at the monkey, I saw it open its eyes. This was the third time I'd beaten and healed this one, and I figured it was about to run for its life. If I really wanted to, I could keep it down and refuse to let it have a fair fight, but that would feel too much like torture. I wasn't that kind of man. With a sigh, I released it from my grip and stood up. I had reached the end of the narrow valley, and the cliffs were less steep now. The path had opened to reveal a towering mountain, the entrance to the heart of the Jagged Sword Mountains. With a few more steps, I left the valley behind and approached a thick forest, one that seemed to cover the side of the mountain almost to the peak. I hoped I would find more powerful beasts inside, perhaps even ones that had broken through to the chi-gathering realm. I suspected that to break through, if it was even possible, I would need to heal someone or something that was already in the chi-gathering realm. Blood essence was used to temper the body, the hallmark of my current realm. It was effective at doing that, but it was far from enough to gain the spark of inspiration needed to claim the spiritual energy of the world and form a Danten. Chi was an energy far more mysterious and powerful. As I entered the forest, I felt a light breeze brushing against my face. It relaxed me, a single breath rejuvenating me and filling me with strength. Within the wind was an almost familiar scent. I took another breath, inhaling through my nose, and realized what it was. A potent herb lay within the mountain range. Originally, I'd only come to the Jagged Sword Mountains to seek a spark of inspiration for my next breakthrough, to obtain the strength I needed to claim revenge on the City Lord, and those who dared to harm my friends and allies. Now, though, I was tempted to chase another goal. Since I was already here, why not keep traveling further in and see what had released such a potent aroma? I wasn't sure how much further I would need to travel, but I could still handle the spirit beasts. So I continued. 5 minutes passed. Suddenly I heard a rustle in the trees and felt something in the air shift. I froze. I ducked, my instincts warning me against an unseen attack. Right as I moved, a thick stone spike ripped through the air where my head had been a moment before. Screeching and snapping branches could be heard nearby, and I looked up. 3 spirit monkeys, all half-step chi-gathering beasts, were hanging from the trees. They stared at me with mocking glares, tails raised to strike once more. Chapter 26. The spirit monkey convulsed on the ground, its shoulder and neck misshapen and swollen. It had rushed ahead of its companions, and I'd panicked, using my blood essence to cause the tumorous growths inside its body. I hoped I could finish off the other 2 fast and then heal them, but I wasn't sure. They screeched, making me stumble as 2 stone spikes blasted towards me. Dodging to the side, I avoided the first, but felt a spike of pain in my side as the second pierced my gut. They screeched, and I heard them jumping from the trees. One landed on the ground next to the fallen monkey, while the other remained in the canopy, already preparing another strike from afar. I wasted no time in pulling the spike out, letting my refined lungs get to work healing the wound. I lacked medicinal energy, so I quickly took out one of the 2 healing pills I had left and swallowed it. I found it funny that it was more effective for me to break down the ingredients within and refine them, letting my lungs heal me, rather than simply allowing the pill to do so.
The monkey on the ground observed the convulsing monkey for a moment, then turned to me with hate-filled eyes. It screeched louder than before, and my eardrums rattled as it bared its fangs. The air whistled and I dodged to the side, avoiding another stone spike. The screeching monkey pounced, unleashing a whirlwind of punches and kicks that I had trouble keeping up with. I sensed these two beasts had almost grasped the nature of spiritual energy. Every attack was heavy, almost breaking through my skin and bones and striking something deep inside me. For now it was manageable, but I wasn't sure how I would handle myself against a true awakened beast in the chi-gathering realm. One step at a time. While I blocked its blows, I searched for an opening in the monkey's defenses. If there was one thing I was confident in, it was my perceptive sight. As a doctor, it was essential to pay excruciatingly close attention to detail when assessing patients and during surgeries. That skill translated quite well to martial arts. I'd always had a talent for finding weird gaps in my opponent's defenses. Sparring partners often complained that even though they had perfect technique, I could still break through it. I figured that if there was a gap to exploit, your technique wasn't perfect. My arms were bruised from the constant attacks of the spirit monkey, but I was returning a few strikes of my own. I suddenly spotted a gap. It had just kicked me, and it was slightly off balance. I lashed out with my leg, my foot catching the beast in the ankle, and it toppled. Its arms waved wildly as it tried to stay upright, and I used that distraction to break through its guard. I struck with precision, every punch hitting a vital point on the monkey. Within a few strikes it was down, but I wasn't done. It was still conscious, so I delivered a final blow to its temple, knocking it out. Just as I did that, I felt a sharp pain in my shoulder and looked down to see a stone spike jutting out of my arm, blood dripping from the wound. I leapt up and rolled to the side to avoid a second spike. The final monkey had made its move. Its eyes were bloodshot, and it shrieked at me, gone mad with rage. It crossed the remaining distance between us in a single leap and began throwing wild strikes that I barely managed to block. We exchanged dozens of blows in just a few seconds. A strange feeling welled up inside me. I had chosen to continue my path of healing and medicine in this world and had only ended up in a few fights. Back on Earth, despite my career, martial arts had been the only way I could take my mind off my troubles. I often threw myself into training with an almost fanatic vigor. Once more, I felt that same passion, that excitement of dedicating yourself to a single goal. This was a dangerous feeling. I knew that this was likely how most cultivators became so obsessed with reaching the peak that they would throw all else aside, leaving nothing but a mountain of corpses in their wake as they ascended the steps to heaven. But I was not that weak. I punched a specific spot on the monkey's elbow and was rewarded with a crunch and the arm falling to its side. It seemed shocked, but its rage pushed it onwards, continuing the battle. With one less limb, however, it was futile. A few moments later, it joined its defeated buddies on the ground. I rushed towards the first monkey I'd defeated. The monkey was almost unrecognizable, as its entire arm, chest, and neck were swollen like balloons that could burst at any moment. I'd not yet attempted to heal the damage from my own technique. I hadn't needed to. Of course, I hadn't wanted to heal the bandits I'd killed with it, so that meant this monkey would be the first. It wasn't that different from healing any other affliction. I injected blood essence, and it quelled the raging energy within. But there was a problem. I wasn't just fighting against some infection or flesh wound. I was attempting to battle against my own energy. The monkey yelled in pain as the two differing techniques clashed within its body. At first, the tumors started to swell and grow, and I worried that I had made things worse. But a few moments later, the clashes subsided, and its body slowly returned to normal. However, there was something strange. When it was fully healed, my blood essence returned to me, but it had not grown whatsoever. Unlike when I healed other patients, there were no gains to be had here. That made sense. While my chi oath had been potent and the rewards equally powerful, it would have been ridiculous if I could create a self-fulfilling cycle that propelled me through the cultivation realms, inflicting heinous wounds such as this and then healing them. I assumed it didn't stop me from progressing when I healed physical wounds I'd inflicted, because that was still a greater challenge. I had to use strength that wasn't part of the oath to crush the beasts, and so I was still rewarded for healing them. Satisfied with learning some more about my mysterious techniques, I turned to the other two monkeys. If I were being honest, I was a little worried about healing them. My body was already full of blood essence. It felt as though even a little more would push me over some kind of limit, one that I didn't necessarily want to pass. However, I decided to heal them anyway. Until now, I still hadn't gained much insight as to how I would progress my cultivation further than the body tempering realm. This was the only hint I had, and so I would continue to explore it, even if that held potentially painful consequences. When I healed the first monkey, nothing happened except the strange feeling of being full grew even more intense. It weighed down on me with every step, something within my body but not physically present. Despite that feeling, I didn't hesitate as I began to heal the third and final spirit monkey. My blood entered its body as normal, and I watched as it went to work, setting broken bones and knitting torn muscles back together. It finished in record time, my healing technique growing more effective the higher my cultivation grew. When the blood essence surged back into me, I prepared to keep a tight hold on it, prepared for the uncomfortable swelling. However, I soon realized something was seriously wrong. I continued to swell as the blood essence flowed into my body, but I soon felt a familiar feeling, one that I hadn't expected to feel until I grasped insight into the workings of qi. Wang Ren exhaled, flicking his arm to remove the blood of the spirit monkey from his glaive. That had been one of the most challenging fights he'd had to date. A 3-star awakened beast, a spirit beast that could typically fight on even ground against 4-star chi-gathering cultivators. He was still only a 2-star chi-gatherer, but he'd managed to bring it down through a combination of intelligence and the technique his master had handed down to him. Upon reaching 2-star, one of the inner elders of the sect had taken notice of his talents and offered to take him as a disciple. Of course he'd accepted. Elder Bong was renowned for his prowess with the glaive, and also for his eccentric nature. A few other disciples had warned him against becoming a disciple of the reclusive elder, but Wang Ren came from a common background. Without the benefit of connections or the heritage of a clan, he had to claim every scrap he could. That was how he'd worked his way through the outer sect, and he wouldn't stop now. Despite being one of the most talented disciples in his generation, he refused to sit back and allow his progress to stagnate. He would rather be an ant that dared to ascend to the summit of a mountain than remain a frog trapped in a well, simply because he was afraid of an elder being a little strange. Besides, he realized the rumors were mostly nonsense after a few weeks of training under his new master. Most of them, anyway. Elder Bong had provided him with just one technique to date. It was the first in a series of techniques that formed a self-created glaive art, shattering earth, carving heaven, heavy glaive. It was a mighty and imposing technique, as one would expect from the name. Elder Bong was one of the top elders in the sect, a 3-star foundation building master. He had created this glaive art upon breaking through to the foundation building realm, right after winning a vicious battle against the Fang Demon cult and a 9-star awakened beast at the same time. To receive his legacy was a great honor, one that Wang Ren didn't intend to waste. Even with just the first technique of the art, Heavy Earth Slash, he was able to rebuke the limits of heaven and cross stars to fight against beasts and other foes with greater cultivation than his own. Yet, he still felt that if he tried to challenge Sun Deng, he would lose. It would not be an easy loss, and he could certainly put up a fight against the other man, but he would lose without a doubt. Despite knowing that, he would still do his best to claim at least 1 or 2 petals of the 10 Ascensions Lily. Surely Sun Deng was not so tyrannical as to claim the entire flower for himself. Returning to the group, Wang Ren saw that they all had gathered. Sun Deng nodded towards him, and he returned a nod of his own out of politeness. As the 2 strongest members of their group, they shared a certain understanding. Sun Deng raised an arm to silence the conversations.
Beyond the forest lies the heart of the Jagged Sword Mountains, Jagged Sword Peak, where the verdant spirit pond lies. That pond is a natural treasure in and of itself, with a single mouthful said to provide inspiration to those in the chi-gathering realm, he explained, even though they all knew this already. Our goal is not the pond, but the flower that will blossom in the center. From this point on, we may encounter other groups and more dangerous awakened beasts that you may not be able to handle alone. Stick together, and we will emerge triumphant. I promise to share the petals of the flower with those who contribute to our success, he exclaimed, the rest of the disciples shouting once in affirmation. Wang Ren wasn't inclined to believe him, but he wouldn't dare act out of turn. He wasn't so arrogant as to believe he could reach the verdant spirit pond alone. He followed the group as they left the forest behind. As he stepped out from under the canopy, he suddenly felt a faint release of energy from behind, far in the distance. Not chi or spiritual energy, but something less, and yet more. He frowned, but there was no time to investigate or worry about it. He would simply continue doing as he needed and trying to honor himself and his master. He looked at his glaive, the weapon also of the king grade, the same as his master's art. The edge was sharp and the shaft heavy, yet plain. No decoration was needed to kill your foes, only determination and strength. A coward could never reach the heavens, even if a saint-grade technique fell from the heavens like a meat pie and landed in their lap. His path was clear, and he would not falter, even if he had to challenge Sun Dang and risk death. I realized the moment my skin began to tear, blood pouring from the endless lacerations across my body, that something had gone seriously wrong. I had no time to consider what, though, because all my focus was required to stop myself from collapsing under the pressure as my body ripped itself apart. This made no sense. 9-star was supposed to be the peak limit of the body tempering realm, yet I was making another breakthrough despite reaching the peak. Compared to my previous breakthroughs, and even the ones I could remember from before I took over this body, this was far beyond anything I'd experienced. Somehow, I felt that this wasn't a breakthrough to the next realm. I had yet to grasp the mysteries of Qi, and I still hadn't really figured out how to turn my shattered spirit roots into a working Danten. I was doing something completely unprecedented. Another wave of agony struck as my internal organs turned to mush. I noticed that my lungs retained their shape more than the rest, clearly a result of the refining through my physique. That was all I could notice. My mind became occupied with just one single thing: surviving this ordeal. Failing to break through from 1-star to the next in most realms meant losing your progress and having to cultivate from the beginning of that small stage once more. Here, I knew failure meant death. I wasn't sure how I knew that, but I did. So I pushed away all outside thoughts, leaving my consciousness the only thing present in the misshapen pile of flesh that was currently my body. After a while, I inhaled. Then I exhaled, and with that breath came a green healing mist. My bones were the first to reforge themselves, my skeleton now flexible and sturdy like the trunk of an ancient tree. Around those unshakable bones, my muscles and tendons regrew, knitting themselves together. My muscles were now like bundles of iron cables, nigh unbreakable, and capable of unleashing devastatingly powerful and lightning-fast strikes. My tendons were like the sinews of a dragon, nothing able to snap them. My organs reforged themselves anew, cleansed of impurities. Finally, my skin stretched across my body, smooth and unblemished like the finest jade, and yet impossible to pierce for any below the Qi-gathering realm. As I fully awakened, I understood I had achieved the impossible. I had broken through to 10-star body tempering. It was a stage no one before me had ever reached, because it shouldn't have existed. Then again, the world was vast and unknowable, so perhaps I wasn't the first. However, I had never heard of it in any of the sect's records or through any of Zhao Dan's memories. I smiled. My level of strength was now far beyond that of any other body tempering practitioner. Perhaps I could even match a cultivator at 1-star Qi gathering, but it would be a tough battle. Before I could test my new strength, however, there was something far more important to attend to. Chapter 27. My body was covered in black goo. Impurities. I wouldn't have minded, since they were a mark of my prowess. A reminder that I had achieved the impossible and defied the heavens. The problem was they stunk, like someone had found a pool of rotten sewage and excrement, fermented it further, and then mixed it with the juices of a skunk. My quest to defeat the spirit beasts of the Jagged Sword Mountains would have to be put on hold while I looked for a river or lake in which to bathe. My only priority was to find a way to clean myself. Like a man injected with chicken blood, I raced into the distance, filled with energy and determination. I started to scour the forest in search of water. Anything would do. Even a puddle, provided it was sufficiently large to let me bathe. Unfortunately, even after searching for 15 minutes, I was unable to find somewhere to wash myself. Cursing this forest, I turned my gaze toward the center of the mountain range. I hadn't seen any bodies of water outside, so my only hope of bathing was to search deeper inside. I didn't mind heading further in, since that suited my goal of finding more powerful awakened beasts to beat down and then heal. However,
I was a little worried I might run into other people while in this disgusting state. I remembered seeing that guy while chasing the spirit monkey. I still wasn't sure if I'd only imagined it, but I knew this was a training ground for disciples of my old sect, so it wasn't impossible that some were here right now. Even so, I wasn't going to abandon my only hope of a wash for fear of meeting someone. Cultivators knew what breaking through was like, so I'm sure they would understand my pain. With my mind made up, I sprinted through the forest, determined to reach Jagged Sword Peak and find a lake or river. Despite my earlier ambition, I was still stuck in the forest. It was far larger than I'd first believed, though I'd only seen it from a distance. Jagged Sword Peak was simply that enormous. I suspected it was easily twice as tall as Everest back on Earth. Yet, from Zhao Dan's memories, I knew it was far from the largest mountain in the Cloudy Falls sect territory, let alone the Celestial Jade Empire. Just when I was beginning to think my journey through the forest would never end, I heard the sound of snapping branches. A second later, I was forced to duck as something flew at my head. I heard a crunch and the sound of cracking bark. When I turned around, I realized what had flown at me wasn't an object, but a person. More precisely, it was a girl wearing familiar robes, the bright red robes of an inner disciple of the Cloudy Falls sect. She coughed, and blood sprayed across the forest floor. Almost immediately after, she attempted to stand. However, she coughed up blood again and fell to the ground. My first instinct was to look in the direction from which she'd flown. There was no way that had been a natural occurrence. A fight was happening nearby. A rather vicious one, judging from the state of the girl. Her robes were torn and bloody, her once bright skin marred with a plethora of cuts and bruises. Then again, perhaps it wasn't such a vicious battle. Even the so-called friendly sparring between fellow disciples I'd witnessed the day I left the sect had been bloodier than this. Even so, I was inclined to help the girl. Not just because my chi oath compelled me, but because I had no reason not to. Zhao Dan's hatred for and resentment towards his former sect were not mine. Other than those bastards who tormented him, I wasn't sure how I would react to meeting them. I had no conflicts with disciples of the sect. When I stepped towards her, she immediately opened her eyes. She flinched and raised her hands, but then lowered them slightly when she saw me, and then immediately threw them up again after realizing I was not wearing the sect robes.
Who are you?
She asked, coughing blood once more.
You dare interfere with the affairs of the Cloudy Falls sect?
Seriously? Was the only thought I had when I saw her reaction to my arrival. Instead of simply asking my identity and purpose, she'd chosen the classic cultivator approach of acting high and mighty, throwing around the power of her sect instead of being a normal person and having a conversation. I understood her a little. In this brutal world, it was rare to encounter someone who wasn't selfishly chasing the peak of cultivation. When you were injured and someone appeared before you, more often than not, they only wanted to steal your treasures and leave you for dead. Luckily for this girl, I wasn't one of those selfish bastards. No, I was here with the pure-hearted intentions of healing her and saving her from death. That I would see massive gains in my own cultivation afterwards had nothing to do with it. Definitely not. Actually, I was a little excited. My heart was beating louder in my chest as I took tentative steps towards the girl. Having the opportunity to heal a cultivator in the chi-gathering realm might give me the insight I needed to break through. I raised my hands, palms facing outward, to show that I wasn't a threat. I'm not going to hurt you. I am simply in these mountains to train just like you, I said calmly. As far as I am aware, the Cloudy Falls sect does not restrict other cultivators who live in these lands from entering the Jagged Sword Mountains. She seemed to relax, but from the wary gaze in her eyes and the way her hand never left her hip, where she likely hid a weapon, I knew she was still on guard against me. That was fine. She would soon change her mind. Unfortunately, I had forgotten one crucial detail. As I grew closer, I saw her sniff the air a few times and then scrunch her face in disgust. Taking a closer look at me, she seemed to have only just realized I was covered head to toe in impurities and smelled worse than a horse's fart.
Bastard! What the hell are you doing running around like that?
She exclaimed, gaining a second wind as she leapt back to escape the stench. I looked down at my stained robes and body. I'd done my best to scrape off most of the black goo, but plenty remained. It was almost impossible to cleanse without water. Sighing, I raised my eyes to her once more. Look, I just had a breakthrough in the middle of the mountains, and there isn't exactly somewhere close by to wash, I explained, continuing to walk forward. "You shouldn't move around so much with those injuries." Her eyes widened. I was sure she knew I'd broken through. That was almost always the reason for a cultivator's body to expel impurities. I just wasn't sure she'd been that focused given the extent of her wounds. However, instead of calming down and letting me approach, she suddenly smacked her fist against the ground.
"What the hell is wrong with you? Did water leak into your brain or something? Had a damn breakthrough."
She coughed blood 2 more times, but didn't stop her ranting.
"And just staying in the mountains? One isn't enough for you, greedy bastard? Go home and have a bath."
She crawled away from me. Blood leaked from her wounds, and she coughed again. She was literally killing herself just so she wouldn't have to be close enough to smell the stench I was giving off. She was a chi-gathering cultivator. I could tell that much from simply observing the chi in her body going wild as her injuries ravaged her body. This foolish woman was going to die because of her pride. Well, that and perhaps her nose. But it truly wasn't my fault I'd managed to utterly defy the heavens and break through to a stage of body tempering that hadn't previously existed. There was only one option left to me. Sometimes, being a doctor meant making hard decisions. Right now, this woman was refusing to see sense. I inhaled, and then closed the distance between us in just 2 steps. She gasped in surprise. I clamped my hand around her arm.
You soft-shell turtle, don't touch!"
Her eyes suddenly rolled back in her head, and she passed out. Perhaps I had used too much blood essence during the treatment. However, I made sure to focus very carefully on what was happening. This was my first time healing a cultivator in the chi-gathering realm. I wasn't sure the technique would work, but I had to try. Just as they usually did, sparks of my essence rushed into her body. They had no particular destination, simply racing for the closest injury. The typical process of the technique involved my own blood essence combining with the person I was healing's blood essence. In mortals, it was quite difficult to detect, as they often possessed barely any essence. But with cultivators, it was different. Until now, I'd only healed body tempering practitioners, and usually, their own blood essence would join with mine, forming swirls that would then disperse healing sparks until the damage was repaired, or the sickness was pulled up by the roots, whatever was necessary. There were 2 possibilities now that I was attempting to heal a 1-star chi gatherer. Either the same thing would happen, just with her chi instead of blood essence, or my technique would fail because I didn't possess any chi. At first, everything seemed fine. My blood essence spread throughout the girl's body. I realized now I'd never asked her name, and I saw it begin to swirl and shake. So far, so good. Everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly. Her wounds began to heal, bruises faded and cuts sealed as my blood essence went to work. Halfway through the process, I saw strands of her chi joining the swirls of blood essence. That was new. The chi didn't mix smoothly with my essence, however. It was like oil and water, 2 fluids that violently rejected each other and refused to cooperate. Yet, that didn't impede the healing process. In fact, the opposite seemed to happen. As her chi and my blood clashed, the swirls sped up, spinning faster than I'd ever seen before. The clumps of chi and blood they spewed out hastened the healing process, and, before long, left the girl in perfect condition. I was a little surprised, but it wasn't beyond the realm of my experiences. I was more interested in what would happen next. This was the part where my blood essence, having multiplied, would return to me, ready to improve my cultivation. There were 2 problems with that. Quite major problems. The first was that I had not only reached the peak of the body tempering realm, but I had surpassed it and entered 10-star body tempering, a previously unknown stage. Despite the breakthrough, I still felt as though my body was swollen and full to the limit with blood essence. If I received even more, what would happen? Surely I wouldn't keep doing the impossible, defying the heavens and breaking through to more unknown stages of body tempering. 10-star was one thing, but for there to be an 11th star would be absurd. That wasn't even considering the second problem, one which was perhaps even bigger than the first. What would the impact of chi on my blood essence and technique be? I hoped that it would do something beneficial, and thus provide me with some insight into how I might approach the wall to my own cultivation. But it could also do the opposite. There was every chance something terrible would happen to my technique because I tried to reach beyond my limits. Either way, I would soon find out. My endless musings were rather pointless, but they did help to further my own understanding of the world and myself. I felt a rush as the first drops of my blood returned. Immediately, I noticed that they were not the same as before I'd used the technique. I tried to figure out what had changed, but my understanding was limited. Previously, my blood essence had transformed by absorbing various potent toxins, giving me greater resistance to poisons while also letting my technique fight against toxins more effectively. Perhaps something similar had happened with the girl's chi? I quickly realized that my technique had worked as intended. Far more blood essence returned to me than I'd used to heal her. That was a big problem. Once more, I felt my body swell beyond its limits, like a dam about to burst. For a brief moment, less than a breath's worth of time, I was scared I would face another unexpected breakthrough. However, the rush of energy soon subsided. The shattering of my limits that I feared never came. I still felt uncomfortable, with far too much blood essence than a body-tempering cultivator should ever have racing through my body. But there was nothing I could do except clench my jaw and bear it. The girl was still unconscious. I propped her up against a nearby tree and wondered what to do next. I wanted to focus on my blood essence and see what changes had taken place. I felt that was the best way to approach enlightenment, to discover the steps I needed to take to reach the chi-gathering realm. However, there was a more pressing issue. Now that I was not so focused on healing her, I realized the sounds of battle rang in my ears. In the first place, she had been wounded and flown in my direction because of a fight. That fight was bringing itself to me whether I wanted to join or not. Which wasn't necessarily a bad thing. If I played my cards right, I could just watch the battle unfold and then heal whoever required it afterwards. Not only would I be doing a good deed, but I would also be improving my own strength, and perhaps gaining more opportunities to observe my technique in action on chi-gathering cultivators or awakened beasts. Assuming that was who was battling. There was a chance it was two groups of cultivators, but I wasn't experienced enough to tell the difference between the cuts from claws and the slashes from a sword. The answer revealed itself to me a few seconds later. A man jumped backwards through the trees, landing nearby and sliding through the dirt. Blood dripped from wounds across his body, but his eyes burnt with determination, and he gripped his sword firmly in two hands. He also wore the robes of an inner disciple. His eyes swiveled around and, when he saw me, then the unconscious girl, they widened. His brow furrowed in confusion. However, he quickly turned his gaze back to the direction he'd come from, just as a tree in front of us exploded. I threw my arms up to guard my face as the shower of splinters and bark cascaded over us. Thanks to my recent breakthrough, my body was perhaps even sturdier than that of a one-star chi-gatherer, so I suffered little damage. What came next was far more dangerous. Chapter 28. I saw something flicker through my arms in the shower of shattered wood. It lasted less than a second, but it made me duck. Right on time, too, as not a moment later the tip of a spear sliced through the air where my head had been. Unfortunately, the other cultivator was not so quick to react. The spearhead struck him in the side of the chest and pierced his skin. I heard a crack and saw him blown backwards in an explosion of flame. Faint strands of flickering orange faded as the spear vibrated in place. Fire chi? I felt bad for the guy, but as long as he survived, I could always heal him up. More importantly, I needed to make sure the new arrival knew I wasn't their enemy. I'd also managed to confirm that this was a battle between cultivators, and not between cultivators and beasts. Beasts didn't use spears. The dust cleared and the attacker was revealed. It was a tall man with a willowy figure. He looked like he hadn't eaten anything for months. Which could be the case, given that chi-gathering cultivators didn't really need mortal sustenance. His long black hair was tied into a ponytail, and his eyes were a bright orange, the same color as the flames of his spear. Rather unique, but this was a new world after all. Who was to say the genetics of humans in the Celestial Jade Empire were the same as on Earth? There were also all kinds of cultivator bullshit to factor in, such as physiques, arts, and bloodlines. I had already experienced the kind of changes a physique could bring to the human body after refining my lungs. I didn't linger on the fact that his eyes were bright orange for long. Well, not that long. He stared at the cultivator he'd struck, a hint of annoyance appearing on his face. That was when I realized the newcomer was also wearing the bright red robes of the Cloudy Falls sect. What was going on? It wasn't unusual for disciples of the same sect to compete. I'd not only seen such an example myself, but also had plenty of memories from the previous Zhao Dan. wherein his own sect mates would mercilessly beat him, using the excuse of sharing pointers or other nonsense. However, that previous spear strike had felt deadly, as though the one attacking had the intent to kill his opponent. That was also not entirely uncommon. This was a brutal world where only a handful of individuals would reach the peak of cultivation, a step before challenging the heavens to reach true immortality. It was just unfortunate that I happened to land in the middle of this particular fight to the death. I doubted the aggressor would want to leave any witnesses alive, which meant I might be forced to kill to defend myself. That was if I was even strong enough to defeat this guy, which I doubted. He was definitely in the chi-gathering realm, and perhaps even 3 or 4 star, based on the feel of his chi and the strength of his previous strike. Also, the fact that his spear strike was infused with fire chi was a dead giveaway that he was not an early-stage chi-gathering cultivator. Zhao Dan's notes had informed me that wielding chi and imbuing it with an element like flame or lightning required an understanding of one's own chi and the element you wanted to use. To obtain that understanding, you would need to be in the chi-gathering realm for a while, hence my deduction that this man was in the middle-stage chi-gathering. My final deduction was, I was fucked. "Fellow cultivator," I said, raising my hands and taking a step backwards. "As you can see, I am in dire need of a bath. There is no bad blood between us, so perhaps you would allow me to leave?" The cultivator flicked the blood from his spear and drew it back to his body, planting the shaft in the soil. He stared at me with his orange eyes, his gaze burning into me. He looked familiar. Something about his features resonated with my memories, but I couldn't quite place him. "Truly, the heavens were not smiling on you when you left your home this morning, wandering cultivator," he replied with a smirk. "If you hadn't happened upon this battle, you might have been able to live to see tomorrow. But unfortunately, I cannot allow any witnesses to escape. If you wish to blame someone, then blame your mother for giving birth to you on an inauspicious day." Was this guy serious? I thought I was slowly acclimating to the culture of the Celestial Jade Empire, but that insult made me rethink my entire existence. What was I supposed to feel? Insulted? On my behalf or my mother's? Since it had come to this, there was no chance of escape. Despite the odds being stacked against me, I would simply have to fight and give it my all. There was a sliver of a chance at victory. I had my cancer touch, which might even allow me to cross realms and defeat this man. I also couldn't forget the fact that I wasn't alone. The injured disciple would hopefully join forces with me against the spear wielder, given that we now shared an enemy. However, I wouldn't place my life in his hands. Based on his cultivation and the fact that his ally had already been defeated by the fire spear cultivator, they might not be much help. Well, me and the heavens already have a pre-existing deal going on. I'd be rather annoyed if they suddenly decided to fuck with me, I replied with a smirk. "What are you talking about?" the man said, cocking his head to the side with confusion evident on his face. I thought I'd bought some time with my remark. Unfortunately, this guy wasn't the patient type. He shrugged his shoulders and stepped forward, vanishing from view. He reappeared before I had time to breathe, my only warning the faint flickering of chi to my right. The next thing I knew, a flaming spear cut through the air as I jumped backwards. The heat singed a few of my eyebrow hairs off as I dodged. "Impressive reactions," the man said with a nod. "But it won't be enough." A bead of sweat rolled down my forehead as I watched his hands and feet. They would move before he did, telling me how to act. However, I wasn't sure if the same tells would apply to cultivators as mortal martial artists. Regardless, I had to try. There! His left foot shifted slightly, and I spun to the left, narrowly avoiding it as he swung the spear in a wide arc intended to slice open my belly. I saw his eyes widening a little when I dodged, but it didn't slow him in the slightest. There was even less of a delay between the second and third strikes. The time for talking was over. I used every ounce of focus I had to try and estimate where his strikes were coming from. It worked, at first. With every failed attack, the man's thrusts and slashes grew faster, the flames burning on the tip of his spear intensifying. The grass around us started to wither, and then simply burnt away as the heat grew. I wanted to observe the fiery orange chi in action, hoping to gain some insights to use for my own breakthrough. However, he gave me no opportunity. I was drenched in sweat by now, using all my strength and focus simply to stay alive. Throughout this entire exchange, I'd barely managed to counter his blows. Yet, I wasn't too worried. There was a vast gulf that existed between us, the separation of major realms. He was a 3 or perhaps even 4-star chi-gathering cultivator, while I was just a humble 10-star body tempering practitioner. Admittedly a unique existence, but still far from a match for the inner disciple. However, I had a secret technique that could change the course of the battle in my favor, and all I needed to use it was a single touch. Even so, the man wasn't going to let me get that touch. His efforts finally paid off. My muscles burnt, and as I kicked off the ground to dodge, my foot caught a rock at an awkward angle. I stumbled to the side and instantly felt a searing pain as the burning spear pierced through my thigh. That strike was like the first domino falling, setting off a chain reaction. Even the heavens couldn't save me from what came next. He ripped the spear tip out of my thigh, barely any emotion on his face as he then kicked me in the side of the knee. I grunted in pain as he shattered it, knocking me to the ground. For a body tempering whelp, you fought well. I pray the 6 paths are kind and grant you a better talent and fate in the next life, he said, closing his eyes as he stabbed his spear towards my forehead. I sighed, knowing that there was nothing I could do to save myself. It was a shame to die like this. I had hoped to at least claim a little revenge for Xiaokui and me, but it seemed like that little girl would be left all alone in the world. Damn it. I felt my hair catch fire as the spear descended, and all I could do was accept my fate. Chapter 29. The air around the spear seemed to distort from the searing heat of the flames. I took a breath, potentially my last, though even that nearly scorched my windpipe. Time seemed to slow to a crawl as the tip of the spear approached my forehead. I'd fought admirably, but in the end hadn't achieved much. While I'd managed to make a breakthrough, in the end, I was still going to die a dog's death to some random disciple of the Cloudy Falls sect. Yet there was nothing I could do here. Even so, I refused to give in until the final moment. I lifted both hands to block the spear and grunted loudly as it pierced straight through them, cooking the flesh. All that my struggle achieved was to delay the inevitable. The disciple continued to push, and I couldn't resist the spear's advance. However, I'd forgotten something important. I was not fighting alone. Suddenly, another explosion of chi from the side made both me and the spear user turn our heads. The other injured disciple from before had not been idle during my battle and had dealt with his injuries somewhat. He'd pulled out a sword and thrust it straight at the spear cultivator, who was forced to abandon his attack on me to block. I winced as he ripped the weapon out of my hands. Gingerly, I reached up and touched the center of my forehead. There was a single drop of blood there, from where his spear had made contact. I'd been one thrust from death. That had a funny way of putting things in perspective. Rather than an interesting puzzle to solve, namely, finding a way to break through to chi gathering without spirit roots, it had become an obligation. If I didn't have the strength to defend myself, I would be leaving Xiaokui defenseless in a nest of vipers. Not only that, but my own life was not in my hands. Admittedly, that would remain true until one was unmatched under the heavens, but at least reaching a new realm would reduce the number of threats significantly. I couldn't stay on my knees pondering the fragility of mortal life for long. The other disciple had come to my aid, but he too was outmatched. Even the fiercest dog couldn't kill a tiger, but perhaps 2 had a chance. Besides, with the spear cultivator now having to focus on attacks from 2 enemies, the chance of my being able to make contact was far higher. Things weren't looking so dire anymore. The only drawback of this method of fighting was that I would gain less by healing them after the battle. However, survival was the most important. Minor gains were far preferable to death. Even now that the battle was more even, the spear cultivator still came out on top. He seemed to be a natural talent when it came to fighting, the kind to chop nails and sever iron without a second thought. Every strike was aimed at a vital point of mine or the other disciple's body, and there was no delay between his attacks and moves. He would transition from a lightning-fast thrust to a graceful parry with barely any effort, though I noticed that the movements of his chi were far more erratic, and the intensity of the flames on his spear was not as great as compared to the start of the battle. Our slow efforts were paying off. But he wasn't going to stand by while we wore him down. Suddenly, the man's chi exploded out to every facet of his body, and I jumped backwards before he could finish his technique. Unfortunately, the other disciple was not as perceptive, and was caught as a wave of fire burst outward from the spear cultivator's body,
It was like a moving wall that incinerated everything in its path, and I had to run about 25 meters backwards to escape it. The ground was scorched in its wake, trees incinerated and left as little more than charcoal. The same was true for my ally of convenience, though he at least was still standing. His flesh was scorched and bloody, and he took a single step forward, still holding his sword, before falling to the ground, a perfect opportunity for our opponent to strike. Yet, our enemy didn't move. He was still standing in the same spot. A second later, he even stumbled backwards, but he kept himself upright at the last moment. I realized why when I saw that his chi was now little more than a flicker. Whatever that insane fire technique was, using it had taken a lot out of him. Even as I observed him, however, he gripped his spear and began walking towards my downed ally. I didn't have much time. I rushed forward, my first step slow but gradually increasing in speed as I realized there was no danger from the scorched earth except that it was a little hot. All I needed was a single touch. When I was just a few steps away, he noticed me, but his focus was on killing the other cultivator, so he failed to react appropriately. It was to be expected. Most cultivators couldn't cause lethal damage with a touch. In less than a breath's time, he crossed the distance to my ally, and an explosion of flame wreathed the tip of his spear as he thrust it into the disciple's chest. At the same time, I closed the gap between us and kicked out at his knee while thrusting 2 fingers toward a rip in his robe, near his torso. The disciple who'd been hit with the spear screamed and fell backwards, clutching a burnt hole in his chest. I had no time to focus on him now, but I hoped he would survive until the end of the battle. To heal him, of course. The fact that it could lead to enlightenment regarding my path had nothing to do with it. Before the spear cultivator had even finished his strike, I started pouring blood essence into his body with the sole intention of corrupting his flesh. I wasn't sure how effective my technique, I really needed to come up with a better name than Tumor Touch, would be on a middle-stage chi-gathering cultivator, but that wouldn't stop me from trying. At first, nothing happened, and I feared the worst. But then I saw the spear guy's eyes widen in shock. He leapt backwards from me, brandishing his spear outwards to keep me at a distance. "What the hell did you—" he began to exclaim. Then he suddenly yelled in pain, cutting himself off. I saw the side of his chest swell as lumps formed and his body began to twitch. The technique had worked. His grip on the spear did not waver, however, proving he had trained himself to the extremes. Despite that, I still rushed forward. There was no better time to strike than now, before he found a way to resist my technique. He stepped towards me, but suddenly twitched as another lump exploded from the side of his chest. That small movement allowed me to parry his spear to the side. It still burnt my hand, the tip of the spear constantly red-hot from the fire chi that circulated his body and weapon, but he was running low. As long as the fight went on long enough, I was confident in at least surviving. I swung my foot in a narrow arc, aiming to knock my opponent off his feet. Taking the fight to the ground would shift the battle in my favor against an opponent used to using a weapon. As a middle-stage chi-gathering cultivator, I was sure he still had the advantage over me in strength, but perhaps my ridiculously durable body would allow me to claim victory regardless of the gap. I had reached 10-star body tempering after all, something no other cultivator, to my knowledge, had achieved. That gave me an absolute advantage when it came to raw physical strength, at least against opponents who weren't specialized body cultivators or so far ahead of me on the road of cultivation that they could ignore my superiority. Even while struggling with my technique, he shifted his foot to the side, avoiding my swipe. I pivoted instantly and struck towards his chest, but he even managed to block that punch, responding by slicing towards my neck with his spear. I narrowly avoided it, feeling the air against my scalp as it passed. The swelling in his chest continued to grow, and he was forced to strike an acupoint on his body while guarding against me. That gave me an opening to finally kick his knee. His bones were tough. Against a weaker opponent, that strike would have snapped their leg, but his only bent a little. Even so, it was enough for me. As his hands dropped, I ducked under his spear strike and elbowed upwards into his jaw with lightning speed. His head snapped backwards, and for the first time he truly lost balance. I pressed my advantage, unwilling to waste the fruits of my effort. One more jab into his stomach pushed as much blood essence as I could manage into his body. He doubled over instantly as his flesh burst outwards. Tumors rapidly multiplied as whatever technique he'd used to suppress the first application was unable to handle a second. "What is this demonic technique?" the man roared, defaulting to rage when he found himself unable to win by strength. I smirked,
Demonic? Maybe from his perspective. Even on Earth, many might view cancer in the same way. To me, though, this was now just another tool in my arsenal. He shouldn't complain. If I won the battle, I'd end up healing him anyway, so what was the problem? I increased the speed of my attacks, barraging him with punches and kicks. He blocked a few, and even managed to cut me with his spear a few times, but the momentum of battle had shifted heavily in my favor. Even with the huge gap in cultivation that existed between us, he was unable to overcome my technique. He coughed blood as I delivered a swift jab to his jaw. I saw his eyes rolling back in his head, and he collapsed to the ground. I stepped back and started to turn around when suddenly his hand twitched. A few bits of jade dust fell from his palm, and a stream of chi rapidly escaped into the sky. There was nothing I could do to stop it. I didn't even know what he'd done. Perhaps he'd sent a message to someone? If the Cloudy Falls sect believed a talented inner disciple had been slain by a demonic cultivator, this region might get a little chaotic. I'd need to keep a low profile from now on. First, though, I had to heal my ally, if he were still alive. Even while knocked out, the fire cultivator still clutched his spear tightly. From the quality, I guessed it was a spirit weapon, perhaps even martial grade. He'd been an impressive opponent. I could respect his grit and tenacity, even if I disapproved of him trying to kill his fellow disciples. I rushed over to the cultivator with the burning hole in his chest, increasing my speed when I saw he was barely moving. When I was next to him, I realized his condition was even worse than I'd thought. A few ribs protruded from the wound, the ends charred and the flesh around them still burning. I saw faint orange sparks, the lingering remnants of the other cultivator's chi. I wasn't even sure if my healing technique would dispel the chi, but it had worked on the potent chi-gathering poison before, so I was quite confident. I didn't wait or inspect his body further. My technique didn't necessarily rely on an understanding of what the patient was suffering from, only that I had a close enough cultivation and enough blood essence to heal them. Healing a core forging master would be like overturning the heavens. I didn't worry about such things as I used my technique. I made sure to focus on what happened inside the disciple's body as I healed him. This guy was in the chi-gathering realm, and I believed that healing those in the realm above mine was the key to advancing my own path. It was at times like this that I couldn't help but curse the heavens and my luck. All those novel protagonists transmigrated with overpowered cultivation methods, systems, or grandpas in a ring. All I got was shattered spirit roots and a magic finger. When I really thought about it, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then again, I couldn't exactly complain. Most people didn't even get the chance to have a second life. I was getting distracted again. Focusing on my patient, I saw my blood essence rushing into his body, most of it settling around the horrific hole in his chest. The fire chi was fierce, burning away my essence even as it made contact. At first I was worried. The gap between a body-tempering cultivator, even a peak 10-star one such as myself, and a 4-star chi-gathering cultivator was vast. It wouldn't surprise me if my blood essence weren't potent enough to overcome the gap. Such was the law of the world. A law that I overturned through mule-like stubbornness, a trait that my blood essence had inherited. The fire chi was far more powerful, but my blood essence attempted to overcome the gap through sheer quantity. Like an army of chickens suddenly gaining the courage to fight a tiger, my essence swarmed the wound and the lingering chi to dispel it and initiate the healing process. This only worked because of the faintly toxic properties my blood essence had acquired over the past few months. My encounter with the 9-star spirit snake, and then the poison in young Master Teng's body, had been devoured by my essence and absorbed. Every time the fire chi burnt one of the reddish-green sparks, it grew fainter. A few seconds later, the first mote of fire chi disappeared. At the same time, I watched as the flesh around that area started to heal. The burnt muscles and charred ribs regained their luster, and new skin formed. I was making progress. This continued for a while. I grew tired, my blood essence reserves draining. Healing a wound inflicted by a cultivator this far ahead of me was tough. I was getting half the results for twice the effort. Despite this, I persevered. I knew that once I was able to heal this guy, I might get an opportunity to glean some insight into the workings of chi, and perhaps even figure out how to take the first steps towards the chi-gathering realm myself. Or maybe... No, I didn't even want to consider that ridiculous possibility. It was an uphill battle, but one that I was slowly winning. Most of the fire chi was destroyed, and the wound was slowly closing. I couldn't help but smile. I'd come to find powerful spirit beasts and awakened beasts to battle to advance, but ended up crossing paths with my old sect. The will of the heavens was strange. I had never been one to believe in fate much, but some things were just too coincidental to be random occurrences. I suddenly chuckled out loud. Surely Senior Brother Wang Ren isn't here on this mountain too. At that moment, I suddenly felt a cold sensation running down my spine. Had the technique finished already?
What are you doing to Brother Meng? You're courting death.
A feminine voice accused me. Chapter 30. I was relieved that the cold sensation on the back of my neck was the disciple's blade and not my technique's completion. I hadn't quite been prepared for that. Even so, this was a rather precarious situation. The female disciple was a chi-gathering cultivator after all, and could end my life with a single slash of her sword. I coughed lightly, making sure not to let my neck jerk backwards into the tip of the blade. Fellow cultivator, I believe this is just a misunderstand—
Silence, dog! Are you claiming that you didn't kill these disciples of the Cloudy Falls sect? My senior brother lies dead at your feet. The evidence is clear as day.
She snarled, tone laced with venom. Dead? I asked. What makes you believe that?
Was your father a pig? You can see the hole in his chest and no trace of his chi remains.
She pushed the blade slightly into my skin, drawing a drop of blood.
What other conclusion can I draw?
If you think he is already dead, why not let me finish? It won't change the outcome. Your senior brother is not dead, but he will be if you don't let me heal him.
Do you take me for a fool? Reviving one who is hovering between life and death is impossible, except for a nascent soul sage.
She sneered, her blade pushing a little deeper.
Which you are most certainly not.
My eyes darted towards the guy's chest as a sudden spark of chi blossomed within it. The faint stream of chi merged with the swirling blood essence and expelled the final remnants of the fire chi. As that happened, the hole in his chest started to heal from the outside in. The burnt flesh cracked and turned to dust as new flesh formed, the rate of healing visible to everyone present.
What the—
The pressure of the female disciple's sword disappeared from my neck as she rushed to the man's side. I sighed in relief, glad that it happened at such a good time, and that I wouldn't have to keep attempting to convince this headstrong disciple that I hadn't killed her senior brother, and disrespected my former sect. Not that she knew I was once a disciple of the Cloudy Falls sect. I couldn't expect every random person I bumped into who was part of it to recognize me, even though Zhao Dan had been quite famous for being an utterly talentless sack of chicken dung. Well, I was not the same man, in most ways at least. Retaining his memories and having to live in this new world, one could argue that I had allowed a large part of the former occupant of this body to merge with myself. Nevertheless, I truly believed that I was still me, just operating with a slightly different set of circumstances. The healing process accelerated once the fire chi had been wholly destroyed, and the visible damage had been almost entirely healed. The female disciple's face had gone through a journey of myriad emotions as she watched me heal her fellow disciple. Shock, confusion, suspicion, elation, and then finally, acceptance. Or perhaps relief? I wasn't sure. She turned to look at me.
How is this possible? Chi healing?
She asked, but it was more of a rhetorical question than her truly seeking an answer.
No, it can't be. You're just a mere body tempering practitioner. What technique could you possibly possess that would allow for this? Yet—
I simply smiled at her as she tried to come to terms with reality. Honestly, I was rather taken aback myself. The city lord and his men had been surprised that someone of my cultivation could heal his son, but that was different from now. Removing a poison that they'd assumed couldn't be that potent was vastly different from bringing a chi-gathering cultivator back from the brink of death. In some ways, it was more surprising that the woman wasn't accusing me of using demonic techniques or something similar. I looked up as a flash of silver carved through the air. The female disciple had leveled her sword between my eyes, though it was quivering due to her shaking hand.
You must be a practitioner of demonic arts,
she declared, confusion and rage in her eyes. Damn it, I was joking. Why was this cliché scene happening? I wasn't sure how I could dispel her doubts, except to allow my healing technique to finish. Whether she would allow that to happen or not was another matter. I guess I would have to resort to an ancient art that had long been passed down in one particular country back on Earth. a land of prideful warriors with strict personal codes of conduct, who were skilled in the art of battle as well as being thoroughly educated. This art was known as Bullshido. I twisted my face into a mocking sneer, levering a severe gaze on the female disciple. I feared this might happen during my venture outside the cult, I complained, my expression only half faked as I realized something terrible. I'd used a reference from the wrong damn culture. This was a cultivation world, not a samurai one. Nevertheless, I was committed to my tactic. The girl clearly hadn't expected me to just come out and admit it, which had taken her by surprise. Her blade lowered just a little, and I relaxed, right up until she clenched her fist and then shoved the sword back between my eyes.
Foul demon, you court death. Your filthy presence pollutes these lands of the Cloudy Falls sect. Unhand senior brother this instant, she demanded, determined in her actions.
Damn, I was joking, I retorted, expression returning to normal. Why are you so serious? Did a snake bite your ass? I told you, I'm healing your fellow disciple. Just watch.
Lies! In the name of the Cloudy Falls sect, I shall exterminate you, demonic bastard!
She cried, raising her sword into the air. Oh dear. I hadn't expected her to act so decisively. Then again, maybe my little prank had gone too far. Perhaps acting as though the idea of being a demonic cultivator repulsed me would have been a better delaying tactic. The sword fell towards my neck, and I had to seriously decide whether I should abandon the man I was healing. It was an impossible decision to make. If I chose to stop my technique early without healing him, I had no idea what would happen. He wouldn't be in a good condition, and there was even the possibility that all my efforts would be for naught as his blood flowed in reverse. His condition would be poor, and that would give the female disciple further reason to kill me. Yet, if I tried to finish healing him, I would be leaving myself exposed to death by her sword. At that moment, a cough came from below us, making us both freeze. I exhaled, my breath shuddering as I looked down at the sword against my neck. When the cultivator removed it, there was a faint red line running across my skin. That was far too close for comfort. Looking beyond the blade, I saw that my patient was stirring. The hole in his chest was completely healed, and looking beyond the surface, I saw that my blood essence had been joined by multiple streams of chi, both energies working in tandem to heal his body.
Senior Brother Shen!
The girl exclaimed, dropping her sword and rushing to his side. Wait! I cried as she drew close. Don't touch him yet, or you may interrupt the healing technique. She froze, regarding me with caution and a whole complicated mix of emotions on her face. I wasn't sure what to think, and clearly neither was she. All I knew was that I'd never experienced my healing technique being interrupted or the interference of a third party, which meant I had no idea what would happen if the female disciple touched him before the technique was complete. She seemed extremely conflicted now. All her earlier ranting about demonic cultivators and evil was forgotten. Honestly, I wasn't surprised that even in a world of cultivators and beasts, teenage girls were still prone to mood swings. Then again, I wasn't feeling much better. I'd literally abandoned my disciple just days after accepting her and rushed off to seek enlightenment in a mountain range. Also, I was still covered in smelly gunk from my breakthrough, which left me looking rather disheveled. Not the image I wanted to project to the world. But beggars can't be choosers. Thankfully, the girl had listened to my advice and taken a step back. Just in time, because I suddenly felt a rush of energy as my blood essence returned. Alongside that, I briefly saw the man's eyes open and he coughed once more. Then, I felt it. Not again, I groaned, garnering the female disciple's attention.
What happened?
She asked nervously, eyes darting to her senior brother.
Did your technique go wrong? Will he be...
I didn't hear the rest of her questions because all I could focus on was the excruciating pain of my body bursting apart. I guess I really was going to do the impossible for the second time. Shikai Hong stared in shock at the strange cultivator as his skin burst and he showered the ground in blood. Her senior brother was also caught in the spray, his face twisting in confusion as he hauled himself into a sitting position. What in the heavens is happening? He mused aloud, looking around until his gaze landed on her. Junior sister, you're awake?
Yes, I think that strange cultivator healed us. I thought he was from some demonic cult, but perhaps he is not. I am glad to see you alive, Senior Brother Shen. Where is...
She was interrupted by a nearby tree exploding. Broken branches and a torrent of leaves blasted towards them. Despite being freshly healed, her senior brother moved like the wind. He appeared beside her and carved all the debris into fragments that fell harmlessly to the side. Peeking around his stoic figure, her face fell. The first of the newcomers was a muscular man wearing unfamiliar robes with the sleeves ripped off. Kai Hong had never seen robes of that color in the Cloudy Falls sect. Yet the other male and female with him both wore the same robes. Finally, her eyes landed on a symbol embroidered on the breast of each robe. A sword. Her brows raised in shocked realization.
Soaring Sword Sect! You aren't allowed to be here. The Jagged Sword Mountains belongs to the Cloudy Falls sect,
she cried out, pointing at the bulky cultivator with poor fashion sense. He scoffed and stared at her with disdain. A weak and cowardly woman, hiding behind her fellow disciple. You aren't worth my time. The time has come for the Soaring Sword Sect to claim what is rightfully ours. These are the Jagged Sword Mountains, are they not? Is this all the famed disciples of the Soaring Sword Sect can do? Your words are sharp indeed. Shen Zhu chuckled. However, you will soon regret your decision to come here. Let this grandfather show you the error of your ways. He stepped forward and drew his weapon. The disciple of the Sword Sect glanced beyond Shen Zhu. Trying to stall for time while your comrade breaks through? Admirable. But let us see if your words are more than simple bragging. Without any further conversation, the muscular cultivator took a step forward, a long sword appearing in his hand as though from thin air. Despite his brutish appearance, his every movement was fluid and graceful. Shen Zhu seemed surprised at this turn of events, but he took it in stride as he raised his own sword to block. The sound of steel striking steel rang through the forest as their battle began in earnest. The other two disciples from the Soaring Sword Sect did not simply watch, but drew their blades as they rushed in. One moved to strike at the female disciple, while the other split off and headed towards Zhao Dan. As he was currently breaking through, he was utterly immobile, with no means to defend himself. Taking his life would be easier than killing a chicken. Jia Kai Hong found herself in an extremely difficult position. Her senior brother was facing a powerful disciple of the Soaring Sword Sect, and she desperately wanted to assist him. However, she was far too weak to get involved in that battle. That brutish yet graceful swordsman not only had a higher cultivation than her, but was also far more talented with his weapon. She might die if she tried to step in. And that was only the beginning of her problems. One of the other disciples was heading her way, also wielding a sword and clearly intent on killing her outright. Then again, it wasn't that surprising that a disciple of the Soaring Sword Sect was using a sword. As a cultivator, Xia Kai Hong was used to bloody battles and constantly putting her life on the line to achieve even a single step of progress toward the next stage or realm of cultivation. It had been that way since she was a mortal who hadn't even entered the body-tempering realm, and it would continue to be so until she died or reached the peak of the nascent soul realm and achieved quasi-immortality. Of course, that was a long-term goal, one that she aimed with for full confidence. All cultivators did, but knew was not going to happen for at least a few thousand years, if she made it that far, which is why it usually wouldn't have been a problem for her to face an opponent in a life-and-death battle, except for the fact that a man to whom she owed a life debt was in the midst of a breakthrough, and another enemy was about to kill him. In that moment, Xia Kai Hong made an extremely uncharacteristic decision. Even if she died due to the consequences of that decision, she would not regret it. Luckily for her, the heavens tended to smile on those who honored oaths and debts. Ignoring her opponent for the time being, Kai Hong used the one technique she had managed to reach average-level accomplishment in, a heritage art of the Cloudy Falls sect, drifting cloud steps. It was called average, but the truth was that most cultivators would pick up various techniques throughout their lives, and would rarely dedicate enough time to one to gain enough understanding to draw out its true power. Simply learning a technique enough to use it granted minor-level accomplishment. However, reaching the next step, average, required the user to understand some of the concepts behind the technique. Needless to say, it was a difficult task. A difficult task that Kai Hong had accomplished after almost a decade of painstaking effort. While geniuses and prodigies could advance in leaps and bounds without much sweat and blood, ordinary cultivators like her needed to spend twice the effort for half the results. Eventually, she had achieved her goal, with her master being extremely satisfied with her progress.
It had allowed her to surprise some opponents at the sect tournament that happened every 3 years and receive a refined grade spirit sword as a reward from the sect treasury. While she was under no illusions as to her level of skill with a sword, Kai Hong knew her technique would be inferior to those from the Soaring Sword sect. She believed in her movement art and the quality of her weapon. After all, she did not need to win the battle outright, only to lay long enough for her savior to finish his breakthrough. She also believed Senior Brother Shen would achieve victory against his opponent. Taking a deep breath, Kai Hong began the first movement of the drifting cloud steps. As the name suggested, the movement technique was all about embodying the state of a cloud drifting through the skies, allowing yourself to be carried forward rather than fighting against the world to gain momentum. At master level accomplishment, one could literally become light as a cloud. At her current level, Kai Hong was far from that. But she easily sidestepped the clumsy slash of the sword disciple. She could have counterattacked, but that would have dragged her into a battle she didn't need. Instead, Kai Hong continued forward, but she feared she would still be too slow. The distance between the other swordman and the wandering cultivator was rapidly closing, and all the man needed was a single slash. Snuffing out his life right now would be easier than smashing a plank of rotten wood. She pushed herself harder than she'd ever done before, exerting all the chi remaining in her dantian to empower her movement technique. Despite that, Kai Hong knew it wasn't enough. The disciple had already begun to swing their sword, and she was still a few steps away, not close enough to draw her own.
To close the gap, I would need to be as fast as the wind.
Kai Hong cursed her own weakness.
Wait, fast as the wind? The drifting cloud steps has elements of wind, so what if...
Enlightenment often struck when one least expected it. Yet, while it seemed like a sudden realization, it often built on existing knowledge, like the 10 years of practice and study Kai Hong had put into the drifting cloud steps. The disciple of the Soaring Sword sect had utter confidence in his ability to kill the cultivator currently experiencing a breakthrough. He had been shocked that his fellow disciple had allowed her target to slip past her, but the female disciple was too slow to reach him in time. He swung his sword at the mass of flesh that was sort of human-shaped and allowed himself a smile at a job well done. With this out of the way, taking down the female disciple would be easy in a 2 versus 1 battle. Right before his blade could cut into the cultivator, however, something entirely unexpected happened. Chapter 31. The male disciple of the Soaring Sword sect felt a gentle gust of wind on his cheek and came to a halt as his blade met another with a metallic clang. Looking up, his eyes met the gaze of the female Cloudy Falls sect disciple. They were both equally shocked. Kai Hong had done the impossible. Well, not really. Though what she had managed to achieve was something very few cultivators in the Chi-gathering realm would be able to repeat. She had managed to comprehend a minuscule portion of the Tao of Wind, an extremely minuscule portion that would be equivalent to a single drop of water compared to an ocean when looking at the Tao of Wind as a whole, but it was still an extraordinary accomplishment. Time and time again, Kai Hong had been told that attempting to grasp the Tao before middle stage foundation building was not only impossible, but dangerous to one's path. It could lead to cultivation deviation, or even death if one tried to glimpse concepts beyond mortal understanding. The Tao was simply too ephemeral, too vast for those without sufficient intellect and experience to attempt to ponder. Yet she had managed to do that, integrating that sliver of comprehension into her drifting cloud steps. While the core of the technique allowed one to act like clouds drifting in the sky, there were many facets of this. As cultivators advanced through realms and their paths diverged, their own understanding and usage of the technique would shift. In Kai Hong's case, she'd taken inspiration from an idle afternoon studying the clouds while struggling to progress in her cultivation. Clouds didn't simply drift through the sky under their own impetus. No, they were driven by an external force, the wind. When faced with an impossible gap that she had no hope of closing, Kai Hong threw out all thoughts and followed her instincts. Instincts that had altered her technique and allowed her to momentarily increase her speed, the same way clouds could catch a sudden updraft and zoom through the skies. All of this took quite a while to understand, but in reality, it happened in a single moment as her mind and body experienced enlightenment. This also meant she'd achieved polished level accomplishment in the technique, but she could celebrate that later. Because, while she'd succeeded in stopping her enemy's first attack, the battle was far from over. While he was shocked that she'd managed to block his attack, it didn't make him falter.
Ultimately, a dragon did not care if one of its claws was blocked. It knew that nothing would survive the second. In this instance, he was the dragon. A 2-star chi-gathering cultivator with superior sword skills, facing a 1-star disciple who'd barely blocked his first strike. He withdrew his blade, but at the same time stepped forward, entering her range. It was one fluid motion that caught her by surprise. Her footing was still shaky, and she was out of her depth. There was a vast gulf between heaven and earth. A single moment of enlightenment might be enough to block one strike, but it was far from enough to win against superior talent and experience. He knew that, and he was rewarded for his boldness. His first strike smashed her sword aside, and he immediately went for a second, drawing blood but not quite severing her sword hand as she deftly dodged. Sha Kai Hong even managed to return with a slash of her own, but the sword cultivator easily parried it to the side and struck back. The pressure grew, and she was pushed back, every step bringing the battle closer to the man currently undergoing a breakthrough. Kai Hong couldn't help throwing nervous glances his way. There was something very odd about this breakthrough. It didn't feel anything like the breakthroughs she'd experienced in the body tempering realm, but far more complex. However, she didn't have much time to watch the strange breakthrough. All her focus was on the fluid sword movements of her opponent. She just about managed to block his most recent slash, only to be forced onto the back foot once more as a second sword almost severed her head. The female sword cultivator had joined the fray. Kai Hong had barely been holding her own against one sword cultivator, but against two it was impossible. She managed to block or parry the first few strikes from the pair, but they soon broke down her guard. It didn't help that her intrinsic skills with the sword were far from a match for the two enemy cultivators. Almost all of the disciples from the soaring sword sect were sword cultivators, because, well, obviously, it was in the name. That meant they spent practically all their time obsessively meditating about the true meaning of swordsmanship and practicing with their blades, with the goal of becoming one with the sword and forming tangible sword intent. For the true masters of the sword, going beyond and forming a sword heart was the pinnacle of their path. Neither of these two disciples had even achieved the first step of intent, but nonetheless, they were giving Kai Hong a hard time. The male disciple jumped forward as the female one deflected her sword to the side and slashed a deep wound across her thigh. Blood poured onto the dirt as she was forced to retreat, but she suffered another wound on her arm as she did. She struggled, wondering if she could possibly integrate her recent enlightenment into her sword style, but it was futile. One could not eat soup with chopsticks. Her brief insight into the Tao of Wind was meant for her drifting cloud steps alone. Hence, she found herself standing just 2 steps in front of her savior. He had clearly progressed in his breakthrough. Less than 30 seconds had passed, but already his body looked more human-shaped. Despite that, Kai Hong knew she needed to buy even more time. Unfortunately, she wasn't sure if she had the strength to do so. Looking in the direction of her senior brother, she hoped for a miracle. Alas, he was still battling the strongest of the 3 sword cultivators, and it seemed as though he was losing. She sighed, allowing her frustrations to fade away. Whatever the outcome, she would put everything on the line. One final slash to determine both their fates. Even if the heavens saw fit to end her life here, King Yama couldn't judge her as a woman who hadn't tried her utmost. Even if she couldn't use her insights to improve the essence of her sword technique, she could still combine drifting cloud steps with a sword strike. The 2 sword cultivators rapidly closed in on her as she held her blade out horizontally, preparing to unleash the greatest sword slash of her life. It might be her last, so Kai Hong would make it her best. There wasn't much swinging involved. She only held out the blade of the sword, edge facing her enemies, as she initiated the third movement of the drifting cloud steps, one that she still didn't understand that well. Storm Cloud Step. It involved putting a great deal of chi into a single step to cross a distance near instantaneously. It would work perfectly as the foundation of her slash. Xia Kai Hong opened her eyes and, in the same instant, kicked against the ground. A faint clap reminiscent of thunder echoed across the forest as her figure blurred. What happened next was too fast for mortal eyes to see. Kai Hong closed the gap between her and the male disciple in an instant, and her sword carved down from shoulder to hip. His eyes opened wide in shock as he realized what had happened, but it was too late. He coughed blood as the top half of his body slipped off his legs. Kai Hong grinned, seeing that her gambit had been successful. But then she also coughed out a large amount of blood. She looked down to see a sword poking out of her chest. While her attack had been devastating,
a near instantaneous strike capable of taking even greater foes by surprise. It effectively surrendered all defensive movement to achieve that singular purpose, which had left her vulnerable to her second opponent. The female sword cultivator had struck from behind and pierced her through the lung. She wasn't dead yet, but it wouldn't be long before she took her last breath. She collapsed to the ground, blood leaking from her chest as the woman pulled out her sword. Her vision blurred, and she felt herself dancing between life and death. Her final action was to turn her head to see if she'd bought enough time for her savior to finish his breakthrough. Xia Kaihong lost consciousness right after seeing that his body was still bloody and damaged, with the female cultivator about to slice it in two. She had failed. Wen Ai flicked her sword, the blood of the female disciple spraying the earth. Losing one of their group to a mere one-star chi-gathering cultivator was rather pathetic, but she had displayed exceptional skill beyond her cultivation. As a sword cultivator, she had to commend that final slash of hers, despite it being a weird fusion of a movement technique and a pure sword slash. Nonetheless, her senior brother would soon finish off the other disciple, and she only needed one cut to end the life of this unfortunate guy. Then again, he could only blame himself. What kind of idiot decided to break through in the middle of a battle, especially in a place as dangerous as the jagged Sword Mountain's middle peaks? On the other hand, enlightenment and opportunities for advancement came rarely for cultivators. Grasping them when they arrived was an essential attribute for any cultivator who wished to reach the peak. She couldn't blame this poor body-tempering practitioner for his decision. However, that didn't mean she wouldn't still end his path here. Luck was also an essential aspect of any successful cultivator, and clearly, this guy didn't have much. Wen Ai raised her sword and slashed downwards, no expression on her face. Right before the edge of her blade sliced through the disfigured body, a loud thump echoed through the clearing. I couldn't really see, or sense, I guess, what was happening around me as I broke through to 11-star body tempering. Honestly, I wanted to bite my tongue just thinking about it. How was such a bullshit path of progression even possible? Instead of the usual way of advancement, breaking through from 9-star body tempering to 1-star chi gathering by melting my spirit roots and forming a Danten, I was breaking through to a stage never before seen in the world, for a second time. I suppose I shouldn't be complaining. With how much excess blood essence had built up in my body, the alternative was death. And there was another small benefit to these excessive breakthroughs. My body was becoming far stronger, tougher, and better able to withstand spiritual energy than any other cultivator in the world, including those elusive nascent soul sages. That wasn't to say I was tougher than a nascent soul cultivator. Far from it. Even a peak chi-gathering cultivator could squash me like a bug with a single finger. But when it came to the quality of my vessel, no one came close. Well, except others with ridiculously powerful or rare physiques, or those from a pinnacle bloodline, or heavenly beasts. Okay, so there were probably plenty who could match me, but compared to average cultivators, I was far superior. Regardless, my focus was mostly on making sure my body didn't collapse. Even though I was used to it by now, the pain was extreme, more agonizing than anything else I'd ever experienced. It took almost all my conscious effort just to stop my body from collapsing into a puddle of blood and flesh. Right before the breakthrough, I had the presence of mind to swallow the final healing pill I'd received from City Lord Tang. Contrary to expectations, it did absolutely nothing to aid my body in reforging itself after the breakthrough. But that wasn't why I'd eaten it. Perhaps trying to split my focus during a breakthrough was incredibly risky, but I hadn't become one of the greatest doctors on Earth by being a coward. At the same time as breaking through, I was also using the medicinal energies from breaking down the healing pill to begin refining the second organ with my 5-fold medicine forge physique, my stomach. The energy in the pill was barely enough to refine 5% of my stomach, but it was still a nice distraction from the agonizing pain of the breakthrough. Suddenly, I heard my heart beat loudly, making me realize the process was almost complete. After all, there was no way I could hear that without my ears, which meant they must have been reformed. Unfortunately, when I opened my eyes, the first thing I saw was a sword descending towards my neck. Chapter 32. The typical reaction to waking up and seeing someone swinging a sword with the intent to decapitate you was probably to panic, and then
well, death, as your head was sliced off. Unfortunately for my would-be killer, I had just broken through and was filled with energy. Usually, breaking through to the peak of body tempering would help little against the attack of a 1-star chi-gathering cultivator. However, the usual peak of body tempering was 9-star, and I was an 11-star body tempering practitioner, which meant I was far faster and stronger than my opponent expected me to be. In fact, I don't even think she expected me to have finished my breakthrough before her slash connected, judging from her slack jaw and wide eyes. That worked in my favor. I didn't have a weapon, but I didn't need one. After experiencing 11 breakthroughs in the body tempering realm, my body was the weapon. My fist smashed into her jaw, and I felt it shattering before I even heard her scream. It was quickly silenced as I punched her throat and then followed up by sweeping her legs from under her and then stomping on her head. Brutal, but effective. I couldn't afford to waste time here. I knew that the fire guy and the 3-star sword cultivator were the key to figuring out how to break through into the chi-gathering realm. Despite just breaking through, I was far from satisfied. If anything, I was even more frustrated. Achieving 11-star body tempering would probably be considered an incredible feat by most, given it was literally the first time it had happened. To me, it was just a reminder of my continued failure to comprehend the mysteries of chi. That would soon change. Or so I hoped. The only other people in the clearing apart from me, aside from those unconscious or dead, were the guy I'd healed earlier and a newcomer in robes I didn't recognize. The 2 cultivators were dueling, though the Cloudy Falls sect disciple was clearly losing. His body was covered in deep cuts, and his movements were sluggish. He missed half of his strikes and failed to block the vast majority of his opponent's slashes. If I stood back and allowed the battle to continue like this, it would end in his defeat. I wasn't exactly on his side, but it was just common sense to gang up on the stronger guy first. Ultimately, my goal was to heal as many chi-gathering cultivators as possible. To do that, I first had to beat them up. So, once I thought I had a good grasp of the battle's tempo, I decided to intervene. The Cloudy Falls sect disciple made an ambitious sword strike, aiming to disembowel his foe. Unfortunately, he misjudged the timing. Even then, a regular opponent would have been hard-pressed to take advantage of the opening. But just from my brief observation, I knew this new sword cultivator was far from ordinary. In a move that I would never replicate, even if I trained with the sword for the next 100 years, his arm seemed to blur and shift through space as his blade parried the attack and then curled around his body to slash at the Cloudy Falls disciple. All of this happened in the time it took to inhale. If that attack landed, it would likely end the battle in a decisive manner. I wasn't going to let that happen. I needed my patients alive to benefit from them, after all. Needless to say, after my recent breakthrough, I was fast. Like a damn tiger with wings. I would even go so far as to say I could match or even beat some early-stage chi-gathering cultivators in speed. I raced to close the gap, only focusing on the arc of the sword in the hand of the one wielding it. I almost tripped over a root due to my narrow focus and not being used to my new speed, but I made it just in time. I made a strange fist with one knuckle poking out and smacked it against the center of the sword's blade, with the intention to try and shatter the metal. Call it vanity, but now that I possessed superhuman strength, I wanted to at least do something flashy and cool, like breaking metal with my bare hands. Unfortunately, reality was not as impressive as my imagination. In less than a second, a few things happened. Halfway to the duel, both cultivators seemed to notice my presence and threw me a quick glance. The newcomer seemed unbothered, immediately returning his focus to killing his foe, while the one I'd healed let his eyes linger before also focusing on defending. Underestimating my speed was a mistake on the sword cultivator's part. I closed the gap in just a few steps and smacked my fist into the middle of his sword, but I was later than I'd hoped. The sword was knocked away, and I heard a loud metallic ring, but unfortunately it didn't shatter as I'd hoped. It had to be a spirit weapon. There was no other reason why I wouldn't be able to break it. Regardless, I had still saved the life of the cultivator I'd previously healed. However, due to being late, the sword had still cut into his neck, and it was currently bleeding. I placed a hand on his arm, making him flinch, but not in time to escape my healing technique. When he realized his neck was now healed, a few seconds later, he nodded in gratitude and understanding. The sword cultivator gathered himself and held his sword in a neutral guard. "Very interesting. You managed to succeed in your breakthrough, defeat my juniors, and even block this young master's sword strike," he said,
while circling the two of us. Yet I cannot sense a single drop of chi in your body. Still a body-tempering practitioner and already so strong. Impressive, but your path ends here. Challenging this grandfather was a mistake. He sneered. I frowned, and the guy next to me looked furious. Ignoring me now that a new victim has appeared, Mao Fang? Take this seriously. You won't get away with attacking the disciples of the Cloudy Falls sect in these mountains. I've already contacted the others, and an elder is on their way. At least now I had a name for the vicious sword cultivator who looked more like a gangster than a young master. Then again, I wasn't sure what the exact qualification was to be a young master. Arrogance and a desperate desire for attention, perhaps? I chuckled inwardly, then stopped myself. Now wasn't the time for jokes. Even against two opponents, this Mao Fang fellow still seemed confident. Then again, to most people, I only seemed like a mere body-tempering practitioner, hardly a threat. I would try to win this fight without using my cursed touch technique. The gains of healing him after the battle would be better without it. Even if all of you weaklings from the Puffy Droplet sect ganged up on me, I would still win, Mao Fang boasted. And if you somehow managed to kill me, Senior Brother would simply wave a hand and slaughter you all. Your elders would be too late to save you and stop us from claiming the 10 Ascensions Lily. I was starting to get really confused. What in the heavens were these two talking about? 10 Ascensions Lily? Some kind of flower, obviously. But why were they fighting to the death over it? Like any sensible cultivator who wanted to keep his head intact, I decided that once I got out of this battle alive, I would return to the city and digest my gains. Even if I hadn't quite managed to discover how to progress to chi gathering, it was simply too risky to be here right now. Clearly, some kind of plot was unfolding between these two sects, and I had no desire to be caught in the middle of it. Mao Fang continued to circle us, waiting for an opening. Suddenly, the guy beside me grunted and lunged forward, swinging his sword in a reckless attack. Die, bastard! He roared as he flashed across the clearing. Our opponent smirked as he saw the wild strike and deftly dodged to the left. The moment he moved, his confident expression suddenly vanished, and I saw his chi racing toward his sword arm. And not a moment too soon, because as soon as he dodged, my ally's body twisted in a completely inhuman manner, his torso spinning almost 180 degrees. His attack was no longer like the charge of a reckless boar, and had become the graceful personification of a flowing river. What followed was a rapid clash of swords that I struggled to follow with my eyes. Mao Fang now on the back foot as he attempted to block or deflect the elegant attacks of my ally. I really needed to figure out his name. I wasn't sure how to contribute. My initial attack hadn't gone as planned. My strength was far from enough to accomplish what I'd attempted. Now my speed and technique were lacking. I suddenly smacked myself on the side of the head. Why was I worrying about lacking combat prowess? I was a damn doctor. Ultimately, the fighting continuing like this worked out in my favor, since all I needed was for them to tire each other out. In fact, I had a much better idea than trying to intervene in a fight I wasn't qualified to. Hopefully, I wasn't too late. Looking around the clearing, I almost couldn't find the defeated fire cultivator, because the progression of my technique had turned his body into a misshapen clump of flesh that no longer looked human. I raced over, not wanting to waste another second. As long as his heart still beat and he had breath in his lungs, there was a chance to save him. My technique could be reversed, but I'd never tried to do so when it was this far advanced. However, constant challenge was the best way to progress, and right now, progress was exactly what I needed. The moment I reached the fire cultivator, I knelt beside him and placed 2 fingers against the swollen flesh that I assumed was his wrist. It took a few seconds, but I eventually felt a faint pulse. I placed my ear against his body and eventually managed to discern a faint wheeze. He was still alive, but not for long. Healing the tumors caused by my technique was a little different from healing other wounds, in the sense that I had to focus and direct my blood essence during the process. Whereas when I usually use the technique, I simply inserted essence and then withdrew an increased amount. Sort of like trading, but with mystical cultivation energies. The horrible realization that I was essentially a mystical crypto pro crept into my mind. I shuddered at the thought, but quickly turned my mind back to the task at hand. There was nothing wrong with Bitcoin, but making your whole personality was over the top. Honestly, I was a little concerned about whether I would receive any meaningful gains by healing this guy, but that wouldn't stop me from trying.
Even though he had been trying to kill his own sect members, he would be a great help against these new invaders. It was the same as the spirit beasts and awakened beasts here in the mountains. They would constantly fight each other for territory, but the moment an outsider appeared, they would band together to fight them off. Now that I thought about it, humans weren't much better, always killing each other over petty squabbles and material gains. Though in this world the gains were far more tangible. Who could resist the temptation of being able to walk on clouds or carve mountains in two with a single slash? After a few seconds, the disfigured pile of flesh was beginning to look a lot more human, and I could make out the fire guy's facial features once more. My technique hadn't been kind. Hopefully he had a charming personality, or finding a wife might be difficult in the future. A really charming personality. The clashing of swords could still be heard behind me, which was a relief. The moment that battle ended, I would be in danger. Not to be too harsh on my ally, but it was clear that he was out of his depth against that ridiculously talented young master. I turned back to my patient when I heard a cough, seeing that the swirls of blood essence in his body were glowing with fire as his chi blended with it. Now was the time to focus on what was happening in an attempt to understand what I was missing. I knew that chi was a refined form of spiritual energy, the energy of heaven and earth that was in all things. But I needed to understand what the difference was between chi and blood essence. That difference was the key to understanding why one needed spirit roots to reach the chi gathering realm. Being able to witness a breakthrough from body tempering to chi gathering would be the most useful source. But what were the chances of that happening in my vicinity anytime soon? I wasn't some heaven-gifted prodigy. No, I'd struck a shady deal with the heavens for my talents, the superior option. I'd also worked damn hard and leaned on my pre-existing knowledge of medicine, but somehow one's own efforts seemed to pale in comparison to bragging about backing and fate. I really needed to work on my tendency to let my thoughts run wild while I was healing people. It helped me focus, but it wasn't healthy for my mental state. Suddenly, I saw something that made me narrow my eyes, a faint flicker of energy from the ground that vanished as soon as it appeared. A few moments later, I watched as a new stream of fiery chi emerged from the guy's dantian and joined my blood essence as it finished healing his body. What the hell was that? I think I just witnessed him taking in spiritual energy and refining it into chi. But how? I felt like a medical student again, watching my teacher perform a particular surgery for the first time with no clue what they had done, grasping to understand. In fact, the only difference I could see was the cultivator himself. Nothing else seemed to separate the different energies. I needed more insight, so I kept watching. The same thing happened a couple more times before I finished healing him, but I couldn't glean much insight. The workings of chi remained elusive, and I grew more frustrated. Had my chi oath fully severed my path to the peak? What was the purpose? What did the heavens intend when giving me a powerful physique while also cutting off my cultivation? The lack of answers was the true reason for my anger and confusion. Even though things looked bleak, I refused to give in. Heaven's will might be enigmatic, but medicine was rooted in logic, a systematic repetition and understanding of the human condition. I would figure this out through sheer stubbornness if I had to. A sharp inhale brought my focus back to the outside world as the fire cultivator awoke. A tiny rush of blood essence entered my body at the same time, far less than I would normally receive from healing one at this realm due to the use of my tumor-inducing technique. However, this was no ordinary blood essence. A quick inspection was all I needed to see that faint remnants of the fire chi had also entered my body. Whether that would be a positive for me or not was unknown, but I would soon find out. The inside of my arm began to heat up rapidly as the fire chi traveled through it. It was only 1 or 2 drops, but even that was enough to cause some damage. If my body weren't so sturdy or my energy weren't medicinal, perhaps I would have even risked losing the use of my arm for a while. The health of my limbs was secondary to being able to understand chi. I could always heal my flesh, but I couldn't get access to chi easily. In fact, this was one of the few times I'd actually had more than a momentary glimpse, so I wanted to make the most of it. Alas, a pig ally is worse than a devious enemy. My own blood essence recognized the fire chi as dangerous, and before it could even reach my chest, it was devoured, no trace remaining. Though I did notice faint flecks of orange appear on the motes of essence that had so valiantly defended me against the invading chi. Perhaps I could make use of them for further study. At that moment, I realized something was very wrong. It was too silent.
Acting on instinct, I threw myself to the side, making the newly awoken fire cultivator exclaim, "You!" in surprise as I flew over his body. Just in time, too, as a shimmering sword carved through the space I just occupied, leaving sharp lines of chi floating in the air like wounds in the fabric of reality. Chapter 33. Now that was an impressive technique. It almost seemed like his slash had cut through the air itself, his chi lingering in the wake of the cut. He didn't seem impressed that I'd managed to dodge, his face showing hints of frustration. Earlier, he'd claimed that defeating us would be a simple matter, but perhaps he'd been trying to break our morale. Looking over the sword cultivator's shoulder, I saw the limp body of the Cloudy Falls sect disciple who'd been fighting him. Hopefully the guy was still alive. I doubted that healing the same person twice would give me the same gains, but it couldn't hurt to try. I also didn't want to see him lose his life when he'd been gaining time for me. Honestly, I was a little angry. Angry at the heavens for giving me such poisoned gifts. Angry at these damn cultivators for being so violent and illogical. And most of all, angry at myself for not realizing it sooner. It had, quite literally, been staring me in the face this whole time. I'd even realized it myself without grasping the importance. The difference between chi and blood essence was, well, it was obvious. Blood essence came from within, used as fuel to refine our bodies as vessels to accept spiritual energy. Chi originated from the world itself, spiritual energy that was stolen and then twisted to whatever form a cultivator required to become chi. Once refined, it forever became a part of that cultivator. But that didn't change the fact that it originated from elsewhere. This whole time, I'd been looking inwards for inspiration, when the key to advancing further on my path was everywhere around me. It was like someone wearing sunglasses inside and then wondering why it was so dark. This was quite a weighty insight, but it had all come to me in a single moment as I stood there staring at the aftermath of the arrogant young master's beautiful sword strike. Yet, I was still furious. Why? Because even now that I could comprehend the nature of chi a little better, my path was still severed. My spirit roots were shattered, the crucible of my breakthrough forever lost. Fucking heavens and their shitty oath. I should have just settled down and become a spirit farmer or something. I heard about one guy who did pretty well for himself that way. Then again, I couldn't see myself owning chickens. Luckily for me, I had a perfect target to let my rage out. Clenching my fists, I faced down the sword cultivator and smiled. Young master? More like feeble servant. You can't even land a single slash on this mere body-tempering whelp. Imagine how much face you will lose when I strike you down, I jeered, taunting my opponent to make his focus waver and follow up with a decisive opening strike. It was a perfect plan with no faults. I was already leaping forward to punch him in the gut when he suddenly laughed out loud. Not a positive sign, but it was too late to change my course of action. My fist made contact with his stomach, and I even felt him staggering backwards from the force of the blow. But there was too little resistance. It had been too easy. I glanced upward, meeting his gaze. His eyes sparkled with glee as he slashed down, his sword flashing towards my shoulder. "You should pick your battles more wisely," he sneered. "Let this young master teach you the error of your judgment." He moved much faster than I'd expected, which left me in an awkward position. I knew I could not escape injury, but sometimes you had to make sacrifices to come out on top. So I took another step forward and punched the sword cultivator in his stomach. Once, twice, 3 times, until he doubled over and staggered backwards. However, I didn't escape unharmed. His sword slash had struck just below my shoulder and carved a deep wound from the top of my arm down to my elbow. Blood flowed like rivers to the ground, putting me on a timer. Perhaps I had as long as it took to burn a stick of incense to end the battle. Nonetheless, my opponent wasn't in a better condition. My savage assault had left him reeling, and he was barely clinging to his sword, coughing blood. "Not bad, not bad," he said, trying to look imposing but failing when he coughed blood again. "This grandfather commends your skills, but it won't be enough to defeat me. See if you can handle the inherited lineage technique of my heavy sword peak." I almost cringed at his cliché shouts, but I had to start taking him seriously when his chi rippled and began to gather around his raised sword. Seeming to shrug off the damage from my punches, the sword cultivator had a strained face as he prepared to unleash this mysterious technique. I figured that waiting and letting him use this overpowered technique he'd inherited was probably a bad idea. I decided not to let him finish.
His flashy and loud manner of activating his sword technique reminded me of a certain anime protagonist from a show about ninjas. In a way, wasn't I doing him a favor? Teaching this arrogant young master to be more decisive about activating his skills would help him in the future. One could say I was healing his stupidity. I nodded, satisfied with my decision as I rushed towards him. His eyes widened in surprise when I moved. Had he expected me to stand still and take his technique head-on? Foolish. He seemed to realize he wouldn't have enough time to utilize his technique, but apparently he didn't need to. When I was a step away from him, he grunted, and the flowing chi coalesced around the tip of his sword. Suddenly, I felt heavy, as though the weight of 10,000 jin of steel was upon my shoulders. My movements grew slow, as though trying to walk through water, and I couldn't land my strike. I couldn't follow what happened next either. In one instant, his sword was raised to the heavens. In the next, his chi condensed into a single point at the tip, and the sword appeared above my shoulder. A desperate attempt to twist my body and dodge failed due to the strange thickness of the air, slowing my movements. I was able to avoid a fatal blow, but not the strike itself. His blade carved through my shoulder, slicing through the bone like soft noodles. I winced at the agonizing pain, though it was less than I expected, perhaps due to it being such a clean cut. My vision went white for a breath's time, but I soon recovered. Losing an arm was tragic, but if I stopped here, I would surely lose the battle. I had to make the most of this opening. His sword was almost glued to the ground, his arm with it. His whole body was lopsided, the weight of his blade apparently much harder to bear after his technique. While he expected me to be crippled from losing a limb, which I was, but repeated excruciating breakthroughs had numbed me to this sort of pain, I instead took advantage of his weakness to strike. Ha! The 1,000 jin blade technique is impossible to dodge at this range. How will you fight with just one arm, crippled bastard? He taunted, before realizing I wasn't actually defeated. I cut him off by punching him in the chest, knocking the wind from his lungs. My next blow caught him on the jaw and sent his head rocking backwards. To his credit, his sturdy muscles seemed to absorb the blows well, but I was only just beginning. Even with one arm, my speed was rapid, and I continued to punch him over and over. He refused to let go of his sword, even as I pounded the life out of him, the blade itself still buried in the ground, as though made of impossibly heavy lead. Not that I was complaining about the advantage. I was missing an arm, but right now, so was he. My attacks continued until blood poured from his nose and mouth, and bruises covered his body. Bastard! Do you have no face? Cowardly turtle attacking in the middle of this young master's tech... I cut him off again by planting my fist in the middle of his face, squashing his nose flat. He coughed up blood, and I delivered a roundhouse kick to his stomach, which made him collapse to the ground. Finally, he released his hold on the sword. Can face help me break through to the chi-gathering realm? I asked the sword cultivator as he lay defeated on the ground. Can it help defeat my enemies? He didn't respond. He was covered in blood and barely moving. I didn't see a reason to injure him further, as it would be needlessly cruel and likely go against my oath. Self-defense was one thing, but torture was another matter entirely. Besides, I could heal him from this state and possibly gain further insights into the workings of chi. I'd made some realizations, but still needed more to feel ready to break through into one-star chi gathering. This would give me that opportunity. I clutched my bleeding shoulder, now only a stump where there had once been an arm. That was a big problem. I'd seen Wang Ren perform the chi healing technique and reattach an almost severed limb, but this was a step beyond that. I had reattached fingers and toes in my past life, but this would be the greatest feat of healing I had ever attempted. At the very least, I was glad to have been struck so decisively by a sword cultivator. My severed arm was on the ground nearby and still in, well, not good condition, but as healthy as a severed arm could be. One might assume that my priority would be reattaching my arm, but I hesitated to rush into such a complex task. I wasn't sure such a feat could even be accomplished with only blood essence. That would be overturning the laws of the world. Such a thing could not be done. That was only my theory, of course. I'm sure some genius or prodigy somewhere could prove me wrong. In fact, I might even be able to accomplish it myself, but there was a lingering doubt in my mind. When I was on the cusp of both enlightenment regarding the next realm and such a difficult task, I felt it best to trust my instincts. So, the first thing I did after making sure to collect my arm was propping up the 2 disciples of the Cloudy Falls sect against a nearby tree. They were heavily injured, bleeding and bruised. It looked as though a tiger had attacked them. However, it was nothing I couldn't heal. I was short on time, so I took a risk, attempting to heal them both at the same time. After all, I had blood essence to spare. It flowed from my chest in rivers and streams, the sparks racing to fix the myriad injuries. It didn't take long to heal them. Despite the severity of the wounds, it was only flesh and blood, nothing I hadn't handled before. I noticed that the quantity of blood essence I received in return was lower than expected. Either I was beginning to hit some kind of limit due to my cultivation, or it was due to the fact that I'd already healed them once before. After all, it would be utterly ridiculous if I could break through in the body-tempering realm for a third time. No, I needed to stop tempting the heavens. They'd already proven a willingness to treat me like the butt of some celestial joke. Best to simply make do with what I had and continue seeking enlightenment regarding Qi. Next up were the 3 disciples of the Soaring Sword sect. I turned around to collect the first one and suddenly realized I'd forgotten something. A flaming spear was pointed at my head, held by an imperious-looking cultivator from my old sect.
What kind of demonic technique is that?
He demanded. It should be impossible for a mere practitioner to heal those kinds of injuries, and that twisted technique you used on me before resembled the cursed mutations of the Hungry Demon sect.
For the good of the Celestial Jade Empire, I will purge you from this world!
He roared, preparing to thrust his spear through my brain. I hurriedly jumped back and held my hand up in surrender, yelling, "Wait, I can explain!" as I did. He froze momentarily, glancing at his fellow disciples with a conflicted expression.
This whole mess has become too complicated. I should just burn everything to a crisp and tell Master it was the Soaring Sword sect, he muttered.
"Damn fraud!" I shouted. "You call me a demon after trying to kill your own junior brother and sister while working with a rival sect? Have some self-respect. You aren't a rat." He physically stumbled backwards at my words, clutching a hand to his heart with shock on his face.
You dare?
Yes, I dare. And what's more, all this preening about face is ridiculous. Why wouldn't I dare to insult some arrogant cultivator who starts waving his spear in my face? I don't swing that way, I replied, scolding the man.
What? I'm not,
he mumbled, looking embarrassed. Also, I'm not from that Hungry Demon sect he mentioned. My technique is just unique, I continued, ignoring his protests. Look, I don't really know what was going on between all of you, and to be honest, I don't care. I just want to heal everyone and get on with my day. I took a step towards the nearest sword cultivator and continued when I saw he didn't make a move. Then I dragged the 3 disciples against a tree while the spear cultivator watched, still figuring out how to react. My strategy of stunning him into silence was working wonders, but he would soon start shouting about face and demonic sects again. What a nuisance. It was ridiculous that any time I used a healing technique, some idiot assumed I was an evil demonic cultivator. Mistaken identity was not a victimless crime. I stumbled suddenly, and my vision blurred. I realized I was still missing an arm. I needed to hurry up. Making a split-second decision, I ignored the 2 weaker disciples and knelt in front of the one who looked more like a gangster than a young master.
Stop, demon! I won't let you use your foul techniques on another innocent cultivator, even if he is my rival. The face of the righteous sects demand I cleanse you from this world. The 6 paths will see you reborn into a less corrupted existence, the fiery spear cultivator shouted from behind.
Chapter 34. I sighed. How could I stop this guy from going on a rampage? I was far from strong enough to defeat him, even if I had both of my arms. As I was now, he could kill me in a single strike of his flaming spear. Worse, I realized heavy motes of sword chi still lingered in the wound. My blood essence had been fighting it all this time, and I'd somehow missed it. Must be the blood loss. On the plus side, more chi to devour and observe would help me in the long run, but only if I could survive. I clenched my fist and turned back to face the spear cultivator. I still didn't know his name, but it would be quite awkward to ask now. Look, an elder from the Cloudy Falls sect is already on their way here. I don't know what you intended to do in the first place, but surely it won't be beneficial for you or your master if you are caught killing other disciples. Why not head for that 10 Ascensions lily like the others? I offered, trying to swap the stick for a carrot. He paused, considering my words. For a moment, I thought I had managed to persuade him to back off. But then he stepped forward, still holding his spear towards me.
If that's the case, then it just means I need to finish this before the Elder arrives. No matter what, I'm sure they can't influence Master Wu Deng. I can simply frame the arrogant sword bastard for everything, he said, his mouth twisting into a smirk. Yes, that sounds like a great plan. I can even claim extra merit with the sect for cleansing the world of a demonic cultivator. He chuckled, now close enough to strike me with the spear. I cursed inwardly. What was with these cultivators? Every single one of them was arrogant, violent, and refused to obey normal logic. Not that this was a surprise. The moment I'd arrived in this world, I knew this was true, thanks to the previous Zhao Dan's depressing memories. That still didn't make it less annoying to deal with them, especially these young master types. They seemed to believe the world existed only to serve their whims and desires, that nothing mattered except their own path. I didn't really want to do this, but there was only one way I could keep my head on my shoulders. In fact, this plan might even end up with me making more gains than expected. However, it would involve risking my life. I was prepared for that. What cultivator didn't risk their life for the sake of advancing on their path? At least I wasn't trampling on the lives of others like dirt as I struggled to break the chains of mortality. I steeled my resolve. I raised 2 fingers, grabbing hold of his spear and taking him by surprise. Don't move, or I'll use my gluttonous demon finger technique again, I warned. Actually, that was a pretty cool name for the technique I'd been calling Cancer Touch. Was it better to be seen as a demonic cultivator, or know that I was inflicting one of the world's greatest evil on a whim? Neither sounded great, but at least the made-up name had stopped the cultivator in his tracks. He clenched his jaw, and I felt the spear quivering. However, that was only for a breath's time. The disciple soon found his resolve, and the spear steadied, gripped between my fingers. No matter. I will risk my life to wipe you out, damned demonic cultivator. Those hideous injuries will help my case when the Elder arrives, he retorted with a stoic expression. I wanted to scream at this guy. Why was he so stubborn? Or perhaps he's seen through my trickery. I couldn't use the technique without skin contact after all. No, I had to commit. The last time, I only used the first ritual of the gluttonous demonic finger, but this time I won't hesitate to use the second ritual, I fired back, not wanting to have a spear thrust through my head. The second ritual is called the Bloated Flesh Feast Ritual, twice as powerful as the first ritual of the technique. You won't survive 5 seconds. Honestly, I was impressed at how far my Bullshido technique had progressed. This nonsense was coming naturally to me, the same as a fish could swim from the day it was born. He hesitated again, this time for longer. His spear wavered, and I knew he was on the edge. It was time to chop nails and sever iron. I delivered the final blow. In fact, there's a secret component to the gluttonous demon finger not known outside of my master's lineage. Even the other zealots of the cult do not know this secret, I said. His eyes widened in surprise, but I wasn't done yet. When the second ritual is used on a target who has already experienced the first ritual, it offers twice the result with half the effort. The technique activates faster and spreads almost 3 times as fast. You surely won't survive more than a second, I exclaimed, taking a step forward. He suddenly yanked his spear out of my grip. That was my signal to move. I had very little time left before he realized I was lying through my teeth. I was gambling everything on this one throw of the dice. Life, face, and my cultivation. I rushed towards the body of the brawny sword cultivator, grabbing him under the shoulders as soon as I reached him. Less than a breath's time had passed. My hand had barely touched his bare bicep before I let every scrap of blood essence I had rush into his body. My healing technique had begun, but I was on a timer. Forget an incense stick, I probably had less than 10 seconds to succeed. Which meant I had to move fast. Right now, what I needed wasn't necessarily the extra blood essence from finishing the healing technique, but the chance to watch how the sword cultivator's chi traveled through his body and interacted with my blood essence. These insights were invaluable fragments of knowledge, every single moment deepening my comprehension of the chi-gathering realm and chi itself. Overall, my insights were like a drop compared to the ocean of knowledge a true sage possessed, but over time, enough drops could fill an ocean. Or, perhaps, a Danton. Though I would have to figure out how to form one first. That was the major blockage impeding my path forward. I'd understood the relationship between chi and the world, between chi and blood.
All that remained was to connect that minor understanding with a method of forming my Danten without intact spirit roots. Every step I took on this path had to come from within. I had no predecessors to look up to, no master guiding my path. I clenched my teeth, sparing a glance towards the spear cultivator. He was still in the same spot I'd left him, but the hesitation was gone from his face, and he glared at me like a hungry spirit beast. There wasn't much time left. Tearing my eyes away from the cultivator intent on claiming my life was difficult but necessary. I focused everything on the unfolding healing technique. Unlike the fire cultivator, the sword cultivator's chi was regular chi, yet to take on an affinity. This was normal from what I understood. It wasn't until the foundation building realm that one might begin to gain insights into a Tao and merge it with their chi. Although I had made some minor insights into healing in this world and the path I wished to follow, it was still muddied and unclear, like a dirty pond. Even now I struggled to stick to my principles, and that was with an oath enforcing them. Then again, I hadn't done evil. No one had died by my hand, only suffered. In the end, I healed all those who fell to my fists, like a merciful war Buddha. Wait. No, that wasn't quite right. Not only did the whole severing worldly desires thing not mix with my own beliefs, but I realized from Zhao Dan's memories that Taoist and Buddhist cultivators seemed to be opposed. Not always, but there wasn't much unity between them, except when it came to fighting off demonic sects. Demons were one thing all those who believed themselves righteous would fight to eradicate. Honestly, I didn't see why. I'd been accused of demonic techniques, and while I doubted I would ever go down that path, wasn't it hypocritical to claim that one side was righteous and the other evil? Plenty of the righteous cultivators I'd met were arrogant, violent, and downright cruel. I hadn't met any demonic cultivators yet, but I could imagine they might be exactly the same as these arrogant young masters. I'd been observing the flow of the sword cultivator's chi while having these thoughts. At the same time, the fire cultivator had begun running towards me with this spear outstretched. All this took a while to think through, but happened in a few breaths of time. At the final moment when my life was hanging by a thread, a fatal strike heading my way as I tried to finish healing the sword cultivator, I was struck by divine providence. No, to call it providence was wrong. This was a moment of comprehension, born from my own efforts and accumulated insights. All this time, my path had been something I cobbled together from other techniques and arts, but which ultimately came from my own understanding of the world and a jumbled collection of memories, both inherited and my own. All this boiled down to one simple realization. My path came from within. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It had been staring me in the face all this time. While I cursed the heavens for their poisoned oath, I'd been the one ignoring the gift they granted me. I realized how much of an ungrateful wretch I'd been as my enemy's spear was thrust toward my heart. Truly a frog in a well. The fivefold medicine forge physique was beyond even my comprehension. At its pinnacle, it gave one the power to overturn the heavens and split the earth. An immortal capable of turning the spiritual energy of the world to their own purposes, be it for benevolence or corruption. I was far from that realm, but I had all the tools I needed already. Spirit roots? Melting one's spirit roots to form the Danten was just a trick, a way to make the process easier and require no thought on the cultivator's part. I realized that through observing the medicinal energy produced by my refined lungs. A Danten existed in the metaphysical plane, a part of one's body and yet also not. Spirit roots provided an anchor between the two planes during the breakthrough. Thus came my second epiphany. My strange ability to see chi and blood essence, even when I'd been a mere 4-star practitioner. I'd had theories about why I possessed this ability, but one stood out among the rest. I'd transmigrated to this world as nothing but a soul. If traveling through dimensions as a soul wasn't enough to give me a connection to the metaphysical, then I didn't know who was better qualified. A spirit, perhaps? Maybe a ghost. Nonetheless, I felt confident in my ability to form the anchor myself. I still had spirit roots after all. They were just out of order. Then came the final fragment of comprehension, the knowledge that tied it all together and would allow me to break free from my mortal fetters. Blood essence was an innate energy that one nurtured through a cultivation method, growing and developing it while forging and refining the body to withstand spiritual energy. Nothing needed to be said there. I'd gone above and beyond when it came to the body tempering realm. I had all the knowledge I needed to attempt the breakthrough. It was well past time for me to attempt it. I was an 11-star body tempering practitioner, for heaven's sake. There was only one obstacle barring my path. A sharp, flaming spear that was about to penetrate my chest and burn my heart to ashes. This part of the plan was why I said I was risking my life. Healing the sword cultivator was to give me more insights into the workings of chi, and perhaps let me absorb another few strands to study. The inevitable moment the spear cultivator snapped out of his daze and moved to kill me, this was where I was putting everything on the line. Dying was not an option. Not after I'd come this far. Throwing away my second chance at life was something I refused to do. Leaving little Kui behind to fend for herself was something I would never forgive myself for. So, all I had to do was survive this one spear strike. Wu Zhexiang was frustrated, but more than that, he was confused. How had his master's scheme gone so wrong? All he'd been supposed to do was work with a few disciples of the Soaring Sword sect to wipe out some fools who'd tried to overturn the heavens. In this case, the heavens were his master, and the fools were disciples who were overdue on their loans. Usually, he would have refused such a mundane request. He was the prized son of the Huo clan, one of the most talented inner disciples of the Cloudy Falls sect. Such things were beneath him. In fact, he was only a disciple of the Cloudy Falls sect due to his father wanting to expand the clan's influence. Otherwise, he would have preferred to join the Rumbling Mountain sect, where he could study their endless collection of fire techniques to deepen his comprehension of his own flames. Not only had the two disciples proven more annoying to kill than Master had suggested, but some strange demonic cultivator had appeared from nowhere like a shadow. His presence had turned the battlefield into a realm of chaos. For a moment, the demonic trickster had almost fooled Zhexiang with his words. He still remembered the sensation of his own flesh swelling and killing itself. That technique was insidious. However, he reckoned it was a bluff. Throughout the entire battle, he hadn't sensed a single drop of chi from the demonic cultivator. Instead, he had realized that the demon was a mere body-tempering practitioner. Such a brazen fool had dared intervene in a battle of his superiors. Maybe that strange technique had given him confidence he otherwise wouldn't have possessed? Zhexiang didn't know what the idiot was thinking. What he did know was that he would lose all face if he allowed himself to fear someone at least 4 stars below him in cultivation. So, he'd steeled his resolve and struck. The bastard only had one arm. There was no way for him to resist. He didn't have much chi left after being forced to use the life-saving treasure from his grandfather to heal, but he had enough to kill this demonic trash. What was the fool even attempting to do? After his lies, Zhexiang expected the man to flee. Instead, he had raced towards the body of the sword cultivator and was doing something strange. Another mysterious demonic technique? No matter. It wouldn't stop his spear. Flames licked the shaft as he gathered and infused his chi into the ornate spear. Another gift from his grandfather. He'd aimed for the demonic cultivator's heart. He had to give the bastard some credit because he didn't even flinch when the spear pierced his chest. A warrior's death was a fitting end. At the very least, the man had pride in death where he'd seemingly had none in life. Wu Zhexiang observed as every last drop of blood essence faded, the demon's eyes glazing over. Afterwards, he closed his eyes and said a small prayer for the man's life, hoping for him to reincarnate into a righteous path. When he was sure the man was dead, he ripped out his spear, the flames burning away the blood. They soon faded, and he stumbled a little. Chi exhaustion. He glanced around the clearing at the other victims of the battle. Most were alive, but not all. His gaze landed on the 2 disciples of the Cloudy Falls sect that his master wanted dead. Zhexiang kissed his teeth. He needed to recover to have a chance of claiming the 10 Ascensions Lily. Screw his master. The man was treating him, the heir of the Huo clan, like some errand boy? He turned his back on the scene of the battle and began walking toward the peak of the mountain. His priority was his own cultivation. In his self-centered retreat, he failed to realize that the spiritual energy in the clearing was subtly gathering in a single place. Around the fallen cultivator,